The daughter of a tycoon was subjected to school bullying, which led her to disappear forever. When the father finds out about it, he forgives the perpetrators. However, he harbored a more intense plan for revenge than death itself. He adopted a daughter, intending for her to exact revenge on all those who tormented his biological daughter. How terrifying will this revenge be? Let's find out. Together, the story begins with a scene of a girl crying. She's standing on top of a tall building, looking down and contemplating her life. At that moment, tears stream down her face, and she cries out, "Dad, I'm sorry. I'm such an ungrateful child." After saying this, she jumped straight down without any hesitation on that very day. The news in Korea reported that recently, nearly half of the students in the school were pushed into a situation where they had to make an extreme choice. The horrific crimes of the perpetrators are causing public outrage. The perpetrator's chain, the victim's neck with a dog leash, forced her to swallow a burning cigarette butt and silenced her. These acts of harassment, including nude photos of the victim and other violent behaviors, when revealed, shocked the public. On the other hand, the victim's father, known as Vice President Lee Myong-jun of the Hyundai conglomerate, is stirring another wave of controversy. Vice President Lee Myong-jun stated that regarding the students who bullied and harmed his daughter, he would make an official announcement. Lee Myong-jun said, "As for the students who bullied my daughter, I will forgive them. Of course. Regarding my daughter's extreme choice as a father, it truly breaks my heart, but because the students who bullied my daughter are still very young, I think that, as someone who has been out in society, I should show compassion. Therefore, I ask the judge to please be lenient with the children. Thank you for listening." But when the reporters heard these words from Lee Myong-jun, they were all stunned as Lee Myong-jun was about to leave. A multitude of voices erupted. Vice President Lee Myong-jun, have you discussed this with your family? These crimes seem too serious to forgive just because they're young. Do you think this is the best way to honor your daughter's memory? The entire nation is outraged by the actions of these criminals. Are you the father of that child? Vice President, won't you answer any more questions? Please answer the question. What kind of press conference is this? They should be properly judged by the law. What crime did your daughter commit to deserve this? As a result, Lee Myong-jun's words have sparked public outrage against the father and deep sympathy for the daughter. There are rumors spreading that the victim was not the biological daughter of Vice President Lee Myong-jun, but an abandoned child. However, no one could even guess the truth. Meanwhile, Lee Myong-jun was seething with anger. He crushed the wine glass in his hand. No one could understand how he felt at that moment. He was in deep agony. I forgave them not to reduce their punishment. I have no intention of applying lenient laws to these teenage hyenas, my poor daughter. I only realized everything when it was too late. Why couldn't you tell me the truth about being bullied? Why did you bear all this alone? You were always thinking of others first, and that truth drives me insane with regret. I should have raised you to be more selfish, but hyena, your useless father promises you one thing. Those vile children who drove you to this, I will repay them exactly as they did to you. At that moment, someone entered and said, "Vice President, I have brought the child." You mentioned Lee Myong-jun replied good after responding. Lee Myong-jun asked. The girl used a life in Korea. A girl named Karma smiled and replied, "How could I not be? Thanks to my stepfather's careful care. I am very happy. I'm glad everything is fine for you now. Karma, you should get ready for school." When Lee Myong-jun said this, his assistant was horrified while Karma seemed very pleased. At that moment, Karma smiled and asked in Korea, "Someone like me can go to school?" At the same time, the assistant hastily said, "That's not possible. Vice President." "Why not?" Lee Myong-jun replied, "Isn't this a free democratic country? No matter what you say, I will do everything I can to ensure this child can go to school. I think the preparation work we've done so far will take about a year. Karma, you will be living here soon, and shouldn't you be making friends?" After hearing what Lee Myong-jun said, Karma smiled and responded, "Stop beating around the bush and just say it outright. You're not talking about friends, you're talking about things like toys. Right? Dad." Time passed quickly. At the end of May, the following year at Enro High School, in a classroom filled with laughter, a girl said, "Jun, my sweet, you have to eat the snacks I gave you. Why are you hesitating? Just eat it quickly. This is a special milk with lots of protein and eggs." "Ah, I know, it's probably because you're lacking protein, right?" Song Eun-jin, who was acting crazy, said, "Crazy? What's crazy about it? Just eat it already. I told you it's delicious." Jun, stammering in fear, replied, "But it's been expired for over a month, and the milk inside is in the milk carton." There were dead flies and clippings of her own hair. She started vomiting uncontrollably, and seeing this, Song Eun-jin coldly remarked, "If you're reacting like this before even eating, what will you do next, please?" "Song Eun-jin, this isn't right. I can't drink this milk. It's spoiled." Don't you know how cheese is made? This isn't spoiled. It's been processed. I just want to give you something tasty to eat. This is my kindness. When will my sweet Jun understand my heart? If I cut it with scissors, would you recognize it? I get it. Song Eun-jin, I'll eat it. But as soon as she finished speaking, Song Eun-jin's scissors lunged toward her and Ji's scream echoed throughout the classroom. The other students were horrified by the sound of her scream and whispered to each other. They've really gone crazy. Shouldn't we report this to the teacher? No, we can't do that. Don't you know anything? Song Eun-jin. She killed the daughter of a tycoon and didn't get punished. Song Eun-jin, 15 years old. The school incident involving the daughter of Vice President Lee Myung-jun with the accused being charged with severe assault. It's crazy. Can you believe it? If you can't believe it, then ask the students at Seo High School. Do you still not know about this? No. I only know that she relies heavily on her brother and is very arrogant. What is Song Eun-jin doing now? What do you mean by the daughter of a congressman? It's best not to get involved at that moment. Song Eun-jin's voice echoed in the classroom. You can eat it. Oh my God, she really ate it. Is she crazy? Why would she really eat it? At that moment, a girl couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. She was the class president. Simultaneously, another voice rang out, you kids, just because there's no teacher, you all think you can go wild, right? The noise was so loud, it reached the teacher's office. Now, return to your seats. I have something to say to all of you. Seeing the homeroom teacher, Song Eun-jin and her group were puzzled and asked each other, what's going on? Why did the homeroom teacher come so quickly? Anyway, hide the milk. At that moment, Song turned to Jun and said, if you let this slip in front of the teacher, your nude photos will be spread everywhere. The homeroom teacher continued. Everyone sit down quickly. Today, we have a new transfer student in our class since she's from North Korea. You all need to take good care of her. Okay, transfer student, please introduce herself. Karma introduced herself. Hello everyone. My name is Karma and I'm from North Korea. Please take care of me. The scene shifts to a previous moment where an assistant was anxiously speaking to Lee Myung-jun. It's still not too late. Please reconsider once more. Sending a child from a North Korean reformatory is really a child who says such things in jest. If you have such a child, it could cause a lot of problems. Hearing this, Lee Myung-jun replied, Director Beck, in your eyes, I adopted a daughter, right? Yes, that's right. I didn't adopt her. I just took in an abandoned dog. Hearing this, Director Beck was shocked and then sighed deeply. In 2018, Karma fled from North Korea on her own. When she was just 13 years old, she was discovered by a patrol team at the Han River estuary. After undergoing biological experiments by the North Korean government to observe sensory regulation, dysfunction experts concluded that she was mentally ill. This is a special case. She does not feel pain or humiliation. Even though the bloodstains on her clothes when she escaped from North Korea were suspicious. However, through a legal investigation under hypnosis, it was revealed that during her escape from North Korea, she was involved in the murder of others with a total of 13 victims. DNA tests on the bloodstains on her shirt matched the DNA of several victims, according to the legal report, since she was a juvenile offender. She was not held criminally responsible, and was instead considered for transfer to a reformatory after 2 years. The girl is extremely aggressive and has a violent personality, which is beyond everyone's comprehension, along with superhuman physical abilities. For these reasons, the Seoul Juvenile Protection Review Committee ordered continued supervision and protection for M, even after her release as requested by the Ministry of Justice. Currently in the classroom, Song Eun-jin is laughing and saying, this sounds interesting. They are looking at you, Jiam, intending to play some games on her. At that moment, there were many voices saying, I heard North Korean girls are really pretty. Go and check it out. They were quickly scolded by the teacher. What are you boys doing in the girls' hallway? Acting like this is disgraceful, isn't it? Karma. When you introduced yourself, you didn't reveal any North Korean accent at all. That's right. I've seen people who escaped from North Korea on YouTube, and they all had a strong North Korean accent. Did you practice speaking South Korean? Yeah. I practiced hard while watching Korean dramas. No wonder, Karma, can you speak in your North Korean accent? Once upon hearing this question, Karma immediately took on a different tone and said with a smile, it's nice to meet my South Korean classmates. I'm Karma from North Korea. Karma is so cute and she's funny too. Jun, who was sitting next to Karma, thought, sadly, the new transfer student sitting next to me is so noisy, but maybe with this lively atmosphere, this break time will be a bit more bearable. I'm so envious of her. If only I could smile like that without worrying about anything. If only I could be as pretty and loved as the new transfer student. But before she could finish her thoughts, Song Eun-jin approached everyone and coldly said, Hey, what are you all talking about? That's so funny. I want to laugh too. Hello, Karma, right? Welcome to South Korea. You're really handsome. You know that you look just like a cute, beautiful boy. I really want to be friends with you, Karma. Would you like to join our group? When Song Eun-jin said this, Karma smiled and replied, your group? Yes, our group is really fun. Jun, who was sitting next to them, thought in fear, oh no. The new transfer student is already being targeted by the bully group. Every day will just get worse. Now, why does it have to be that sicko Song Eun-jin? The new transfer student seems so innocent. Will she be okay? Meanwhile, Karma was still looking at them without responding, but she remembered Director Beck's words. Song Eun-jin, the eldest daughter of the chairman of Noongun Trading Company, this girl is your first target. Just thinking about it made Karma realize how truly wicked Song Eun-jin was. Did I say something wrong? What's with that look on your face? Alright, let's continue speaking about Song Eun-jin's past actions among the people she bullied. They frequently assaulted Miss Hyena the most, especially often being kicked in the stomach. This was recorded in her diary, and one important thing to note is that Song Eun-jin was the one who came up with the idea of using a dog leash to bully others. Although she was the least physically abusive among the bullies, she was definitely the most enthusiastic participant. Currently, the school where Song Eun-jin is studying is Seoul Enro High School. One of the 4 schools Karma will be transferring to soon. This is the only school located in Seoul, which made the transfer process easy. I've arranged for Karma to be in the same class as Song Eun-jin. Normally, she's a very curious person, so I think she will definitely approach Karma when she transfers to the school. Hearing Director Beck say this, Karma smiled and replied, I get the gist of it. So if she approaches me, blood and bruises, is that what you're telling me, to mark Song Eun-jin's body? Upon hearing this, Lee Myong-jun responded, no, you're mistaken. Before you do that, there's something very important that needs to be done. Listen carefully, Karma. If Song Eun-jin approaches you, the action you must take is back to the present. Karma smiled and responded to Song Eun-jin. That sounds great. Let's get closer to each other. Let's all join the gathering together. Okay? We'll all be there. That's great. Karma. We'll be able to become good friends. Seeing this scene, one of Song Eun-jin's friend remarked, this is crazy. Song Eun-jin is pretending to be cute again. Why? I like Karma so much, that's why I'm doing this. But Karma, Jun is sitting next to you. Have you gotten to know her yet? Hearing this, Karma replied, I just greeted her a few times. Oh, I see. Well, become friends with Jun. Do you want to play a fun game? As soon as Song Eun-jin finished speaking, she snapped her fingers and immediately 2 of her friends approached and stood behind Jaehyun. They quickly pulled a black plastic bag over Jun's head. Seeing this, JM asked Song Eun-jin, what are you doing? Oh, this, you could call it a voluntary activity for our disabled friends, right? This is for our Jun. One of her eyes can hardly see anything, so it hinders her ability to see far. She stupidly bumped onto my desk. And it made my precious phone fall. Anyway, it's a good thing. My phone didn't any scratch. But for Jun's safety, we should stop this from happening again. Right? So I thought about covering both of her eyes completely and training her to avoid tables. What do you think, Jun? You can do it, right? I gave you that special milk to make you stronger. You don't need to sit at the desk. Just make it to the other side. It's easy, right? But every time you bump into a table, you'll get hit. Okay. After saying this, Song Eun-jin pushed Jun forward. Jun's mind was pitch black and she staggered as she tried to walk slowly, unable to see the way her thigh bumped into a table, and immediately Song Eun-jin jumped forward and kicked her in the back, causing Jun to stumble forward and bump into another table without hesitation. Song Eun-jin rushed over and kicked Jun straight in the face. Jun cried out in pain while the others pulled out their phones, laughing and recording, saying the way she falls is hilarious. After a while, Song Eun-jin's voice rang out, hey, Jun, why aren't you crying anymore? She just fell and hit her body on the table. How many times has she hit the tables now? Hey, did you get that shot of her having a seizure? It's so funny. Karma, why don't you try it too? You and I can help Jun improve her spatial awareness. And at the next lunch break, let's put the bag back on her head. Weren't we going to try making her walk into the boys' bathroom? At that moment, the class president heard what they were saying and she quickly stood up and said, hey, is this for real? She was about to speak up when another voice interrupted, telling them, stop it right now. That person was Karma, who was urging Song Eun-jin to stop. What are you all doing to a girl who has no strength at all? Even a 5-year-old knows that you shouldn't bully your friends. Is this something an adult would do? Take your hands off her right now. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Then let go and apologize to Jun. Apologize to her right now. Karma's words plunged the entire class into silence. Even Song Eun-jin was stunned as she had never experienced a situation like this before. After a moment, she stammered, "What the hell is this? Are you rebelling against me?" She immediately pushed Jun away and approached Karma standing in front of Karma. Song Eun-jin said, mockingly, "North Korean kids aren't usually this clueless, are they? Or is it because there are no bullies in North Korea? If you're going to expose such disgusting behavior, I'll give you two choices. Either join our group or get lost. Otherwise, should I just beat you up hearing this?" Karma coldly replied, "If you keep this up, I'll call the teacher." As soon as she said this, Song Eun-jin burst out laughing and said, "Call the homeroom teacher in North Korean schools. If you don't listen to the teacher, you'll probably get shot, right? But our dear Karma, this is South Korea, you understand." Song Eun-jin immediately lifted her foot and kicked Karma hard in the stomach. Karma was taken aback by the kick. At that moment, she remembered what Lee Myung-jun had told her. Under no circumstances should you hit first. Why shouldn't I hit first? Stepfather, no matter what, I'm going to kill them all and turn them into corpses. Does it matter whether I hit first or later? It does matter. You also find it boring to just have a quick fight and be done with a plaything, right? The core of this plan is to create an environment where Song Eun-jin will be tortured endlessly. That place has already been set up. All that remains is to find a reason to send Song Eun-jin there. For that reason, you need to become a victim of school violence. When Song Eun-jin approaches, be innocent and warmly greet her. When things go unexpectedly, you must oppose it. Non-violently. Don't forget, justice will always be on our side, but I hated sweet potatoes in North Korea too. That means I'll have to wait a long time. Stepfather, what should I do if I really want to hit them and can't hold back? Hearing this, Lee Myung-jun coldly replied, "Then just hit them once in front of everyone." Back in the present, Karma was getting up after being kicked by Song Eun-jin. Song Eun-jin was also watching Karma's actions closely. Once Karma stood up, she smiled and said, "Then I'll do as my father said," hearing Ji say that Song Eun-jin called her a crazy girl. But at that moment, a teacher rushed in to announce, "Class 6, hurry up and change into your gym clothes. The teaching schedule for Mr. Min Young has changed, so the timetable has also been adjusted accordingly. Get ready quickly." Upon hearing this announcement, Song Eun-jin's group cursed. "Seriously? What the hell, teacher? Today's the gym exam, right? How are the teachers arranging the schedule like this?" Karma, on the other hand, didn't care and instead recalled the words of Lee Myung-jun. Karma, violence is something that should happen at least a week later. Just endure it. The core of this plan is for you to be seen as a victim by outsiders. If you destroy everything out of impulsiveness, I won't forgive you. Still, I believe that it won't be difficult for you after all with your physical condition. Not feeling pain isn't an issue. Right back in the present. Karma was angry, thinking, "I'm feeling frustrated with my stepfather." At that moment, Song Eun-jin smiled and said to Karma, "See you at the next break. This uni will spoil you to death." A little later, Song Eun-jin, holding chopsticks and smoking a cigarette, laughed and said, "As expected, a secret cigarette during gym class is the best, right?" Jun at that moment was carrying Song Eun-jin on her back. Then Song Eun-jin's fake sweet voice echoed again. "Sorry for kicking you by mistake today. Does it hurt a lot? Anyway, I'm letting you smoke for free like this, so take it as compensation for your broken glasses." Two of Song Eun-jin's friends standing nearby heard this and laughed. "Come on. That's probably not all now. It's not just cigarette butts, but new cigarettes as well. Juno's you, right?" Say he. "You think so too?" "Actually? I do think so. But it seems like someone's footsteps are coming this way. They're heading in this direction. What the hell? We've been caught. Quick, put out the cigarettes first." Someone approached the group of Song Eun-jin. Seeing who it was, Song Eun-jin laughed and said, "Oh, I was really scared. Turns out it's just the class president." At that moment, the class president's face was very cold, and she spoke to Song Eun-jin. "Hey, you guys need to stop this." Meanwhile, Jun was crying and calling out to the class president. "Please help me." Song Eun-jin then said to the class president, "So are you here to enforce your class president authority?" Jun, seeing this, cried and thought, "No, don't do it. Class president, don't get involved because of a useless person like me." At that moment, the class president picked up a cigarette and took a puff, saying, "You guys are rotten to the core." Seeing this, Song Eun-jin's group laughed and said, "I heard Moon Yejin quit smoking. Do you think I can stop smoking after seeing you guys? You guys should be more careful. It hasn't even been a year since we drove a kid to her death. You crazy idiots." Moon Yejin, 16 years old. The school violence case involving the daughter of Vice President Lee Myung-jun. She's the accused of severe assault. Why are you bringing that up? Moon Yejin, that's bad luck. That rumor has already spread in the class. This is insane. Who spread that news? I should shut their mouth. Are you stupid? Didn't I just say we need to be careful now? But what are you guys doing? Why are you making that face? Do I need to sew your mouth? Shut, hearing Moon Yejin say that, the girl responded in fear. I'm sorry. At this moment Song Eun-jin asked Moon Yejin, why are you making the atmosphere so serious? Listen up, you idiots. We are in high school now. Don't you want to go to college? Don't act like a bunch of brainless fools. Don't think you can just act recklessly forever. In this world, not everyone is as stupid as your dog. So when you do something stupid, don't drag me into your mess. Got it? Hearing these words from Moon Yejin, Song Eun-jin became furious, thinking, if you're done preaching, then go die. Pretending like you don't do anything just because you're in high school now. Back in middle school, Moon Yejin was the same. Sitting in the back and pretending to be noble just to maintain her image. While I'm always seen as the evil leader. She's truly wicked, and in private. She's even worse than me no matter what. She's disgusting. I don't like her at all. At that moment, Moon Yejin suddenly called out to Song Eun-jin, what did you just bark, you little brat? Hearing these words, Song Eun-jin stammered. When did I say that I was wrong, Moon Yejin? Then make sure you do better. Understand? Don't think you can overstep your bounds just because I've loosened up a bit. You guys hanging around this little brat all the time is really starting to annoy me. You know, suicide is a taboo, right? Jun, what should I do with you? Life is already painful, isn't it? It's just one case of school violence. Why make such a big deal out of it? If you mess with my school life, I'll kill you. Got it? Jun? After saying this, Moon Yejin stepped on Jun's hand, causing Jun to cry out in pain, saying, Class President, please, your foot. Please move it. I promise I won't bother you anymore. I swear I won't report this to the school violence committee, please. Hearing this, Moon Yejin finally lifted her foot. As a result, Jun bent down to touch her injured hand, which caused Song Eun-jin to fall off her back. And made her furious. Kicked Jun straight in the face. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed. It was Moon Yejin. She mocked Song Eun-jin, saying, what are you doing? You're such a fool. Always doing disgusting things. You idiots. You've done enough already. Now get back. Go to the gym. It's your turn for the exam. It don't rush though. Leave a little later than me. Okay? You can't even handle a little thing like that, can you? Hey Song Eun-jin. Be careful. Be cautious with the new transfer student. Slowly torture her. Her arrogant attitude annoys me. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gym teacher was saying, what? You just transferred here and don't have gym clothes. You should have borrowed from a classmate in another class. But I guess since you're new, you don't know anyone yet. Wearing your school uniform is fine, I suppose. All right, then I'll consider your situation. Thank you. Teacher Karma replied, okay. If the previous student is finished, please return the ball to its original position. You'll have to wait for your turn next. At that moment, a student came over with a ball and said, Karma, do your best. The ball was placed in front of Karma. Seeing Karma standing in front of the ball, the other students began to whisper to each other. It looks like she's actually going to kick it in her uniform. Is that okay? What's going on? Standing in front of the ball. She looks like a handsome guy. As her classmates laughed, Song Eun-jin, who was sitting nearby, laughed and said, why is she smiling that damn smile? The other student quickly responded, sorry, Song Eun-jin. Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin was looking at Karma and thinking, so what, Moon Yejin, even if you're unintentionally hateful, I've got a new toy to play with. This one here, I'm bored of playing with Jun. If I bring her along, my status might drop, right? If you're going to keep a dog, you need a bit of skill to tame it. She's pretty perfect though. She's got just the right amount of resistance. Being a North Korean defector, she has no backing and is very sensitive. At that moment, Karma lifted her foot and kicked the ball. Her shot was incredibly powerful and flew toward the goal. It sped past the girl standing in front of the goal in no time, leaving all the students. They're stunned. Even Song Eun-jin was shocked. The students started whispering among themselves. Did you hear that sound? What was that loud noise? It sounded like a ball being kicked with the strength of a boy. Meanwhile, Karma shivered slightly. Then she suddenly went wild, kicking the remaining balls toward the goal to the astonishment of the teacher and her classmates. Karma was breathing deeply and she lifted her foot to kick another ball. This time the ball flew straight toward the goal, but it hit the goalpost and rebounded, flying past the group. One of Song Eun-jin's friends, seeing this, angrily said, that crazy girl almost hit me in the face. But a second later, she was terrified by Karma's expression. Karma was smiling at her with a chilling, deadly smile, which only made her more frightened at that moment. She wanted to say something to Song Eun-jin, but Song Eun-jin suddenly shouted, that bitch is giving me attitude, isn't she? She's trying to show off to me. Right? After gym class ends, I'm going to find her after gym class. Song Eun-jin angrily approached Karma and said, hey, you North Korean spy. Want to kick the ball around a bit? I bet your body is itching for a fight. Huh? You think I'll be scared if you show off your strength like that? Try your best not to get hit. Okay? Do you even know who my brother is? You don't belong here. You North Korean defector. What are you looking at? You bitch. Show me how you kick the ball during gym class. Hearing this, Karma just smiled and replied, I can't do that. She pointed to her head and said, the ball isn't here. How could I kick it like a ball? This statement left Song Eun-jin frightened while Karma continued walking toward them saying, anyway, you look scared like a bunch of insects clinging to a tail. Aren't you curious about how my face looks? Now, your efforts to pretend to be calm are really quite cute. Unable to take it anymore, Song Eun-jin rushed at Karma, raising her hand to hit her, shouting, shut up you bitch. As she was about to hit Karma, something suddenly hit her face. It was Karma's fist. Karma had punched Song Eun-jin square in the face. With that punch, Song Eun-jin's nose started bleeding. Shocking. Everyone present, even Moon Yejin, who was standing nearby, was furious. At that moment, Song Eun-jin was kneeling in front of Karma after taking the punch. Karma, meanwhile, was smiling and thinking amid the chaos in the class. This game is really fun. Sorry. Stepfather. Song Eun-jin, trembling, tried to stand up after taking the punch, but a second later she collapsed to the ground, causing her friends to panic and say she can't keep her balance anymore. Someone call the teacher. Meanwhile, Karma kept moving forward thinking, this is who I am, so what should I do about it? So from now on I'll do things my way. With that thought, she lifted her foot and smiled, saying now the ball is on the ground. Right after saying this, Karma stepped on Song Eun-jin's head, laughing as she did. So saying, you said I should kick, like I'm kicking a ball. Right? I've heard that kicking bullying is a custom in South Korea, so I won't refuse your suggestion. So how should I kick? Should I kick really hard? Should I kick you in the back of the neck? I've made up my mind. You seem a bit slow. So I think I'll just kick without spinning. At that moment, one of Song Eun-jin's friends picked up a chair and swung it at Karma, but Karma dodged by ducking. The girl realized she had missed and saw a foot coming at her. Karma kicked her straight in the body. Right after dodging the chair, Karma laughed and said, what are you doing? Are you trying to dance, ballet or something? Loyalty like that is admirable, but everything has its order. I'll take my time to show you all my love. So why rush? It seems you want to go earlier than the others, right? I'll do as you wish. A second later, the girl screamed, what are you doing? I already said I'm hurt. But the other students in the classroom stood there trembling in fear, unable to do anything but watch. A moment later, Karma, still smiling, said, I'm exhausted. Well, the game is over and I didn't even need to use a rope. The girl who was tied up with her own hair by Karma screamed, I told you to take this off, you crazy girl. But Karma just pulled her by the hair and said, you're going to hit me with that chair earlier. Right? Desks aren't meant to be used like that. Watch me carefully. This is how you do it. Karma grabbed the girl's head and slammed it onto a nearby desk, repeatedly lifting and slamming it down forcefully. The other students in the class, especially those who sided with Song Eun-jin, were terrified. Meanwhile, the girl being slammed pleaded, stuttering, I'm sorry. Please stop. Moon Yejin, seeing this, Moon Yejin, who had been watching, wanted to jump in to help, but just then someone said, class president. Hearing this, Moon Yejin responded, I'll go get the teacher. The girl's head was bloodied from being slammed down and Karma continued by raising her foot and kicking her straight in the head. This kick was so powerful that the girl likely passed out immediately after finishing with her. Karma smiled and said, all right then, now it's our princess's turn, isn't it? The girl referred to as the princess was terrified and started backing away, saying, what? I didn't do anything to you. Didn't do anything. Do you think I'm blind? I saw the nasty face you made behind my back, so don't make me angrier. Come here quickly. When the girl hesitated, Karma said, don't want to come, then don't bother. I'll come to you myself. The girl, seeing Karma approaching, continued to back away, stammering, I told you not to come near me. In her panic, she tripped and fell to the ground. Seeing her fall, Karma laughed and said, why are South Korean girls so weak? Earlier, the orange-haired girl also fell flat on her face. You can't run away with trembling legs like that. The girl on the ground grabbed a box cutter and screamed, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll stab you with this. Damn it, I'm not joking. I'll really stab you. I mean it. Do you hear me? Seeing this? Karma smiled and said, really? Then go ahead, try it. Come on. Do it. The girl, now shaking uncontrollably, couldn't bring herself to attack Karma with the knife. Karma continued to smile and said, see, you're all talk and no action. Hearing this, the girl's emotions reached their breaking point and she lunged at Karma with the knife, but Karma dodged it. The girl didn't give up and kept slashing wildly in Karma's direction. After a while, she put all her strength into one final attempt, stabbing the box cutter straight at Karma. Karma dodged it again and used the opportunity to grab the girl's hand, forcing her to the ground. The girl cried out in pain as she was slammed to the ground, dropping the knife in the process, lying there in agony. She was helpless as Karma grabbed her by the hair and yanked her head up smiling. Karma said, "Why do you always make such a big deal out of things with just this much? She won't die, so don't worry. I've tried killing before, so I know it's not that easy to die. Stop pretending to be the victim and keep playing with me." We had to finish the game right. As soon as Karma finished speaking, she swung her leg up and kicked the girl hard in the midsection. The kick sent the girl crashing into the storage box in front of her. A moment later, she shakily pushed her body out of the storage box, but at that moment, Karma delivered another kick straight to her head, forcing her head into the storage box. After taking 2 kicks, the girl completely lost consciousness. Seeing this, the entire class finally began screaming, "Call 119. When are the teachers going to get here?" The class president said she was going to get the teachers, but how did everything end up like this? Isn't she mentally ill? She just transferred here and she's already doing all this. It's terrifying hearing them talk. Karma shouted, "All of you. Shut up. Listen, my dear classmates, even though I didn't do these things to be praised. Why shouldn't I? Karma feel uncomfortable. Look over there. These rebellious girls are disrupting the atmosphere in this classroom. Don't you see? I Karma have handled everything for you so you can put your fears aside. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? You little weaklings. Isn't that right? Hey Song Eun-jin, how long are you going to pretend to be dead? Haven't you found someone to help you yet? If you have any conscience, stand up right now. A lot of people get beaten up just because they like to cause trouble. How can there be fools who only endure being beaten? In the old days, a leader who guided others had to take responsibility if lost a fight and face the consequences. Right? Wait, what's this? Where did Song Eun-jin go?" At that moment, a voice rang out. Brother Song Eun-jin was calling out. "Call my brother. That crazy girl is trying to kill me, brother, please help me." As she struggled to open the door, she screamed. "Gym class is over. Why is the back door still locked?" At that moment, Karma rushed at Song Eun-jin with incredible speed, kicking her hard in the back, forcing the door open. It was a perfect kick, leaving everyone nearby in shock. Karma then grabbed Song Eun-jin by the collar and lifted her, saying, "Hey Song Eun-jin, you ask me if I fight, right? So what do you think of me now once you've been beaten? Answer me." After Karma said this, she immediately punched Song Eun-jin in the face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Karma continued to punch her wildly, saying, "Can I hit you a little just like this? Why aren't you answering me, Song Eun-jin? I'm asking you. You idiot, say something." As she punched, Karma laughed maniacally throughout the hallway. The scene then shifts to a moment where Lee Myong-jun is reading Karma's medical records. The classification of psychiatric patients during the evaluation process matches the symptoms of explosive mental disorders. Like other psychopathic murderers, she's fascinated by red blood and loud screams. Her inherent nature tends to enjoy stimulation, and among these stimuli, she particularly enjoys drilling into a person's face when they lose consciousness. Back in the present, Karma was smiling with satisfaction as she looked at Song Eun-jin's face, saying, "Song Eun-jin, you look really beautiful." Now, a little later at Lee Myong-jun's office, Director Beck rushed in looking alarmed and said, "Vice President." Seeing him, Lee Myong-jun calmly responded, "You barged in without knocking. It seems Karma has caused some trouble." Director Beck gritted his teeth and said, "1 week." Even though she couldn't hold back, Karma still pretended to be a victim for a whole week. "You said that was the first step of the plan, didn't you?" To be honest, I didn't expect her to last even 2 days, let alone a week, but it hasn't even been 2 days, hasn't even been 2 periods, and the school has already contacted me. What should we do next? We need to follow the plan once we've decided to execute it. We can't afford to let things go wrong from the beginning. To be honest, even the vice president knew this was going to happen, didn't you? So what exactly are you thinking at that moment? Lee Myong-jun's voice rang out. "I think I am feeling quite anxious myself. Those children are also struggling in pain. I want to see them within the next hour. My conscience can't bear this. What has happened has happened. So Director Beck, let's focus on the present now, therefore, confirm exactly what the situation is." Back at the school, the teachers and the school nurse were dragging Karma outside. As she was being pulled out, Karma was still smiling and looked toward Moon Yejin, who was glaring back at her angrily, the two locked eyes looking as if they wanted to devour each other. At that moment, Song Eun-jin's mother arrived at the school shouting loudly, "Where's the homeroom teacher? Get out here." "Where's the homeroom teacher?" Hearing her, the gym teacher came out and said, "Today, Ms. Min Young is away for training. So temporarily, but before he could finish his sentence, Song Eun-jin's mother started yelling, "Useless people. I only want to talk to the homeroom teacher. Is this the girl who beat up my Song Eun-jin? Oh my. Look at her malicious eyes. She thinks she's done something great, doesn't she? How could you do this to my Song Eun-jin? What are we supposed to do with her face now if Song Eun-jin can't get married because of this? Can you take responsibility for that?" Hearing this, Karma smiled and responded, "Mrs. Song Eun-jin, your words are too arrogant. If Song Eun-jin has trouble finding a husband, it's due to her personality, not my actions." "What did you say? You little brat. You're completely crazy. Even if you apologize to us, it won't be enough." At that moment, the gym teacher stepped in to calm the situation. "Mrs. Song Eun-jin, please calm down first." "Calm down. Calm down. About what? Where were you when this happened to my daughter? You little brat. Do you have any idea how scary the world is? Do you know who my husband is? He's the director of Megan Trading Company. My husband and the principal of this school are like brothers. I'll make sure you regret this." "Vice principal. Call her parents immediately." As the vice principal was making the call, suddenly the sound of sobbing could be heard. It was coming from Jira. Seeing this, "Sun Gun." Jin's mother asked, "What's this? Are you crying?" At that moment, Karma began to cry loudly, saying, "This is too much. I'm the real victim here. I was only defending myself. Why are you treating me like this? What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't believe me, look at this." Karma took off her shirt revealing her injuries and said, "This is what happened. Song Eun-jin did this as part of a welcome ceremony for new students." Seeing the wounds on Karma's body, the teachers were all shocked. One teacher in a state of disbelief said, "These wounds, they're from cigarette burns. Right? My God, doing that to a girl's body, there are so many injuries on her." Hearing this, Song Eun-jin immediately protested. "I didn't do that." Meanwhile, Karma was smiling as she watched everyone and thought to herself, "So how's this? It's going to be complete chaos. Song Eun-jin, you have no idea what this is, do you? I left a few marks on my way to school, and it turns out they were exactly the right ones. It was a bit difficult to secretly get the cigarettes from the manager, but stepfather, did you see that? But is how you deal with people like them? What's the point of making me wait for weeks? My body doesn't feel pain anyway. All I need to do is threaten and hurt myself." At the same time, Song Eun-jin was in shock, unable to process the situation or figure out how to respond. Her mother then spoke up asking Song, "Jin, you told me you quit smoking. Were you lying to me?" "Mom, that's not important right now. She's just trying to scare us. She's the one who threatened me, and she's the one who's wrong. She made her lackeys hold me down and beat me. What nonsense are you spewing, you little bitch? Do you even know what brand of cigarettes I smoke? Guess what it is immensely but you don't know, do you? You don't know, so you can't answer, right?" Karma responded. "I don't know the names of South Korean cigarettes," which left Song Eun-jin momentarily speechless. At the same time, Song Eun-jin's mother, still furious, said, "In any case, hitting a girl in the face like that, is that normal? Both Sehee and Sunun, from the same class, were also injured. I heard one of them had to go to the emergency room to get stitches. As the president of the Parents Association, I absolutely cannot overlook this. Even if a disciplinary hearing is held, I will make sure you're punished according to the rules." She then turned to the vice principal. "When will you be able to reach your parents?" "Ma'am, I've just connected with them. You can speak with them on the phone now." As soon as Song Eun-jin's mother grabbed the phone, she shouted, "Hello?" The voice on the other end calmly replied, "It's a pleasure to speak with you. Are you the mother of Song Eun-jin?" "Yes, that's right. I'm Song Eun-jin's mother. Do you know the condition my daughter is in right now? You better come here immediately. Kneel and beg for my forgiveness." "Sorry, but that might be a bit difficult," came the response. "What?" she exclaimed. "You see, I'm a very busy person, so I probably won't be able to come to the school today. I'd like to meet with you separately to discuss matters related to compensation. I'll inform you of the date, time, and place for now. I'll be hanging up." After Lee Myung-jun hung up the phone, Song Eun-jin's mother kept shouting, "Hello, hello," but to no avail. She then exclaimed, "Unbelievable. He just hung up without even listening. Like father, like daughter. Both are horrible. Hey, Karma. Just wait. I didn't know you had such a great father. I'll make sure you can never show your face in society for the rest of your life." After saying this, she took her daughter and left the teachers in the room sigh in relief as she walked away. Meanwhile, Karma was deep in thought, just as I expected. It seems like my stepfather is really angry. No instructions over the phone, but stepfather, your methods are too roundabout. I'll find a better way than yours. A way that will allow me to thoroughly torment Song Eun-jin later. Back in the classroom, Moon Yejin was sitting in thought. Karma, no matter how I think about it, it's strange. At first she seemed to be trying to stop Song Eun-jin, and I thought it was just an act of simple righteousness. But now that everything has unfolded, it seems like from the very beginning, she wasn't looking to pick a fight with Song Eun-jin, but using Song Eun-jin as an excuse like that. Karma seems to have a weird obsession with justice. From what I've heard, she said she was punishing the bullies in the class, so everyone should have praised her. Right? It's strange, like someone from the outside is forcing her to swap identities illegally. Karma, North Korean refugee with unclear origins. Even though she's a minor, she has high combat ability. When provoked, she can cause serious harm. So what's her true identity? Did she really just happen to beat up Song Ji today, or was it just a coincidence? At that moment, Song Eun-jin opened the door and entered the classroom. Seeing her, Moon Yejin asked, "What's up? You didn't leave early." Song Eun-jin, angered by Moon Yejin's words, snapped. "What took you so long to call the teachers? How could it take that long? You should have brought a truck full of teachers at that time." "Well, let's see. Unfortunately, I don't have a truck driver's license, so I couldn't do that." Song Eun-jin. "In any case, was getting the teachers the most important thing? Damn it. Let me guess. Why did you deliberately take so long to get here? You were scared. You were afraid your actions would be exposed, right? If Karma saw you leading the teachers, she would have turned on you. That doesn't fit your character, does it? If that had happened, your act as the bookish class president would be exposed as just a facade. Afraid of that. You let me take the beating back there, didn't you? At that moment?" Moon Yejin's voice rang out. "Hey, Song Eun-jin. What's up?" A second later, a book flew straight into Song Eun-jin's face, followed by a kick to her stomach. The force of the kick sent Song Eun-jin flying 10 meters away, having just been beaten. She started crying again. Moon Yejin took off her glasses and said, "Damn it, what a nuisance. So what if I purposely came late? What can a tiny insect like you do to me?" Hearing those words, Song Eun-jin, feeling hurt, said, "Are you crazy? My mom just went to the teacher's office." "So what? Bring your mom back and let's see what happens next." "Our sweet little Song Eun-jin, don't think you're some kind of queen. It seems like you've forgotten something. You're just a nobody. Your family, your protection, even your looks, none of it really belongs to you. You're just like a cute little puppy. No more, no less. If I were you right now, I wouldn't be trembling here. I'd start buttering up to my brother, the most popular guy in school. That's what I plan to do anyway." "What the hell, you little puppy? Are you nuts talking like this? I must have been crazy to even think about being friends with you after Song Eun-jin left." Moon Yejin thought, that's right, Lee Myung-jun, his daughter died, yet he was too forgiving, letting everything slide. If Lee Myung-jun really is behind Karma, things will become clearer through his actions today. For now, I'll keep an eye on things to figure out how to deal with this. It's not too late to consider the situation and plan my next move. A little while later, a young man appeared laughing. "You look awful. Look at that swollen face of yours. Is that a face or an abstract painting? Hey, my brother, my sister got beaten up like this and you're still laughing. What's wrong now, you little brat? Stop yelling. It's hurting my ears. This is the senior class. You idiot brother. Don't you know what's going on? She hit me." "Meaning she's challenging your authority." "Well, you're not wrong, but it's not very motivating, you know?" "Motivating? What do you mean? So you got beaten up, huh? But was she pretty at that moment?" Song Eun-jin took out her phone and showed it to her brother. "Look, Karma. How about now? Feeling motivated?" Her twisted brother started laughing. Maniacally, "Your brother is drooling over here." Song Jin-woo, 18 years old, involved in the school violence case related to the daughter of Vice President Lee Myung-jun. He's accused of illegal filming and group sexual assault. Seeing her brother's expression, Song Eun-jin thought, "Karma. You're done for. Many people have been bullied by this scumbag and couldn't do anything about it. How dare you mess with me? Just wait. Karma, I'll beat you and make you regret it after school." Song Jin-woo's gang was eyeing Karma and laughing. Song Jin-woo walked up and said, "Wow, you're even cooler in person. Even your cheap expressions look beautiful. The famous North Korean girl, Karma, to celebrate your arrival in South Korea. We'll make sure you feel comfortable." At that moment, Song Eun-jin chimed in. "Hey spy. Are you scared now? Do you realize who you've messed with? Feeling scared, aren't you? You fool. You messed with the wrong people." Spy. At that moment, Song Jin-woo approached Karma laughing. "Look at this. Are you glaring at me? I like that even more. It's more exciting than those who just cry and whine. Last time Lee Hyena did the same. I treated her so well, but she left this world. What a fool. Hey, don't pay attention to those guys behind you. They're just a screen to block your escape. But this screen is thick, isn't it? I purposely let them block you like this. You won't escape. Anyway, so how about we stop struggling? You've heard the basics, right? Let's officially begin the artistic activity of mine. You guys take off her shirt. At his command, his lackeys rushed forward. In Karma's mind, she was thinking, can a girl really overpower a group of boys with her bare hands? Girls versus boys. The difference in physical capability between the two genders is beyond imagination. The battle between the two genders began in 1991. The undefeated female fighter, the strongest ever, won 4 gold medals in the World Games. On the other hand, the male champion in the same category was anonymous in terms of height, stature, and career. Everything about him was inferior to his opponent, a rare event, and the result was a resounding victory for the male contender. He won after just 2 rounds. He wasn't an opponent she could win against. It was all because he was a man. He overwhelmingly dominated the supposedly invincible female fighter. A woman's strength is only about 70% of that, of a man of the same weight. Even when considering the average weight difference between men and women, a woman's strength is usually 60% lower than that of a man. In other words, no matter how skilled a female warrior is, being overwhelmed by a group of men is almost inevitable. But if it's Karma, she can do it. How is that possible? The first ability of Yoon Karma is hysterical. Strength, a physiologist, was the first to clarify this physiological state, which is caused by an increase in adrenaline. As a result, strength also increases. Karma's thighs were deformed. Due to a biological experiment on living humans conducted by the North Korean government, her body can freely increase adrenaline levels. In this state, Karma can deliver her strongest punch equivalent to that of a heavyweight mailbox boxer. After Karma punched 1 or 2 of them, the remaining ones were terrified and said to each other, "What the hell?" The sound of her punch is like a watermelon exploding. What is this? Minchul just got blown away. Is this even real? Forget about avenging Song Jinwoo's sister. Should we just go home? Seeing his lackeys talking like this, Song Jinwoo shouted angrily, "You useless, cowardly idiots, a whole group of you and you're this useless. Just surround her and it'll be fine." Surround her. As Karma was being surrounded, she calmly observed her surroundings. Suddenly she sprinted off somewhere, ran up a wall, and then launched herself into the air. In front of her was one of the lackeys, and a second later, she kneed him straight in the face. She didn't stop there. She grabbed his hair and slammed his head into the metal railing nearby. This caused many of the others to become terrified. One of them started trembling and rushed forward yelling, "Stop it, you bitch." Meanwhile, Director Beck continued his report. Karma's second ability is to adjust her perception of time, making others appear slow, corresponding to superhuman reaction speed. Karma has endured the use of stimulants many times, which has caused a deformation in the nerve cells responsible for motor functions and sensory perception. Therefore, with ordinary punches from a normal person, they absolutely cannot touch Karma. In reality, Karma was continuously dodging the punches from the guys. Using her incredible speed, she delivered a punch to each of their faces. 2 of them collapsed, like felled trees. One of them, still trembling, charged at her only to be met with a swift kick to the face from Karma. Director Beck continued his report. Karma's reaction speed is about 27 milliseconds. Her reaction time is equivalent to that of a cat, 10 times faster than that of a normal person. At that moment, one of the guys managed to grab Karma, shouting, "I've got her, get up, you idiots. I can't hold her down on my own." One of the guys who had been kicked in the face was slowly getting up, gritting his teeth. He charged at her saying, "You're just like a dog running after me." He threw a punch, but Karma dodged it effortlessly and then kicked him hard in the stomach, causing him to collapse in pain. The guy who was still holding onto Karma's neck suddenly felt her hand reach down and squeeze his groin. This caused him to scream in pain, "You bitch my balls." Even though he was in agony, Karma didn't let go. He begged, "I'm sorry. Please let me go. Please have mercy," with a cold expression. Karma squeezed even harder. The guy who had been kicked in the ribs earlier witnessed this and was terrified. His face contorted in fear, and a moment later he turned and ran away shouting, "Damn it. There are no words to describe how crazy she is. Song Jinwoo, I'm out of here." Seeing him run, Karma quickly got up and charged at him, kicking him hard in the back. The impact sent him flying into a nearby car, raising his hand. He cried, "Please spare me." A moment later, Karma slammed his head down. After dealing with the group, Karma smiled and said, "Now only the big brother with the blonde hair is left. Right? Why is everyone just standing there in shock? Didn't you all say you were going to make me feel better? I really hate people who just talk and do nothing. Everything's just getting started, so don't let the atmosphere get so tense. Stop standing around like that and get moving." Song Eun-jin, hearing Karma's words, was absolutely terrified. She quickly shoved her brother Song Jinwoo forward and said, "Damn it, brother, do something. You are the boss of this school." Song Jinwoo, confused by his sister's words, thought, what the hell is this crazy girl talking about? Is this really the time to be thinking about who's the boss? She wants me to handle that thing. There's no other option, but to running is the only way out. Karma, noticing his hesitation, smiled and said, planning to run away. If you're going to run, then hurry up, big brother. Unlike others, I actually enjoy watching people try to escape, but do you really think a useless guy who can't even fight will be good at running away? Don't you think you're being overly optimistic? I'm someone who escaped from North Korea, so whether you and that girl try to hide in North Korea or even in hell, I'll follow you to the very end. After hearing these words, Song Jinwoo in a fit of rage threw a punch at her, shouting, "You wretched girl. Don't you dare provoke me. You disrespectful brat." As his punch flew towards her, Karma stepped back and dodged it, continuously evading his attacks. Then Song Jinwoo managed to land a punch, sending Karma flying backward. After hitting her, he breathed heavily and said, "Damn it, I'm not that stupid." Karma, who had taken the punch, noticed her arm bruising, but she still smiled and said, "I guess since you're a boxer your punches are pretty strong. Alright, now I have to treat this like a tough boxing match." Song Jinwoo, furious, charged at her, yelling, "You bitch, stop talking nonsense. Take my punches, you wretched girl." He kept throwing punches. But Karma dodged them all. During this, Karma began to counterattack. Thinking he had the upper hand, Song Jinwoo swung another punch, but Karma ducked under it. Realizing she had evaded his attack, Song Jinwoo thought in panic, if she lands a hit, now I'm done for. I need to stop her a second. Later, Karma's fist landed squarely on Song Jinwoo's side. After taking the hit, he immediately put some distance between himself and Karma. Despite the situation, Karma continued to smile and said, "You managed to block that punch. I guess you're not the top dog here for nothing." Meanwhile, Song Jinwoo was standing in a defensive stance thinking, damn, what kind of punch was that? Even though I managed to block it, it still wore me out. But even so, this is just the beginning. After thinking this, he burst out laughing. Karma noticed and asked, "What's so funny? Why are you laughing like a madman?" "Laughing? I'm laughing because this is turning out to be even better than I expected." He replied, "From the start of the semester, I planned to become the top dog of this school. There was a time when I fought the leader of the neighboring school. Did you know about that? That bastard was 185 centimeters tall and weighed 115 kilograms. He was pretty bulky, which gave him an advantage. He was even stronger than you, but I still beat him. I didn't know what to do with someone who was my equal, but I had to admit he was tough, even though I didn't want to. But with your strength, do you really think you're stronger than that fat pig?" "I don't think so." Song Jinwoo then charged at Karma, throwing punches, but she dodged them all. After a while, he began to notice that he was starting to land hits on her. He thought, it seems like her dodging speed has slowed down. She's getting tired. This isn't as hard as I thought it would be. She used up all her strength earlier in the fight, so now she's exhausted. The way to deal with an opponent when they're exhausted is to keep hitting them relentlessly without giving them a break. Eventually, they'll make a mistake out of fatigue. He concluded as Karma stumbled back, her leg caught on a treadmill. Song Jinwoo noticed and thought, this is it. Now's the time to strike with everything I've got. He then threw a punch with all his strength toward Karma, but at that moment he exclaimed in shock. Where did she go? What the hell is this? How did she manage to dodge that? On the other side, Director Beck was reporting to Lee Myung-jun the third physical state of Karma involves her jumps combined with her body strength. Karma, through stress-induced disorder, has already demonstrated the ability to manifest the power of a heavyweight fighter with a body weight of just 48 kilograms. There was a time she could lift weights up to 250 kilograms, although her lower body weighs less than 50 kilograms. What would happen if she were to squat 250 kilograms? Her opponents should consider that. Meanwhile, in the current reality, Song Eun-jin was crying, "Brother, wake up. What are we supposed to do if you die? Damn it. You're the boss of this school. How can you, the boss, lose to a little girl like this? Stop lying there and get up. Get up and fight properly." Song Jinwoo, furious, cursed at Song Eun-jin. "Damn it. Why don't you try fighting her? Huh?" At that moment, Karma's voice echoed. "You took that beating and still managed to get up. The resilience of a person isn't determined by their appearance. You know, it's been a while since I've fought someone with such stamina. How thrilling. Get up and keep playing with me." Song Eun-jin's big brother. Hearing this, Song Jinwoo thought, damn it. I have to admit she's winning. I can't beat her with just my own strength, but there's no one in this world as far as I know with such crazy strength. I'm 183 centimeters tall and weigh 92 kilograms. I have a clear advantage over that girl. I can only win if I can leverage my weight in a favorable situation. I still don't understand what caused this situation. But judging by the fight so far, she uses long-distance fighting techniques. Saying she's preparing for attacks isn't accurate, her center of gravity is too high. The answer lies in this arena. Although I'm not an expert in this field, I've learned some basic techniques from my seniors during training. I have to pretend to use a fake strategy while practicing martial arts. I'll defeat you with the Takada technique, Song Jinwoo thought. Seeing him charge at her, Karma laughed and said, "You're attacking me without any plan. Don't you know that undisciplined fights like this are always useless against me?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Myongjun was talking with Director Beck. "You're aware of Karma's abilities, right? Director Beck. But isn't it too dangerous for Karma if she gets caught in a grappling hold when she's pinned to the ground? Her vision will be severely compromised. If a heavy target like Song Jinwoo gets on top, even her strength will be hindered and he could overpower her in such a situation. Even someone like Karma would have a hard time winning, don't you think?" Back in the fight, Song Jinwoo was now pinning Karma to the ground and said, "I've got you now, you wretched girl. Let's see you try to escape this vice president." Do you know how Karma feels when she trains in martial arts? Beyond her extraordinary physical abilities, everything else is quite ordinary. However, there is one type of martial art that she excels in, which can be called natural talent. At this moment, Karma is lowering her body beneath Song Jinwoo, causing his punch to miss its target. Karma grabs his leg and begins to twist it naturally, forcing his body to rotate, finding himself now underneath her. Song Jinwoo panicked and exclaimed, "What the hell? How is this happening?" Karma quickly grabs Song Jinwoo's arm. Director Beck's voice continues. "As I've mentioned before, Karma has cat-like reflexes from the very start. It's impossible for an ordinary person to defeat Karma. If anyone does manage to take her down, it would only excite her even more in the present." Karma is laughing. "Sometimes I get bored of boxing. You must feel the same way, right? I've gone through so many difficult stages. Now are you ready to face any challenge? Well then, Song Eunjin's brother. I'm going to break it now." With that, Karma suddenly twists Song Jinwoo's arm, causing him to scream in pain. The group with Song Eunjin watches in. Song Eunjin, overwhelmed by fear, runs away shouting, "Hurry, call the police!" Seeing Song Eunjin leave, Song Jinwoo angrily shouts, "Hey, you selfish brats. Are you just going to leave me here? Go and get the police now." Meanwhile, Karma laughs and says, "Don't call them brother, Song Eunjin. She doesn't have a sense of loyalty, but what kind of brother calls his sister a dog? Even though you only have one arm left. There's still fun to be had because I just came up with a really interesting idea. Want to hear about this fun idea I just had? I will break your remaining 2 arms and 2 legs and then create a 4-legged person," Karma threatened. Hearing her words, Song Eunjin fearfully said, "Wait, think carefully. If you only break 1 arm, things can still be resolved. But creating a 4-legged person, do you have the courage for that? Aren't you responsible for my life?" "Responsible? What are you talking about? I don't understand such complicated matters. All I know is that your yelling has made me miss it for a very long time," Karma replied. After speaking, she immediately broke Song Eunjin's leg. Song Eunjin's screams echoed down the street. Moments later, all of Song Eunjin's arms and legs were broken. Seeing this, Karma stood there laughing and said, "Now your entire body can't move. Just like a newborn baby." After hearing Karma say that, Song Eunjin, who was lying underneath, still opened her mouth to curse her. "You crazy slut. You damn dog." As soon as she finished speaking, Karma stomped her foot onto Song Jinwoo's groin and said, "Whether you're a South Korean or a North Korean, a man who has issues truly has problems. I heard that recently you've been doing a lot of depraved things with other people's daughters. I heard that some of them have even committed suicide. Damn it. What are you planning to do? Are those sluts your relatives? Why is this brother of yours so stupid? I just crossed the border here and you think you have any relation to them? I'm doing this just to satisfy my own desires. I've been very curious about this for a long time. Guys like you place too much importance on this stuff. Why do you keep touching it? It makes you guys so weak. I once researched on the South Korean wiki and male penis is the organ equivalent to the female ovaries. So to sum it up, the pain from kicking a man's testicles is equivalent to stomping on a woman's ovaries. It causes pain in the penis." After hearing that, I wanted to learn more about it. Hearing these words from Karma, Song Jinwoo cried and begged her not to do this, but Karma paid no attention to his pleas. She laughed and told him to cry his heart out. Song Eunjin's brother, Karma said, then reached down and squeezed Song Jinwoo's penis. This squeeze caused Song Jinwoo's nerves to become numb, and he screamed in pain more agonizing than death. Meanwhile, Song Eunjin's group also heard the screams. They were panicking and trying to flee from the street. One of them paused and said, "Is it not chasing us?" Song Jinwoo screaming has stopped. "So everything should be okay, right?" "I don't know." Another replied, "But honestly I think it's a bad sign." "Still, it should be fine, right? Why are there so few people around here? If there were more people, maybe we could ask for help." Hearing them talk, Song Eun-jin responded, "When they do that kind of thing to girls, they put up warning signs to keep others away. So until we get off this street, we won't meet anyone. Why did they do such things? It's so annoying. Those damned, useless perverts. Anyway, it hasn't chased us so far, so we should be okay. Right? But I haven't seen Karma anywhere." Upon hearing the song, Song Eun-jin panicked and looked back thinking, not seeing Karma at all. On this wide road, everyone is here, but Karma is nowhere to be seen. Someone asked Song Eun-jin, "What's wrong? Why aren't you running? What's happening? Take a break. Shut up and run. You dog." She snapped. "Why do we have to keep running? Who's coming after us? Think about it. We've been running for about 3 minutes now and there's nobody around. So in such a short time, that crazy girl has disappeared without a trace. I don't understand what's happening, but I have a really bad feeling, so let's keep looking forward and keep running." At that moment, Karma suddenly blocked their path with a mini electric scooter crashing straight into Song Eun-jin's leg, causing her to fall and scream in pain. Karma then stood before and smiling as she said, well, it seems our dear Song Eun-jin says one thing but does another. Why are you running while looking backward instead of forward?" Sehee, puzzled, asked what's going on? How is Karma in front of us? Well, how should I put it? I used a mini electric scooter to catch up from behind and then move ahead. Thanks to this scooter, which might have been modified, I probably exceeded the speed limit in America. They call this toning, I think. Anyway, I assume everyone's calmed down now, though, from the way you're talking, it doesn't seem like it. It's no good. I think you all need some proper education. It's time for some review. My cute little friend Sehee, hearing this, was terrified and started running away shouting, "I don't want this." Karma watched her run inside, then revved up the electric scooter and said, "Are you trying to bother me more?" A second later, Karma speeded towards Sehee, who was running while looking back in fear. In just a moment, Karma grabbed her by the hair, pulling her back to where the two sisters were. Karma smiled slowly and said, "Look at this idiot. Don't you know that a scooter is faster than running on 2 legs? If anyone else wants to exfoliate their skin on the asphalt, just say so. I'll strip you down to make you feel cooler." A little while later, all 3 sisters were kneeling on the ground. Karma asked them, "Now tell me, what were you planning to do after I strip you all down?" "What's wrong?" Not answering. "Hey Song Eun-jin, give me your phone." "What? Why should I give you my phone?" Song Eun-jin responded. Hearing this, Karma kicked Song Eun-jin's knee, making her scream in pain, "My knee. I told you to give it to me, didn't I? Why can't you do it right away?" Karma insisted. Song Eun-jin quickly handed her phone to Karma, who took it and smiled. "Let's see. Should I open Song Eun-jin's photo album? What do we have here? Aren't these nude photos of Jun from our class? Why do you have so many of these pictures on your phone? Are you running a modeling agency or something?" Song Eun-jin. "None of your business, you bitch." Song Eun-jin. This behavior led her to receive another kick to the knee. "Why is it not my business? Just one zip up. And you would be taking nude photos of me too, wouldn't you? After taking my photos, you'd use them to hold me hostage to control me, right? Yes, you're right. So get your foot off me." Song Eun-jin screamed. Karma removed her foot from Song Eun-jin's leg, thinking, even though I told them earlier that I was feeling annoyed. I don't really understand why people make such a big deal out of nudity. What's so bad about being naked? According to my stepfather, my brain lost the nerves responsible for shame due to an overdose of drugs. Could it be that my lack of embarrassment about nudity is related to those nerves? Whatever. Let's just forget it. For ordinary people, revealing nude photos is a terrible thing. That's right. No need to overthink it. I've come up with something to replace my stepfather's plan. After thinking it over, Karma returned the phone to Song Eun-jin. Song Eun-jin, puzzled, said, "You're just giving it back to me like that?" Before she could finish her sentence, Karma smashed her phone. Song Eun-jin cried out, "My phone!" Song Eun-jin. "I had a dream earlier." Karma said, "What kind of dream, you bitch?" Song Eun-jin snapped. "Starting today, I'm going to be a photographer. I looked through your photo album earlier and saw you have hundreds of pictures of those poor girls. Even though you took their money, you didn't take proper photos for them. So what's the point of taking pictures? Some kids say it's quite fun. I'm going to give you 2 choices. 1, take off your clothes and cooperate with me in taking pictures, or 2, I'll knock you all unconscious and strip you myself." Hearing this, one girl hands together in desperation, pleading, "Karma, we were wrong. Please forgive us just this once. We'll do whatever you say." Please don't take nude photos of me upon hearing her plea. Karma kicked her in the face saying, okay, so you choose option 2, unconscious. It is now you two. Make your choice. If you can't decide, I'll choose for you. Song Eun-jin and another girl were terrified upon hearing this. The scene shifts to Lee Myung-jun's office outside. Chief Beck was standing there deep in thought. That child, Karma, I knew she would do something like this. She's going to ruin everything that the vice president carefully prepared. Karma's task was very simple. First, take advantage of her unique physique. That doesn't feel pain or shame. Endure the bullying from Song Eun-jin's gang for 2 to 3 weeks and use that as a reason to organize a disciplinary committee on school violence during summer vacation. At that point, the vice president would sway the juvenile court judge who would sentence Song Eun-jin to community service as a punishment. At this point, the juvenile judge would assign her to a social volunteer facility, a welfare center for the disabled on a remote island. Essentially, it's a place where psychological torture runs rampant. Isolating the entire Song Eun-jin family from the outside world for 200 hours where they would endure relentless torment. This was the revenge plan that the vice president and I devised. If we were to make the ferry returning from that island sink and turn it into an accident, silencing them would be even easier. But Karma ruined that plan because she couldn't control her emotions. In a moment of weakness, everything fell apart. To be honest, this was always an impossible plan from the start. One that relied on someone mentally unstable and incapable of controlling their emotions. The failure was anticipated and there was no other option left at that moment. Karma entered from outside humming happily. Chief Beck was shocked to see her. Karma noticed Chief Beck and smiled. Hello, Chief. Are you here to welcome me? Chief Beck, furious, responded. Karma, are you playing with us? I was just having some fun. She replied to the vice president. This was revenge for his poor daughter, the only daughter he ever had. But from the start, you turned everything into chaos. Karma interrupted him. Oh, come on, Chief. Every time I see you, I feel like you're not very flexible. I'm Karma and I've come up with a plan that's much better. What? You little. Before Chief Beck could finish, a voice from inside the room interrupted. Chief Beck, let her in. Yes, sir. But before you go in, I must tell you to behave yourself. Karma then opened the door and walked inside. Smiling stepdad. Karma is back. As soon as she said this, 4 people rushed out of the shadows. Lee Myung-jun, sitting on his cold, rigid chair, responded. Yes, Karma. I hear there was an incident on your first day at school, stepdad. She replied, do you really think it's fair to have these bodyguards with glasses? Hold down a delicate girl like me. Let's see. Lee Myung-jun began to meet Ji. You're more like a monster than a daughter. Even so, I once considered you my own. Stepdad here is very disappointed in you, my child. Perhaps you have your reasons, a legitimate reason for acting as you did, and someone like that deserves to be shot, as he once said. I did say I wouldn't forgive anyone who, driven by emotions, causes such consequences. Let's try to have a father-daughter talk for a while. Karma remained silent for a moment after hearing him speak, then she calmly said, of course, what do you want to talk about? Dad, why don't you start first? He replied, the plan from the department head is garbage. You were sure of that, weren't you? Karma said. The first day we met, you said you'd make sure everything Hyena went through would be repaid. I'll say exactly what you said, but I can assure you if we stick to your original plan, it'll only go so far. It won't be enough. You still don't get it. He responded coldly. Do you think that even 200 hours of torture from someone like you is enough to avenge Hyena with your fake personality? You're not thinking of making up some excuse about how you didn't meet my expectations. Are you? Maybe I am. Karma smirked, but I'm not talking about the extent of the torture. I'm talking about the types of torture. The types of torture? He asked. Yes, Dad, listen carefully. The revenge plan from the department head had no humiliation in it at all. Think about Hyena's diary, the one you read like it was a Bible. What did Song Eun-jin do to her in the mornings? She put a dog collar around her neck in front of the whole school. She even made her crawl into the boys' bathroom, didn't she? That humiliation is the debt Song Eun-jin owes Hyena. The physical pain I caused them is just the interest on that debt. But do you know what, Dad? Karma continued, that sense of shame only fully manifests when there are people watching. The humiliation Hyena felt wasn't just the shame of being seen by others, it was the helplessness of not knowing how to fight back. But why would you? Karma paused for effect. Just have Song Eun-jin locked up on some remote nameless island and tortured over a long period. I'm disappointed in you, Dad. You planned everything out, but that's all you came up with. You think you can do anything to avenge your daughter, but really you chose the easiest way to handle it because you're afraid of what others will think. Surely your idea of revenge isn't just a half-hearted effort like that, or have you lost your confidence? Hearing Karma's words, Director Beck angrily said, Karma, do you know what you're saying? There's nothing more to discuss. Mr. Vice President, please don't misunderstand me. This girl is just talking nonsense. If she really thought that way, she would have told us before taking any action. You shouldn't be fooled by such irrational talk. Lee Myung-jun raised his hand to stop. Director Beck, enough. Let me ask her one question. He looked directly at Karma and asked. You've suffered brain damage and I've heard you lack the nerve. That feels shame. So what exactly can you do? Can you perceive the humiliation of others? Karma calmly responded. I don't have that ability, but I can enjoy it. Lee Myung-jun raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Karma replied, you don't understand anything. Do you the feeling of humiliation and pain that Hyena endured, how unbearable it was? I might not fully grasp Song Eun-jin's emotions, but I know the taste of humiliation that attracted her. The twisted faces of people in pain. That's what I seek. Song Eun-jin needs to pay and her revenge must take place right here at the school where everyone can witness it. Lee Myung-jun remained silent for a long moment before speaking. All right. Although your approach seems somewhat impractical, it does have a certain logic to it. He continued. However, Karma Director Beck and I chose that island for the revenge, not to do it halfway. On the contrary, it's the most perfect way to deal with Song Eun-jin. I'll handle the rest myself. If you don't want to die, don't say another word. Tell me. In this chaotic situation, what would you do to exact revenge? Karma lifted her head, smiling at Lee Myung-jun, surprising Director Beck. After a moment, Lee Myung-jun asked, Director Beck, what do you think of Karma's plan? Director Beck pondered for a moment before replying. Rather than calling it a plan, it seems more like a way to handle an accident, but perhaps it's the best choice under the current circumstances. Lee Myung-jun nodded. Then we need to execute it quickly. If what Karma says is true, we need to address it right now. Yes, I'll contact Song Eun-jin's parents right away. No, Director Beck. Don't mention it here. Everyone please step out for a moment. I have something private to discuss with Karma. Upon hearing Lee Myung-jun's request, Director Beck and the others were startled and responded, No, Mr. Vice President, it's too dangerous for us to leave you alone with Karma. It's fine. Everyone out. Lee Myung-jun insisted. With that, Director Big signaled the security team to leave the room. A moment later, it was just Karma and Lee Myung-jun alone in the room. Karma stood up, smiling. Father, the men in this house are really insensitive, aren't they? How could they hold down a delicate girl? So roughly, Karma, Lee Myung-jun began. Do you know why I'm letting you off without any punishment this time? Or do you think you've proposed a better alternative to punishment? No need, Lee Myung-jun continued. You're in my house and I understand the nature of my revenge better than anyone. I felt something when I heard you speak. The perspective of a professional is important when it comes to hurting others. From today, the power to draft a revenge plan will be yours, Karma, but the chaos that happened today must never happen again. Do you understand? Karma responded. Thank you, Father, for giving me a chance to make things right. I'll do my best to meet your expectations. Good. Lee Myung-jun replied, and you will follow through with everything you're assigned, won't you? Of course, Father, Karma said, handing him recording device. I have this recording for you. It contains everything Song Eun-jin did today. I recorded it all. You worked faster than I expected, Lee Myung-jun remarked. The sounds we wanted have been captured. Shall we listen to the recording number 6? In that file you'll hear Lee Myung-jun's brother screaming so loud, it's amusing. I'm going to step out for a bit to rest. Please, excuse me, stepfather, Karma said as she made her way to the door before she even reached it. Lee Myung-jun had already started playing the 6th recording. The desperate screams of Song Jin-woo echoed through the room. Karma smiled and commented. You couldn't witness it firsthand. Huh. You got a bit of a hidden sadistic side too, don't you? Meanwhile, Lee Myung-jun tears mingling with laughter. Listen to the recording. Elsewhere, Song Jin-woo was crying out for his mother, who was also in tears, seeing her son with broken limbs and likely a shattered manhood on the other side. Song Jin-woo's father was furiously talking to someone on the phone, prepared to file charges immediately. How could my son end up crippled like this? Nothing else is more important than my son right now. I don't care how much the legal fees are. Assemble a team of 5 top lawyers specializing in assault cases and report to me at once. He hung up the phone and turned around only to be shocked. Oh, my daughter. Look at our princess's face. Princess, are you hurt anywhere else besides your face? No, nothing worse happened. Right? Song Eun-jin, recalling Karma's chilling words, began to cry as she thought. Behave yourself. Song Eun-jin. From today onwards, you'll be my puppet. Don't forget even for a minute that I hold your weakness in my hands. In the present song, Song Eun-jin sobbed. No, Dad, I'm not hurt anywhere else. Just then another phone call came through for Song Eun-jin's father, answering it with an air of authority. He snapped. So you're the guardian of that demon, huh? What? All right, I'll do that. A short while later, they arrived at a certain company. The mother, shocked, whispered to her husband, "This is really using force now." He replied, "It doesn't matter. He wants to settle here instead of at the school. It must be something similar to his adopted child." As they entered, he announced, "I am Song Jintaek of Noongun Group. Let's see just how impressive you are to be making settlement demands without mentioning the consequences. This could lead to something akin to a war between us." But as Song Jintaek stepped into the room, his face paled in shock. Seated before him was Lee Myongjun. "Long time, no. See, father of Song Eunjin, I'm Karma's stepfather." Lee Myongjun greeted them calmly. The couple, Song Jintaek and his wife, were in shock. In his mind he was thinking, vice chairman of Yahello Group, Lee Myongjun. Why is he here? So this is what it's all about. After all. Song Jintaek then spoke. Vice chairman Lee Myongjun. Even if our family caused trouble for your daughter in the past, this isn't the right way to handle it, is it? Song Jintaek's voice trembled slightly with restrained anger. "No matter what you're thinking, I can only see this as revenge. Tell me, am I wrong?" Lee Myongjun answered calmly, without a hint of agitation. "You misunderstand, Mr. Song. As I clearly stated at last year's press conference, I've already forgiven all the children involved. I meant it then, and I mean it now." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp. "If I had any intention of revenge, do you really think I'd waste my time like this? Such petty actions would be beneath me, Song Jintaek." The words, though spoken quietly, struck like a whip. Song Jintaek's face darkened, his anger boiling over. "Don't mock us," he snapped. "Do you think we're fools?" Clenching his fists, he barked. "If you're really saying this isn't about revenge, then you'd better come up with reasonable compensation. If you don't, I'll make sure everyone in this country knows that the future head of a major corporation is using his adopted child for personal revenge." Lee Myongjun, unfazed by the threat, responded, "Very well. From now on, I'll explain the compensation plan step by step so you understand it clearly. First of all, Mr. Song, I know you've been managing Noongun Trading Company and are looking to expand into Southeast Asia. Therefore, Hyundai Electronics will strongly support your company's market expansion." Song Jintaek during this thought. "A large corporation like Lee Myongjun's offering to support my private business," Lee Myongjun continued, "and Eunjin's mother, I heard you have a keen interest in the luxury stores of our group department stores. If you accept our proposal, I'll upgrade your membership card to VIP status immediately. I promise you'll receive priority on all the benefits we offer." After hearing this, Mrs. Song Jintaek said, "Do you think I would agree to those conditions?" With a blush and bull-like breathing, "You think I would betray my husband and children?" Lee Myongjun started saying, "But that's not all. I also heard that both sides of the family have a history of cancer, particularly Song Eunjin's grandmother, who recently overcame colon cancer. It was quite serious, wasn't it? But with cancer, there's always a risk of recurrence. The Yanang Hospital Cancer Center at our group's medical institute is renowned for having the most advanced cancer treatment technology in the country. For both of you, your parents, and even Song Eunjin and Song Jinwoo. If you wish to receive treatment at no cost, whenever cancer is detected, I guarantee to provide lifelong medical benefits for your entire family. Of course, regarding your son's testicle treatment, I'll ensure that there are no issues and will cover all the expenses for the recovery of his limbs as well as the rehabilitation process." He continued. "As for the extra settlement amount, I believe it's only fair to offer you compensation. It might be inadequate compared to the pain my stepdaughter has caused you." Mr. Song Jintaek, seeing the large sum of money in front of him, was astonished and said, "How much money is there here? My God, but after taxes, there's about 2 billion won in there. Aside from this money, we are planning to provide an apartment in Gangnam area now worth around 5 billion won, which will be under both of your names. Now, have I offered enough to compensate your family?" Song Jintaek, after hearing these words from Lee Myongjun, began to laughing, mentally overdrained. A second later, he had his hands together in delight and said, "Vice Chairman, I didn't think there was anyone like you in this world. As for my son, Song Jinwoo, yes, his lower half is completely destroyed. He's always been a bit wild, and I've been anxiously worrying about when he'd cause more trouble. And now with what's left of him down there, well, let's tie up the remaining one for a while." At this point, his wife, having heard what Song Jintaek said, leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Honey, listen to me for a moment. Think this through carefully. Something about this feels off for them to offer us such compensation. At the very least, we should ask for time to think it over, at least tonight." "Women," he responded. "Do you think I am that much of a fool, who can't even think for myself? I have everything planned out. So just trust me on this." Song Jintaek, after finishing his conversation with his wife, turned back with a smile and said, "So what do we do next?" Vice Chairman, we can draw up the contract right here, can't we? As the party offering compensation, I apologize, but the contents of this compensation agreement come with 2 conditions. What conditions? Vice Chairman, he asked. First, Lee Myung-jun continued. The matter of the school violence must be kept absolutely confidential. As someone constantly watched by the public, even a hint of controversy could turn into a major hassle. Song Jin-taek, thinking it was an easy condition, replied. I thought it might be something difficult. Of course, we'll keep it a secret. What's the other condition? Lee Myung-jun remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Karma. Come in. At this, Karma entered the room. Much to the shock of the couple. The second condition, Lee Myung-jun continued, is that this child can continue attending Enro High School. My adoptive daughter, Karma, will be able to adapt better to life in South Korea to help her adjust. She needs friends around her. I hope that your daughter Song Eun-jin can assist Karma with this. He then turned to Song Jin-taek saying, I understand that you have a close relationship with chairman of Enro High School. Can I trust you with this? That's my second condition. I trust that you'll do your utmost to help us, won't you? At this moment, Karma also spoke up. Eun-jin parents. I sincerely apologize for what I did to Song Eun-jin and her brother Song Jin-woo. I let my emotions get the better of me and couldn't control my actions. If you could give me a chance to make amends, I will do my best to correct my mistakes. Turning to Mrs. Song, she continued, and to Eun-jin's mother, I apologize for my disrespectful behavior in the teacher's office the other day. I know my apology may not be enough to earn your forgiveness for my rudeness, but I hope that in the future Song Eun-jin and I can become close friends. I'll work hard to correct my mistakes and hope to earn your praise, which I'll note in my diary. Eun-jin's mother, hearing Karma's words, was shocked and thought, if that's right, having a record that says she helped a defective student adapt to live here, then my daughter, Song Eun-jin, will give positive remarks for her university entrance application. Right. Karma continued. Yes, Mr. Song Eun-jin's father, if my friendship with Song Eun-jin remains strong, even after we graduate from high school, the cooperation between our 2 families will become an inseparable connection in business. Therefore, I hope you'll forgive me for the things I've done. Hearing Karma's words, Song Jin-taek and his wife smiled creepy and said, all right, Karma will support you in the future. They pretended, seemingly forgetting how their child had just been beaten. On the other side, Lee Myung-jun was also smiling to himself, thinking, perfect. With this move, Lee Myung-jun have gained the trust of Song Eun-jin's parents. We might as well say that we've legally purchased the right to bully Song Eun-jin. But don't get too excited. Director Song. This financial transaction isn't as fair as you imagine. After all, when you receive that money, you'll have to pay back double the damage. Karma was also smiling, thinking, look at their reaction. They have no idea about their daughter nude photos. And now I have another weakness of Song Eun-jin in my hands. Stepfather, I've gained the trust of Song Eun-jin's parents, and now the game is getting even more interesting, and nothing stands in our way. Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin was smiling and saying, Karma is probably on her knees begging and crying in front of my parents. Right now, she should know who my father is, right? If he were my dad, he would just make her disappear. My dad is close to chairman. And by paying for treatment and security, they'll probably go bankrupt and she'll surely disowned by her stepfather. In the end, the one who gets to smile last is me. Flashback to 1 year ago. Hyena now was sitting on the ground crying. Song Eun-jin, laughing, said, Hyena, bark for me. Come on, let's hear it. Hyena, with a belt around her neck, could only cry a moment later. Song Eun-jin yanked the belt, which was on Hyena's neck. Furious, Song Eun-jin said, you little bitch. Are you not going to bark properly? Bark like a dog, you little bitch. In pain from the pull, Hyena sobbed as she whimpered, waff waff. Hearing this, Song Eun-jin laughed again. Waff waff. Now let's hear you whine and then howl. She turned to the others and shouted, you pathetic. Dogs get lost. Such a disgusting pee smell. Is this place ever cleaned up or not? She turned to Hyena and said, since you've become a dog, lift one leg and pee in the urinal. She continued, I know your bladder must be about to bust. Think about how much water we made you drink this morning. She started giggling. You're not leaving until you pee there. Lunchtime is still far off. So take your time, won't you? Hyena, hearing this, could do nothing but continue crying. Back in the present. Lee Myung-jun awoke from his sleep, disturbed by the memory of Hyena's crying. Sitting up in a panic, he muttered, another nightmare. The contents of Hyena's diary keep haunting me every night, but I must remember every nightmare because those nightmares are the only way my poor Hyena could convey the suffering she endured. Hyena, your heart-wrenching cries. It's only now that your father can finally hear you. Never forgive me. Let me live in this hell forever so that I can become a demon to avenge you. Karma, standing on the balcony, noticed Lee Myung-jun and smiled. Stepfather couldn't sleep? Lee Myung-jun asked, and what about you? What are you still doing up at this hour? Oh, I was just too excited thinking about how I get to play with Song Eun-jin from now on. My heart's racing so much I can't sleep. She replied, grinning. Is that so? He remarked, a slight smile tugging at his lips. You could say the same for me, I suppose. After a moment of contemplation, Lee Myung-jun said to Karma, you must ruin every part of Song Eun-jin's. Karma. Hearing this, Karma smiled wider. You can trust me with that, stepfather. The next morning at school, the atmosphere was tense. The students were visibly anxious about something among them. Song Eun-jin was filled with anger, thinking, damn it, what the hell is going on? That crazy girl, how is she still coming to school unscathed? No matter how much I asked my dad last night, he wouldn't explain anything clearly. She remembered the conversation from the previous night. You need to befriend Karma. Okay? I've already spoken with Karma's father and he's a wonderful man. If you can get close to Karma, it'll be a huge help to our family. Karma even mentioned that she treat you well, so don't worry too much. From now on, try to get along with her. Alright. Back in the present. Song Eun-jin was still fuming. Damn it. Who the hell is her father? Could he be some big shot? Even if he is, there's no way I'm going to befriend that crazy girl. What the hell is Dad thinking at that moment? Karma stood up and glanced in Song Eun-jin's direction, giving her a slight smile. Seeing Karma approach, Song Eun-jin panicked internally. Oh no, she's coming this way. What is she planning to do to me? When Karma reached her, she smiled and said, Hey, Song Eun-jin. Gather your group and meet me by the lockers. Hearing this, Moon Yejin, who was nearby, turned around to watch. A few moments later, Song Eun-jin and her group were standing nervously by the lockers. Forcing a smile, Song Eun-jin asked Karma, why did you call us here? Don't be so nervous. Karma replied with a grin. Didn't your dad tell you? From now on, you and I are going to build a really great friendship. Yeah, my dad did mention something like that, Song Eun-jin stated. Good to make peace with you all. I prepared a really fun game. It's a game everyone loves. It's called Walking the Dog. Karma announced with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing the name of the game, Song Eun-jin was terrified. Meanwhile, Yejin, one of her friends, raised her hand hesitantly. Karma. I just want to make sure this game isn't what we think it is, right? Karma chuckled. No, it's not what you're thinking. So what kind of game is it then? Asking with trembling voice. It's a game where I'll tie a leash around your necks and walk you around. Karma explained with a cold smile. Song Eun-jin's eyes widened in horror. So it is exactly what we thought, isn't it? You're crazy on Karma. Are you really planning to do this at school? Karma tilted her head slightly, feigning innocence. Well, since this game has an element of role-playing, I figured I'd assign you all some roles. See. You seem like a mischievous kid, so you'll be called Beagle. Yejin, you have a long face, so you'll be Doberman, and our cute Song Eun-jin. You'll be Chihuahua. The mention of her new nickname made Song Eun-jin's entire body tremble with rage. A second later, she angrily swatted Karma's hand away, causing the collar to fall to the ground. Chihuahua, my ass, go to hell. Karma's smile vanished. That collar was expensive, you know, Song Eun-jin snapped back. Shut your mouth, you dumb bitch. Is this how you treat someone you supposedly want to be friends with, or are you planning to do something crazy with my dad too? Karma started acting like she's about to cry. Her voice sad. I really do want to be friends with you. Eun-jin. Bullshit. You're insane. Song Eun-jin shouted. All right. If you don't want to be friends, I won't force it. If Eun-jin doesn't want to, we won't do it. Eun-jin was shocked, and for confirmation she asked again, really? Sure, Eun-jin, I never force a friend to do something they don't want to, but your actions have made me sad, so I need a mood booster to deal with it. Song Eun-jin's anger faltered. What do you mean mood booster? The girls in South Korea relieve stress by using social media. Especially when they're really upset, they might post something interesting like photos a lot, right? Karma said, her voice dripping with insinuation, and Song Eun-jin, I have so many memorable photos of you. Would you mind if I shared them? Panic washed over Song Eun-jin's face as she lunged at Karma, grabbing her phone. Karma. Please don't post those pictures. Karma chuckled softly. Look at you, Eun-jin, always opposing what I want to do. That's not what a good friend would do. Now is it? If you're not planning on being friends with me, I won't hold back anymore. If you don't play with me, I'll post those photos online. Seeing Song Eun-jin start to cry, Karma smiled, faintly. She walked over, picked up the collar, and then approached Song Eun-jin again. Her smile growing wider. So are you going to play? How about we take a nice walk, just you and me? Meanwhile, Eun-jin's parents were out playing golf. A staff member nearby was smiling and said, Great shot, Chairman. That new club really made a difference. It's a fantastic stroke. The better the gear, the higher the price, but it's worth every penny, isn't it? As he spoke, Eunjin's mother looked worried and said, "Honey, please don't talk like that. The money that the vice chairman gave us, it just makes me feel uneasy all the time." At that moment, I was blinded by all the stack of money, but the more I think about it, the stranger it seems. What exactly does the vice chairman see in us to offer such good conditions, and why would he give us such a large amount of money while she was speaking? Song Jintae took another swing after hitting the ball. He replied, "Darling, you didn't read the school violence records of those other perpetrators besides Song Eunjin, did you?" "I did. Along with our lawyer. When the parents of those perpetrators involved in school violence formed a group together, do you know what I thought? After reading all of that? What our Eunjin did doesn't even come close to what those other kids did. Compared to them, Eunjin's actions were just harmless pranks. How could they call that bullying? The bullying done by those kids made my hazing in the military seem mild by comparison. Especially the only daughter of Representative Cha. That kid isn't even human. It's a good thing. The vice chairman only accused Song Eunjin of school violence. Who knows what he's planning to do to get revenge on Cha's daughter?" "Honey, what are you trying to say?" she asked. Still confused. "You're not seeing the big picture. He said the money the vice chairman gave us is because he wants something from us. Think about it. What could Lee Myung-jun be aiming for? His target has to be Representative Cha's daughter, but Representative Cha is not just a regular politician. Even for someone like Lee Myung-jun, going up against him alone isn't easy. So why do you think he gave us that money? He wants us to help him with his revenge. He just wants us to become allies, doesn't he? After all, we already have connections with the families of those bullies, so he probably thinks we're well suited to be his spies. All we had to do is sit back and enjoy the rewards. So that's what this is all about. You've already got everything planned out, haven't you?" "Of course," he replied confidently. "Have you ever seen me fail? Just wait and see. By now, everything should be falling into place. Song Eunjin and Karma, they're going to become inseparable, best friends." Meanwhile, Karma and Song Eunjin had indeed become inseparable friends, if one could call it that. Karma was leading Song Eunjin around the school on a leash. The other students seeing this whispered among themselves, "Those girls are completely nuts. I don't even know what to say anymore. There isn't a single day in this school without some kind of chaos. She's doing it again. Would you dare go against Karma?" "I know I wouldn't," true another student chimed in, "but honestly, isn't she just humiliating Song Eunjin? It's like she's asking for trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if one day she ends up facing serious consequences. I knew this would happen when she put her trust in her brother Jinwoo, and now she's acting like a dog on a leash. She deserves it. That obnoxious girl." Hearing these comments, Song Eunjin angrily turned around and shouted, "You filthy bastards. I remember all your faces. Just wait until my brother gets better. Then every single one of you." Before Song Eunjin could finish, Karma yanked on the leash, causing Song Eunjin to fall flat on the ground. Karma laughed and said, "Song Eunjin, what should we do if you disturb your classmates during study time? Should I put a muzzle on? Oh my Sihi, what with your expression if filming isn't fun? Do you want to be dog instead?" Sihi hesitated. No need. I'm just a bit tense. That's all I. Is that so?" Karma teased. "Come on, we're all classmates here. Classmates, make sure not to misunderstand. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm just a girl from North Korea trying out South Korea's TikTok challenges. It's a content shoot done with the consent of all parties involved and with everyone's agreement we put on this little show, right? Isn't that right, Eunjin? Now let's keep moving. Chihuahua Eunjin. We've still got a long way to go. If you want to make it to the boys' classroom on time, you better hurry." "What are you barking about?" Eunjin snapped. "Why would we go to the boys' class? I never said we were going there. What are you even talking about?" Karma replied with a smirk. "If you call just walking back and forth in front of a classroom a walk, why would I bother taking you? That's such a hassle. A real walk involves going around somewhere. Don't you think?" She leaned in closer, her voice laced with sarcasm. "But what's wrong, Boonin? This isn't too bad, right? I mean, it's not like you're that crazy girl who dragged someone into the boys' bathroom or anything." Song Eunjin's face paled and she stammered. "How do you know about that?" Before she could finish, Karma kicked her squarely in the behind, making her stumble forward. "Dogs don't get to ask questions," Karma taunted. "Now come along. Chihuahua Song Eunjin." As Song Eunjin was dragged along, she cried out, "I'm begging you, Karma. Don't take me to the boys' classroom, please. I'm begging you." Moments later, the boys in the classroom stared in shock. As Karma led Eunjin past their door, they whispered among themselves, "What's going on? What kind of crazy thing are the girls up to now? Are you blind?" Another boy retorted, "That school bullying man. Girls are seriously scary. I guess their sisterhood is overhearing the whispers. Unjin wept internally thinking, please stop looking at me. I'm begging you. At that moment, a boy approached laughing. What the hell is this? Are you serious? Karma turned to him. Still grinning. Can't you tell? I'm just taking my dog for a walk. These girls are asking for it. Unjin. Say hello. Karma continued. This is Park Minwoo, the first male friend in South Korea. Upon seeing Park Minwoo, Unjin's mind raced. Park Minwoo. As the top guy among the first-year boys? But why is he grinning at me like that and Yoon Karma as well? Karma, can I join you in walking your dog? Of course. Karma handed over the leash. Song Unjin. Horrified. Protested. Karma. Wait, this isn't okay. No, please Park Minwoo. What the hell, a dog that talks? Is this real? How ridiculous. Seeing Park Minwoo's frustration, Karma said sternly, Jin. I hope you don't make me lose my temper any more than you already have. Hearing this, Song Unjin began to cry in fear. A moment later, Park Minwoo yanked on Jin's leash, dragging her along as Song Unjin cried out in pain. Park Minwoo laughed. Now you sound more like a dog bun. Unjin tried to protest. How dare you? Do you even know who my brother is? Park Minwoo smirked. Of course your brother's just another dog, but damn, the more I look at this bitch, the more pissed off I get. You're your brother's left hand, aren't you telling him to discipline us? Just thinking about all the crap we've had to endure because of you guys, makes me sick. What did we ever do to you before? Unjin was trying to say something. Karma interrupted. Hey, Unjin, now's not the time to make excuses. Do you see all those people behind you? They all trusted your brother and had to endure some terrible things. Unjin, confused and scared, asked, what is this all about exactly? Karma replied, coldly, that's why I kept telling you to be kind, rather than hogging all the fun. I'm not doing this for fun. I'm implementing the spirit of sharing from the South Korea. Alright, everyone line up. Karma called out. Pay 1,001 for a turn to pull on Unjin leash. The students eagerly lined up, pushing each other to get ahead. Let me go first, one shouted. Just thinking about how her brother tortured us makes me angry all over again. Song Unjin, realizing the hopelessness of her situation, stayed silent, too overwhelmed to respond. Karma, taking the money, said, alright, I've got the 1,001. Stick out your hand. Unjin, bang. I said bang. Why aren't you playing dead? Like a good dog? Karma returned to class laughing. What a satisfying walk that was. Don't you think? Unjin could only cry over her wretched fate. Karma, noticing something, commented. Look over there, Unjin, the class president, is still studying hard even during break time. What a model student. You should take notes from her, Karma continued, taunting. I hear that if you study for 3 years at a village school, you'll learn to recite poetry. If you stay close to the class president and keep barking, maybe you'll even learn the answers for the college entrance exam. Song Unjin, terrified, started barking loudly and frantically. As she barked, her cries grew more desperate. Meanwhile, Moon Yejin, who was trying to concentrate, became increasingly irritated. Finally she snapped, breaking her pen in frustration, and demanded, Karma. What the hell are you doing? Karma? Unfazed. Smirked. I'm just making a comparison. I asked, what the hell are you doing? Moon Yejin repeated more angrily. Just walking my dog. Karma replied nonchalantly. Don't worry. Class president. My dog doesn't bite. If Unjin makes a mess, W'll clean it up. I'm even planning to get her vaccinated soon so you can focus on your studies without worrying. Fuming, Moon Yejin stormed out, muttering to herself. These crazies need to be pushed away. As Moon Yejin left, Karma smirked to herself, pleased with how things were going. However, Moon Yejin outside thought, I can't concentrate because of these lunatics. Karma's backing is Lee Myongjun, and their next target is me. I need to come up with a plan to deal with them. Flashback to a year ago, Hyena was lying on the ground, crying helplessly. Suddenly a voice rang out, you bunch of cowards. Do you really find it fun to bully someone weaker than you? Can't? You think of something more creative to do, isn't that right? Hyena? The speaker continued with a smirk. Hyena. Did you know that the lethal dose of nicotine is much lower than cyanide? It means that the nicotine in the cigarette I'm smoking is more dangerous than cyanide. Weird, right? Even though I smoke a lot, I'm still perfectly healthy. Could it be that cyanide is just some cheap stuff? Another voice interrupted. What are you trying to say? Moon responded. What I'm saying is that comparing the toxicity of nicotine in cigarettes to chemical waste isn't exactly fair. When you inhale nicotine from smoking, you only absorb a tiny slow dose. But what do you think happens if you ingest it? She leaned in closer to Hyena, grinning maliciously. Come on, don't be so scared. Just because you smoke doesn't mean you'll die instantly. Nicotine has a mild effect. You just need to throw up before it gets to you. Right? But of course if you can't throw up, well, you die. At that moment, another voice chimed in. Wow. Moon Yejin talking like she knows everything. Showing off again about preparing for med school, huh? Shut up. Moon irritated. You idiots are clueless hyena. You're so disgusted that you're willing to do dirty things like this, but there's a reason for that. Knowledge that's only learned in theory is useless, isn't it? So today I'm going to conduct an experiment on a living subject on you. She turned to another person in the group and ordered, Hey, Song Eun-jin, hold her still so she can't move and shove this cigarette into her mouth. Song Eun-jin hesitated. Do you really want me to do that? Are you kidding me? Don't you see everyone waiting for the show? Move it or I'll shove it down your throat instead. Hyena, desperately trying to resist, pleaded with them to let her go, but her cries fell on deaf ears as her mouth was forced open. Moon Yejin, standing by and laughing, leaned in saying, Hyena, open wide so I can shove this nicotine into your mouth. Back to present, Chief Beak was briefing on Moon Yejin, the daughter of the vice principal of Taiwan General Hospital, the class president of first year, class 6. This child is the next target of karma. Moon is vicious, known for brutally beating up Miss Hyena, forcing her to eat harmful things like toilet paper, newspapers, and cigarettes. Though she's incredibly cruel, she hides it very carefully. It's said that she conducts her bullying discreetly away from the eyes of other students. So until now, very few people knew about Moon Yejin's involvement in school violence. Lee Myongjun mentioned, but to be accurate, Chief Beak, what she does isn't cautious. It's cowardly. Apologies. Chairman, I'll use more precise terms from now on. Since middle school, she's wanted to pursue a path in sports, but her father pushed her towards medicine, adding immense academic pressure. If we exploit this weakness, it could significantly aid our revenge. Since Karma now has the authority to plan the revenge, we should first hear her thoughts. Karma then chimed in. If it's this girl, I have a unique educational method I'd like to try. Stepfather, do you give me permission? When they arrived at the classroom, Karma was staring at Eugene, sitting there with a subtle smile on her face. Moon Yejin noticed this and thought angrily, it's already the 4th period. Damn it. What the hell is she planning during every break? Finally, Moon Yejin slammed her hand on the desk and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop making everyone so annoyed. But Karma didn't respond, just sat there smiling, which only infuriated Moon Yejin more. This bitch is pushing it, she thought. Karma then spoke, class president. Haven't you noticed? Right now it's just the two of us in the classroom. Moon Yejin glanced around, realizing Karma was right. She replied. Everyone probably ran away because of your crazy antics, didn't they? Karma feigned innocence. Oh, class president. You're too harsh. It's lunchtime. So everyone's gone to eat, but you're not eating, class president. What do you want? Moon Yejin, still annoyed, demanded. What do you want? Karma saw her, paused for a moment and thought, then smiled and said, after killing a person, can you still find interest in books? Moon Yejin frowned. You seem to have misunderstood something. I didn't kill anyone. That idiot just died on her own. Then Karma started, so do you consider suicide an indirect murder or a choice made out of free will? We could discuss this philosophical issue if you like. You are the class president after all, but you talk like a wise philosopher. Karma continued with a smirk. Moon Yejin stood up abruptly and snapped. Think about it on your own, as she started to walk away. Karma called after her. Where are you going? Class president. Stay and discuss it with me. You're preparing for your medical school interviews, aren't you? But Moon Yejin ignored her and left the classroom. Karma, undeterred, whispered to herself, where's the class president going? Shouldn't you be preparing with Karma? Other students started whispering among themselves. Is Karma in love with the class president? Every break for 5 periods, she just stares at her. Even during class, she doesn't take her eyes off her. Karma playfully called out, class president. If you only study, your eyesight will get worse. Karma is bored. Come play with me. Moon Yejin, trying to ignore her, thought. Just ignore her. But then Karma picked up a pen and began doodling all over Moon Yejin's book. Furious, Moon Yejin snatched it back, yelling, you crazy bitch. What do you want? Karma immediately started crying. Mockingly, I was just trying to help you so you wouldn't get tired. But why are you yelling at me? You are so mean, class president. What? Let go of my book. You're pissing me off. Moon Yejin snapped. Storming off, Karma called out cheerfully. Where are you going? Class president. Let me go with you. Moon Yejin angrily muttered to herself. Stop this crazy dog act already. Other students watching the interaction whispered. What did the class president do to get on Yoon Karma's bad side again? I don't know, but look at how scary she looks when she's mad. Another student commented about Moon Yejin. A while later, somewhere in the school, Moon Yejin was angrily shouting, releasing her frustration by kicking something several times afterward. She stood there, panting heavily from the exertion, looking around, anxiously. Did it not follow me all the way here? She thought it's been tailing me the entire day, damn it. Because of it, I had to throw away my 80,001 reference book. How the hell did she pick my locker lock like a thieving cat? Despite everything, she tried to console herself, thinking maybe I should be thankful I didn't end up like Song Eun-jin. But then she quickly pushed that thought aside. No, no. What kind of twisted thought is that? This is just the beginning. It's going to slowly tighten its grip on me, and in the end, it will leave me in a state worse than Song Eun-jin. Moon Yejin started to set in as she thought, I have to stop Yoon Karma before she starts digging up my past. But how the entire gang of Song Eun-jin was destroyed by just one person? How'd I beat that monster? Just then an idea struck her and she smiled. Wickedly, why am I complicating things? It's been a while since I've had some exercise anyway. Who's going to believe such ridiculous rumors? I used to be an athlete. What can those rumors do to me? A fight against Yoon Karma. What nonsense. 3 members of Song Jinhwa's gang together weigh almost twice as much as Karma. Surely with Lee Myung-jun backing her, his bodyguards must be protecting her, or maybe she hired some outside gang or mercenaries. They've spread these baseless rumors to elevate Yoon Karma's status at school. Song Eun-jin can't deny them because she's being blackmailed. That's right. There's no need to overthink this. I just need to do what I did to Hyena. Use my strength to find her weakness, and then use Yoon Karma to gather information on Lee Myung-jun, like a spy at school. I'll use my power to re-educate that. Yoon Karma. I could have done this from the start. Among the high school girls in Korea can take me head-on? The scene shifts to Lee Myung-jun speaking to Chief Beck. Chief Beck, I read that Moon Yejin once aspired to pursue a career in sports. What exactly was her field? Chief Beck responded, Mr. Vice Chairman. It was in the Youth Taekwondo World Championship held domestically 2 years ago in Korea last year, the Youth Taekwondo Championship, where the winner set an unprecedented record in the competition. She won gold across the board. If it weren't for the pressure of inheriting her family's large hospital, she would be the next national prodigy in the sport. Her most formidable weapon is the power behind her kicks, her kick power at the level of a lethal weapon. Meanwhile, Moon Yejin continued to smile, wickedly thinking, just wait. Yoon Karma, I'll take my time and break those legs of yours. The scene shifts to Song Eun-jin, who is sitting in the bathroom crying. Her thoughts race in anger and frustration. Damn it. It's all because of that Yoon Karma that I'm in this situation. I had to hide in the bathroom crying like someone being bullied today. I was dragged around like that, humiliated in front of everyone, and even had that idiot Jun led me around those stupid, crazy people. Now they even dared to openly film me and mock me. Damn it. In the end, what's the difference between filming me naked and filming me being walked like a dog? Both are equally humiliating, aren't they? She considers her options. Should I tell my parents about this? No, I can't. She'll leak those nude photos of me. I had to stop that at all costs. Plus, if Yoon Karma's stepfather Lee Myung-jun finds out about this and tells my parents, it might not solve anything, it could just make everything more complicated. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Lee Myung-jun. That ridiculous man. Does he think I killed his daughter? Boom. Eun-jin thoughts spiral, as she remembers at this school, starting with Moon Yejin. Kang Ayan has returned to Busan. Bae Doa, transferred to Gwangju, and even Cha Seo-hyun, has gone abroad and only recently returned. There have been 4 devils that I couldn't even compare to, but why am I the only one being forced to play this humiliating dog-walking game? It's unacceptable. I haven't done anything so wrong that I deserve this. If anyone should be dealing with this madness at school, it should be Moon Yejin, not me. Just then someone enters the bathroom and Eun-jin hears their voices. What's wrong with Yoon Karma's? That crazy girl transferred to our school and caused all this trouble. Now this school can't have a single peaceful day. I think something's going on here. It's full of lunatics, that's for sure. I never thought I'd find someone crazier than Song Eun-jin at this school. That crazy Yoon Karma. She's the one I had a secret crush on. Stop saying lunatic. Things like that. She's not even your type, right? Well, Yoon Karma is cool. Yeah. To be honest, I also enjoyed seeing Yoon Karma teach Song Eun-jin a lesson true. At first it was kind of scary, but after a while it just seemed like they were just messing around. Don't you think? Just thinking about how Song Eun-jin must feel makes me feel better. One of the students continued, but why does the class president getting harassed? Why do they keep bothering someone who's just trying to study? Right? What did our classy class president do to deserve this poor class president? Huh. You'd think all the cool people would stick together just then. Song Eun-jin burst out of the bathroom. Furious. What did you just say? Damn it, that class president is pitiful. Listening to you makes me want to puke. What do you know? Anyway, that Mooney Jean has done worse things than I ever did. She was the one who stuffed cigarettes into Lee Hyena's mouth. She was the one who's keeping Sihee and Yoon in line. If you don't believe me, go ask Jun yourself. Damn it. I was just following orders. Even the idea of walking hyena like a dog came from Moon Yejin. Why do you all blame me? After venting, Song Eun-jin ran out of the bathroom, tears streaming down her face. The two students left behind looked at each other in stunned silence before one of them finally broke the tension with a whispered, "Holy crap, that's insane." Meanwhile, Moon Yejin was walking through the school, lost in thought. That's right. First, I need to lure Yoon Karma into the science room during cleaning time when no one's around. Then I'll lock the door and start the real fun. I'll torture her until she spills everything. After that, I'll strip her and take some compromising photos. With those as leverage, I'll make her my spy against Lee Myung-jun. That way I can get rid of Yoon Karma's nuisance once and for all, and keep my past from being exposed, feeling satisfied with her plan. Moon Yejin opened the door to the classroom, but something felt off. She noticed the other students huddled together, whispering about something. What's going on? Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? She thought just then. She overheard their conversation. I told you she's not as innocent as she seems. I heard the class president is really fake too. That cold, rigid expression of hers. How could it not piss off the bullies? Looks like everything's coming out now. Hey, the class president is standing right behind you. Another student whispered, making everyone freeze. Moon Yejin, hearing the whispers, looked around in confusion. She then walked over to the two students who had been talking, forcing a smile as she spoke. Oh my gosh. What are you all talking about? Why did you stop when I came over talking behind my back like that? Isn't that a bit too much? Come on, tell me what you were saying. What did I ever do to deserve this? Despite her calm words, her mind was racing, judging by their reactions. Someone must have spilled the beans. Who the hell exposed my past? Could it be Yoon Karma? No, it can't be. She hasn't been at this school long enough to know, and besides, she wouldn't just use my past to end the game so easily. Then who could it be? Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin was sitting off to the side trembling uncontrollably. Moon Yejin glanced over at her, her eyes narrowing in anger. It's you, isn't it? Song Eun-jin. Without warning, Moon Yejin kicked Song Eun-jin hard in the side, then pressed her foot down on Song Eun-jin's neck. Tell me, Eun-jin. What did you say about me? You think you can mess with me and not pay for it? You're just begging to eat dirt, aren't you? But you didn't just piss me off. You made me a laughingstock. You worthless bitch. Song Eun-jin cried out in pain. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Moon Yejin sneered. You better get ready because it won't be long before Yoon Karma has her turn, and after I'm done with her, it'll be your turn again. You pathetic loser. She punctuated her words with another kick to Song Eun-jin's stomach, leaving her in pain on the ground. As a final insult, Moon Yejin spat on Song Eun-jin's face before walking away, thinking that's it. If I think about it, all of this started because of that damn Yoon Karma. If it weren't for her, my life would have just gone on peacefully. Yoon Karma, I will kill you. The teacher's voice echoed through the hallways, instructing the students. Everyone start cleaning the areas you've been assigned. Okay? Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Karma was walking alongside Moon Yejin. Karma smiled and asked class president, where are we going now? Moon Yejin with a stern look, replied. I already told you. Today we have to clean the science lab. That's strange. Karma mused. I don't remember anyone announcing that. Moon Yejin shot back. No one wants to waste time explaining things to someone who doesn't understand. Just shut up and follow me to the science lab. Karma, noticing that Moon Yejin was wearing long pants, didn't say anything in response. After a while, the two of them reached the science lab. As they entered, Karma commented. So this is the science lab. It smells just like the place I used to live on the other side of the room. Moon Yejin quickly locked the door. Karma, noticing this, turned around and asked class president, what are you doing? Moon Yejin responded, first, move those boxes from the floor onto the table. I'll sort the chemicals on the shelf. Got it. Class president, Karma, replied, starting to move the boxes. While Karma was busy, Moon Yejin took hydrochloric acid, a particular bottle of chemicals, on the shelf. As Karma asked class president, where should I put these boxes? Moon Yejin suddenly grabbed the bottle, lunging towards Karma and splashing the liquid at her. However, Karma managed to dodge the attack, but Moon Yejin wasn't done. She followed up with a powerful kick to Karma, causing the boxes in Karma's hands to fall. Karma stumbled back from the impact. Moon Yejin's voice rang out with a mocking tone. I thought you'd only be able to dodge the hydrochloric acid, but I didn't expect you to avoid my kick too. You were using that box to protect yourself. Weren't you annoying? If you're going to do something, do it right. It's been a while since I've done something like this and I don't like it when it's boring. Come on, you bitch. Let's have some real fun today. Upon hearing Moon Yejin's words, Karma burst into loud laughter, leaving Moon Yejin completely baffled. Moon Yejin then snapped. What are you laughing at? You crazy girl. Karma responded, this is how it should be. Finally, the class monitor is willing to play with me. Why shouldn't I laugh? Now? The class monitor is finally giving me some attention. Karma is so happy about that. Hearing Karma's response, Moon Yejin looked at her and thought her stance is definitely that of a boxer. I remember the first day she transferred here, she knocked Song Eunjin flat on his back. She must be really good at boxing, although I don't know how skilled she is. If she can't handle my kicks, I'll definitely win. After finishing her thought, Moon Eugene spoke up. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you coming over here? I told you to come here. I'm happy to be playing with you. Don't act all tough in front of me and then shake with fear behind my back. If you're too scared, you don't have to come here. I'll just come to you instead. With that, Moon Yejin rushed forward and kicked, but Karma blocked the kick. The reason everyone calls Moon Yejin a monster is because of her insane kick speed. Remembered what Chief Beak said. She can deliver 130 kicks in just 1 minute. With full body strength, the speed of those kicks is insane. She spins quickly and the attacks she delivers hit deep into the bones. Moreover, she has the ability to move her leg muscles very flexibly to adjust the distance with her opponent. In terms of physical strength, she can't match Song Jinwoo, Song Eunjin's brother. But in terms of technique, Moon Yejin overwhelms even him at that moment. Moon Yejin laughed and said, "What's the matter? Can't focus on fighting, can you? You're too busy trying to block, aren't you? You look pretty cute like that." After saying those words, she thought to herself, I'm just talking big, but isn't her reaction to dodging my kicks too good? None of my kicks are landing effectively. If this continues, my stamina will wear out. I should probably throw in a few punches in between. Just then on the other side, Karma laughed and said, "You idiot, who's stupid enough to corner someone and just keep attacking non-stop? Are you talking about yourself? Your kicks aren't as effective as I thought. Or are you scared?" Hearing Karma's words, Moon Yejin angrily replied, "What the hell are you talking about?" As soon as she said that she had to dodge a punch that flew over her head, she thought in shock. What was that? When did she get so close to me? On the other side, Karma was laughing and said, "Class monitor, now it's my turn." As soon as Karma said that, she immediately swung her fist, but Moon Yejin ducked and dodged it. The room instantly became tense. Moon Yejin thought to herself, what was that just now? Was it a thunder or something? No. The pressure from that punch made the glass panel shake. Realizing this, Moon Yejin quickly backed up, keeping a distance from Karma, and continued to think she's much more dangerous than I thought. I need to retreat and reassess at that moment. Karma spoke again. Where are you looking? Class monitor. Hearing Karma's voice, Moon Yejin turned back to look only to see Karma swinging her fist again, saying, "That's just my shadow." Moon Yejin was terrified as she saw the fist flying toward her. A second later, Karma's punch landed squarely on her face, sending her body flying straight into the wall behind her. She cried out in pain. Ouch! That hurts. At that moment, Chief Beak's voice echoed, but no matter how good Moon Yejin's technique is in the end, she's just a human. Over time, her stamina will be drained and she'll have nothing left. Colonel Yoon Karma was laughing and saying, "Class monitor, even though you were warned beforehand, you still managed to block that punch, which is impressive. Plus, in that split second, you were able to kick back at me to reduce the impact. So I'll take back what I said. You're not a foolish child." Hearing Karma say this, Moon Yejin thought, damn it. Why is she so strong? No, she really is strong. But in that second punch, despite not closing my eyes, I still missed her punch. Her speed is almost like lightning. How is she able to do that? Karma's voice rang out again. Class monitor, it seems. Now you're in the cornered. Why would you choose such a cramped place to fight in Taekwondo? The specialty is long-range fighting. So you're at a disadvantage, aren't you? You really are an odd one on the other side. Moon Yejin, filled with fear, thought I've lost because I underestimated her. The rumors about Song Jinwoo being beaten so badly aren't just rumors. I need to stay calm no matter what. Next time it'll be her who's cornered. Don't waver just because you're cornered with obstacles on both sides. Karma's attacks are also restricted, so the only open path is straight ahead. The fewer variables, the easier it is to react to her attacks. But if I lose focus like before, I won't be able to counterattack. As soon as I see a sign of her preparing to attack, I need to quickly retaliate, seeing Karma move her hand. Moon Yejin leapt forward and struck Karma, pushing her back with a kick. Seeing this, Moon Yejin smiled and thought, good, just as I thought. When the fight drags on, both of us have the same speed, but I have the advantage in this part. On the other side, Karma was also watching Moon Yejin closely. The two stood there observing each other. A second later, Moon Yejin rushed forward, lifting her leg and kicking Karma directly. Karma took the hit and she became angry seeing Karma's anger. Moon Yejin continued to smile and thought, if you can't get close to me, of course you'll fall behind. Right. Now Yun Karma, what are you going to do? You can't just push the marble lab table next to you into me. You'll be knocked out just trying to wrestle with that 80 kilograms table. But what if she steps on the table to attack me? I just need to hook her leg and make her fall. That's all. What's the matter? Yun Karma? Do you want to take control of this fight at this slow pace? I'll make sure you get hurt over and over again. Just as Moon Yejin thought, Karma rushed forward and pushed the table away. Karma was charging for Moon Yejin's side, and a second later, Moon Yejin raised her hand to block the punch. After landing the punch, Karma laughed and said, damn it, you're such an idiot. You like showing off your long legs, huh? Are you just trying to tickle me? Do you even know how to play this game? You should work on building your muscles, class monitor. You must have felt it earlier, right? My real punch. If you don't have the strength to resist that punch, you're dead for sure. Hearing Karma's words, Moon Yejin became frightened and thought, she's not just boasting. If that punch had hit earlier, I would have been done for. I need to get away. As Moon Yejin tried to run, Karma grabbed her hair and directly threw her back into the room. After doing that, Karma walked to the door laughing and said, who is it that said they would show me a good time playing with someone and then running away? Come on, look closely, class monitor. I'm going to show you something really interesting with that. Karma broke the lock handle with her bare hands. Seeing this, Moon Yejin was terrified and thought, this crazy girl. She broke the door lock with her bare hands, the handle of the door. Meanwhile, Karma kept laughing and said, now no one can get in or out of here. And now the real game begins. Where's the obedient and cute class monitor? Ah, here you are. Finally found you. Get up, class monitor. I know you can still move. Struggle a bit more to entertain me. Get taunted. Moon Yejin began to feel real fear, thinking, damn it, I was wrong from the start. This isn't just about being overpowered anymore. This is life or death. If I want to get out of here alive, I have to try everything no matter what, and I can't give up with that thought. She rushed toward a glass bottle and immediately threw it at Karma, but Karma dodged it. After dodging, Karma looked back at Moon Yejin and saw her grabbing another glass bottle and charging at her. Moon Yejin threw two more bottles, but Karma avoided them both. At that moment, Moon Yejin started taking off her shirt, wrapping it around her hand, and with a loud yell, she punched straight through a cabinet behind her. Karma, watching this, was confused. Moon Yejin wrapped the shards of glass in her shirt, and a second later swung it at Karma. Karma raised her hand to block it, but her body was still scratched by the glass shards. Following the glass shards was some kind of liquid followed it that Karma quickly dodged. When the liquid hit the floor, it caused a corrosive reaction. It was acid. Moon Yejin spoke up, I'll do as you wish, I'll struggle. She then took a piece of broken glass and stabbed it into the top of two acid bottles, aiming them at Karma and shouting, die already. Acid sprayed from the bottles as Moon Yejin waved them toward Karma. Karma quickly tried to evade, but some of the acid splashed onto her shoulder. Karma then picked up a chair and used it to block the acid, but the chair was quickly corroded. Some acid also dripped onto Karma's thigh, and she was now visibly furious. At the same time, the acid in Moon Yejin's bottles ran out and she became fearful. A second later, the chair in Karma's hand was thrown directly at Moon Yejin. Ham, still smiling, said, why so aggressive? Are you done playing with your water guns? I didn't think you'd be such a filthy person. Wait, let's negotiate. Okay. How about we negotiate over the plot where we'll bury you with your ancestors? You cowardly bastard. Hearing Karma's words, Moon Yejin immediately kicked the chair at her, but Karma quickly ducked to avoid it. After dodging, Karma looked up only to see Moon Yejin charging at her with a chair in hand. A second later, Moon Yejin brought the chair down, but Karma dodged again. Moon Yejin then kicked the chair directly at Karma, and this time the chair leg struck Karma, causing her to suffer a broken on a hip, joint injury and fractured ribs. Seeing Karma take the hit, Moon Yejin smiled, thinking this is it with her ribs broken. She won't be able to fight anymore. I've won. As she stood there, lost in thought, Karma's fist suddenly flew toward her, like lightning landing straight on her face. The punch left Moon Yejin in pain, clutching her nose. After delivering the punch, Karma coldly said, why is my hand moving so strangely? It doesn't feel natural to punch like this. Honestly, when I saw you lifting that 180 kilogram stone to hit me, it felt like my ribs were breaking into pieces. How dare you touch me? Should I break a few of your ribs too? Hearing this, Moon Yejin thought in fear, this crazy girl. Despite her broken bones, she's still able to throw such powerful punches. Doesn't she feel any pain? She's used up all the hydrochloric acid and dirty tricks up. Well, that's not going to work. Now it's my turn to give you a taste of the green grass. Don't come near me. I said don't come near me. Stay back, damn it. Just then a voice came from outside the door. Who's in there? You lazy kids hiding from cleaning duties, aren't you? Locking the door too. Open up. Now hearing this, Moon Yejin thought, why is there a teacher here at this time? It's supposed to be the teachers' council meeting now, but this is good. It's more important to get away from this monster. I just need to wait until the teachers open the door and I'll run out immediately. Karma meanwhile said, I was going to play with you a bit longer, but it seems there's no other way. Things have turned out this way, so I guess it's time to end it here. It's really a tough choice. Moon Yejin retorted. You talk as if you can end this whenever you like. That's right. Karma responded. I'll stop whenever I decide to. I'm serious. I'll end this game right here and now. But I bet you don't believe me, do you? You make me feel both downcast and excited. Karma said, are you backing out? Well, that makes sense. Walking away would be embarrassing, right? But class monitor, that's not it. You're clearly not a master of boxing. Now listen closely, class monitor. My special talent lies in my kicks. As soon as Karma finished speaking, she kicked Moon Yejin. The kick startled Moon Yejin and she thought, what, wasn't that kick supposed to be really weak? Instantly, Moon Yejin smiled and thought, I'll use a catch kick to take you down. She locked Karma's ankle, but Karma, taking advantage of the momentum, jumped up and swung her fist toward Moon Yejin's face. Moon Yejin was shocked, thinking, why is she jumping? It's like she's been waiting for this. A second later, Karma grabbed Moon Yejin's head and immediately punched her square in the face. The blow knocked Moon Yejin to the ground and she lost consciousness on the spot. Seeing this, Karma smiled and said, this is a kick-catch technique used to pull the opponent in and break their facial defense. I'm returning that first hit. You hit me in my own way. Don't be sad. Or well on losing to me. Okay. Class monitor. Meanwhile, the voice outside continued. You kids inside. Hurry up and open the door. Why is this door so sturdy? Mr. Chanwoo? Go to the security office and get the key inside. Karma heard them and laughed, saying, come on in. It's taking you longer to open the door than I expected. So in the meantime, how about we play a game to see who can make the other pass out? How about it? Class monitor. After a while, Moon Yejin slowly regained consciousness from the punch. She was in a state of panic, thinking, what did I actually pass out? Did Yoon Karma knock me out? But something feels strange. Is this where I fell and lost consciousness? Where is Yoon Karma now? At that moment, Karma's voice echoed from behind her. Class monitor, you're awake. Now hearing Karma behind her, Moon Yejin was terrified. Thinking, what? Why is she sitting on my back? And why are my hands tied? Hey, you crazy bitch. Get off me. What the hell are you trying to do now? How are you still? Okay. Untie me now or I swear I'll kill you. Ignoring her words, Karma began lifting Moon Yejin's shirt. Moon Yejin's face flushed with anger as she yelled. What are you doing? A second later, Karma sprinkled shards of glass onto Moon Yejin's back. After doing that, Karma pulled the shirt down and pressed her knee into the shards, causing Moon Yejin excruciating pain, making her cry out. As Moon Yejin screamed, Karma pressed her knee even harder. Moon Yejin began shouting curses at Karma. You damn bitch, how dare you? I'll kill you. You crazy bitch, you filthy dog. Karma then grabbed Moon Yejin's head and pressed it into the ground, lying on her back, and coldly said, class monitor. You're really an annoying little girl. No matter how much you pray or apologize, it won't be enough. You deserve to die. You, the daughter of a medical family, grew up beautiful, but it seems you're lacking in basic survival instincts. I know. So get off me and let's talk, please. Meanwhile, outside, the person trying to get in was still angrily saying, damn it, why is this door so sturdy, Mr. Kim? Isn't there a bigger tool? The guard said, this is the biggest one we have. Just this. How is this supposed to break through a door this thick? Kicking it down would be faster. Inside, Moon Yejin, furious that they couldn't get the door open, thought those useless teachers can't even manage to open this door. At that moment, Karma laughed and said, did you hear what they're saying? Outside, class monitor. It seems like the teachers out there are having a hard time getting the door open. It's only a matter of time before they manage to open it. If they find this battlefield, we're both going to be in serious trouble. But for me, no matter what punishment I get, it won't really affect me. However, for a student like you, class monitor, things will be very different, won't they? What are you trying to say? Moon Yejin asked. What I want to say is that the only handkerchief you have. What do you mean? Adorable class monitor. From the first time I saw you, I noticed something. Your face has such soft and fair skin, just like a clean white handkerchief, but now in my hands, I'm sure it will wipe up all the filth on this floor, don't you think? Wait, damn it. You can't do that. No. You are the one who splashed chemicals on me. Remember I was wrong, so please don't do this. It's too late, darling. Time to die. Hearing the screams from inside. The teachers outside were alarmed and said, "What's going on in there? What's happening?" Moon Yejin shouted desperately, "Teacher, help me. Please save me. This crazy girl wants to kill me. Even if you tell the teacher you shouldn't lie." Class monitor. "I'm just cleaning up," Karma said. She then grabbed Moon Yejin's head and started moving it toward the acid. Moon Yejin was terrified, screaming in panic. Just then a teacher managed to kick the door open and burst in. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. Moon Yejin, seeing the teacher enter, screamed, "Teacher." The teacher rushed over and pushed Karma off of Moon Yejin. He asked in surprise, "Yoon Karma, is that you? What were you doing to your friend?" "It's not what it looks like, sir. I was just trying to help the class monitor up after she fell." Karma replied, "Don't lie to me. I heard someone screaming for help. Good heavens. Has a storm hit our school? How could two girls turn a classroom into such a mess? The science lab equipment was brand new and hasn't even lasted a full semester. Do you know how tight the school's budget is right now? You both are definitely going to face serious disciplinary action. What class are you in and what's your name?" Hearing this, Moon Yejin quickly gave her name in class. Hearing the name Moon Yejin, the teacher was shocked. The other teacher beside him said, "She's the top student in the whole school from the March mock exam, isn't she?" "Yes. That's her. She's the one who's been getting a lot of support to pass the entrance exam." The first teacher responded, "So it's clear that Moon Yejin is the victim here. And you, what's your name in class?" Karma didn't answer, just stared at him. The teacher, feeling uneasy, said, "Why does that girl look so familiar?" Then Karma spoke. "I met you last time in the teacher's room. Remember, I'm the new transfer student, Yoon Karma." Hearing her name, the teacher's face went blank for a second before he rushed over with a smile, saying, "Karma, how's your stepfather doing?" "He's doing well. Still going strong," Karma replied with a slight smile. The other teacher then interrupted. "Vice Principal. Now's not the time for small talk. We need to get these kids to the hospital and call their parents right away." "Be quiet," snapped the Vice Principal. "Mr. Chanwoo, you clearly don't know how to assess the situation, and you, Mr. Kim, what are you waiting for? Go manage the students outside." "Yes, sir." "You lot. What are you staring at? Anyone repeating what they saw here will be in big trouble. Now get back to your cleaning duties. All of you." After organizing things, the vice principal turned back to Karma with a smile and said, "Karma, it's great that you're getting used to your new school, but why did you let things get so out of hand? You and the class monitor were just playing around a bit too, roughly, right? It's understandable. At your age, no big deal." He continued. "Mr. Chanwoo, you and Mr. Kim, make sure to keep this incident a secret and make sure the other students who saw anything keep their mouths shut too. As for you, Moon Yejin, you should be disciplined, but since you're a valuable student, I'll let it slide this time. However, if you bully Yoon Karma again, the punishment will be double. Do you understand?" "What the hell? What are you saying?" "Yes, I understand," Moon Yejin replied bitterly. "Oh, and Mr. Chanwoo, you'll stay after school to clean this up." "Vice Principal. How can you ask me to do that? If you don't like it, you can leave. Come on, Karma. Let's go. There are too many shards here. It's dangerous." As the two of them walked away laughing, Mr. Chanwoo angrily shouted after them. "Vice Principal." They didn't even turn back to respond. Seeing this, the teacher asked Moon Yejin, "Yejin, did I just get fired?" "It seems like it." "Teacher, why did I get myself into trouble and end up getting fired? Damn, this shitty school, I'm not teaching here anymore." Meanwhile, as the vice principal and Karma walked away, Jem turned around, pointed at Moon Yejin, and made a throat-slashing gesture which indicates "you're dead." This terrified Moon Yejin remained sitting in the room filled with fear. A while later, back in the classroom, the teacher stood at the front and said, "Thank you all for working so hard to clean up. All right, everyone, you've worked hard during cleaning time. And a special thanks to the class president and Karma. Both of you did a great job as well. Now class dismissed. Everyone, be careful on your way home." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, all the students stood up and began to leave. However, Moon Yejin kept her eyes on Karma. At that moment, Jun asked Karma and said, "Thanks for helping me out. Would you like to go to a tekbaki place with me?" "It's my treat, sorry. I can't join you today." Karma replied, "Really? Do you have plans?" Jun asked, "I have someone I'm meeting with after school." Karma responded playfully. Hearing this, Moon Yejin grew angry. thinking, damn it, that crazy bitch is planning to hunt me down to the very end, isn't she? Even if Yoon Karma wasn't around, there are still Lee Myung-jun's loyal bodyguards, but damn it. I also had to go to the math academy today. What if I get kidnapped on the way? Should I call my boyfriend? Surely they wouldn't mess with me if I'm with someone unrelated, right? Meanwhile, Song Eun-jin was also filled with fear, thinking, damn it, what a nightmare. Staying hidden at home seems like the safest option. If she tries something while I'm on my way home, I'm done for. My parents are on a business trip in Southeast Asia, so I can't ask them to pick me up. If this keeps up, will I end up like my older brother, come to think of it? I saw her really going at it with Moon Yejin during the cleanup. Maybe her target today wasn't me, but Moon Yejin. Both Moon Yejin and Song Eun-jin silently chanted, please. Buddha, let Karma go after Moon Yejin instead, please. Buddha, let Karma go after Song Eun-jin. Just then Karma stood up with a smile and said, alright, I've decided who I'm going to celebrate with Yunjin's lackeys. I'll be borrowing your group for a bit. Okay. Why are you all looking at me like that? Come on, let's go together. Today at this, Song Eun-jin raised her hand and nervously asked, Karma, can I go ahead and leave? Why, Song Eun-jin? Did I upset you by not inviting you sooner? No, not at all. Definitely not. Well then I'll go ahead. Bye everyone. As Song Eun-jin left, Karma laughed and said, Song Eun-jin is so unfaithful as always. She hasn't changed one bit. Moon Yejin thought to herself, why did she choose them and not me or Eun-jin? They have nothing to do with the Lee Hyena situation, right? Well, it's none of my business. I should take this chance to slip away to my extra classes. Please just leave me alone. After school, as Moon Yejin stood up to leave, Karma noticed and said, how long are you two going to clinging to each other? Are you doing a static electricity experiment? Or something? School's almost over, but I have something I want to ask you. A lot of things. Upon hearing Karma, they started to cry in fear. A short while later, the two were taken to an unknown location with Karma standing in front of them. The two were trembling uncontrollably at this point. Karma spoke. Why are you two shaking so much? Did I do something to you? I just wanted to go with you to ask a few questions. If you answer honestly, I'll let you go without any trouble. Would you let us go if we say something wrong? Are you going to kill us? Just kidding. I haven't killed you yet, have I? Then what will you do to us if we answer wrong? That's really annoying. We understand. We'll be honest. Okay. Listen carefully to the question. You both went to COO middle school, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, you also know about Lee Hyena, don't you? Yes. She was the one who jumped off the building and committed suicide last year. Wasn't she? A third-generation chaebol? Right? But what about it? From now on, don't utter a single lie. Tell me honestly, were you two involved in Hyena's death? What? We didn't even know Lee Hyena. Yeah. We weren't even in the same class as her. I said, to be honest, I mean it. We are telling the truth. We never even talked to Hyena. Not once. Please, we're not lying. Don't torture us. Yeah. No matter how much you torture us, we won't have anything to say because we don't know anything. Why are you acting like this if you don't know? What about you, Sihi? You and Eun-jin were very close in first grade, and moreover I know you're also close with another bully, Kang On-yoon. Are you trying to play dumb in front of me? No. Who's been spreading these false rumors? It's true that Eun-jin and I used to be close when we were younger, but since she joined Cha Seo-hyun's group, I couldn't even talk to her at all. And as for me and Kang Ayan, there was never any close relationship. We lived in Busan, so we only greeted each other once and that was it. I've been scared of getting involved with them from the beginning, so I never talked to them. It's just like with Moon Yejin, who's considered the boss, but not as smart as Moon Yejin. Just seeing them made us tremble, so how could we have gotten close to them? If you keep this up, I might just have to repeat what happened last time, Karma said, with a hint of menace. Please spare us. I'm telling the truth. I'm really scared of people like Kan Ayan and Cha Seo-hyun's group. I don't fit in with them at all. Please believe me. Sihi pleaded. Hearing this, Karma thought, it seems like they're not lying. Since Chief Beak already has their naked pics as leverage. I've asked about their past, but there's nothing more to see. It's a pity. If other people were involved in this, I would have more toys to play with. At that moment, the other girl raised her hand and said, Karma, can you please stop making that expression? It's really terrifying. What's wrong with my expression? You look like a psychotic killer who's been provoked, Karma. Oh, would you like a beating, Yoon? Okay. Okay, I'll shut up. Fine. I'll trust you for now. Yoon, Karma asked with a sly grin, but, you both need to help me with a small task. A small task. I see, he asked nervously. Yes, this is why I called you two here. From now on, I'm only going to bully the class monitor. That means Song Eun-jin won't be bullied by anyone else, right? I can't stand seeing that happen. So I want you two to bully Song Eun-jin for me. You understand what I'm saying? Right? Can't you give us some other task? Karma? Why are you protecting someone who abandoned you and ran away? Did you forget about those embarrassing photos of you two that I have? Listen carefully. If you do what I ask this semester, by the end of it, I'll delete those photos. Upon hearing this, the two girls eagerly agreed. You can count on us. Karma, leave it to us. Good. Also, remember to keep what I asked about Hyena a secret. Hyena, who's that? Never heard the name before. Is she Greek or something? We don't know who that is. They replied, trying to play dumb. I'll send you the details of your task tonight. Make sure to read it. I'm leaving now. Karma said as she walked away. As she left, Karma thought to herself, let's keep it like this for now. The task that my stepfather gave me, Hyena, he knew was always surrounded by people thanks to her unassuming and positive personality. Even though she joined during the second semester of sophomore year, she quickly became close with everyone. After Hyena became the target of those people's games, everyone slowly abandoned her, living in such a strange situation. She was lonely until the end, but Hyena would never ask for help from anyone because she wanted to protect her worthless father from those monsters. To protect the Hyundo group, she decided to endure everything alone. It was truly lonely. I want to give Eun-jin gift, the separation from the world that Hyena experienced, the loneliness. The next morning, Song Eun-jin was in shock as she spoke. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you suddenly treating me like I'm invisible? Is it because I left you and ran off yesterday, but nothing happened to you guys yesterday? I'll treat you to some food today. Okay? At that moment, C slapped Yeonjin's hand away and said, your voice is so annoying. It makes me want to run away for real, because of you. We got dragged into this mess and beaten up badly. You're just a useless, ungrateful bitch. Do you think we'd be hanging out with you if it weren't for your connections? Sihi. Are you serious? Song Eun-jin asked. Shocked. Don't act like you know us anymore like you did when you ditched us yesterday. From now on, we're done. Sihi replied. Song Eun-jin, now furious, shouted. You ungrateful bitches. If you were in my shoes, you would have done the same and left me behind, wouldn't you? Just because of one time. You don't want to be friends with me anymore. You're just as cowardly as I am. When I was taken away, you abandoned me too, following Karma's orders. I can't believe it. Fine. I don't want to hang out with you either. Don't ever talk to me again, after yelling at them. Song Eun-jin burst into tears and stormed off. Seeing this, the other students in the class started laughing and commenting. Did you hear that Song Eun-jin just got dumped by them? What a pathetic group of friends they are. Poor Song Eun-jin. Should we befriend her? Meanwhile, Moon Yejin, who witnessed the whole scene, thought, damn it, they're really following Karma's orders. They can't just drop out of school. If I keep opposing her and her stepfather, my family's hospital built over generations, will become a battleground for Lee Myung-jun. Even if I sacrifice myself, I can't protect our hospital from him. He's a man who can't change his cruel nature. When the Lee Hyena incident happened, I tried to stay off the bully list. I'll have to figure out how to deal with this in any way I can. I broke 2 of her ribs yesterday. She probably won't come to school today. Even a monster that doesn't feel pain needs time to recover. Yes, I need to think carefully about my next move while Karma is absent from school. That's my chance to survive in this dangerous game. As Moon Yejin was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened and Karma walked into the classroom smiling and saying, Karma is here. My loves. The whole class was shocked and Moon Yejin was bewildered. Karma continued. What's the matter? Chief Beak said this phrase is really popular in South Korea right now. Anyway, class president from today. I'll be sitting next to you. The teacher already gave permission, so I'll be counting on your help from now on. Hearing this, Moon Yejin was terrified, thinking this crazy girl. Now she's planning to haunt me even during class. Karma placed her backpack down and said, and this is a gift from me to you. Seeing this, Yejin was worried, thinking, what? Now? What is she hiding in that backpack? Karma smiled and urged, open it, class president. It's a special, surprising gift. Yejin continued to stare at the backpack thinking, I'm not mistaken, am I? Moon Yejin thought to herself. There's definitely something hidden in that backpack. I can even smell something suspicious coming from it. I don't know what's inside, but I can't help but suspect that whatever it is, it will bring bad luck to me. And with those sparkling, eager eyes of hers, it's clear that whatever's inside isn't good for me. Does she really think I'll do what she says? There's no way I'm opening it. Seeing Moon Yejin still hesitating, Karma smiled again and said, class president. Aren't you curious about what's inside? Go ahead. Open it. As in coldly, replied, get lost you little brat. Karma was taken aback for a couple of seconds, but then laughed and said, let Karma open it for you. Then she slowly pulled something out of the backpack and then exclaimed, "Tada! It's a crustacean. And also my pet, it's a Yongdeok snow crab." Seeing the crab, the whole class, including Yejin, was shocked and confused. Moon Yejin thought, is this crazy girl holding a live crab? Yoon Karma continued. Have you ever heard of using animals for diplomacy? I've read that gifting pets is the best way to strengthen relationships between two parties. It even has a name. I named it Crab plus Ant Krant. Still baffled by Yoon Karma's words, Yejin finally responded. You sound like an idiot. Don't you know crabs live in water? What you're doing is animal cruelty. It's going to die soon. What are you talking about? Class president. It's moving around energetically. You really don't know anything, do you? Crabs can live on land too. You're even more ignorant than you look. What did you just say? As in shot back, and someone who has abused people is telling me that animal cruelty is wrong. How can you even say that? Karma's comment left Yejin speechless, but she turned away and said, either way, seafood smells. So put it in your bag and take it home. Just take it back the way you brought it. Karma, ignoring her, brought the crab closer to Yejin. A second later, the crab clamped down on Yejin's leg, causing her to scream in pain. Blood started to flow from where the crab bit her, and Yejin frantically shook the crab off, clutching her leg and screaming at Karma. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Do you know something? Class president. In English, the word cancer means a malignant tumor, but in Greek it means crab. Do you know why crabs became associated with the word cancer? Because the shape of a spreading cancer tumor looks just like a crab. But according to ancient beliefs, the pain of cancer was said to feel like being bitten by a crab. There's even a story that crabs are the origin of cancer, with the meaning that no one could have imagined how much a crab could be linked to the reasons that led a certain female student we once knew to jump. Hearing Karma's words, Yejin thought, how much does this girl know? Meanwhile, Karma continued. Can you guess what today's game is? During class, Kran will hide under the desk and pinch the class president's leg. Will the class president be able to endure the pain? Will she be able to focus on her studies? It's a hidden camera experiment. As in, continue to think she's really stubborn. How can she even think about doing something like this during class if the teacher finds out she's done for? Besides, the first period is taught by the homeroom teacher who has a close relationship with me. She won't side with Yoon Karma like the vice principal does, and that crab, which is already foaming at the mouth, probably won't last much longer. I just need to endure through the first period and see what you can do. Yoon Karma. Karma, on the other hand, was still grinning mischievously. A little later, the first period began. The teacher stood at the front and said, all right, everyone, let's look at question 26. By knowing the word expiation and guts, you can figure out the answer without needing the translation. So what I want to say about this question is, at that moment, Yoon Karma began her game. She slowly moved the crab toward Yejin's leg and had a clamp down on her thigh. When Moon Yejin felt the crab's pinch, she looked down and immediately stood up, seeing her stand. The teacher asked class president, what's the matter? Do you have something to say? Yoon Karma brought a king crab to school and it bit me. Please do something about it. Teacher Moon Yejin responded. The teacher was taken aback by this and looked down at where Karma was sitting. Karma just sat there smiling. This made the teacher think for a moment before saying, Yejin, this isn't a funny joke. Sit down and focus on your studies. Hearing the teacher's words, Moon Yejin was horrified and thought, damn it, why doesn't she believe me? Oh, that's right. She can't see the crab because it's hidden under the desk. In a fit of frustration, Moon Yejin kicked the desk in front of Karma, sending it, flying. The loud noise made the teacher turn around and say, what are you doing during class? Look, teacher, don't you see that? Yoon Karma is holding something weird. Moon Yejin exclaimed. The teacher looked and saw Karma holding the king crab. Clearly surprised, but after a moment, she sighed and said, Karma, don't play during class. Wait until recess. Okay. I'll do my best. Teacher Karma replied with a smile. You hear that she won't play with it anymore. Now, class president. Sit back down. The teacher added. Moon Yejin, completely bewildered, sat down, her head filled with questions, unable to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Karma continued to smile mischievously. A few minutes earlier, the vice principal had been speaking to the teachers saying, I have something to tell all the teachers. We have a new transfer student and I'm very concerned about her, Yoon Karma. She has a very strong backing and we need to do our best to support her in adapting to school life. The school's fund has also received significant support from Karma's stepfather. Her adjustment to South Korea will depend greatly on the support she receives from the staff here. Therefore, even if Karma plays around during class, we must be lenient and not scold her back. In the present, Moon Yejin was furious, thinking, could this be Lee Myung-jun's doing? Has he taken control of all the teachers in this school? Just then Yoon Karma moved the crab closer to Moon Yejin again, causing her to dodge and panic. Moon Yejin shouted, "Stop bringing that thing near me. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'll completely crush your pet crustacean. I'm going to crack its shell." Karma responded. "Don't you see how tough Krant's exoskeleton is? Try to crush it if you can. If you succeed, it won't bother you anymore." Hearing this, Yejin lunged at Karma, but as she did, Karma ducked to avoid the punch. And in that moment, Karma used her legs to clamp down on Yejin's body. Yejin's eyes widened as she felt her body being squeezed tightly. Seeing Yejin's entrapped by Yoon Karma, Karma laughed and said, "What's wrong? Class president. You can't move at all against my leg lock, can you? Now I can pinch you all I want, class president. Come on, class president. Let it bite you. No, wait. Don't let it bite my face. Please no." Yejin screamed in desperation. A second later, the crab clamped down on Yejin's cheek. The strength of a 10 kilograms crab might not seem too serious at first glance, but it felt like having a scorching microwave pressed against her face. The pressure from the crab, inversely proportional to its surface area, made the pain on Yejin's cheek 20 times worse than being pinched by a clothespin. Moon Yejin cries filled the classroom as she pleaded, "Teacher, please help me. Why aren't you helping me? Damn it. Stop teaching and help me. Teacher, please." Hearing Moon Yejin screams, the teacher on the board recalled the morning conversation, thinking, "But Vice Principal, you know what kind of child Karma is. Do you really mean to say that even if she disrupts the class, we should just ignore it? I'm not saying you shouldn't care about the students." The Vice Principal had said, "If you can't teach properly, just call Karma and the student causing the trouble outside. That's what the higher-ups instructed us to do when something happens." Back in the present, the teacher finally shouted, "Both of you go outside right now." A moment later, Karma and Moon Yejin left the classroom. As they walked out, Moon Yejin thought, could it really be Lee Myongjun behind all this? Isn't Lee Myongjun going a bit too far with this? No matter how much of a conglomerate he is, with so many people watching, does he really think this won't be an issue? Damn it. Why the heck aren't you raising your hands? What are you talking about? Class president. I'm just holding my hands up high. You are more naive than I thought. No one's watching, so why bother holding your hands up? Karma said with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Moon Yejin lowered her hands and thought, what am I even doing? The closer I get to Karma, the more I start acting weird. Like her. Just then Karma had the crab pinch Yejin's leg again and said, "Come on now. You have to be careful of traps when solving questions. Class president. It's not true that no one's watching. I may be Krant watching you. Can't you see that? What kind of class president doesn't set a good example? I'll have to punish you on behalf of the teacher, so accept it graciously." Moon Yejin, now terrified, pleaded, "Wait. This is going too far. You've taken it too far already." Another class passed by, and Karma's king crab, Krant, lay lifeless. Karma, crying, said, "Krant, please wake up." The class president spoke up. "Krant isn't moving at all. It's gone. If a crab doesn't live in water and is brought onto land, it can only survive for about 2 to 3 hours. Foaming at the mouth is just its way of trying to breathe and survive on land for a short time. Why didn't you tell me that sooner?" Karma shouted. "Damn it, I told you already. I told you. It's an aquatic animal, you idiot," the class president snapped. "It's over, Karma. Your pet is dead. Why don't you take Krant home and make some crab soup with it?" "You're seriously deranged," Yejin said as she walked away. Karma let out a sly smile as Yejin left. A little while later, back in the classroom, students were holding their noses in disgust. Moon Yejin was shocked by what she saw. Her backpack had the dead king crab inside it. She started trembling. "Damn it, my backpack. My notebooks. The wallet my boyfriend gave me for my birthday. Damn it. I'm going to kill that crazy girl, Karma." At that moment, Karma spoke up. "Class president, so you've finally seen it, huh? That's Krant's funeral." Karma smiled darkly. "I thought a lot about how to send Krant to heaven. So I thought of you. You were the one Krant interacted with the most while it was alive. Being close to you would make Krant very happy. So, I decided to use your backpack as Krant's final resting place. How do you feel about that, class president? Are you as happy as I am?" Karma laughed mischievously. "How adorable. Of course I knew Krant would die. I just wanted to mess with you and give you a little surprise gift. So I pretended not to know anything. But do you know what's even more surprising?" she added. "Class president, my stepfather is preparing something special for you too. A new recipe, freshly invented, and the dish is almost ready. He told me to keep the final dinner preparation a secret until the very end. So while I wait for that moment, no matter how much I want to play with you, At that point, Yejin picked up the dead crab and slammed it into Karma's face. Yejin laughed. A funeral for Krant? You should have told me earlier. You know something, Karma? A crab's insides are full of nucleic acids. They help activate cells. I hear they're great for your skin. So instead of putting Krant in my bag, why don't you rub it on your face? It might do wonders. Karma grabbed Yejin's hand, pulled her, and threw her behind her. She then quickly lunged forward and punched the blackboard behind Yejin, cracking it. After delivering the punch, Karma said, "You're such a strange person, class president. Why do you keep provoking me like this? We don't usually play so intensely together, so it's normal for you to feel tired, right? You think I'm like Song Eun-jin? Some delicate little girl? No matter how much I humble myself, you won't leave me alone. You just keep causing trouble, you crazy bitch. But the reaction you're hoping for, I won't show it to you. I just wanted to play around a bit, that's all. But I guess even that's not okay with you. Get ready, class president. Soon, I'll make your eyes red from crying. And all these puppets too. If anyone asks, tell them the class president caused this. Got it?" After saying those words, Karma walked out of the classroom. Seeing Karma leave, Yejin smirked and said, "Of course you couldn't take me down, Yoon Karma. You know that too. If you keep causing chaos openly like this, you'll be the one who gets in trouble. The nonsense you pulled with that king crab is proof. Now, you can't do things outside the law and expect the teachers to keep covering for you. Not in this school. I'm no longer restrained by anything. Within the limited scope of what you can do, there's no one superior here," Yejin thought. "I don't know why, but it seems Lee Myung-jun is trying to harass me at school. However, that also ensures my safety and protection. This is my last chance to strike back. Just wait and see, Yoon Karma. Let's see who has the last laugh." Her classmates, still frightened, whispered among themselves. These girls are completely crazy. Later, as the school day ended, Yejin walked out laughing to herself. "It's been a long time since I felt this refreshed," she thought. Even though I'm annoyed about having to clean out my bag, seeing Karma hovering around but unable to do anything else, it's satisfying. I wonder if she's venting her frustration on Song Eun-jin because she can't get to me. What a bunch of idiots. Yoon Karma made a mistake by showing off in front of the whole class that she had bribed the teachers. The moment Karma and Lee Myung-jun keep acting crazy, that's when I'll start my counterattack. I'll slowly leak the details of Karma's actions and the vice principal Lee Myung-jun's disciplinary records to the press. And it'll explode in the media. That's right, I know just the place. Bae Doa has moved to Gwangju's art school, and her grandmother is the director of a major media company. I'll leak the news to HBS, and the information will spread across all news outlets. HBS isn't just a broadcasting station, it's an MCN for countless YouTube channels. From TikTok to Instagram, they publish so many reports, it's impossible to count them all. If the media attacks, can Lee Myung-jun still have his way? Let's see how it plays out. I'll make sure they know exactly who they're dealing with." At that moment, a boy stood in front of Moon Yejin. Seeing him, she thought, "Kielman? Why is he at my school?" She quickly looked around to see if anyone else was nearby. Then, she took off her glasses and smiled. "Great. No one's around. I haven't seen him in a while, so I should tease him a bit." She called out, "Appa. What's up? It's been ages since I've seen you. During your whole competition season, we hardly got to see each other. Why did you come here today? You should have told me in advance. If I'd known you were coming, I would have put on more makeup and worn my lenses. Next time, at least give me a hint you're coming." Kielman looked at her and asked, "Moon Yejin, what happened to your face?" "Oh, this," she replied casually. "During PE class, someone accidentally scratched me. That's all. But I'm fine, don't worry about it." "So, why did you come here? Don't you have training today? It's been forever since we last met. Let's find a karaoke place, Anne." Before she could finish, Kielman interrupted her. "Moon Yejin, are you a delinquent?" Her expression darkened instantly. "What are you talking about? Who told you that nonsense?" "My friend's younger sister goes to this school," Kielman explained. "She said there's been a lot of fighting and trouble lately. She's even scared to come to school. And one of the names being mentioned matches yours, even the middle school. Do you have anything to say about this?" Moon Yejin stayed silent. Kielman's tone turned sharper. "You know how much I hate bullies. You know how much I despise people who hurt or isolate others. But now I'm hearing that my own girlfriend is making her classmates eat cigarette butts. This isn't true, right, Moon Yejin? Tell me it's not." Tears welled up in Moon Yejin's eyes. "Appa, do you really think I'm that kind of person? How can you just listen to what others say and criticize me like this?" "That's why I'm asking you to explain," Kielman replied. I don't want to believe it either. So help me understand. Without saying a word, Moon Yejin pulled down her pants slightly to reveal the bruises covering her legs. Do you see these? She said. These are from today. Do you think I did this to myself? Can't you tell just by looking that these aren't from a fight, they're from being bullied? Lately, I've been getting targeted by those crazy girls at school. The kids in class bully Eunjin constantly. I just told them to stop, and now they're treating me the same way. All those rumors about me being some kind of delinquent, they're lies. I'm the one being hurt. They're the ones doing this to me. I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid it would affect your competitions. But now, you're doubting me. Hearing her words, Keelman pulled her into a hug. I'm so sorry, Moon Yejin. I was blind. How could I ever think you'd do something like that? I'll never doubt you again. Of course not, Moon Yejin. There's no way you'd ever do something like that. How could anyone hurt my sweet girl like this? I'll get revenge for you. As Keelman held her close, Moon Yejin thought to herself bitterly. Damn it. That stupid rumor is spreading faster than I thought. I have to deal with this before it ruins everything. Why does someone as perfect as Keelman have to get dragged into this? Handsome, perfect guys like him don't grow on trees. If I lose him because of this, I'll kill Karma and whoever started the rumor. Meanwhile, Karma stood silently in a tree nearby, watching the two of them embrace. A little while later, the two of them went to a karaoke place. Inside, they were making out when Moon Yejin spoke up. If I didn't have to go to school, I'd want to be with you every day. Yeah, it's a shame, Keelman replied. But just having you here with me now makes all the stress and exhaustion disappear. Keep surprising me like this in the future, okay? He looked into her eyes. Moon Yejin, ever since I found out you were being bullied, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I'm going to confront the people who did this to you and have a serious talk with them. They won't be scared just because you say a few threatening words, she said quietly. They have connections too. But we can't let them keep mistreating me, right? Please, Appa. I'm begging you. Don't get involved. I don't want you caught up in my problems and end up getting hurt. But, there is one thing you can do for me. No matter what happens, you have to trust me. Don't ever believe the nonsense other people say. Can you do that? Of course, my love, Keelman replied. With that, they started kissing again. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Lee Myongjun, who was staring at a framed wedding photo. Even though you left this world a long time ago, he thought, I'm still grateful to you for giving me a wonderful daughter like Haina. She had such a warm heart, just like you. Even during her teenage years, she was always so loving toward her father. Thank you for bringing her into this world. She was truly an angel. But I'm so sorry, my dear wife, that I couldn't protect Haina. Maybe now you and Haina have reunited in heaven? No. It's all a lie. Since when did I start believing in something like heaven? No, there's no way heaven exists. This world is cruel. That's right, my dear wife. I'd rather believe hell exists. And I'll prove to both you and Haina that hell is real. Just then, Chief Beck entered the room and said, Vice Chairman, the investigation into the students that Karma requested has been completed. All right. Keep me updated on the progress, replied Vice Chairman Lee. I need to know everything. This is part of my revenge plan. He glanced at the files. Shin Keelman, third-year student at Seoulline High School. Member of the tennis team. He's Moon Yejin's boyfriend. If I had to describe him in one word, it would be, the dream guy. He has a promising future in tennis, good looks, excellent grades, and a great personality. He's well liked by everyone. However, Chief Beck added, some classmates say he's too easily influenced and lacks decisiveness. But over the past 2 years, his relationship with Moon Yejin has become much deeper than most couples their age. I always thought Yejin was just a bookworm, Lee said, raising an eyebrow. But apparently, she's been involved in this kind of thing too. I was surprised too, Chief Beck continued. So I also looked into how they met. The first time Moon Yejin and Shin Keelman met was during the closing ceremony of the National Youth Sports Festival last year. During an interaction between athletes from different categories, they hit it off. According to her former coaches, due to family succession issues, Moon Yejin was forced to give up her sports career. Since then, she's relied heavily on Shin Keelman for emotional support, especially during her psychological struggles. Even now, with the pressure of university entrance exams, he's her only emotional support. Lee Myongjun sighed. Get to the point. Why are you introducing Shin Keelman to me? Let me explain, stepfather, Karma said, stepping forward. Shin Keelman is part of my plan. Starting with him, I'm going to break down Moon Yejin's mental foundation, using a very cruel method. And the name of this plan is NTR. Chief Beck blinked. Where did she even learn that kind of word? Lee Myongjun raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So you're planning to steal Moon Yejin's boyfriend? That's right, stepfather, Karma said coldly. I've heard you're working on a peculiar dish. One that kills one person if two people eat it, right? Until that dinner is ready? I won't waste time. I'll torment her with a scandalous affair drama. Very well, Lee Myongjun said, eyes gleaming. The scum that hurt my daughter doesn't deserve a happy youth. Proceed immediately. A few days later, Moon Yejin was out on a date with Keelman. It's been so long since we had a weekend date like this, she said, smiling. I'm really happy. I'm happy too, he said, but I regret we only have 1 hour together. I even tried asking my dad if I could skip extra classes today, but he didn't agree. How can I deal with all this, she said, half laughing. I'm getting bullied at school, and I still have to study 10 hours on the weekend. My dad doesn't even know I'm being bullied. I'm afraid it would just worry my parents, so I haven't told them. I've always been gentle, so now everyone thinks they can walk all over me, right? You shouldn't always think about others, Keelman said gently. You need to think about yourself too. Hearing that, Moon Yejin's mood darkened. It's only a matter of time before he finds out the truth, she thought. The real issue now is keeping Keelman away from my psychotic dad. Seeing her silent, Keelman spoke again. Moon Yejin, you should tell your dad everything. Studying isn't the most important thing right now. You don't understand, she said quietly. You don't know my dad. Even if I were in a car accident, he'd still make me study in the ICU. Let's change the subject. We haven't had a proper date in so long, and I don't want to ruin it. As long as I can date you like this, the school bullying doesn't matter. So please, don't bring it up anymore. Okay? All right, Moon Yejin. It's time for your extra class, so I have to go. For our next date, make sure your dorm room is free, okay? You've been so exhausted from training, I'll help you relieve all that stress. Hearing her affectionate words made Keelman blush. Seeing his face turn red, Moon Yejin laughed. Your face is all red. What were you imagining? Are you embarrassed? How cute. Okay, I'm leaving now. Let's meet again next weekend. Keelman said goodbye, but his thoughts lingered. She's clearly pretending that everything's fine, isn't she? Why am I doubting someone as thoughtful and gentle as her? Maybe my mind just wasn't working right. But still, as her boyfriend, I should do something. At that moment, a voice called out to him. Keelman. He turned around. It was Karma. And when he saw her, he was stunned. She's beautiful. A real beauty. Wait, what am I thinking? I already have Moon Yejin. Karma spoke up. Hi, Keelman. I've heard a lot about you from Moon Yejin. Oh, so you're Yejin's classmate. Nice to meet you. But, who exactly are you? Are you curious about Moon Yejin's past? Keelman stared, confused for a moment, then his expression darkened. So it was you, huh? You're the one who bullied my Moon Yejin, aren't you? You're being unfair, Karma replied. Actually, I'm the one who's been abused. Can't you see this glass mark on my cheek? Don't make me laugh. I've already heard everything from Moon Yejin. People like you blame your own mistakes on others, and now you're trying to drive a wedge between us? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? I don't care what kind of nonsense you spew, don't ever show up in front of me again. I'm Moon Yejin's boyfriend. I'll make sure the ones who bullied her pay for it. People like you, get ready. Karma was taken aback. What's going on? I heard he was indecisive, but he's so confident now. Is Chief Beck's info completely wrong, or is Moon Yejin just that good at manipulating him? Seduction can wait. If I let him walk away now, everything will go to waste. If I want him to listen, then... After thinking it through, Karma said, yes. That's right. I did it. What? Keelman snapped. I'm the one who bullied Moon Yejin. Those artistic marks on her thighs? I made them. Keelman's face twisted in rage. He shoved Karma against the wall. Do you even know what you're saying right now? If you walk away now, those artistic works won't just stop at Yejin's thighs. If you want to protect your girlfriend, then talking to me for a few minutes at a cafe isn't too much to ask. Fine. Let's go. But if you say anything else ridiculous, I won't let you off easy. Karma gave a faint smile. A while later, they were seated at a cafe. Karma sipped her drink and said with a small laugh, this flavor's just right. As expected, South Korea has so many delicious things. Hearing that, Keelman thought to himself, South Korea? Is she from North Korea? Karma's voice interrupted his thoughts. I'm sorry for being rude earlier. If I hadn't provoked you like that, I don't think you would have agreed to talk to me. Stop beating around the bush. What do I have to do to make you leave Moon Yejin alone? You're misunderstanding. I'm here to tell you the truth. You're still spouting nonsense. Fine. Then let's talk about the truth. The girlfriend you've been with for 2 years was a bully. I know that's hard to believe. But please, try to control your emotions and listen. Enough babbling. Get to the point. You probably already guessed from my accent, I escaped from North Korea. When I had no one, my stepfather took me in. He gave me warmth, never let me go without, and treated me like his own. We became close, like friends. But I couldn't be happy. Because every night, he was in pain. The daughter he loved the most, Lee Haina, she left this world after being bullied for a long time. And the ones who drove her to that point were Moon Yejin and her group. Shut your damn mouth. Keelman exploded. Everyone in the cafe turned to look. Karma raised a hand to her mouth. Don't yell like that in public. If you keep it up, we might get kicked out before I finish this sweet chocolate drink. I already told you, if you keep barking, there's no point in talking. Do you think I'll believe your lies without proof? That's ridiculous. If you want proof, here it is. Karma slid a folder across the table. My stepfather received these documents as part of the investigation. This is official information about Lee Haina's case. Read it carefully, this is the original file. The details of the defendants are very clear. One of the culprits matches up extremely closely with your girlfriend. Even recent rumors support this. Keelman grabbed the papers and scowled. Are you kidding me? I could easily fake a pile of scrap paper like this. Do you think I'm dumb enough to fall for a trick like this? I knew you wouldn't believe those, Karma said. So I prepared something else. Tada. This is from the Supreme Court of South Korea. It's a public service that lets people search for cases. You can view trial results using the case number and names involved. The name of the defendant, Moon Yejin, appears here too. So, what do you think of that? It's a scam, Keelman snapped. You could have easily faked that by taking a screenshot and editing in a fake name. Stop saying things like that. This isn't just an image file, it's an actual screen from the official court website. You only need the case number and names to find everything yourself. I don't believe it. It's just a coincidence, same name, that's all. Exactly. Just a coincidence, Karma echoed sarcastically. You're twisting everything just to believe what you want. I get it, you don't want to admit anything bad about your girlfriend. But you should slowly start accepting the truth. No. Moon Yejin isn't like that. I've been dating her for 2 years. I'll just ask her directly, and I'll know the truth. As Keelman reached for his phone, Karma suddenly jumped in. No, you can't, she shouted. But Keelman angrily pushed her aside. You crazy woman, let go. If what you're saying is true, then you shouldn't mind me facing her directly, right? You'd be able to prove your claims in front of her, wouldn't you? So why are you stopping me? It's because everything you're saying is a lie, isn't it? Look at you, Karma said coldly. As long as you blindly follow Moon Yejin, everything I say will just bounce off like water off a duck's back. What nonsense are you even talking about? Let go of me. Keelman struggled to reach his phone, thinking, why is she so strong? This girl, she really might be someone who bullies others. Meanwhile, Karma thought to herself. I failed. I trusted the information that said he was indecisive. If I let him talk to Moon Yejin now, he'll just get brainwashed further. Left with no choice, Karma suddenly smashed Keelman's phone. The sound of it breaking caused her to stumble and fall to the ground. Keelman stood there in shock. My phone, he shouted. Karma calmly said, my chocolate milk? Just then, the shop owner walked over, clearly upset. You two, leave the cafe immediately. As they were being kicked out, Karma grumbled, it's your fault I didn't even get to enjoy my chocolate milk before getting thrown out. Shut up and get lost. Keelman snapped. Get out of my sight, or you'll pay for my phone. I can buy you another one, Karma replied with a smirk. One from each brand if you like. Anyway, goodbye, Keelman. She paused before continuing. Even if you pretend not to care, deep down you're worried about the rumors about Moon Yejin, aren't you? Fine. Let's do this, tomorrow at 4:20 p.m., 20 minutes before school ends. Go to the back gate of the school. If you trust me even a little, and you want to know the true face of Moon Yejin, be there. Witness everything for yourself. The next day. Moon Yejin was texting, a worried look on her face. Why hasn't Keelman replied to my messages? Is it because I clung to him too much yesterday? Maybe now he finds me annoying? No, that can't be. Keelman isn't like that. We've been together for almost 2 years and nothing like this has ever happened. But what could be going on? And why is Yoon Karma acting so quiet all of a sudden? Even at lunchtime, she hasn't caused any trouble. She's just sitting there silently. Now that I think about it, Karma started acting well-behaved around the same time Keelman disappeared. Could it be? No. No way. Just then, Karma turned around and said loudly, Moon Yejin, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face, class president? Moon Yejin cursed under her breath. Mind your own damn business. She thought to herself, at least she's not causing trouble. I should focus on my studies. I've got a pile of work to do. Meanwhile, Karma kept smiling quietly, eyes still on Moon Yejin. Time passed, and it was lunchtime. Song Eun-jin was eating alone, quietly enjoying her meal, until someone threw food in her face. It was her ex-friends. Furious, she stood up. This is insane. You jerks have gone too far. Why not? One of them smirked. Look at it this way. At least today, we gave you a meal fit for a human. Exactly, another chimed in. Remember your first day? When we made you eat dog food lying on the ground like a mutt? Compared to that, this is an upgrade. And don't forget, we even slipped in some breadcrumbs without Karma noticing. So don't be too hard on us. Hearing that, Song Eun-jin clenched her fists in shame and anger. Damn it. I can't believe I thought that dog food tasted good. I almost believed I had the same taste as a dog. It's so embarrassing. One of the girls sneered, when you're done, head down to the trash heap. Why should I go there? Karma told you to. If you don't, she'll beat you up. Hearing those words, Song Eun-jin began to cry. Please, just leave me alone. Can't I have one peaceful day? A little later, Song Eun-jin walked toward the trash heap. When she arrived, Karma was already there. Seeing her, Eun-jin thought, how did she climb up there and sit like that? Karma looked down and greeted her cheerfully. Our Eun-jin is here. How was your lunch? Mine was delicious. But from the way you sound, it doesn't seem like you enjoyed your lunch at all. Why do you look so lifeless? Poor Song Eun-jin. You're making me worry, my dear punching bag, my dear friend. It really breaks my heart to see you like this. Damn it. Is this emotional manipulation? Song Eun-jin thought. At that moment, Karma jumped down from above. As soon as she landed, she looked up and said, I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already on the verge of tears. Eun-jin, life's been tough lately, hasn't it? Let me give you a way to make it easier. Want to hear it? Still upset, Song Eun-jin replied, are you going to say that once I'm dead, I won't feel any more pain? Isn't that right? No, Eun-jin. From now on, I'm being serious. I want to make a deal with you, so listen carefully. After school today, if you do what I say, I won't bully you anymore. Hearing this, Song Eun-jin laughed bitterly. You want me to do something? Fine, Karma. Just tell me what to do. I'll try my best. So what is it? Karma smiled. You need to provoke our class president and let her beat you up. What did you just say? Did I hear you right? Eun-jin asked, stunned. Meet the class president after school. Say something that'll drive her mad. Hit her where it hurts the most, and get beaten up. What? No way. You're joking, right? This is just a new way to bully me, isn't it? I'd rather die than mess with Moon Yejin. How is this any different from dying to escape the pain? Of course there's a difference, you idiot, Karma snapped. Didn't I say to get beaten to the brink of death, not actually die? Don't joke with me. If I get hit in the wrong place, I might as well be dead. And if Moon Yejin loses her temper, she's terrifying. Are you saying she's weaker than you? That's not it. Karma is way scarier. But whether it's a car or a truck hitting you, the result's the same, death. Karma grabbed her by the neck and coldly whispered, why won't you listen to me, you idiot? Don't you know your chances of surviving a car crash are higher than being run over by a truck? This deal is over. Now, this is an order. If you don't do what I say after school, those wholesome yet explicit photos of yours? They'll be posted all over the school. And then you'll wish you got run over by a truck. Now, your answer. I'll do it. I'll do it. Eun-jin shouted. Karma let go and smiled sweetly. Of course you will. Song Eun-jin is my favorite friend. I'm really looking forward to after school. After Karma left, Song Eun-jin collapsed, sobbing in frustration. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Keelman stood in front of the school gate, thinking, this is Yejin's school. I even came home early just to prepare. Is this what a boyfriend should be doing? It's a sin to doubt her, but if she's being bullied, I need to act. Even if I trust her and try to stay rational, it doesn't help. I don't know what Karma's planning, but if I don't come, who knows what might happen to Yejin. Alright, I'll go along with it for now. Maybe I can even get evidence of school violence. I'll protect my girlfriend. Just then, a voice called out, Keelman Appa. You really came, just like you promised. Keelman turned to see Karma. Why are you outside the school? Shouldn't you be inside? I got out of class early, just like you. And I prepared something for you, Karma said with a grin. Prepared what? I found a perfect spot to watch everything Moon Yejin is about to do. It's a great hiding place. I came to guide you, so don't misunderstand. Follow me. It's time to face the truth. Keelman followed her. Not long after, school ended. Karma and Keelman stood high above the school grounds, watching. The main actor should appear soon, Karma said, looking down. Could it be that Unjin couldn't lure that witch out? Keelman asked, Hey, what are you holding? Oh, this? Karma held up a video camera. High-quality camcorder. I've got everything ready to capture the action. Sure, I could use my phone, but this is more fun. What's so fun about this? And I didn't ask because I don't know what a camcorder is. If you plan to record it anyway, why did you call me here? Couldn't you just show me the video later? Sure. Be quiet and look, there. She finally showed up. Keelman looked down and thought, what the hell is going on? I guess I have no choice but to watch for now. Below, Moon Yejin confronted Song Unjin. Hey, Song Unjin. You've gotten pretty bold lately, haven't you? You even dared to call me out after school. I told you, after Yun Karma, you're next. Did you forget what I said? Why did you call me out here? What do you want? Unjin turned to face her, yelling angrily, Am I really that pathetic? Hey, I'm asking you, am I as pathetic as you say? If I'm so pathetic, then come at me, you bastard. Keelman, watching from above, was shocked. Karma just smirked. Moon Yejin froze for a moment, then grew furious. Seeing her reaction, Song Unjin trembled in fear, thinking, she's about to lose it. I'm doomed. She's going to tear me apart. But Moon Yejin didn't act right away. She thought, why is that girl provoking me now? The timing doesn't make sense. But if I back down now, it'll look like I'm scared. And she seems to know exactly what she's doing. I have no idea what she's scheming. Suddenly, Moon Yejin sensed something. She quickly turned to look at the building across from her. Fortunately, Karma had already pulled Keelman down to hide. Moon Yejin narrowed her eyes, still suspicious. There's definitely something strange about this. Someone must have set this up. I don't know what kind of trap it is, but my instincts are telling me not to go along with any reckless moves. Forget it, she muttered. I'm just going to leave. As Moon Yejin began to walk away, Song Unjin shouted, Wait! Where do you think you're going? We need to settle this now, you bitch. If you want to die so badly, go find Karma, Moon Yejin shot back coldly. If you've got nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Watching her walk away, Unjin stood frozen, shocked. I can't just let her go like that. But at the same time, I feel so relieved. This behavior isn't like Moon Yejin at all, but it's better this way. I did my best. Maybe Karma will let me off the hook. Just then, she looked up, and saw Karma standing on the rooftop. Her face was twisted with anger. A chill ran down Unjin's spine. No. What the hell am I thinking? This is Karma we're talking about. She always follows through with her threats. She could actually kill me. If I want to stay alive, I have to find a way to turn this around. Knowing she was being watched, a desperate idea popped into her head. Suddenly, Unjin shouted, Murderer! Moon Yejin stopped and turned back. What did you just say? When Haina jumped off the rooftop, she wasn't alone. Unjin screamed. You and Cha Seohyun dragged her up there and forced her to jump. You're a murderer. Moon Yejin's expression darkened. Above, Karma watched the scene unfold. She raised an eyebrow. What are they barking about now? Haina? Didn't she get stomach cancer from the stress of being bullied? Below, Moon Yejin coldly asked, Unjin, who told you that? Seeing Moon Yejin finally react, Unjin smiled inwardly. It's working. Then she smirked and said, You want to know? Why don't you go confess it all at the police station, you murderer? That was it. Moon Yejin snapped. She charged forward and kicked Unjin, sending her flying across the ground. But it didn't stop there. She stormed over and kicked her again, this time hard in the stomach. The pain hit Unjin like a bullet. Moon Yejin didn't hold back. Above them, Keelman watched in horror. No way. Is this really my Yejin? Why is she being so violent? Meanwhile, Moon Yejin kept beating Unjin. Yes, that's right. I'm a murderer, she screamed. So how dare you provoke someone like me? Terrified, Unjin stammered, Wait. Moon Yejin, this whole thing is. Before she could finish, Moon Yejin grabbed her by the face and snarled, Shut up. That filthy mouth of yours is the biggest problem. I'll make sure you never speak another word again. With that, Moon Yejin punched Unjin straight in the mouth. Above, Keelman looked on in disbelief as Moon Yejin continued to rain punches down on her. In that moment, every beautiful memory he had of Yejin shattered. All his illusions crumbled. Below, Unjin managed to spit out a hairpin. Moon Yejin yanked her up by the collar and hissed, From tomorrow on, don't you dare show your face at school again. I warned you, if you appear in front of me one more time, you'll end up medically dead. Got it? With that, she released Unjin, and delivered one final kick. Unjin flew through the air and lost consciousness. Even then, Moon Yejin spat on her. From above, Keelman stood frozen, watching everything unfold. His voice trembled. No way. Is that really the Yejin I know? Meanwhile, Karma grinned as she looked at her video camera. Thanks to Eunjin acting as the punching bag, I've got one hell of a sharp video. This is going to be a key piece during the final supper, she whispered to herself. This footage is going to play a very important role. Keelman was completely devastated. Holding his head, he muttered, a murderer? Forcing someone to jump off a rooftop? What the hell are they talking about? What kind of person am I even dating? Who is the Moon Yejin I thought I knew? Has she been deceiving me for the past 2 years? Damn it. On the other side, Karma looked at him and thought, what's going through his head? I knew this would shock him, but his spirit is even more fragile than I expected. I mean, sure, it's normal to react this way after learning your girlfriend is a murderer. But even I wasn't expecting what Eunjin said back there. Still, he's part of the plan. If I push him too hard now, it could all backfire. This is bad. If the plan fails, my whole position will crumble. That bastard Chief Beck will climb over me and take control, and he'll laugh while doing it. I can't let that happen. Judging by his current state, if I leave him alone now, I won't get another chance. I have to seduce him, today. Karma, a girl who loved sweet chocolate smoothies, discovered many new interests after coming to South Korea, interests that even surprised her. One of her newest hobbies was browsing NamaWiki. For someone as curious as Karma, NamaWiki was like a magical library. It became a source of endless inspiration, especially when it came to revenge. One thing stood out to her: the level of suffering a person feels after being cheated on is unimaginable unless you've experienced it yourself. The emotional destruction that follows the betrayal of a loved one, someone you trusted for years, is deep and devastating. According to research by Dennis Ox, such experiences can cause serious mental trauma, anxiety, stress, and emotional collapse. So when Karma discovered Moon Yejin had a boyfriend, she decided to turn her new project, real-life NTR, into reality. Keelman, still holding his head in despair, muttered, damn, there's no one left to trust in this world. I feel like I'm being played in this relationship. How could she pretend to be kind, while lying to me for 2 whole years? Seeing him like that, Karma thought, alright. In this state, how do I seduce Keelman Appa? Should I just go with the easiest method? Honestly, I don't understand this so-called shame people talk about. I don't feel awkward using vulgar methods to seduce him. But the problem is, this guy's too innocent. If I act too bluntly, it might push him even further away. And above all, I feel like some supernatural force might censor me if I go too far. So, how do I approach him right now? Keelman suddenly spoke. Are you happy now? Do you feel better showing me all of this? You could have just left things alone. Pretended not to know. Waited until we naturally broke up like normal couples do, after realizing our flaws. Do you have any idea how painful this is? I'm sorry, but please leave me alone now. I just want to be by myself. At that moment, Karma gently draped herself over Keelman's shoulders. He turned to look at her as she said softly, I'm sorry, Keelman Appa. But I can't leave you like this. Did you hear what those lunatics were saying earlier? Even Hana, she was pushed off the rooftop. She's not my real sister, but I treated her like family. I can't just leave someone drowning in sorrow on a rooftop like this. I truly am sorry for dragging you into all this. I never wanted to involve you in my revenge. I had no choice. To get back at Moon Yejin? I had to hurt you. Please forgive me. I promise I don't hold any ill intent toward you. Given my current situation with the class president, I really had no other option. I also feel responsible for your pain, so I wanted to comfort you by sharing my story. It might be unexpected, but when I was still living in North Korea, it was the happiest time of my life. I had a father who loved me deeply. Life there wasn't luxurious like it is in South Korea, but just dreaming about the future with a father who cared for me was enough. I was content. I didn't envy anyone, even the kids of high-ranking officials. If Moon Yejin is your whole world, then for me, my father was everything. But then, came that day. My father was a scientist for the party. His job was experimenting on lab rats. Except, the lab rat turned out to be me. When they found out I had a body suited for testing, my father didn't even hesitate. He started experimenting on me. For recognition from the party, he tortured his own daughter. That's the truth about my father. I was just 10 years old, injected with poison day after day. The pain would crawl through my veins like fire. I was trapped, nothing more than a caged test subject. 3 years of that hell. Every day, I had to clench my fists for 10 seconds like this. She showed her hands. And then, half my veins would turn black like this. Keelman gasped. Oh my God. You must have suffered so much. Karma gave a sad smile. Even if you still hate me right now, how can someone like you already feel pity for me? Appa, you're truly a kind person. Blushing, Keelman stammered, and no, I just... Karma continued, anyway. What I wanted to say is, I've been through heartbreak too. The image I had of my beloved father was just a delusion. I lost everything in one morning. I thought my life was over. But fate brought me to South Korea, where I met my stepfather. Thanks to him, I can now drink chocolate smoothies whenever I want. She let out a deep sigh. In the end, the world you knew will collapse. But if you keep moving forward, even when it feels like everything's over, you'll find a new world. Just like I did. Keelman hesitated. A new world? Karma smiled gently. I've said too much. Originally, I planned to seduce you so you'd dump Moon Yejin. But after seeing how kind and pure you are, my conscience wouldn't allow it. You're a good guy, Appa. Someday, you'll meet someone better than her. She took off her shirt and handed it to him. As for this shirt, you can throw it away or use it as a handkerchief. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused you these past few days. She turned to leave, but just then, Keelman called out. Wait. Karma paused and smiled to herself. As expected, with a sweet, gentle guy like him, all it took was a sob story to win him over. She turned around with a grin. What's up, Appa? Got something to say? Keelman looked at her and said, You still haven't returned my phone, have you? You're giving me your shirt so you don't have to give my phone back? Are you kidding me? You promised to buy me the latest model. He continued, Looks like we're heading to downtown together now, and downtown's full of dating spots. You told me to use another girl to forget my ex, right? Fine. Then I'll use you to heal my heartbreak. And you can use me fully for your revenge. Karma laughed. All right, then. Shall we go on a date? And so begins the date of destruction, to humiliate and ruin Moon Yejin. Karma had taken Keelman to buy a new phone. He held it in his hand, looking overjoyed. Seeing this, Karma said, It looks like you really like that phone, huh? Keelman smiled and replied, Well, it's the newest model, and it has way more features than my old one. Karma nodded. Well then, I've properly compensated you with a brand new phone. Shall we officially start our date? Sure, sounds good. Let's have fun downtown, Keelman agreed. So, do you already have a date course in mind? He asked. Karma smirked slightly and replied, I have a final course planned, but until then, I'll follow your lead, Appa. Great. Then follow me. I'll take you to a place with delicious food first. A short while later, Karma and Keelman entered a nearby restaurant. A bowl of noodles sat on the table, and Karma gazed at the dish with excitement. Meanwhile, Keelman took out his camera and snapped a photo of her. Afterward, they went to a karaoke bar, where Karma sang with all her energy. Keelman stood watching her with a big smile. When she finished, her score popped up, 100 points. Later, they went to a photo booth and took several pictures together, capturing the fun moments. Next, they rode a Ferris wheel. As the wheel began to ascend, Karma felt like she was flying into the sky. But soon after, she lost balance and tumbled right into Keelman's lap. His whole body tensed as she landed on him. Karma looked up with a smile, and at that moment, Keelman felt like spring had returned to his life. They continued enjoying the day, exploring every corner of downtown until evening came. As they walked home, still full of joy, Karma said, Thanks to you, I had so much fun today. So this is what dating feels like. She smiled and added, Well then, shall we move on to the final course I mentioned earlier? You've got me really curious, Keelman said. Where are we going for this special part of the date? Karma just smiled softly, giving no answer yet. Meanwhile, at Moon Yejin's cram school, inside the classroom, the teacher was giving a lecture. This piece has appeared in university entrance exams twice, in 2010. It portrays the lives of around 30 residents near Cheonggyecheon during the 1930s, using a stream of consciousness style. It especially focuses on women suffering under the marriage culture and concubine practices of that time. For example, there's a scene where the character Apuni struggles with her husband's infidelity. But Yejin wasn't paying attention. She anxiously stared at her phone, thinking, Damn it. Why hasn't Keelman Appa replied to a single message? Even if he lost his phone, he could have used an internet cafe to reach me. Could something have happened to him? Just then, the teacher called out, Yejin, why aren't you paying attention in class today? You've been staring at your phone the whole time. I'm sorry, sir, she replied quickly. You think just because you ranked first in the last exam, you can slack off now? Inwardly, she cursed him. What the hell does this old guy know? But then, catching herself, she thought, No, he's right. I need to focus in class. At that moment, her phone vibrated. She got a new message. Could it be Keelman? She thought. No way, after all this time? She quickly checked her phone. Her eyes widened in shock. The message was from an unknown number. Class president. Look out the window. Yejin immediately turned toward the window, and what she saw stunned her. Across the building, Karma was standing there, waving at her. Am I hallucinating? Yejin thought, how does that bitch know where I study? Her anger rose, but then her eyes widened even more in pure terror. Standing beside Karma was Keelman. Yejin stood up from her seat, trembling in disbelief. The students around her noticed and began whispering. What's she looking at? What's so interesting out there? Then, right in front of them, Keelman kissed Karma, on the rooftop across the way. The students gasped in awe. Whoa! It's like a K-drama scene. That unexpected rooftop kiss, how romantic. Those two look like actual actors. I'm so jealous. I want to experience love like that. Even the teacher looked up and said, which school are they from? The boys wearing Aaron High's uniform? Do they even know we're watching? Meanwhile, Karma and Keelman pulled away from the kiss. Karma looked at him and said, I always thought you were just an innocent boy, but you've got a surprisingly bold side, huh? She smirked, then added playfully, all right then, it's my turn to strike back. With that, she pushed Keelman up against the balcony railing. He glanced down and saw a large crowd watching them from below. Karma teased him. Don't be scared, my love. Ever heard of the suspension bridge effect? What's making my heart race isn't the height, it's because I'm on top of you. Then, Karma kissed him again, right there on the balcony, in front of everyone. Yejin started to cry. The students nearby noticed and asked, Yejin, what's wrong? Are you okay? She's been acting weird since earlier. Do you think that guy might be her boyfriend? At that moment, Moon Yejin's phone rang. It was a call from Keelman. She quickly answered, hello? But what she heard on the other end were the intimate sounds of Karma and Keelman. A moment later, Karma's voice chimed in with a mocking laugh. Hello, class president. That kiss with your appa was truly sweet, wasn't it? Your appa is mine now. Hearing those words, Yejin was overcome with rage and screamed out in anger. Seeing her furious outburst, the teacher said, Yejin, calm down for now. I'll arrange today's lesson and send it to everyone later. Why don't you step outside and have a chat with the vice principal? Before he could finish his sentence, Yejin had already bolted out of the classroom. As she ran down the stairs, she shouted, I'm going to kill you, Karma. On the other side, Karma noticed Moon Yejin charging toward them. Seeing this, Karma laughed and said, looks like the class president is losing her mind. We'd better get out of here, she added. She's a taekwondo champion, just a few steps and she'll catch us. You know how terrifying she gets when she's angry, right? So, let's run. With that, Karma grabbed Keelman's hand. He was completely captivated by her, and they both quickly made their escape. Moments later, Yejin burst through the rooftop door, only to find it empty. Furious, she screamed, that Karma and that Shin Keelman, those rotten brats. I'll kill you both. Meanwhile, Keelman and Karma watched the scene from below. Keelman thought to himself, is that really Yejin's voice? She sounds like a pterodactyl, terrifying. I never want to see her again. Still laughing, Karma said, this hide-and-seek game is actually kind of fun, don't you think? I realized something, maybe this is what people call eloping. Hearing that, Keelman thought, she probably doesn't mean anything serious by that. To Karma, everything happening now was just part of her revenge for her deceased sister. However, Keelman's heart was starting to feel something different. He then asked, Karma, what's your ideal type? My ideal type? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Karma replied, I just want to know more about you. I'm really curious about you, Keelman said. Karma smiled and answered, my ideal type? I've always imagined someone strong. Meanwhile, in Lee Myongjun's office. Chief Beck, he said, do you know why I always keep up the habit of exercising daily, no matter how busy my schedule is? To stay healthy and handle all the work, right sir? Chief Beck replied, no, you're wrong. Exercise sharpens your senses. Strength training boosts the production of BDNF, enhancing cognitive abilities. It also increases cerebral blood flow, which improves mental clarity. It's a routine that keeps me in peak condition, to harbor hatred against them, he said coldly. I see, Chief Beck replied. Like the saying, tasting bitterness to relish sweetness. So, how's Karma's project going? Myongjun asked. I'm reporting on the situation today, Beck replied. Karma successfully seduced Keelman. They went to a restaurant, took photo booth pictures, sang at karaoke, and even visited an amusement park. There have been 4 dates in total. After that, they went straight to the cram school where Yejin studies. On the rooftop of the building across from the academy, in front of many witnesses, they openly displayed their affection and successfully provoked Yejin, just as expected. And Yejin? Lee Myongjun asked. According to our surveillance team, she's been causing chaos on the rooftop for the last 15 minutes. The building supervisors are trying to get her down. We'll receive updates on her behavior every 15 minutes. Very good. Karma has carried out her mission perfectly. And you, who led the surveillance team, good work. Thank you, Vice President. I should have assigned someone as capable as you to protect Haina earlier, Myongjun added. If I had, maybe those scumbags wouldn't have tormented her so badly. Chief Beck thought to himself, I'm sorry, Vice President. Even if I'd been there, nothing would have changed. No one could have protected her at that moment. Myongjun's voice pulled him from his thoughts. By the way, where is Karma right now? She's on her way home after eating instant noodles with Kielman at his dorm. She mentioned she has something to report to you directly. Then let's head back. Go get ready, Myongjun ordered. A short while later, back at home. As soon as Karma saw Lee Myongjun, she beamed with excitement, raising her hand and calling out, Good evening, stepfather. Hearing this, Chief Beck, who was nearby, scolded her angrily, Yoon Karma. Hey Chief, she replied, be honest, you really enjoy scolding me, don't you? It's not that, he snapped. I told you to get that arm cast already. I know your recovery is fast, but without the cast, the injury could worsen and crack further. Chief Beck, you sure love to lecture, huh? She said. If I get a cast, I won't be able to move around comfortably. And so far, nothing's gone wrong, has it? At that point, Lee Myongjun spoke up. Karma. Even a light touch could cause your bone to break again. Stop being so proud and listen to Chief Beck. Yes, stepfather. I'll go get the cast tomorrow, Karma finally relented. Her response made Chief Beck fume inwardly. This girl never listens to me. Then Lee Myongjun asked, so, what was it you wanted to tell me directly? At his question, Karma hesitated for a moment before replying. Today, I overheard a conversation between Eunjin and Moon Yejin. It seems Haina's death wasn't a suicide after all. What? Do you understand what you're saying? He asked sternly. You can't just throw around phrases like it seems. Have you confirmed this information yet? Although I haven't fully confirmed it yet, Karma said, I clearly heard them say she was forced to jump from the rooftop. The conversation was captured on camera, and the footage has already been sent to the surveillance team on site. You can review it there. Upon hearing this, Lee Myongjun's body visibly tensed, and his face grew pale as if his blood pressure had dropped. Karma quickly rushed over to support him. Chief Beck also ran to his side. Vice President. Stepfather, are you okay? Karma asked, worried. Everything was unfolding just as he had feared. My Haina, she was never the kind of person who would do something so desperate. Then Karma said, Stepfather, I know this might be an inappropriate time to ask, but, to cheer you up a little, I still want to ask, can I use the kitchen? Lee Myongjun was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, the kitchen, huh? Yes, we still need to continue with our revenge. In her entire life, Haina never once got the chance to enjoy a proper meal with Moon Yejin. Not even once. So today, I'll allow you to use the kitchen. But tomorrow, Yejin needs to be fed until she's full. Don't worry, Karma said with a confident smile. Leave everything to me. Then she headed straight to the kitchen, saying cheerfully, let's start by preparing some fresh ingredients. Scene transition, 6 months ago. At this moment, Haina was coughing violently. Tears streamed down her face as she vomited. Cigarettes poured out of her mouth. A voice suddenly echoed mockingly. Look at her over there. Whoa, what the heck is that? What's with the worm puking? Damn, that's disgusting. Let's count them, shall we? Just to make sure it's all out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. She puked up an entire pack of cigarettes. You know what? This proves nicotine has an emetic effect. Haina, you actually helped my experiment succeed. I didn't expect it to work. You're a real scientific genius. Haina, still weak but defiant, responded. Is there any point in treating me like this? Do you think bullying someone like me will make you feel superior? Will it make your life any better? Stop laughing like a lunatic. You're just a coward, afraid to face the people you should confront. So you take it out on me, in the nastiest way. What are you talking about? The voice snapped. Even in this miserable situation, Haina continued, I've never once regretted standing up to bullies like you. I've lived a righteous life. I haven't done anything shameful. And that's how I'll keep facing people like you, Moon Yejin. Instead of taking your anger out on me, are you brave enough to stand up to your father? Hearing that, Moon Yejin flew into a rage, kicking her and cursing. Shut up, you bitch. Suddenly, Moon Yejin woke up, gasping. It had all been a dream, a vivid nightmare of her torturing Haina. Why am I dreaming of scenes like that right now? She wondered. Those memories, they're too raw to be just dreams. She whispered to herself. It's true, Hana. I took the stress from my father and dumped it all on you. But you know I wasn't the one who killed you. I always calculated the force of each hit and measured the ingredients whenever I tortured you with food. Lee Hana, you were tough. You could handle it. You got to feel morally superior, and I got to relieve my stress. It could have been a win-win situation. But then, Cha Seohyun ruined everything. That devil went too far. She crossed the line. And that incident on the rooftop? I only did it because she ordered me to. Would you have been able to say no to Cha Seohyun? It's all Cha Seohyun's fault. That's right. You didn't die because of me. So take it up with your damn sister. Later, at Moon Yejin's house. She walked downstairs slowly. A sharp voice called out, "Why are you sleeping in so late today? Are you planning to be late even on the day of the CSAT? I'm sorry, father." Her mother tried to intervene. "Honey, don't be too hard on her. She placed first in the mock exams, remember? First in school? That's something to brag about for someone aiming for med school," her father scoffed. "Well, sure, for a woman like you who got into university through your wealthy family's donations, it might seem impressive. The Lord always warned us to resist the temptations that arise from within, especially when we commit serious sins. You should follow his teachings more closely, especially regarding school violence. I'm not pleased with you. You caused those incidents. I endured them, but I didn't remove you from the family register only because your mother begged me. I didn't allow you to learn taekwondo so you could bully others. Why are you bringing this up again, honey?" her mother asked gently. "I'm saying this so she never forgets it," he replied coldly. "I also heard there was another incident at the academy yesterday. More trouble. Just like before. If it happens again, I will end your life." Yejin froze, fear gripping her chest. A few seconds later, she stammered. I need to use the bathroom." She rushed in and vomited into the toilet. Later, at school. Inside the classroom, whispers passed between students. "The atmosphere is so tense today. I saw the class president shaking and crying earlier." "Really? Eunjin didn't even come to class. We don't know what happened, but maybe we should put flowers on her desk?" Karma also skipped a period today. What's actually going on? Yejin sat at her desk, crying quietly while staring at her phone, a photo of her and Kielman. In that moment, she felt like her life was over. That wretched Yoon Karma ruined everything. Even her final exams were doomed. Her father would find out, and she'd be kicked out of the house. But more than anything, she had lost Kielman, the love of her life. She had no one to lean on now. Her life was completely falling apart. After I kill Karma, she thought, I'll end my own life too. Just then, the classroom door swung open. Yoon Karma walked in with a wide grin. "Look at me. I'm Yoon Karma, with a cast," she announced loudly. Everyone turned to look. Yejin's expression twisted in fury. She stared at Karma, trembling. Seeing her face, Karma smirked. "Oh, class president, I just learned some new Korean phrases. Wanna hear one? Your boyfriend is amazing." Tears welled up in Yejin's eyes. Rage consumed her as she glared at Karma and muttered, "You filthy whore. You disgusting slut." Karma simply smiled. "Why don't we head to the gym?" she said calmly. "Come with me." A while later, at the gym. As soon as they arrived, Karma chuckled. "Here. Do whatever you want. Honestly, you got humiliated like that and still want to fight me. How could I lose to someone who only knows boxing, in this wide open space? My kicks have no limits today. I'll drag you down to hell, and I'll follow right after. Let's go all out, today." Yejin charged toward her, but Karma launched a roundhouse kick that sent her flying 10 meters away. Yejin hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. Yoon Karma's squats could reach 250 kilograms, and her kicks came straight from Muay Thai. She spoke coldly. "Class president. I've always wondered, why did you assume I was a boxer back in the science lab? All I did was some basic boxing practice. That's all. Did you really think you stood a chance against me? How cute." She grinned. "Honestly, there's a reason I brought you here. This is a special meal, full of nutrients, made just for you, class president. Imagine how your body will react when this goes down your throat. It'll go numb. You won't be able to handle it. After eating this, will you even walk out of this gym alive?" Moon Yejin froze in fear. What the hell is she planning to make me eat? She thought, trembling. As she tried to crawl away, Yoon Karma's voice called out behind her. "Class president? If you keep pushing yourself like that, it's only going to hurt more. After that kick I gave you, how long do you think you can last? Even if you crawl away like that, in the end, you'll still have to drink what I made. Just in case you run, I'll use these bandages to tie you up." Karma muttered to herself, Chief Beck will probably scold me, but since it's for the greater good, he'll understand, right? Don't come near me. Get away, you filthy dog. Yejin screamed. A while later, Karma had tied her up. Yejin shouted in frustration, let me go. You crazy bitch. Karma laughed. I was going to wrap you up like a mummy, but the bandage was too short. Oh well, this will have to do. Yejin groaned in pain. You psycho. Let me go, you worthless piece of trash. Karma ignored her. She walked to her bag and muttered, now where is it? I'm sure I put it here. Terrified, Yejin thought, what is she planning now? How many bottles of that stuff did she make? Suddenly, Karma pulled something out and exclaimed, ah, here it is. Today's utensil to help with the class president's meal, rubber hose. Yejin's eyes widened. Are you insane? What the hell are you going to do with that? Karma smirked. Shut up and listen. With someone as picky and stubborn as you, even if I gave you 1,000-year-old ginseng, you wouldn't eat it, right? So to make sure you don't spit this out, I'm going to shove this rubber hose right down your throat. Don't worry, just think of it like a simple stomach endoscopy. Got it? Now open your mouth. Yejin clenched her mouth shut. No way am I opening it. I'm not that stupid. What can she do if I just don't open it? At that moment, Karma kicked Yejin in the stomach. Gasping for air, Yejin instinctively opened her mouth, and Karma quickly shoved the rubber hose in. Still won't behave, class president? Karma said coldly. If you don't, I'll rip your throat open. Yejin was in agonizing pain as the rubber hose was pushed deeper into her stomach. The pressure inside was unbearable. Looks like the tube hit your stomach wall, Karma smirked. Hurting? Don't worry, I'll give you something to protect it. Enjoy your meal. She grinned. All right, let's begin. Eat up, my dear class president. Yoon Karma began pouring something through the hose. It flowed directly into Yejin's stomach, filling it slowly. Her stomach swelled, growing heavier by the second. There's something going inside me, something unknown, Yejin thought helplessly. It feels disgusting. If I at least knew what it was, I wouldn't be this terrified. But not knowing, it's unbearable. Her stomach kept growing. It's going to burst. Karma, unfazed, kept pouring more and more. You already finished one bottle, she chuckled. Guess I'll give you another. Yejin, struggling to breathe, tried to shout, that's my limit. Karma replied cheerfully, worried you didn't eat enough? Don't be. There's plenty more to go. I've got 5 bottles left, and I even brought water, in case you get thirsty. Time for bottle 2. Time passed. Bottle after bottle, Karma kept pouring the contents into Yejin. In agonizing pain, Yejin thought, damn that psycho Karma. How could you push me this far? You made me eat 6 bottles of that disgusting stuff. Even when I tortured Lee Haina? I never did anything like this. And now you're making me drink 2 5-liter bottles of water? That's more than any normal stomach can handle. I'm going to die from this. My stomach is going to rupture. Finally, Karma yanked the tube out, leaving Yejin gasping in even more pain. Karma laughed. How was the meal, class president? Did you enjoy it? Through her tears, Yejin cried out, what the hell did you feed me? Still smiling, Karma answered. Class president, do you know what happens when dried seaweed meets water? It can expand up to 14 times its original size. A small snack-sized pack of dried seaweed can be enough to make 40 bowls of soup. So if someone eats it without knowing, they'll end up vomiting or rushing to the emergency room. There's even a case where a starving North Korean man ate dried seaweed he found near the coast. His stomach burst, and he died. With a sinister smile, she added, now, with what I've given you, you can probably guess what's going to happen. She chuckled. I'm sure the manhwa fans can guess too. The thing you ate, the stuff I fed you through that hose, were my very own dried seaweed pellets. She leaned in. So tell me, class president, what do you think will happen when 200 servings of dried seaweed expand in your stomach? Let's find out.
Back in the classroom, the teacher began speaking. Class president, take charge of the class. But no one replied. He looked around and didn't see Moon Yejin anywhere. Where is the class president? And why are there 3 empty seats? Yoon and Sihi exchanged glances. A moment later, Sihi raised her hand. Sir, I know what happened. The seat in front of me belongs to Song Eun-jin, but she got injured yesterday, so she stayed home to rest. As for the class president and Yoon Karma, they weren't feeling well, so they went to the infirmary during the break. What? They went to the infirmary? The teacher snapped. Those kids are probably skipping class and playing around. I had a headache earlier and went there for medicine, but I didn't see anyone. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Tell me where they really are. See, he started to panic. What should I do? Karma said I had to cover for them, but now what? The teacher grumbled, still irritated. Are these students blatantly skipping my class? A second later, he yelled, if this were the old days, you'd all be punished. After that outburst, he paused. Wait, did you say Karma went to the infirmary? See, he nervously answered, yes, sir. The teacher seemed to debate something in his head, then sighed. Fine. Let's just start the lesson. Open your books. Today we're learning about earthquake zones and volcanic activity. Earthquakes happen in seismic zones, which are also where volcanoes tend to form. Volcanic activity is usually intense. Meanwhile, back in the gym, Moon Yejin was vomiting up the seaweed like a volcanic eruption. Each time she retched, her body grew weaker, but there was still so much seaweed left in her stomach. She couldn't stop throwing up, her body trembling non-stop, her expression twisting with every second. Seeing Moon Yejin vomit, Karma laughed in amusement. Moon Yejin, terrified and in tears, cried out, why am I throwing up so much? Why won't it stop? Before she could finish, Moon Yejin retched again, still struggling as her body kept purging. She had thrown up 56 times in just 3 minutes. Karma watched every moment with satisfaction. Then Karma spoke. Class president, did you know? In Hyena's diary, there are 101 entries where she wrote, I vomited everything in my stomach. And you? You've only thrown up 50 times, and you're already complaining. You still haven't reached Hyena's record. You owe her. You'll vomit every bit of it, principal and interest included. Keep on vomiting, class president, unless you want your stomach to burst and die. Moon Yejin continued retching, tears streaming down her face. Why is this cursed seaweed just never ending, no matter how much I throw it up? Every time the urge comes, it feels like my organs are about to spill out. If it keeps expanding faster than I can vomit it out, my stomach will explode, and I'll die. How can something this horrible exist? I don't want to die, but I can't endure this anymore. How do I escape this nightmare? As she panicked, something started rising in her throat. Karma froze, shocked, as something solid pushed its way out of Moon Yejin's mouth. Karma laughed. Oh my God! It's like Jack and the Beanstalk, or is it the bean sprout? Hearing that, Moon Yejin's terror grew. This is the end. The seaweed has expanded so much that it's stuck in my throat. I can't breathe. I'm going to die. She began hallucinating, seeing Hyena choking her. Trembling, she whispered, Hyena, are you here to drag me to hell? Unable to breathe, Moon Yejin finally blacked out and collapsed. Karma, watching her, smiled darkly. She walked over and stomped on Moon Yejin's stomach, forcing her to vomit again. Karma chuckled. Don't worry, Moon Yejin. I'm not planning to let you die yet. Barely conscious, Moon Yejin thought, what does she mean she's not letting me die yet? Karma. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare me. Please let me live. Karma smirked. Moon Yejin, don't you remember earlier? You said you were going to kill me and die with me. You don't remember? I thought you had the will, but this is disappointing. Moon Yejin started vomiting again. Between retches, she cried, Call 119, call an ambulance. Karma laughed. Pitiful. What would an ambulance do? They can only watch you suffocate. But I have a faster solution, just vomit everything out, and you'll be fine. She kicked Moon Yejin hard in the back, making her vomit violently once more. After a while, Moon Yejin regained a bit of clarity. The gym floor was covered in seaweed. She had been vomiting for 35 minutes straight, 382 times in total. Karma laughed. Look at this. Anyone who walks in would think we're farming seaweed. Well, seems you've paid off your debt. Principal and interest. Good job, class president. Hearing that, Moon Yejin, exhausted, smiled weakly. Thanks, Karma, so I've paid my debt now, right? Will you leave me? Karma's smile vanished. What nonsense are you talking about? There's still plenty left for you to pay. Moon Yejin, confused and angry, shouted, What do you mean? You just said it was done. Karma sighed. Oh, you poor thing. Sure, you've paid for vomit debt. But did you know your actions gave her stomach cancer too? And don't forget the debt for making her jump off the rooftop. Moon Yejin's eyes widened. What? The rooftop? How do you know about that? Then she remembered. Her voice shook. So you were up there, watching? Karma smiled coldly. That's right, class president. Well, today's game is over. But don't worry about the rest, you'll pay it all. No matter what. I'll make sure of it. Moon Yejin trembled, feeling the full weight of Karma's words. As Karma turned to leave, she added, Oh, and clean up this mess. See you later, class president. After Karma exited, Moon Yejin screamed at the top of her lungs in the empty gym. Outside, Karma made a call. Stepfather, have you arrived overseas safely? I just did something praiseworthy. Did you see the video I sent? Yes, I watched it, he replied. Those dried seaweed pills made a very excellent dish. Karma giggled. Thanks, stepfather. But how can anything compare to the Last Supper recipe you developed? Lee Myongjun said. It's time to finish this revenge at Enro High School. The Personality Erasure Project, to erase Song Yunjin's siblings' personality, and the Last Supper Project, to serve Moon Yejin an extravagant meal. It's time to put an end to the lives of those kids who ended our hyena's life. Just then, another voice called out to him. Vice Chairman Lee Myongjun. He turned. They were Song Yunjin's parents. He said to Karma, I must end the call now, as it's time to put the plan into action. Next scene at Lee Myongjun's company, he sat in his office with department head Beck. A voice came from outside. May I come in? Lee Myongjun told them to enter. The door opened, and Song Jinteek walked in, smiling. Hello, Vice President. Did you rest well? Thank you for arranging today's meeting. Please have a seat. Yes, sir. As soon as Song Jinteek sat down, he grinned. Today I played golf at that wonderful resort with such a distinguished guest as you. Maybe I got some luck from you, my shots never missed. Though I was the one putting the ball in, how could I compare myself to a professional like you? You surprised me. Lee Myongjun listened quietly while Song Jinteek kept laughing and flattering him. Finally, Lee Myongjun spoke. I have some unfortunate news for you, Director Song. The decision for our corporation to support your expansion of the trade route has been cancelled. What do you mean, sir? Song Jinteek asked. Our corporation conducted a financial review of the trade company, BAN, under your management. We found that its financial status isn't stable enough for investment. Therefore, the investment to support the expansion has been indefinitely postponed. Hearing this, Song Jinteek froze in shock. This can't be. What do you mean? Then why did you call me all the way to Thailand? Seeing his reaction, Lee Myongjun calmly replied, There's no need to be so upset. In fact, our corporation has a better project for you. A different project. What project is that, Vice President? You may have heard of it already. Our corporation has a subsidiary here in Thailand that's gradually entering the market. Recently, we've been searching for a company to collaborate with in supplying goods to our subsidiary. What do you mean by that, Mr. Lee? Director Song, how long will you keep worrying about profit margins and trading with others? Why not produce the products directly at your factory and supply them to our subsidiary yourself? Hearing this, Song Jinteek laughed loudly. If I can take on this project, there's nothing better. Isn't this the kind of opportunity everyone in the trade sector dreams of? But producing goods here means you're planning to set up a subsidiary for us, right? That requires a huge investment. How much would I need? Lee Myongjun answered, The amount won't be small. From legal procedures, equipment, and land for the factory, everything combined will require 20 billion won. I'll invest 10 billion won, and the remaining 10 billion will be your part, Director Song. We'll split it evenly, 50-50ths. He continued, I know raising this money will be a heavy burden for you, but this is the best opportunity one can offer. With this project, you'll be supplying a massive amount of goods to our Hyundai Group subsidiary. We won't let you down. Hearing that, Song Jin-teek fell silent. The subsidiary the vice president mentioned could only be Manhwa Electronics, a Hyundai Group's subsidiary expanding into the Thai market. Last year, when the parent company's stock dipped, Manhwa Electronics was one of the few unaffected. Securing a long-term supply contract with such a stable company would be an incredible opportunity. But one problem came to mind. Vice President, he said carefully, I'm very grateful for your trust and for offering such a great project. But unfortunately, our company doesn't have enough capital to operate a production company. I'm sure you know this from the financial review. Even if I borrow from commercial and investment banks, I can only raise about 5 billion won. Lee Myung-jun replied, then do this. Do you remember the apartment I gifted you? I'll introduce you to a trustworthy private credit company. You can mortgage the apartment and your private house in Gangnam to raise an additional 5 billion. Hearing this, Song Jin-teek was shocked. No, absolutely not. Borrowing at high interest for such a huge project? Impossible. Lee Myung-jun continued, Director Song, think carefully. From the beginning, I tried to secure this project for you. Initially, the company our group considered wasn't yours, but because I wanted to keep my promise, I pushed for you. If your company encounters any difficulties during the process, we'll assist you physically and mentally. It's all clearly stated in the contract. Please review it. Song Jin-teek looked through the document, thinking, there's nothing to hesitate about. If something goes wrong, the vice president will suffer the most. Even for a major tycoon, investing 10 billion won is no small matter. It must have taken determination to offer this. And that apartment in Gangnam wasn't even truly mine. If half the capital is coming from him, then this is a gamble worth taking. The buyer is a major corporation. This is a golden opportunity. Having made up his mind, he said, Vice President Lee Myung-jun, please trust me. Leave everything to me. Good, Lee Myung-jun replied. Then review the contract one last time. Holding the contract, Song Jin-teek smiled. Since this contract was prepared by your side, I'm sure there are no mistakes. But there's one thing. He pointed. This clause says that if the investment is used for anything outside what's stated in the contract, I have to repay double the original investment. Compared to standard contracts, this compensation clause is overwhelming. Why include something like this? Lee Myung-jun answered, it comes from weaknesses within our corporation. It's embarrassing to admit, but as you know, last year our group was involved in a massive embezzlement scandal, from top executives to subsidiary directors and external partners. The corruption was tied to a political party, and it was exposed on a national scale. As vice president, I had to fully cooperate with the investigation. He continued, after being betrayed by people both inside and outside the corporation, I began adding stricter penalties and compensation clauses to contracts. It's to make sure something like that never happens again. It's not that I don't trust you, Director Song, but as a leader, I have to protect the group's interests. I hope you understand. Hearing this, Song Jin-teek laughed. So that's how it is. Then I have nothing to say. I've heard about it. You were the one who revived the corporation during the crisis. You were all over the news handling the situation. Yes, Lee Myung-jun said. Last year, I had to make a lot of effort to revive the company. If you're done reading, go ahead and sign. All right, Song Jin-teek replied. He looked at the contract and thought, even though this clause depends on the person who wrote it, it feels like he's preparing for something. But as long as nothing goes wrong, I won't have a problem. I just need to avoid violating any terms. He signed. Across the table, Lee Myung-jun saw him sign and smiled inwardly. After signing, Song Jin-teek handed the contract back. Taking it, Lee Myung-jun said, this must have been a hard decision. You've worked hard today. You must be tired after playing golf with me. You should go rest. Hearing that, Song Jin-teek felt a bit disappointed. Vice President, it feels like you're being straightforward with me, but I understand everything already. I understand the meaning behind giving me such a big opportunity. Even if I feel a bit uneasy, I fully understand. Just give me your command, and I will always stay loyal and carry out whatever you need. I understand what you're trying to say, the vice president replied. Go rest now. Yes, vice president. Please rest well too. After Song Jintik left, only 2 people remained in the room. Department head Beck spoke. He does have some strategy, but if he thinks he's the one you'll choose to help you get revenge, he's gravely mistaken. No, Department head Beck. That's the truth. Our revenge plan needs director Song. The scene shifts to Song Eunjin's room. She was sitting bored in her room when the doorbell rang, startling her. The bell. Song Eunjin worried. Who could that be? No one told me they were coming today. A voice called from the door, delivery. Eunjin smiled. It's the self-defense spray I ordered to deal with Moon Yejin and Yoon Karma. Finally, it's here. Staying home alone feels safer. This is the weapon that will protect me. When she opened the door, the delivery person smiled, except it wasn't a delivery person. Karma stood there in a delivery uniform. Eunjin froze, terrified, but forced herself to invite Karma inside. Karma took off her cap and scanned the apartment with sharp eyes. Eunjin trembled and moved to follow, keeping her gaze on Karma. Why is that crazy woman sitting in my kitchen? How does she even know my address? Eunjin thought. Since she's here, I have to play along. Better be polite, or she'll go off again. Eunjin poured a glass of orange juice with shaky hands, some spilled over the rim. Karma coldly glanced at the spill. Are you suggesting I should lick juice off the floor? No, I'm sorry, Karma. I'll get you a new glass. Eunjin stammered. No need. I don't drink anything except sweet chocolate smoothies. Then I'll get you a chocolate smoothie. No. Just sit down. That's fine. Eunjin quickly pulled a chair and sat opposite her. Why are you wearing a delivery uniform? Are you working part-time as a delivery person? Karma smirked. Oh, our shy little Eunjin. If you'd seen my face on the door camera, wouldn't you have locked the door? That's why I came disguised as a delivery person, to get in. Eunjin thought, she really sounds like a criminal on the run. She asked nervously, You didn't take my package, did you? What was inside it? Were you expecting a package? If it benefits me, maybe I would take it, Karma said. What is it? Bear repellent spray, Eunjin blurted, realizing she'd said too much. Karma smiled. Strange. Living in a place like South Korea with no wild animals, why would you need that? Or were you planning to use it on me? No, Karma. I was joking to lighten the mood. South Koreans play little pranks like that to break the ice. Eunjin forced a laugh. At that moment, someone outside rang the bell again. Delivery! A voice called. The recipient must accept in person. Is anyone home? Karma ran to the door and answered, Yes, I'm home, but I don't remember ordering anything. What is the package? It's bear spray, the deliveryman replied. Karma turned back to Eunjin with an angry look. Eunjin froze. Karma smiled and said to the deliveryman, Just leave it at the door, please. Thank you. Then she turned back to Eunjin, who clasped her hands and pleaded, trembling. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Don't kill me. I still want to live. Karma reached out, gently placed a hand on Eunjin's head, and sat closer. It's okay, Eunjin. You don't have to be so scared. I know you must have gone through a lot to order something like that. I won't hurt you. By the way, why didn't you go to school today? I missed you. Eunjin answered nervously, I was afraid. The class president would kill me. You don't need to worry. I've already taken care of that violent class president, so you can be at peace. How did you do that? Eunjin asked. You shouldn't try to know too much. It's not good for you. You won't be bullied at school anymore. From now on, I'll be kind to you. Go to school, okay? Eunjin became emotional but pushed Karma's hand away after a moment. I'm not going to school. Do you think I'm that stupid? Last time you said you wanted to be my friend, then you treated me like a dog. I won't trust you again. Leave my house, or I'll call the police. Karma stayed calm. Our little Eunjin is so scared. This time, you should believe me. By the way, do you know what your dad is doing in Thailand? He's there signing a contract with my stepfather. From now on, our families will be closely connected. If I keep bothering you, my stepfather will scold me. Is that true? Eunjin thought Karma broke into her house without permission. Why would she suddenly be kind? Eunjin remembered her parents were in Thailand for business, and that she'd be home alone until tomorrow. She could have tortured me all day, but she didn't. Not because she didn't want to, but because she can't anymore. Dad must have negotiated something with Lee Myung-jun. Eunjin smiled faintly. Karma's voice pulled her back. Eunjin, will you go to school tomorrow? Yes, Karma. I'll definitely go. Good. It seems our families will have a strong business relationship. I've even warned Sihi and Yun not to bother you anymore. I'll come to school tomorrow. Karma left, and Eunjin watched her go, thinking that as long as Karma didn't hurt her, it might be worth tolerating a little. I used to be a minion for Cha Seo-hyun. Serving Karma won't be a problem. With Karma backing me, I could become powerful and beat those who look down on me. I'll be the queen of my school and reclaim my place. Then Karma suddenly returned to the door. Eunjin, I'm curious. What would happen if I used this bear spray on someone? Should I try it on you? Just once. Karma said it with a creepy smile, which made Eunjin freeze, unsure whether Karma would actually do it. The scene shifts. Karma was on the phone with Lee Myung-jun, laughing as she walked. Stepfather, I went to Eunjin's house and convinced her to go to school. Lee Myung-jun replied, Good. You were friendly and gentle with her, right? Karma hesitated. I teased her a little at the end, but she'll definitely go to school tomorrow. Lee Myung-jun snapped, Karma, control your behavior. I'm sorry, stepfather. I'll be careful. I know you've done well so far, but this final act of revenge must all happen at school. Do you understand? The scene shifts to a year earlier. A man laughed and shouted, Welcome, welcome to This Is a Once-in-a-Lifetime Chance, featuring the most beautiful model ever. At Song Junwa's atelier, a nude photo exhibition of Lee Hyena and crowd had gathered. One man said, This photo collection is the best yet. Her body is perfect. No wonder it cost 70,000 won to see it. It's worth every penny. Another added, Honestly, I'd rather see the real thing. You don't get it, someone else said. Even if the real person is here, you can only get this kind of satire through photos. Song Eunjin's social commentary provokes the imagination through simulation. Eunjin chimed in, When are you going to organize the next exhibition exposing those who badmouth me? Strip them, take photos, and show them. A man scoffed, Don't be ridiculous. Even if we strip them, they have to be worth something. Some of them make me want to puke. Just look at them, look at Hyena here. She's perfect. Hyena, don't frown. You'll only look uglier. Save your energy. People from a nearby school will be here soon. Another voice, Song Eunjin, added, Next time, bring someone worth looking at if you want pocket money, okay? That's how you keep your wallet full. Got it, you pervert? But honestly, thanks to Hyena, I bought a new handbag. Thanks, Hyena. You're the best golden goose I've ever had. Keep making money for me. Back in the present, Lee Myung-jun was speaking. Song Jinwon and Song Eunjin, those two siblings have been bribing the school's security staff every night. They hold shameless exhibitions in the school gym involving athletes from Seoul to Ujeongbu and Ongjin. They take money from perverts and exhibit nude photos of 5 girls, including Hyena. If anyone tries to leak information, their photos get spread online and sent to their families. We've secured the identities of all 218 buyers of the exploitation materials. I've paid a large number of homeless people to crush their testicles by various means. He continued, Karma, you must punish them. Do you understand? The place where our hyena endured so much pain and humiliation, that's where we'll carry out the personality execution ceremony. We're destroying the Song siblings' humanity. A group of students was playing soccer on the field. From a distance, Song Eunjin sat watching them, deep in thought. Her eyes were locked on one student, a boy laughing and kicking the ball, shining like the moon in the night, radiant and handsome. Eunjin stared with a silly grin but jumped when Karma suddenly appeared, laughing. Eunjin, you look like a girl in love. Caught off guard, Eunjin stammered, What? How long have you been there? I've been here since the universe was created, Karma joked. Even though you only missed one day of school, you seem to be having trouble adjusting. So I've been watching you closely, and guess what I discovered? You've fallen in love. It's not what you think. Eunjin panicked. Oh my god, calm down, Karma teased. Falling in love isn't embarrassing. So, Eunjin, you like Sihu, right? What? How do you know about Sihu? Eunjin shouted. How do I know? I asked Sihi and Yun. They told me everything. Eunjin fumed inside. Those busybodies are always meddling in my business. Karma smiled. You've liked him since the beginning of the semester, right? How cute. I fully support your love for Sihu. Seeing Eunjin's fearful expression, Karma began plotting. After a pause, she continued, Eunjin, what do you think if I help you get closer to Sihu? What? Eunjin's eyes widened. I could be the bridge between you two, Karma said confidently. Just like when I was in the north, I've never failed once when I've played matchmaker. Trust me. I'll shoot the arrow of Cupid for you. I'll make sure it hits the right target. Guys, truth to be told, she never for once actually played matchmaker. Eunjin thought, she talks like she actually owns Cupid's arrow. This crazy girl. It's a miracle she hasn't shot someone already. Yesterday, she calmed me down so I'd return to school, then sprayed bear repellent in my face. I can't trust her at all. I wasn't even planning to come today, but her threatening messages forced me out. And now she wants to be a bridge? What is she plotting now? Seeing Eunjin stay silent, Karma said, Hey, why aren't you answering? I'll do a great job, I promise. I'll help you connect with him. She said this with her usual expression, which only terrified Eunjin more. Tears gathered in Eunjin's eyes. The scene shifted to the classroom, where the boys who had just finished playing soccer were laughing. Today's game was fun. Sihu was running a lot, and everything went smoother. One boy teased, Hey, Sihu, why don't you quit the band and play soccer with us during lunch? No way, Sihu replied. We have to practice for the summer competition. Another boy grinned. I heard 5 female students will be at that competition. If you want to impress them, you'd better practice. Sihu laughed. Dude, last time you said a girl flirted with you on TikTok. More girls are always better. Just then, a voice called from the door. Wow. You're such a jerk. You will get divine punishment. Sihu looked up. Wait, who are you to say that? The boys turned to see Karma standing in the class. They blushed and whispered. Isn't she a freshman? Yeah, the girl from North Korea. She's pretty cute up close, kind of like an idol. She walked up close as the boys praised her beauty. She smiled and said, Hello, Senior Sihu. I'm Yun Karma, a first-year student from Class 6. I came because I have something to tell you. Sihu blinked. Something to tell me? What is it? Karma's eyes flashed red for a moment as she smirked. My friend wants to confess to you publicly. They're waiting for you in the indoor gym. They insisted you must come, so I'm here to pass the message. The class erupted. A public confession? Get the popcorn. This is like something from social media. Sihu rubbed his head. Do you know who's confessing to me? If I told you now, it wouldn't be fun, Karma replied. You'll find out when you get there. My friend prepared a lot, so don't miss it, Senior. She bowed politely, then left. Sihu stood there blushing, overwhelmed. His friends rushed over immediately. Oh my god, Lee Sihu. We knew you were popular, but this is crazy. Shut up, Sihu muttered, embarrassed. Hey, are you going or what? That girl is waiting. I don't like this kind of thing, Sihu said. Yeah, right. Look at your face. Meanwhile, news about the public confession spread across the school. Lee Sihu from Class 4 is getting confessed to. Male students followed in a big group toward the gym. On the other side, female students were whispering excitedly. I heard the handsome band senior is getting confessed to. Oh my gosh, seriously? Let's go. We can't miss this. Soon, a huge crowd gathered behind Sihu as he walked to the gym. Whoa, when did this turn into a festival? Is the girl pretty? It's a public confession. No way she's someone without confidence. Exactly. Lee Sihu is one lucky guy. Look at him. He's already smiling smugly. A moment later, the group arrived at the gym, laughing and in good spirits. But within seconds, Sihu's expression changed. His face went pale, eyes wide, as if he was seeing something impossible. Meanwhile, in another scene, a doctor held a medical chart. Patient Song Jinwoo, are you aware that today is your scheduled surgery for reconstruction of one of your testicles? Shocked, Song Jinwoo stammered, What? But the day's not over yet. What are you talking about? The doctor continued, Today is June 13th. Could it be that because you haven't been going to school, you've lost track of time? Song Jinwoo thought, could it be? No, that can't be. The surgery is supposed to be tomorrow, after my parents arrive. After a moment, he asked, Is it possible you mixed up my surgery date with someone else's? No, the doctor said firmly. There's only one patient named Jinwoo scheduled for testicle reconstruction here. If you understand, let's prepare for surgery. She added, We need to measure the testicle size to insert an implant. I'll take an image now. Still in shock, Song Jinwoo cried, What? We already did that. This is the final scan, the doctor reassured him. Please cooperate. Nurse Kim and Nurse Park will help remove your pants. It might hurt when we move your legs, bear with it. As they started, Jinwoo winced and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Every time they move my leg, the pain's unbearable. Yoon Karma, once I get out of this hospital, you're dead. The doctor interrupted, All right, we're ready to start the scan. Jinwoo's eyes widened when he saw a phone camera positioned near his groin. Wait, are you using a phone camera for this? He screamed. The doctor replied nonchalantly, Would you rather we use a high-speed camera? Stop complaining. Let's get on with it. As the staff left, Jinwoo shouted, Wait, why are you leaving me here? The doctor turned and said calmly, Sit tight while we finish prepping. If you're bored, you can watch TV. She turned on the TV and walked out, leaving Jinwoo furious and incredulous. How can a doctor treat a patient like this? He yelled at the empty room. Something's been off about him from the start. The TV flickered onto a scene of a girl wearing a collar and dressed like a dog. Jinwoo paused, then laughed. What kind of crazy person dresses like that? They actually look like a dog. His laugh died when he recognized the girl. Wait, isn't that Eunjin? Why is she on TV? Panic rose. What's happening? He stared at the screen in disbelief. Eunjin, how did you end up like this? The footage showed what had happened earlier, Yoon Karma forcing Eunjin to confess publicly to Sihu. Even though Eunjin had refused, Karma made her do it. A group of male students had just arrived in the gym and saw Song Eunjin kneeling. They murmured among themselves, What's going on? Is this cosplay? A public confession, so heartfelt, ha ha ha. Sihu was stunned. I can't believe this atmosphere. Female students pulled out their phones, whispering and recording. Isn't that Song Eunjin? She's always bossing around, look at her now. She's adorable. Adorable? Where? This is torture, she's like a robot pretending to be human. Eunjin was confused, unsure what would happen next. Behind the scenes, Karma acted. She pressed a button on the computer. A voice echoed through the gym, a handwritten letter to Senior Sihu Sunbae. The crowd burst into laughter. Look, there's even a heart emoji. So romantic. Do something cute already, maybe Sihu will fall for you. All Eunjin could manage was an awkward cry, woof 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 woof. The words on the screen kept changing. As she barked, her barking was translated. Hello, Senior Sihu Sunbae. I am the famous Chihuahua Eunjin from Enro High. I have been following you for a long time. The boys couldn't stop laughing. This is too much. Who wrote that? Photoshopped faces always look weird. Woof woof. I admire you so much, senior. Woof woof. I even marked my territory on the wall of your house. Sihu turned to his friends. Is that for real? They nodded. Sounds real enough. He snapped, Stop laughing, you jerks. This is ridiculous. The girls whispered, A love that transcends species, how touching. Who knew her dog impression would be so spot on? On stage, Unjin kept crying, Woof woof. Senior, how do you feel about my love? Isn't it adorable? Woof woof. I want to be your little puppy, and please can you become my master? Sihu stood frozen. In the control room, Karma stifled laughter. Unjin seethed inwardly. Karma, you're such a dog, she thought, tears streaming. She remembered confronting Karma earlier. Do you want me to confess like that? She had begged. Yeah, Karma had replied cheerfully. Isn't it cute? Nobody hates dogs. It'll work. Please stop bullying me, Unjin had cried. You promised you wouldn't do this anymore. How long will you keep playing games and lying? Karma snapped back, When did I lie? I said I'd delete the photos if you got beaten by the class president, but you refused the deal. And yesterday I said you wouldn't be bullied at school. No one said anything about home, did they? Don't twist my words. Trust me, Unjin, Karma had said, smiling. This time, I just want to make special memories with my friends. If everything goes well, I'll delete your photos. Unjin thought, that jerk. I did everything, and she still didn't delete them. If I tell my dad that aside, what will Sihu think? Maybe he'll find it cute. Sihu was furious while his friends laughed and joked. Sihu, just go along with it, someone urged. If you don't accept her, she'll feel awful. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have come, Sihu muttered, embarrassed and angry. He gritted his teeth. Such a pest sticking to me like that. Hearing this, Unjin burst into tears. On the other side, Song Jinwoo watched his younger sister's live stream in shock. What on earth is Unjin doing? What kind of bizarre scene is this? Karma smirked and glanced at the control computer. It's time. Students who didn't know the siblings' backstory are leaving because they feel uncomfortable. But those who wished for Unjin's downfall stayed in the gym. This is exactly what my stepfather wanted, Karma thought, and she pressed the next button. The projector flashed new words across the screen. Song's siblings sexually exploited a total of 5 female students, and 2 victims reportedly took their own lives. The atmosphere went cold. Unjin turned to the screen in disbelief. Sihu's friends stared. Is this true? Could this be real? Rumors about the Song's siblings had circulated for months, but seeing it confirmed on the screen felt unreal. The projector changed again. Character execution, public exposure of the Song's siblings' crimes begins now. Song Jinwoo read the words on his TV and froze. Panic rose in his throat. Seconds later, a new image filled the screen, a naked photo of Unjin and Jinwoo hospital photo, which was taken moments ago. Phones dropped. Laughter turned to stunned silence, and then vicious whispers. The crowd reacted harshly. Some students jeered at Song Jinwoo's appearance. He was missing one side of his nuts. So it's true? The rumor about one side being busted was real. Look at how he can't even hide properly because his limbs are busted, ha ha ha. One girl scoffed. The mocking grew crueler. Turns out the saying if you're tall, other things are too was a total lie, huh? Seriously, it's cute, ha ha ha. Song Jinwoo's panic turned to rage. You'll all pay for this, he shouted. Karma only smiled. Quiet down. You're in a hospital setting on the stream, she mocked. You seem quite deflated, don't you? He cursed her, calling him a bitch. Do you think you can do this to me and get away with it? Appa, why are you getting so worked up and angry? This is just media art you love so much. I tried to express retributive justice through a media communication technology. How do you like that? Song Jinwoo's voice broke as he threatened them. Eun-jin sobbed on stage, begging them not to look and pleading for dignity. Please stop. Don't take pictures. Siho covered his face in frustration. Came to receive a love confession, and saw such a spectacle instead. We should leave. Karma laughed and said, before teachers arrive, I'll shut it down, and unplugged the feed. The stream cut off instantly. But the damage had been done, pictures and clips were already spreading. Song Jin-woo cursed them all and shouted for doctors to come out. Suddenly, footsteps approached the hospital room. 2 nurses rushed in, then the head nurse followed with a syringe and an odd smile. Song Jin-woo's cries faded as the staff acted quickly to restrain him and administer a lightning-fast jugular injection. Guys, I think she is with Karma's stepfather, and for damn sure we are going to some deserving punishment. Elsewhere, a plane was headed for the VIP terminal. Lee Myung-jun walked the VIP corridor with his team, then he got a call from Giles' mother. She said the surgery preparations are complete. How is Song Jin-woo? He asked. He's well relaxed, and we can proceed once you authorize it. The vice president's expression hardened. Do it. Proceed as planned. Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun, how can I ever repay this kindness? He responded, kindness? Please don't mention it. Giles' mother, you and I are comrades bound by the same sorrow. The grief of losing a child doesn't lessen when shared, but the joy of revenge doesn't grow bigger the more you share it. Oh, you're absolutely right, Vice Chairman, she responded. Lee Myung-jun continues, I'll take care of everything thoroughly, so you don't need to worry about the aftermath. Please enjoy the surgery to your heart's content. Just leave it to me, Vice Chairman. Slowly, very slowly, and painfully, I will make him experience what hell is with my own hands. She said this with an evil smile. Lee Myung-jun asked her to make him suffer, and I will leave it to you. Chief Beak asked him if it was Giles' mother. Yes, she is another victim who lost a child to a beast. For this, I had her transferred to the hospital under our group. Giles' mother is a surgeon with 25 years of experience. Back at the hospital, the head nurse leaned close to Song Jin-woo. What I just gave you wasn't anesthesia, she said coldly. You'll be awake through everything, but you won't be able to move. You'll feel every moment. Her words were clinical and cruel. We'll keep you alive long enough for you to remember it, she said. This will be slow and painful. She even said, don't worry about dying. Giles' real elder sister and real aunt will personally attach a respirator for you. As the doctor, I will monitor your condition and somehow keep you alive for the maximum amount of time that my capabilities allow. I'll let you relish pain comparable to death. Let's start with unanesthetized testicular reconstruction surgery. Actually, no unanesthetized testicular removal surgery. A long, agonized groan echoed in the operating room as the procedure began. At the same time, elsewhere, footsteps echoed. After returning from their trip, Song Jin-taek was walking with his wife, smiling. That was such a useful and meaningful trip, wasn't it, my love? Yes. All the stress from before is gone. Vice President Lee Myung-jun is really generous. As soon as the contract was signed, he filled out the paperwork and donated 10 billion won to the company's account. That man, now we're bound by fate. You don't have to worry about revenge anymore. Well then, my dear, his wife said, from the 10 billion won we received, can you take out 10 million and buy me a handbag? There's a new release I've been eyeing. Love, even though you usually do things like this time it's not possible. We must compensate properly. The investment funds can't be used for personal spending. According to Clause 4 of the contract, it's prohibited. Even if you take just 1 instead of 10 million, we could go bankrupt immediately. Surely a generous man like him wouldn't be so rigid, right? That account is for construction costs and equipment expenses, isn't it? Billions will be withdrawn in the coming months. Who would notice if we only took 10 million won? No, dear. Not this time. But you know, the wives of my friends, all of whose husbands are directors, they all do this. Hearing that, Jin-taek held his head in thought. A moment later, he put his arm around her shoulder and lowered his voice. My dear, don't try to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Once we successfully do business with the vice president, What's a 10,000,001 handbag compared to that? Just tell me what you want, and you'll get it, I promise. Of course, she said. Let's go home in a good mood now that everything's settled. The two continued up to the 6th floor, smiling and chatting. Oh, that's right, his wife suddenly remembered. Tomorrow is Jinwoo's testicular reconstruction surgery, right? Yes, my love. Don't forget. You'll need to accompany him as his guardian. Seriously, do you think I'd forget something like that? I'll get everything ready. Don't worry. With that, they opened the door and stepped into their home, and immediately felt uncomfortable. Oh my God, the smell of pepper, why is it so strong? My eyes are burning. Did Eunjin cook while we were away? Jin-taek asked. But she's not the type to cook. And her shoes are here, so she's still home, isn't she? Jin-taek called out loudly with a laugh, Princess. Daddy's home. Mommy's home. Come greet us. Eunjin, what are you doing in there? Are you upset that only Daddy and Mommy went on the trip? But there was no response. He continued, Daddy bought you a souvenir, Eunjin. You're becoming more disrespectful toward your parents these days, aren't you? Don't be like that. Maybe she's sleeping, his wife said. Maybe she's exhausted from schoolwork. Jin-taek paused and leaned his ear against her door. What he heard made his face twist with shock. Dear, what's going on? Where's Eunjin's room key? He demanded. Why? What do you need it for? Quick, find the spare key. I don't know where it is. What's happening? Why are you acting like this? Stand back, he commanded. With one strong hit, he slammed his elbow into the door. It cracked and split open instantly. What he saw next made him scream. Eunjin. She was sitting on the floor, cutting her wrists, blood dripping slowly. Jin-taek rushed in, knocking the paper cutter from her hand. He grabbed her shoulders, frantic. Eunjin, what are you doing? How could you do something this extreme? Then he noticed the bandages all over her face. Why are there so many bandages on your face? Unable to hold it in anymore, Eunjin broke down crying. Daddy. Mommy. Her parents stood frozen in shock. Still sobbing, Eunjin held up her phone and showed them everything. On the day Karma entered the school, Eunjin had been beaten by her and forced to take nude photos. The next day, she was dragged around the school from class to class like a dog. Then she was bullied by 2 juniors during lunch. After that, Karma threatened her and forced her to provoke Moon Yejin, which resulted in Yejin stuffing a hair clip into her mouth and beating her unconscious. Terrified, she stopped going to school. But Karma came to her house. And before leaving, she sprayed bear repellent in Eunjin's face. The next day in class, Karma forced her to confess publicly. After the confession, she projected the nude photos of Eunjin and Song Jinwoo for the whole school to see. Both siblings fell into panic and despair. Eunjin kept crying. Her mother covered her mouth, shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jin-taek sat frozen. Then suddenly, he clenched his jaw in rage and grabbed his phone, dialing the economics reporter Park. But the call rang only a few times before a message played. The person you're trying to reach is not available. Please leave a voicemail. He slammed his fist on the table. That bastard. Why isn't he picking up? Why today of all days? This won't work. I need to find him myself. Get ready, we're leaving right now. Where are we going? His wife asked. Where else? We need to check if Jinwoo is safe. He rushed down to the first floor. As he moved, he muttered. If I put everything Eunjin said together, the hospital has been photographing Jinwoo's body, and that hospital is owned by the Hyundai Corporation. So this is all Lee Myongjun's doing. Those bastards are going to mess with Jinwoo's surgery. We have to get him out of there. Now. He reached the car and turned to his wife. You drive your own car with Eunjin. Go pick up Jinwoo. I have somewhere else I need to be. I'll contact you soon. Go, hurry. Understood. He slammed the door and started the engine, cursing, Lee Myongjun, you scumbag. Meanwhile, Director Beck was monitoring his phone. Vice President Song Jin-taek and his wife are getting in their cars and leaving. Where are they headed? The GPS tracker shows his wife is heading to the hospital. Jin-taek is driving onto the bridge. While driving, Jin-taek kept trying to call the HBS reporter Kong, but the same message played every time. The person you're trying to reach is not available. He slammed the steering wheel. You damned bastard. On the other side, Director Beck reported, Sir, Song Jin-taek is repeatedly trying to contact HBS reporters. And where is he now? As predicted, he's heading to the location we expected. While they were staying at the hotel, we installed a hacking app on their phones. That's right, Lee Myung-jun replied. Through that app, all of Jin-taek's calls look like they're connecting, but none are actually going through. The audio he hears is fake. Not just calls, Director Beck added. Messages, emails, social media, everything is blocked. He has no way of contacting anyone. Well, maybe one exception later. Of course, Lee Myung-jun said. He really isn't worthy of being in the aristocracy. Vice President, shall we head to the designated location? Yes. Slowly, I'll take over the conversation with him. After finishing instructions, Lee Myung-jun picked up his phone and made a call. Director, he said. The moment Jin-taek picked up, he exploded. Lee Myung-jun, you bastard! Lee Myung-jun calmly replied, Did you dial the wrong number, Director? I'm not a bastard. I'm Lee Myung-jun. Did you confuse my number with your daughter's? Shut up, you filthy dog. Are you joking right now? My daughter just slit her wrists. Oh really? And my daughter jumped off a building. So what's your point? Finally showing your true nature. From the start, you only thought about revenge, didn't you? You trapped me with that useless investment contract, enjoying one-sided attacks, right? Lee Myung-jun chuckled. But you know what? That contract can be cancelled any time. Go ahead, sue me. No clauses have been violated. As long as I return what I received, there's no damage. It's not about dishonesty from someone above you, it's even worse. He paused. Is my contract just a joke to you, Director? Make me do it, you bastard. Do you know where I'm heading right now? Jin-taek growled into the phone. I'm on my way to the HBS headquarters. By now, you should already know what's going to happen. Yes, he continued. A nightmare awaits you when you turn on the news. HBS breaking news: Hyundai Corporation devoured, Hyundai Corp owner arrested, the second heir was detained, government, corporation collusion uncovered, economic scandal spreads, shareholders in panic. Why is Lee Myung-jun being broadcast live? Lee Myung-jun is under bribery investigation. Jin-taek spat. This time, you'll be the one choking on all of it, you scumbag. Lee Myung-jun replied calmly, Is that all you've got? HBS has a pile of documents this thick. You're not the only one who knows how to ruin someone's reputation. Ruin someone's reputation? Jin-taek roared. At least my children still know they're ruined. My daughter was beaten senseless. My son had one of his testicles removed. What more do you want, you bastard? You raised your daughter without any decency, Lee Myung-jun said coldly, and now you want to treat us this way? Get ready. I'll show you what happens when you mess with someone's daughter. I am Song Jin-taek, he shouted, director of Nungan Corporation. Before he could finish, a truck slammed violently into his. His vehicle spun like a top, whipping around several times before crashing to a stop. The front end was mangled. Airbags exploded open. From a distance, an ambulance slowly approached. A few moments later, it parked beside the wreck. The back doors opened, and a figure stepped out, followed by Director Beck and another man. He's not dead yet, right? Director Beck asked. The person I hired was supposed to bring him back alive. I still have business with him. Don't worry, the man replied. We're professionals. Our company specializes in crash tests, using dummies, smashing them into cars at controlled speeds. We planned everything. The truck driver is a former race car driver. Reaction time is like lightning. We monitored traffic cameras and timed it perfectly. Only the car was supposed to be destroyed. The passenger survives. Just then, the door of Jin-taek's car burst open, and he crawled out, groaning. See? The man smirked. Told you. He's alive. Let's get him ready for transport. Vice President Lee Myung-jun is waiting. Meanwhile, at another location, Lee Myung-jun sat holding a sledgehammer, waiting. Back at the crash site, Jin-taek cried out weakly, "Help! Chief Beck." Seeing he was still conscious, Beck said, "Bring him to the vice president. He's been waiting." Jin-taek was loaded into the ambulance. They drove to a remote construction site. When they arrived, Jin-taek was dragged out. His vision was blurry. He looked close to passing out. Chief Beck shoved him to the ground. There stood Lee Myung-jun, sharp-eyed, expression cold. "You really struggled to get here in that condition," he said. "Now that you're here, our relationship has changed. I'm 2 years older than you, so we can speak casually." "Right, Jin-taek?" Jin-taek lifted his head weakly. "You bastard, even if you're a VIP, do you think you'll get away with this? What you've done? In 21st century South Korea, do you really think?" Lee Myung-jun cut him off calmly. "That's an interesting question. There are 2 reasons why what you just said makes no sense." He stepped closer. "First, both you and I know 2 people, a father and a daughter, who have done much worse things than this on a daily basis. So why are you suddenly questioning whether someone can get away with this?" He continued. "Second, where is the peace for a father who has lost his daughter? Tell me, is there even a concept of getting away with it?" Jin-taek fell silent, unable to respond. Lee spoke again. "Chief Beck." "Yes, Vice President." "Did you bring his phone?" "Yes, sir." "Show him." Beck handed Jin-taek his phone. Lee's voice cut through the air. "What you're seeing is your company's account. Open your eyes and take a good look." Jin-taek stared. His face turned ghostly pale. "What? What is this? Why is there 01 in the account?" Seeing the empty account, he screamed, "How is this possible?" "Oh," Lee said casually, "today at 1:49 a.m., withdrew all the funds, saying you would invest in cryptocurrency." "What cryptocurrency? What nonsense are you talking about?" "I didn't do that. I didn't do that." "Exactly," Lee Myung-jun replied coolly. "You didn't do it. But officially, the action belongs to you." Chief Beck added, "Shall I explain, Vice President?" Lee Myung-jun nodded. Beck began, "At 2:11 a.m., local time, my team and I entered Director Song's hotel room. We installed a hacking program on both his and his wife's phones. We accessed their banking apps and transferred all funds." He continued matter-of-factly, "We moved 10 billion won from Director Song's account to a cryptocurrency exchange called Qcoin Exchange. We also prepared the necessary documents and raised his transfer limit. Once that was done, withdrawing 10 billion was no issue." Lee Myung-jun picked up where Beck stopped. "The 10 billion won was sent to an illegal crypto exchange. And shortly after receiving it, the exchange shut down." Jin-taek gasped. "Don't tell me, the owner of that exchange. You stole my 10 billion? "That's right," Lee Myung-jun said calmly. "The money reached me through a very complex chain. But what matters is, the world now sees you as a shameless criminal who gambled investor funds on crypto." He added, "According to Clause 4, Section 2 of your investment contract, misusing funds requires repayment of double the amount." Lee smiled coldly. "So even if you return the 10 billion, you still owe an additional 20 billion. Jin-taek screamed, "This is fraud. You're the criminal. You hacked my phone. How can anyone believe this? How can that contract be valid?" Lee answered with chilling calm. "If you can prove your phone was hacked, the contract becomes void. But don't worry, Chief Beck will remove every trace of the hacking app today." His eyes narrowed. "And you will be erased as well," he continued. "You'll die tonight. And officially, the story will be, you invested 10 billion won in a fraudulent crypto exchange, panicked, and died in an accident while fleeing." Lee Myung-jun smiled. "Congratulations, Song Jin-taek. You've left your family a beautiful legacy, A debt of 20 billion won. Jean Take broke down, crawling forward and grabbing Lee's legs. Wait, please, Vice President, listen to me. Debt like that can't be inherited. Please, I beg you. I still have people outside who know me. They'll be suspicious if I die. Lee Myung-jun's voice turned to ice. Don't worry about that. Your wife is already dead. Jean Take froze. What? What are you saying? Wait, do you know something? Lee Myung-jun continued calmly. You think you're safe because of the inheritance law? Think again. Even if your children try to reject the inheritance, debt collectors can force settlements. Do you remember who else you borrowed from? Besides me? He paused. The loan sharks I introduced to you aren't ordinary collectors. They specialize in squeezing families who try to reject debt. Do you think your children, who know nothing about this world, can escape them? Jean Take trembled violently. Please, Vice President, please, this is too much. Please help me. What about Assemblyman Cha? Chief Han? He cried. Why are you doing this to me? Lee Myung-jun's eyes darkened. You called my daughter a whore. You thought I didn't know? And your son, he committed sexual assault. How do you think he continued at school without punishment? Jean Take's face strained of color. Lee Myung-jun continued, voice steady and merciless. Your son forced the victims to take hush money to keep quiet. He exploited them. And yet you stand there, mocking my daughter Hyena, calling her a whore. You claimed it was all consensual, didn't you? Lee Myung-jun's voice seethed with hatred. You used your connections with Assemblyman Cha to pressure the courts and delay your son's sentence, while you produced obscene videos. Tears filled Song Jean Take's eyes as Lee Myung-jun continued. The judicial system ended up labeling my daughter a prostitute because of you. Jean Take realized the depth of Lee Myung-jun's wrath. He dared to insult Lee's dead daughter, and paid for it. A sarcastic clap cut through the air. A one-eyed man stepped forward, grinning. Time to learn how to disguise murder as a car accident, he mocked. Here's some advice: avoid hitting the face. Judges notice facial damage during autopsies. He stomped down on Jean Take's already broken leg, making him scream in agony. The man chuckled. Crush the parts that are already broken, so that it will only be shown as an accident in the autopsy report, and the rest will be easy. Lee Myung-jun pulled out a hammer and walked toward Jean Take. His voice was cold. You ordered everything in Thailand, didn't you? Now go find my daughter Hyena and apologize. He raised the hammer. Send her my regards, you filthy dog. Then he struck. The sound of bone cracking and painful groans echoed endlessly. Blood spattered like rain. Lee Myung-jun lifted the hammer again and struck without mercy. The hammer came away drenched in blood. Each blow seemed meant to crush bone and flesh. Even Chief Beck, watching, was horrified. He went pale, frozen and powerless, unable to stop what was happening. After a while, the blows stopped. Lee Myung-jun stood panting, covered in dark red stains. Blood dripped from his sleeves, painting his clothes. This was more exciting than I thought, he said, breathing hard. A grim satisfaction showed on his face. Finally, he had his revenge. The hatred and pain he'd carried for years felt, for a moment, washed away. Chief Beck shuddered, the sight chilled him. The hammer thudded to the ground. Lee spoke again. This revenge plan was mine, but I only stood on the sidelines. I felt suffocated. Now I've relieved that itch. Lee Myung-jun said to the man nearby. If you're done, handle the cleanup. Kwan laughed. Yes, more than enough, sir. Lee Myung-jun turned to Chief Beck. I'm going to rest. Help Mr. Kwan clean up and come back later. Yes, Vice Chairman. Lee Myung-jun placed a blood-stained hand on Chief Beck's shoulder and left. Chief Beck stood dazed, staring at the blood on Lee Myung-jun's hand and the stains spreading on his own clothes. Kwan said that it's been a while since he had such an interesting client. It seems like we'll be seeing each other often, Chief Beak. I look forward to working with you. One of the bodyguards suggests Chief Beak to rest as he is tired from all that happened today. While lighting a cigarette, a thought crossed Chief Beck's mind. When did the man he respected become so cruel? He'd once been dignified, the kind of leader that directors came to for his advice. He'd been a devoted father who took his daughter out on trips. He'd even helped Chief Beck find a better life. Now he was monstrous. Chief Beck felt the conflict of loyalty to a man who had changed into something dark. The night's chill matched the heaviness in his chest. Has the vice chairman really fallen this far, though? Am I standing by as he destroys himself? Or do I act? He inhaled, then set his resolve. No, he would not think like that. This was a critical moment to complete the vice chairman's first act of revenge. At least in this moment, I shall become the hammer swung by the vice chairman. A few days later, everything had been staged. Authorities completed their investigation, and the funeral was arranged. The family suffered an unbearable loss. Both parents of Song Eun-jin had died the same day. Whispers spread through the crowd. Oh dear, both were hit by drunkards, weren't they? Someone murmured that one was hit by a drunk truck driver, and the other by a drunk tour bus driver. Another asked, how could both have accidents at the same time? It's so tragic. Mr. Song used to be a business owner. He must have left something behind, one voice offered. At least the kids will have something. Don't be stupid, someone snapped. He embezzled 10 billion from investors before he fled. What they left behind is debt, not fortune. Two women watching the scene leaned in. Why is their daughter leading the funeral? Where is the son, they wondered. Across the way, Song Eun-jin stood alone. I heard the son's in the hospital, someone added. Such a tragedy. Another whispered, I heard the poor girl saw her mother's accident from the back seat. She only broke an arm, thank God. But others were suspicious. Isn't it odd that they weren't in the same car but had accidents at the same time? Maybe someone orchestrated it. Lee Myung-jun? A voice suggested. Someone shot that down quickly. If he wanted Mr. Song dead for unpaid debts, he'd squeeze every benefit first. Killing him now would cause financial loss, not gain. People mulled it over. Given Lee Myung-jun's resources, losing 10 billion won wouldn't topple him. If not him, who had a motive? The most suspicious name on everyone's lips became Assemblyman Cha. Think about it, one person continued. Last year, Assemblyman Cha went to extreme lengths to bring down the opposition party. He relentlessly pressured the Hyundai group after the scandal about their family bribing key opposition figures came out. He used that chaos to carry out a brutal purge. Isn't that terrifying? And during that mess, Mr. Song supposedly did a majority of odd jobs for Assemblyman Cha. Mr. Song? Doing errands for someone as powerful as Assemblyman Cha? Really, someone asked, shocked. I heard it from a former department head who transferred to another district, the man replied. Mr. Song might have seemed like an ordinary businessman, but he was influential in the Enro district community. He's been in decline recently, but back in his prime, he even funded the Enro district representative's election campaign. Oh, that makes sense, another person chimed in. The Enro district representative and Assemblyman Cha have been close friends since high school. That's why they're tied together. Exactly. That's also why some of us government workers came to pay our respects, just to show our faces. But one person still looked puzzled. What does Mr. Song's doing errands for Assemblyman Cha have to do with this accident? The man with glasses snapped, annoyed. Oh my God, are you that slow? Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun is the one Assemblyman Cha tried to frame, even tried to send to prison, but failed. Meanwhile, Mr. Song worked for someone like Lee Myung-jun, clinging to him like a bat. If you were Assemblyman Cha, would you just sit back and watch? And the fact that Mr. Song lost 10 billion of Lee Myung-jun's money? That could have been part of Assemblyman Cha's plan. His people probably leaked the transaction details to make the fraud possible. Another person burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, are you guys serious? Have you watched too many movies? Do you really think a senator would do that in this day and age? The man with glasses sighed. TSK, TSK. You're so naive. You have no idea what kind of person Assemblyman Cha is. But you're new to civil service, you wouldn't know. He thought bitterly, politics really drives people insane. Another person spoke up. Everyone has their theories, but our admin chief always sees everything through a political lens. The man with glasses retorted, "What are you even saying? Think simpler. Isn't everyone aware of the rumors? Mr. Song's children bullied Lee Myung-jun's daughter. Everyone's focused on the 10 billion and missing the real point. If this is truly revenge, it's the revenge of a grieving father." As soon as he said that, a hush fell. Then, speaking of the devil, Lee Myung-jun arrived, tears streaming down his face. The gossipers instantly froze. Lee Myung-jun's cold voice cut through the air. "Excuse me? Move aside." The man who had been loudly theorizing went pale. His face drained of color as Lee Myung-jun leaned close, irritated. "Move." Everyone stiffened, terror washing over them. Their eyes went wide, as if caught in a crime. Without another word, Lee and his bodyguards passed through, the atmosphere heavy with grief and dread. Inside, mourning cries filled the air, adding to the weight hanging over everyone. Lee Myung-jun put on a mask of sorrow, tears welling in his eyes as he approached the casket. His presence sent a chill down Song Eun-jin's spine. She trembled, not in fear, but burning rage. Her teeth clenched. Her eyes widened, sharp with fury. Her entire face radiated hatred. As Lee Myung-jun's footsteps came closer, the pressure grew suffocating. Just yesterday, he had killed her parents. And today, he walked into their funeral as if nothing had happened. Only Song Eun-jin and Song Jim-woo remained, and they were his next targets. He wanted them alive, but to suffer in poverty for the rest of their lives. The scene shifted to Karma. Karma fumed, "My stepfather is so unfair. He went to the funeral of Song Jin-taek and his wife without me. I spent so long picking an outfit for my first funeral, I couldn't even sleep because I was so worried. But he doesn't care at all. Guys, she picked a nun out for the funeral. Sometimes I wonder what actually runs in her brain." She huffed. But then she thought again. Maybe it's for the best. If I went, Eun-jin's attention would shift to me instead of him. And he deserves to enjoy his revenge. I guess I had to step aside. Back at the funeral, Lee Myung-jun stared coldly at Song Eun-jin's face. She looked up at him, trembling, not from fear, but from pure hatred. "This bastard, this dog, he killed my parents," she thought. "I have to expose him. I have to say something. Now." She opened her mouth, but when she saw the men standing behind Lee Myung-jun, fear gripped her throat. "I'm too scared. I can't speak." Lee Myung-jun lowered his gaze and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Eun-jin," he said softly, "this must be devastating for you. Losing both parents at such a young age, words can't describe that pain. I lost a wife and daughter, so I understand. But you must stay strong." He continued gently, but with venom hidden beneath. "Unfortunately, this is only the beginning. Your father squandered 10 billion won of my money. He also borrowed another 10 billion from loan sharks and banks, all in cash." He sighed dramatically. "Although we didn't know each other long, I respected your father. I was even willing to forgive him and use future business profits to pay off his debts. But sadly, he died before I could do that." His voice sharpened. "From now on, you will have to earn money for your crippled brother's medical bills. You may need a part-time job. You may even need to cover your own living expenses. I don't know if you'll need to drop out of school." He leaned closer. "No matter how hard life gets, even if you wish for death, you must not give up. I don't want another tragedy like Hyena. I'll be watching you, Eun-jin. Always." Hearing this, Song Eun-jin's fear grew until she couldn't speak. An old man whispered to his friend, "Are you sure the CEO's daughter was a bully? Why is Vice Director Lee Myung-jun taking such good care of her?" Eun-jin turned her head away, tears falling. "No, it's not like that, don't listen to him." Then Lee Myung-jun spoke again. "Eun-jin, you saw that picture, right?" he asked gently. "How did you feel? Did it hurt your heart?" Hyena smiled the same way, in a scene just like that. His expression twisted into something terrifying. Eunjin froze. She turned toward the memorial portraits. Her mother's face twisted with anger, then the eyes slowly began to bleed. Her mother smiled at her, then her face shifted into a smiling hyena. Terrified, Eunjin screamed and bolted out of the funeral hall. At that moment, an elderly woman slowly approached Lee Myongjun and asked, "What were you whispering to my granddaughter just now?" Lee Myongjun glanced at her, then turned his head and replied calmly, "Nothing. I was only trying to comfort her, but it seems it was too much for her to handle." Meanwhile, Song Eunjin had already run out to the main road. While running, she tripped and fell, her face hitting the ground. She lifted her head and burst into tears. Suddenly, she heard a voice, "I'm sorry, Eunjin." She slowly turned, and in front of her stood Hyena, her face bloodied, smiling, and saying, "I'm sorry." "Are you okay, Eunjin?" Eunjin let out a terrified scream, clutching her head and repeating, I'm sorry, over and over. But the only person standing there was a confused office worker, unsure what was happening. Report on the outcome of the personal punishment against Song Eunjin of Enro School. She is unable to make a living after losing her guardian and is experiencing psychological hallucinations due to extreme stress. Perpetrator, Song Eunjin. Status, revenge completed. The scene shifts to Song Jinwon. His face is twisted in pain, eyes rolling back. The head nurse walked in with a smile. "You're finally awake in the recovery room, patient Song Jinwon." He remained silent, terrified to check whether he still had anything left as a man. The nurse continued cheerfully, "I have some unfortunate news. Because of a miscommunication among our staff, your remaining testicle was replaced with a prosthetic one. A medical accident occurred during surgery." Jinwon stammered, "A surgical mistake." A second later, he exploded. "A mistake? Are you calling this a mistake? You idiots did it on purpose. You cut it out with a scalpel for 4 hours, without anesthesia." The head nurse laughed. "Oh my, it seems the patient is showing signs of delirium as the anesthesia wears off. Don't worry, it's normal. Your delusions will disappear soon." "You never gave me anesthesia!" Jinwoo screamed. "Are you trying to gaslight me? I'll sue all of you. My father will make sure you rot in prison." The nurse chuckled. "What on earth are you talking about? Go ahead and sue, but do you even have money? Your parents left behind hundreds of billions in debt before they died." Jinwon froze. "If you don't believe me, call your little sister. She's struggling to handle everything. Should I arrange for someone to pick you up for the funeral tomorrow?" She paused, then added coldly, "But with your injuries, you'd better start physical therapy soon. I wonder if you'll be able to afford it." She walked out, leaving him trembling. "What nonsense! What are you saying?" he muttered. Then he tried to shout, but fell off the bed, landing hard. Lying on the floor, he whispered, "My parents, dead? That can't be. Who's going to help me?" Then he screamed in frustration. Report on the outcome of the personal punishment against Song Jinwon of Enro High School. Permanent knee and ligament damage. Loss of sexual function due to testicular removal. Perpetrator Song Jinwoo. Status, revenge completed. Elsewhere, Moon Yejin was in a state of panic. Holding her head, she cried, "I'm going to be killed. Song Eunjin's parents are dead, now it's my turn." She trembled, thinking, it's obvious. That gym incident. Karma did this. She's going to make me pay for killing Lee Hyena. I'll be murdered next. No. I can't die like this. I need to do something. She remembered the confession video from the gym. The video, it proves Lee Myongjun's punishment plan. If I report it to HBS, maybe he'll stop. And I'll seek protection through Bae Doe's grandma. I can still fight back. The final target of my revenge is him, she muttered. The final battle is about to begin. But just as she was about to send the video, her laptop froze. A message flashed across the screen. Laptop of Moon Yejin has been hacked. Hello, Moon Yejin. She stared in shock, tears forming. My computer, hacked? Did Lee Myung-jun hire someone? Or is it you, Karma? Or a North Korean hacker? More text appeared. Oh, Moon Yejin. I'm disappointed. Don't you recognize me? When your school bullying scandal broke out, did you ever wonder who erased your social media posts? Her eyes widened. No way. That tone? It can't be. She remembered the person who helped her before, Bae Dioe's cousin. More text popped up. Haha, judging from your face, you finally realized who I am. She snapped. Hey! Shut up! Why are you hacking my computer? What are you doing? The hacker replied mockingly. Relax. If I hadn't hacked it, that video would have gone public. I just saved your life. Do you think your grandma doesn't know what's happening in Enro? They're purposely covering it up. Bae Dioe's web drama is a huge hit right now. They're getting casting offers everywhere. Her stock is rising. Why cause trouble? Moon Yejin shouted. What are you talking about? I didn't mention Bae Dioe in my email. And the video only shows Song Eun-jin and Song Jin-won. So why? The hacker replied, You really are clueless. If anyone digs into the Enro scandal, you'll get dragged into it too. Don't you get it? You kids are so naive. Moon Yejin gritted her teeth. Damn it. He's acting like none of this affects him. The hacker continued, And why were you sending it to the official news reporting email instead of your own agency? If the email leaks, I have to delete it. Otherwise, you might end up like Hyena. Moon Yejin screamed, panicking. So what am I supposed to do now? Either way, I'm dead. Stop with the nonsense. Don't you know how insane Karma is? That nude photo incident was nothing. She's a psycho. She insulted me, made me eat crab claws, and even forced seaweed on me. What is she, a seafood chef? You have no idea. Just help me, please. Appa, this isn't someone else's problem. Sooner or later, the same thing will happen to Bae Dioe. I'm seriously about to die. Please do something. Sensing her desperation, the hacker finally replied, Don't worry so much. I already have a plan. Just stick to your usual routine. And by the way, I'm gonna format your laptop, so don't do anything foolish. I've already deleted all the videos from the cloud and your phone. Alright, goodbye. With those final words, everything Moon Yejin had gathered disappeared. Her last attempt ended in complete failure in under 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in another location, Chief Beck looked at his phone. Vice President, we just contacted the hacker we hired in China. It seems Moon Yejin tried to report a video to HBS. What did they do? The Vice President asked. They impersonated Bae Dioe's cousin and deleted everything. Their work was impressive. The hefty fee we paid was worth it. In future confrontations with HBS, the presence of Bae Dioe's cousin might give the matter a potential cyber warfare angle. That hacker group will be a major asset. Good, the Vice President said. Chief Beck continued, Not only did they delete Moon Yejin's video, but every recording of the song's siblings' public execution is now under our control. While the gym's Wi-Fi router was breached, our group installed malware on every student's phone. Just like with Moon Yejin, if any student tries to share the video, it gets deleted immediately. The Enro incident will never go public. It simply won't happen. Excellent work, Chief Beck. What about the remaining perpetrators? Our agents have tracked all of them. Bae Dioe, thanks to her hit drama, she is thriving. But her grandmother, the former state director who oversees HBS News, is busy promoting Bae Dioe's broadcasts, boosting her image. Kang Ayan's family doesn't care about Seoul News. The problem is Cha Seohyun's family. After listening, Lee Myung-jun nodded. As expected. Predictable. Almost chilling. Chief Beck replied, Vice President, I don't know whether it's luck or misfortune, but Cha Seohyun's arrogance hasn't changed. It's definitely fortunate because it means Cha Seohyun's arrogance and rashness remain unchanged. Nothing to worry about if things go awry with the Cha family. We do have a trump card. While Assemblyman Cha is the ultimate target, he is also viewed as a public enemy. It's time to set off. I'm starting to feel a bit weird, Chief Beck replied. Yes, Vice Chairman. Starting the car. As he drove, he thought anxiously, the Vice President clearly hasn't planned for life after Revenge. Even attending the funeral was reckless. Everything he does now is for revenge, nothing else matters. But I won't let him live in emptiness forever. 10 years ago, he gave me a reason to live. I'll give him purpose again. That's my duty as his closest aide. With that determination, the car continued toward Lee Myung-jun's estate. The next morning, at Moon Yejin's house, her mother knocked on the door. Yejin? Yejin, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you going to school? You'll get in trouble with your father. Inside, Moon Yejin was panicking. I'm not going outside. If I do, I'll die. I'm not taking a single step out. Her mother frowned, confused. What's gotten into her lately? What happened at school? Just then, Moon Yejin's father arrived, startling her mother. He took the key, opened the door, and stepped inside. Get out of there, he demanded. How far are you planning to disappoint me? Using vulgar language? Are you saying you're dropping out of school now? Moon Yejin fell to her knees. Father, I don't want to die. If I go to school, I'll die. Don't you remember? Song Moonjin's parents just died, and it was Lee Myung-jun who killed them. He adopted Song Eun-jin and interfered with her brother's treatment. He even tried to kill me by making me eat seaweed. If I go to school, I'll die. Please save me. Her father's expression darkened. How long must I clean up your messes? Are you trying to endanger our whole family with your gangster-like behavior? Moon Yejin's mother asked carefully, Honey, what's going on? It seems Lee Myung-jun is doing some kind of revenge scheme, her husband replied with a sigh. I'm tired of dealing with this because of our daughter. He turned to his wife. Today, go somewhere with a lot of people. Why? She asked. Right now, crowded public places are safer than our home. Take public transportation, go somewhere busy, a department store you normally don't visit. Stay in the most crowded area. I'll try to contact Vice President Lee Myung-jun later. Then he faced Moon Yejin again. And you, go to the academy. The academy? She echoed. Yes. No one would expect a high school student to be there at this hour. I'll inform the principal. You'll study independently with the other students. He paused, thinking darkly. Should I remove her from the family registry? We'll see how this ends first. Now get on public transportation and go to the academy. Understood? Later, Moon Yejin arrived at the academy. As she walked in, a teacher greeted her with a smile. Yejin, you're here. I heard from the principal that you'll be studying here because of school bullying issues. Is that right? Yes, sir, she replied. Oh my. You must have gone through a lot of bullying, right before finals, too. But don't worry, there's no school violence here. All the repeat students are in class right now, so you'll be able to study peacefully. I need to go teach. If anything happens, contact the vice principal. Yes, sir. After the teacher left, Moon Yejin let out a long sigh of relief. It's been so long since I've felt this peaceful. I really miss this. Feeling reassured, she opened the classroom door, only to freeze on the spot. Standing there was the last person she ever wanted to see. Karma. Her signature smile greeted her like a nightmare. Moon Yejin stood frozen for 2 seconds, and then the world seemed to stop. A beat later, she screamed in terror, only for Karma to immediately cover her mouth with her hand. Karma yanked her inside and shut the door behind them. Inside, Karma kept one hand over Moon Yejin's mouth, holding her still. With her mouth sealed, Moon Yejin could only make muffled noises. Karma leaned close and whispered, Quiet, class president. If you keep screaming, what do you think will happen in the basement? You know, where your mother is, in the food section of Enro department store? Hearing that, Moon Yejin trembled even harder. What the hell? How does Karma know where my mother is? Did she bug my room? Karma spoke again. Your breath is tickling my hand. If I let you go, will you behave? She released her grip. Moon Yejin gasped, breathing hard, trying to steady. Karma chuckled. Class president, if you try to run away without repaying your debt, what do you think will happen? Moon Yejin stammered. How did you know I'd be in this room? Were you waiting? There are many ways to know, Karma replied. According to what I heard from the Moon Yejin monitoring team, this lecture room was empty at this time. So I slipped in through the window. At that, Moon Yejin nearly fainted. This is the 4th floor, what kind of monsters am I dealing with? She grabbed the nearest table. Don't come closer. I know you came here to kill me. If you touch even a single hair on me, I'll scream loud enough for the whole academy to hear. Karma shrugged. Relax. I'm not here for that. I'm here to negotiate. And negotiate? Moon Yejin echoed. My stepfather has taken an interest in you, Karma said calmly. You seemed close to Song Eunjin. You must know something about my sister Hyena's death. If you can give us useful information, I'll guarantee your safety. Moon Yejin felt a wave of relief. I'm going to live. I won't die. But then another thought hit her. No. Something is off. Why did they suddenly change their attitude? Yesterday, they threatened to give me stomach cancer. She laughed suddenly. Karma frowned. What's so funny? Oh, this? Moon Yejin said. Your stepfather must be desperate, huh? Killing Song Eunjin's parents was a stupid move. Of course, Cha Seohyun's family is suspicious. And now you're suddenly trying to convince me? That means Cha Seohyun is reacting. And even if I help you, there's no guarantee I'll be saved. She continued, look at Song Eunjin. Cooperating didn't help her. And if I work with your stepfather, Cha Seohyun will kill me and call me a traitor. He'd win in the end, Karma snapped. Don't forget, we're watching your mother right now in a place full of cameras. Do you think you can protect her? Moon Yejin shot back, if you're rushing this much, it means you're panicking. Killing me would be too much even for you. You can't touch me. As she kept taunting, Karma suddenly lunged and grabbed her throat. Moon Yejin couldn't breathe. Her vision blurred as Karma's furious face loomed over her. Moments later, she blacked out. When she woke up, Moon Yejin jerked upright, gasping. What happened? Karma's voice came from near the door. Awake now, class president. Moon Yejin clutched her face in fear. What are you doing? Karma smiled. How does it feel? Things happened so fast you couldn't even scream. Back in juvenile detention, I specialized in choking inmates unconscious without the guards noticing. They called me the sleeping beauty of the forest. She added casually, there was one inmate who killed her own sister. Caused a lot of trouble. I put her to sleep 30 times in one day. After that, she just drooled and became a retired. I wonder how many times it'll take for you to drool, too. Moon Yejin trembled. Okay. I'll negotiate. Karma smirked. Good. You should have done that earlier. The weather's warm, all this commotion made me crave something sweet. Do you know any shaved ice places around here? Shaved ice? Moon Yejin repeated, shocked by the sudden topic shift. There's only one shop. Take me there. Now. Moon Yejin had no choice. She took Karma to the shop to cool off. When they arrived, Karma scowled. What? Are they still prepping? Are you messing with me? No. This is the only shaved ice place. I didn't know they weren't open yet. There's a dessert cafe nearby. Ignoring her, Karma pushed the door open. Hello? Anyone here? An elderly man looked up. We're not open yet. Karma stepped forward with her charm. I'm really craving shaved ice. Could you make an exception? Just this once? The old man chuckled. All right, but sit somewhere less visible. Thank you so much, Karma said sweetly. Moon Yejin fumed internally. She's spending my money. What a parasite. They sat down. Moon Yejin asked, so, what information do you want? Karma waved her off. Relax. Business talk after the shaved ice arrives. Damn it, Moon Yejin thought. She's making me anxious on purpose. Soon, the shaved ice arrived. This one's chocolate, and the mango one is over there, right? The old man said. Yes, that's the chocolate one I ordered, Karma said happily. Then she pointed. And that one's yours, class president. Moon Yejin froze. How does she know what I ordered? I paid at the kiosk alone. Karma spoke again. Pick up your spoon. It's melting. Moon Yejin quickly swapped their bowls. Karma glared. What the hell are you doing? Try my food. Did you think I poisoned it? Her remark made the shop owner stiffen awkwardly. Karma replied casually, Your paranoia is a sickness, class president. You should visit the psychiatry department at your father's hospital. Stop overthinking and eat. Moon Yejin glared back. Damn it. I knew something was off from the start. Forcing me into a shop that wasn't even open yet. Choosing a time when no customers would be around. She must have bribed the owner to tamper with the food. If she doesn't eat her own shaved ice, I'll escape with everything I've got. Right. Then Karma took a spoonful, ate it, and said, Delicious, class president. She chewed and swallowed right in front of Moon Yejin. After swallowing, she opened her mouth and said, See? There's nothing in the shaved ice. Moon Yejin didn't reply, but kept thinking, Damn it, why is she acting like this? Just then, Karma raised her hand and smiled. Now that you know it's safe, give me my chocolate shaved ice. Hearing that, Moon Yejin sat down and began eating. As she ate, Karma added casually, You ate mine, didn't you? Still suspicious, Moon Yejin thought, looks like she really didn't do anything to it. Maybe she truly wants to negotiate. I can give her some surface-level information, then find a way to contact Cha-Yin. But there's no guarantee she'll pick up. If I want to survive, I have to do whatever it takes. Lost in thought, she kept eating. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her mouth. She spat blood immediately. Horrified, she realized her food was filled with glass shards. Frozen in terror, she looked up at Karma, who was grinning. A bodyguard stepped behind Moon Yejin. This is the last supper on your dinner menu, Moon Yejin, glass shaved ice. Moon Yejin began vomiting glass pieces, blood dripping down her chin. Only now did she realize she had been completely tricked. When she tried to stand, two of Karma's bodyguards shoved her back into the chair. Karma's voice rang out, Class President. It seems unfair to hyenas vomit debt with seaweed, don't you think? At least what I'm giving you is an actual edible ingredient. What you fed hyena was a foreign object. So we prepared this, the essence of international cuisine. Shaved glass. How does it taste? Good? Then someone else stepped forward and said, Yejin, this shaved glass dessert was personally made by the vice president. Considering his effort, you should eat it all. Moon Yejin thought desperately, damn it. I'm doomed. These lunatics really want to kill me. I have to get out, now. Only 2 bodyguards are behind her. Neither is blocking the chair. If I use the strength I gained from Tian, maybe I can kick the chair back and escape. But as she prepared to run, something felt off. She glanced back. Why aren't they chasing me? Shouldn't they be after me already? While she hesitated, Karma spoke. Class President, if you're leaving, shouldn't you take your bag? Moon Yejin looked at her bag, confused. What is going on? Why aren't they stopping me? Is this a trap? Damn it, after all this psychological torture, I can't tell what's real anymore. Then Karma said, there's a video. A video with you as the star. And if you knew what I planned to do with it, even if someone dragged you out of here, you wouldn't want to leave. So sit down, Class President. I won't force you to eat the shaved glass. But before you go, why don't we watch a fun video? Moon Yejin hesitated. When the video started playing, her blood ran cold. Yes, Unjin. I'm a murderer. But do you think it's okay to be messing with a murderer? The footage showed Moon Yejin beating Unjin over and over. Terror filled her. Karma spoke again. Are you okay, Class President? Such brutal violence, and a murderer's confession. If this video gets shared with a few people, imagine the fun. Moon Yejin's voice trembled. Wait, don't tell me. Are you planning to send this to my dad? Why would I do that? Karma smirked. I said a few people. Not your dad. She added, wasn't your laptop hacked yesterday? That wasn't random. We hired a Chinese hacker. He's extremely skilled. I'll send the video to him. And from now on, every time you try to start a new life, he'll send this video to everyone around you. Scenes flashed. Moon Yejin at the university, classmates receiving the video. Moon Yejin is at work, and co-workers are watching the video. Moon Yejin's wedding, guests whispering as they watch the video. Karma continued, at every important moment in your life, this video will appear. Each time the hacker releases it, for your information, all the payments of this request will be divided for task under a blockchain-based electronic escrow platform operated on deep web, which even if my new stepfather passes away the day after tomorrow, the hackers for their money will continue hunting you down for the rest of your life, and so our poor class president. She leaned closer. You'll live alone until she turns into a grumpy old grandma and dies unless she decides to take her own life before that happen. Moon Yejin collapsed to the floor and begged. No, please don't do this. I'll do anything. Karma, anything. Tell your stepfather I'll obey him. Please. Anything? Karma said. Then eat it. She pointed to the shaved ice. If you finish it, I'll delete the video and won't release it. Whether you believe me or not, that is up to you. You saw it yourself, we didn't stop you from leaving. But one thing is certain. The moment you walk out without eating this, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Moon Yejin fell into deep thought. She remembered seeing a documentary named Unbelievable Stories of the World, where a man with a bizarre eating disorder eats glass shards, and apparently, he's been eating glass shards for years without issue. So what's the big deal? If he can do it, then I can do it. Damn it, that bitch is smirking. What's so funny? With no other choice, Moon Yejin began eating spoonfuls of shaved glass under Karma's cold gaze. As she ate, memories rushed back, forcing Hyena to eat cigarette and then toilet paper scraps, ignoring her pleas that she got gastric cancer stage 3. Back in the present, Moon Yejin screamed. Her body collapsed, hands going limp. My stomach, it's burning, someone call 119, help. At that moment, several people entered the restaurant. Moon Yejin looked up. Lee Myung-jun and Chief Beek were standing there. Moon Yejin cried out desperately, Sir! I was wrong! Please save me! Call 119! Lee Myung-jun finally spoke. Yejin, apologize properly to Hyena. He placed a white chrysanthemum on her chest. Karma approached with a smile. You worked hard to repay your debt, Yejin. Now rest in peace. Hyena's image flashed in Moon Yejin's mind. Her vision faded. Her eyes slowly closed. Final report on the individual punishment of Moon Yejin. Consumed a large quantity of contaminated glass shards. Cause of death, septic shock and the gastrointestinal infection. Official time of death, 11:47 a.m. Perpetrator Moon Yejin. Status, revenge completed. News report. Recently, the owner of a shaved ice shop in Enro district was found to have carried out a reckless attack by putting glass shards into shaved ice served to customers. The horrific incident resulted in the death of a 16-year-old girl, Miss Moon. The shop owner, identified as Mr. Lee, has been charged with involuntary manslaughter. According to the prosecution, Mr. Lee fell into despair after unknowingly signing as a joint guarantor for billions in debt. He claimed he simply wanted to vent his frustration at anyone and had no intent to kill. Criminologists warn that random crimes are becoming increasingly unpredictable and urge the public to be more aware. Meanwhile, Miss Moon's friend, Miss Yoon, who was with her during the incident, is now receiving psychological treatment for trauma. As the news played, Karma happily sipped her chocolate smoothie. Chocolate smoothies are the best psychological treatment, don't you think, stepfather? She said. Anyway, stepfather, what if the shaved ice owner spills everything? Karma doesn't want to go to jail or detention. Lee Myung-jun replied, You don't need to worry. Since the charge is causing bodily harm resulting in death, not murder, it's basically game over. According to my personal attorney, his maximum sentence is 8 years. And in exchange for serving those 8 years, I'll erase his 1.7 billion won debt and pay him 8 billion won post-tax. There's no reason for him to betray us. Karma grinned. That's Korean capitalism for you. Chief Beck asked Karma, how did you know Moon Yejin would eat the chocolate-shaved ice with the glass shards? Karma blinked. Huh? How could Karma possibly know that? What? Then how did? Obviously, I put glass shards in both bowls. The top layer was real shaved ice, but the bottom was glass shards. From the start, no matter which one we chose, the result was sealed. Chief Beck widened his eyes. So that's how it was. That's why Karma is a bit sad, she continued. I really wanted to see what kind of reaction the obnoxious girl Yejin would make if she ate the mango one too. I never thought she'd die after just one bowl. Chief Beck swallowed nervously. At moments like this, he thought, I'm reminded that Yoon Karma is a psychopath. Normally, she's just a vicious kid sister, but this. Suddenly, Karma started crying. Beck panicked. Why are you crying? I already miss sassy Yejin, Karma sobbed. I miss the Yejin who played with me. Thinking that we can't play together anymore hurts my heart so much. But then she wiped her tears and smiled coldly. And that last face she made, right before she died. It was so beautiful. Ah, I miss Yejin. Beck's face went pale. Lee Myung-jun cut in. It's been 4 days since the Last Supper. How's the situation with Moon Yejin and her parents? Scene shifts, hospital. People were protesting outside the Taewon General Hospital. Step down. Resign. Dismantle the leadership. Reporters tried to film through the restricted entry area. This chaos erupted after an internal whistleblower alleged that director Moon Peter colluded with ruling party Assemblyman Yoon Young-taek to pressure local governments into changing 4 land sites to medical use zones. Documents revealed plans to split the land value profits, raising accusations of using the hospital for real estate gain while neglecting patients. Journalists repeatedly requested entry, but the hospital refused every time. Inside, Director Moon Peter was with his wife. Mrs. Moon sobbed uncontrollably. This is all Lee Myung-jun's doing. Our Yejin died like that because of him. He manipulated that girl, Yoon Karma, into feeding her glass. You know it. You know it. Stop with the groundless accusations, Moon Peter said. There's no evidence. Do we need evidence? Look at the timing. Your bribery scandal breaks out the same day my daughter is killed. Nothing about this is a coincidence. If you hadn't sent her to that academy, better yet, if you hadn't pushed Yejin so hard, she wouldn't have fallen in with bad kids and turned delinquent. Your arrogance ruined everything. You killed Yejin. She grabbed her bag. I'm going to my parents' house. Prepare the divorce papers. I'll get revenge on Lee Myung-jun, and on you. She stormed out. Moon Peter stood alone. I killed her, he muttered. He stared at a photo of his daughter. I watched over her more than anyone. She inherited my intelligence, and my violent tendencies. I tried to nurture the good and restrain the bad. Taekwondo was supposed to help her channel it. I only wanted to guide her the way my parents guided me. His voice cracked. I just wanted her to live a successful life without becoming a criminal. As director, this was the only path I knew. Yejin, why did you keep straying from the path I set? From the love I gave you? Outside, the protests grew louder. Everything felt meaningless. Then a woman stepped inside the office. I'm sure the guards were told to block outsiders, he said. How did you get in? That's because, she said calmly, I'm not an outsider. He turned around. I suppose you know why you're here. To silence me, right? So I don't expose the real mastermind, Assemblyman Cha. Leaving Yoon Young-taek and me as scapegoats, threatening my family as always. He gave a tired laugh. But my wife is leaving for her parents' home. And my daughter is in the church graveyard. With no family left to threaten, What will you do if I don't keep my mouth shut? Throw my ex-wife into the East Sea? Have Manager Kong in Busan handle it? Or dig up my daughter's grave? She answered quietly, At the very least, I can end your suffering. I see, he said, standing up and straightening his clothes. Tell Assemblyman Chow there's no need to trouble himself silencing me. He looked at her. By the way, are you really his subordinate? I've never seen you with him. Could it be that you're actually someone else's? Maybe Cha Seohyun's subordinate instead? She smiled faintly. Such curiosity, for someone about to remember nothing. I've got my answer, he said. Just be clear, my wife knows nothing. Since I'm saving you the trouble, I trust you won't touch her. He walked toward the window. Reporters outside shouted, Let us interview you. Director! Director! One reporter suddenly pointed upward. Wait, there's someone on the roof. Isn't that Moon Peter? A second later, screams erupted as Moon Peter plunged from the hospital roof. Night, Lee Myung-jun's home. He stared out the window at the moon. Chief Beck asked Vice Chairman, Are you thinking about something? No, he said. I was just remembering the contents of Hyena's diary, the day all of this began. Flashback, September 6, 2023. Hyena was tied down. Day 1 of school bullying against Lee Hyena. One girl shouted, This pathetic girl we beat up is actually a third-generation Chaebol heiress? 4 girls stood over Hyena. What kind of shitty situation is this? Another curse. After beating up that bitch, we find out she's a Chaebel's daughter? What the hell? Hey Moon Yejin, did you even look into it properly? You sure you didn't screw up? No, damn it. I've told you multiple times, check it yourself with your own phone, you idiot. Moon Yejin snapped back, I'm sure of it. Lee Hyena is the only daughter of Lee Myung-jun, the vice chairman of Hyundai. No freaking way. That bitch was from a Chaebol family? Then she should have acted like one. Why the fuck was she pretending to be some poor commoner? Hyena replied weakly, I just wanted to make friends like everyone else. Yoonjun. What do we do? Yoonjun whispered. She's really a Chaebol. Does that mean we're totally screwed? Another girl spoke up hurriedly. Don't say we. Leave me out of this. I didn't even do anything to her. Why should I get in trouble because of your mistakes? The girl in the red jacket exploded. Shut the fuck up. Haven't you heard that being a bystander makes you guilty too? Where do you think you're running off to, trying to save your own skin, bitch? You think if this Chaebol girl retaliates, she'll just leave you alone? Hyena tried to calm them. I never planned to retaliate or anything. I just wanted to resolve this by talking from the beginning. I'm living alone now, so there's no worry about my dad finding out I was beaten up. I don't think I'm seriously hurt anywhere, so we can sort this out without an issue. So, can you untie me, please? Yoonjun said, Hey guys, you heard her. Why don't we just let her go? She's giving us a chance. There's no need to go this far, Moon Yejin. You dumbass, she snapped. How can you just take her word at face value? What if she says this now and backstabs us later? No way. She continued, even if we assume she's sincere and wants to let it go, what if her father doesn't? It doesn't matter if she's living alone. You think a Chaebol kid wouldn't have bodyguards watching her? It's only a matter of time before what we did comes out. The moment her dad finds out, we're genuinely screwed. Red Jacket Girl cursed. So what the fuck are we supposed to do? We can't keep her tied up forever. That's why we need to come up with a plan fast, you dumb countryside pumpkin. Now there was tension between Red Jacket Girl and Moon Yejin. They glared at each other. Eunjin stepped between them. Why are you guys fighting? Let's not turn on each other. You're all too sensitive right now. Just calm down. Red Jacket Girl muttered, Shit, this is bad. By the way, where is Cha Seo-hyun? She's the one who told us to gather. What's she doing? Where the hell is the person who started this mess? As the Red Jacket Girl shouted, the door opened. Why are you all so worked up like a bunch of nobody villains? A voice drawled. Cha Seo-hyun walked in. If our little toy is a third-generation Chable heiress, think of all the money we'll save, she said. Isn't that great? Right or not? Yoonjin frowned. Cha Seo-hyun, where have you been till now? I told you I went home to grab something, Cha Seo-hyun replied. You never said that. Well, whatever. I'm back now. Why are you nitpicking every little thing? Moon Yejin fell silent. Cha Seo-hyun turned to Hyena. So, my dear little cutie. You're a third-gen Chable, right? Your dad's a Chable. But so what? She suddenly kicked Hyena in the neck. My dad is the next presidential candidate, you puny little brat. Not all Chables are the same. Hyundo Group. What era is Hyundo Group even from anymore? Hyundo barely kept 30% of its market cap. And you still call that a Chable? Yoonjin protested. Even if Hyundo Group's been shaky lately, a Chable is still a Chable. Smartass, Cha Seo-hyun sneered. Do you not watch the latest news while you're buried in your books? All those old guys we sent to jail? They're all her dad's subordinates. Just a few days ago, that rich grandpa was at my dad's office groveling. I kid you not. Red Jacket Girl laughed. Ha! What the hell? So she's basically a nobody after all? Yoonjin exhaled in relief. We got scared for nothing then. Now you know why I call you all cowards, Cha Seo-hyun said. How can you hang out with me and still be scared of someone like this? Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Hyena glared up at her. Shouldn't you be ashamed? Hyena said quietly. If your father is such a respectable man, shouldn't you be careful not to disgrace him? All you do, using your great dad, is bully everyone you can. Aren't you ashamed in front of your own father? Cha Seo-hyun burst out laughing. Wow! The filial daughter from an old folk tale transferred to our school, she said. But idiot, you're mistaken about one thing. Her smile turned cold. My dad isn't my backer. He's my pawn. This shocked. Oh, is that too blasphemous for a third-gen Chable daughter like you to handle? You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. If you don't get it, I'll make you understand. She holds up a USB. Hey. Guess what this is? USB? Hyena replies. Wrong. This is my dad's life. She continues calmly. A year ago, during exchanges between my family and Bae Doae's family, I got to know Bae Doae's cousin. From that cousin, who's a hacker, I bought a rootkit. A rootkit is software that lets you access a system without permission while hiding that access. I planted it in my dad's laptop for 6 months. As a result, I learned all the mnemonic phrases stored in there and successfully stole 23 billion won in political funds that my dad was hiding in cryptocurrency. Most importantly, I secured all my dad's dirty secrets. If I release the data on this USB, his political career is over. No, his life as a human being is over. Impressive, right? Hyena asks then, what are you trying to say? Cha Seo-hyun continues. What I'm saying is, my dad would kill someone if I ordered him to. Otherwise, I'd destroy him. Hyena is stunned. Do you think I'd be scared of some ridiculous story? She asks. Cha Seo-hyun pulls a photo from her jacket and shows it to her. Hyena's mind goes blank. She starts vomiting. You've really got a weak stomach, huh? Cha Seo-hyun says. Just from seeing a photo of a blown-up corpse's head. Did you throw up like that when you saw your mom's smashed head at the funeral after the car crash? Hyena gasps. What is this photo? With how often it was on the news, I thought you'd recognize it, Cha Seo-hyun says. KPO Retail Group Chairman Yoon Tail, market cap 54 trillion, died 5 months ago while hiking. Supposedly from a fall. But was it really an accident? The thing about mountains is, they're one of the easiest places to murder in South Korea. You bribe people to infiltrate the trail patrol, have them monitor the CCTV blind spots, and when the target walks alone through one of those blind spots, just one push and it's a simple fall. Mission accomplished. Tears fill Hyena's eyes. Killing the KPL retail chairman wasn't for some special reason, Cha Seo-hyun goes on. I was just curious, up to what level of person would my dad be willing to kill for me? When I actually gave the order, getting him to kill that Chablehead was surprisingly easy. She steps closer. So, Lee Hyena? Why did you transfer to this school? Did your dad send you to spy on me so you could expose my bullying and ruin me? Hyena yells, What? No. I only chose the school because I heard there were teachers here who helped prepare for the art school entrance practical exams. Bullshit, Cha Seo-hyun snaps. Liar. This isn't going to work. I guess I'll have to kill your dad. So, filial daughter, how should I kill your dear father? Every morning at 7 a.m., your dad drinks a brand A grain powder drink for breakfast. Should I mix laundry detergent into it instead? Your dad, who loves powerlifting, has a private 400 square meter gym in Jamsil. Maybe I'll loosen the barbell on the squat rack and crush him to death under it. Or maybe I'll hire a hitman from China on the deep web for 4 bitcoins and have them chop your dad up like blood sausage. She smacks Hyena in the face with the USB, then punches her. Hyena screams in pain. I've finally decided, Cha Seo-hyun says. She grabs Hyena's tie and kicks her legs out. Hyena dangles in the air, gasping. Hyundai Group Vice Chairman Lee Myung-jun, unable to endure the stress of a legislative audit, hangs himself along with his 15-year-old daughter in a drastic choice. A tragic double suicide. She recites this like a news script as Hyena chokes. How's that scenario? It fits your dad's situation perfectly, doesn't it? Let's go with that, okay, Hyena? Hyena screams, No! I don't want that. Why the hell not? Cha Seo-hyun shouts. I'm giving you a chance to reunite with your dead mother. The girls around them are frozen, speechless. Hyena begs, Please don't kill my dad. It's all my fault. I won't defy you again. Please stop. Save my dad. Cha Seo-hyun, let's go. Hyena falls to the floor, coughing hard for a long time. Hey Hyena, Cha Seo-hyun says. From today, you're my plaything. My toy. You never defy me again, got it? Guys, that's it, that's the title of the Manhwa plaything. If you resist me, your dad dies. Understood? Hyena cries, It's all my fault. I should have investigated the new school Hyena wanted to transfer to more thoroughly, Lee Myung-jun thinks. Using the excuse that I was too busy preparing for the national audit, I threw my only daughter into the devil's den. Hyena, I'm so sorry. My poor daughter went through hell trying to save her useless dad. But Hyena, this time it's their turn. Every one of those devils who will never find salvation, I'll drag them all to hell. So it's for real, she's finally leaving. We see Karma leaving the school. Not even a month after transferring in, and she's transferring out again, a girl says. That's legendary in so many ways. Our class must be cursed or something. 3 people vanished from our class in an instant. Even if they were bullies, Moon Yejin died in a horrible incident, Song Eun-jin dropped out because of family issues, and now even Karma transferred to another school. It's like a massive typhoon swept through instead of a new student. Well, I'm just glad we can finally have a peaceful school life now, another girl says. But So-young, you're probably a bit disappointed, huh? You won't be able to stare at that pretty face anymore. Hey, what do you take me for? I'm not that obsessed with looks, So-young grumbles. But still. I regret not asking for a few selfies with her. We're finally free now, Yum says while crying. Sihi, while crying, says let's keep a low profile from now on. People think we're easy prey, so we have to behave, the other sniffles. I heard the bullies from class 4 might be holding a grudge against us. What do we do now? They cry together. A girl with glasses thinks, no way. Is Karma just leaving like that? I haven't even thanked her properly. How can she just leave without a word? She runs. Yoon, Karma! Jun calls. Karma turns. Jun? Why are you panting so hard? Karma asks. I have something I really want to tell you, Jun says. Karma, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing here. At this school it used to feel like hell because of Song Eun-jin and her gang. I was miserable. I often thought about ending it all. If you hadn't been here, I don't know where I'd be now. To you, I might be nobody, but to me, you're a lifesaver. Seriously, thank you, Karma. She smiles through her tears. Karma is stunned. Memories rush back, her younger self crying to her father, "Please look at me. Please say something to Karma. Why aren't you saying anything? Karma did her best in the experiments for you, father. Please praise me, father. Karma didn't even whine about wanting to go home today. Please say I'm admirable. Even though today was painful, I didn't cry. Didn't Karma do well today, father? Will you love Karma again now?" She sobbed. "Father, please, this time I really endured it well. Please praise me. Please, for enduring all this for you, father." Karma. Back in the present, Jun says, smiling through tears. "I wanted to make sure I thanked you. I'll never forget what you did." Karma's eyes soften. She hugs Jun. "Between us, there's no need for thanks, Jun. You said before you wanted to eat tekbaki with me. What's tekbaki? If there's anything you want to eat, just say it. I'll buy anything with my stepfather's card. I'm the one who should treat you," Jun says. "If you want to pay me back, let's skip school today and hang out. How about it?" Jun, with a happy, says that she always wanted to skip school with a friend. Great. Then let's have an all-day fun package with Karma. From the rooftop, Chief Beck watches. Yoon Karma. The CAP's psychopath assessment by the State Institute was highly biased. It was done right after her life-threatening defection and focused mainly on past crimes pulled out under forensic hypnosis. On top of that, because she was a defector with no one around her, there was no reference material. The test was incomplete. So, is Yoon Karma really a psychopath? Based on long-term exams by a university professor personally hired by the vice chairman, it's clear she has many psychopathic traits. But at the same time, she has 3 clear anomalies that set her apart from a typical psychopath. I found hope in those 3 anomalies. I hoped I could give the vice chairman a new purpose in life. Yoon Karma, you're the key to a life for him beyond revenge. Scene shifts. We see Eunjin working part-time in a convenience store. She greets some customers. "It's the Chihuahua girl," someone laughs. "Wow, I can't believe our school celebrity works here. Hey, bark for us. Come on, Chihuahua, bark." Eunjin covers her face. "Why won't you bark, stupid dog? Watch, Chihuahua Eunjin, give us a great fan service." They smirk. "We won't have to worry about buying alcohol and cigarettes anymore, right? You'll get them for us, won't you, you loyal little lapdog?" "Please stop," Eunjin whispers. They head toward the door. "Hey, we're leaving for today, okay? Next time, have the booze and cigarettes ready. If you don't, I'll spread your photos everywhere." Eunjin's eyes fill with tears. As they leave, one of them accidentally kicks over all the ramen cups. "Oops, my foot slipped. Clumsy me," he sneers. "You're just a part-timer, so clean it up." They walk out. Eunjin cries as she starts cleaning. Karma. An ancient Sanskrit word meaning to do. In a religious or philosophical sense, it implies that all human actions are followed by appropriate consequences according to the law of cause and effect. In Eastern cultures, karma is translated as retribution, and over time, it's taken on a stronger sense of rewarding good and punishing evil. Some say karma is the ultimate universal truth of this world. But is that really the case? We see the same boys who bullied Eunjin ride off on their bikes. Is karma for crimes and sins working properly in this world? Do actions and consequences really match? What do we even base this balance of evil and retribution on? How close is that standard to how the real world works? Why is karma slow for some people and immediate for others? Does karma even exist? The answer is no. It does not. Karma is just a byproduct of wishful thinking, the hope that righteousness and justice will take hold someday. In the end, it's nothing but a futile superstition. Which is why it's up to me, and no one else, to tie up the loose ends, to carry out the unfulfilled karma for those demon kids. Chief Beak briefs on the next target. Lee Myunjun says, and Karma smiles faintly as an indication that she's ready. I'll begin the briefing on the next target. The next person Yoon Karma will aim for is Season 1 finished. Season 2, starting now. A reporter appears on screen and introduces herself. Hello? I'm announcer Yoon Daekyung from the Policy Promotion Office, here to deliver today's government news in an efficient manner. The news I have for you today concerns the Advanced Public Safety Infrastructure project proposed by Assemblyman Cha Kon-hyun, which is scheduled to begin a trial run under government leadership in November 2021. The core objective of this project is the proactive introduction of AI technology to protect citizens from crime. The project is divided into two main components, the AI CCTV network and the AI electronic bracelet. First, let me explain the AI CCTV network. All CCTVs within a designated district will be integrated and managed by a single AI neural network. Once implemented, artificial intelligence trained on tens of thousands of data files will be able to track criminals in real time. Even more astonishing, the AI system will enhance CCTV footage quality instantly, eliminating concerns about losing suspects due to poor image clarity. According to Assemblyman Cha Kon-hyun, who proposed this project, isn't that truly impressive? But the innovation doesn't stop there. The existing electronic anklet bracelets used to monitor ex-convicts will be upgraded to state-of-the-art AI electronic bracelets. Their design closely resembles a standard smartwatch currently available on the market. Not only does this reduce the negative impact on social reintegration, but the device also monitors biometric signals such as heart rate and EMG data, allowing it to detect abnormal signs, including potential suicide attempts, in advance. Furthermore, if there is an attempt to forcibly remove the bracelet, it activates a tightening mechanism that firmly grips the wrist. Using voice recognition through a built-in microphone and EMG signal analysis, the device can detect and block crime planning conducted verbally or in writing. This project is expected to significantly enhance public safety. However, concerns regarding potential side effects and misuse have been raised. In response, the government announced that one district in each of 7 major metropolitan cities will be selected for a pilot program to closely monitor any adverse effects. The first 2 districts chosen are Incheon Wokrak District and Busan Dosu District. 3 years later, in Busan Dosu District, a boy was crying and begging. There's another one here. A woman scoffed. Wow, Park Yun-woo, your place is a real dump. It's practically dirt poor. Why do all these shitty apartments look the same? Living in this grimy hole, how do you ever plan to pay us back? She sat down casually and continued. Well, I'm sure you already heard this from my uncle. That thing on your wrist? You absolutely cannot take it off. It's Shaft Capital's Special Debtor Runaway Prevention Bracelet. It's part of your body now, so make sure you wear it tight. With a serious expression, she continued, if you ever try to remove it, or leave the restricted area, your senile old grandma is going to get into serious trouble. His face turned pale as realization hit him. Ian, please, he begged desperately. At least let me drop out of school. That way, I can take more part-time jobs and pay back everything I owe. She froze. What did this bastard just say to me? Ian muttered coldly. Then who's going to serve me at school, huh? Since when does a slave get to dream about running away? Are you out of your mind? She burst into laughter. Still, don't be too sad. This Nuna gave you a housewarming gift, didn't I? So your senile grandma doesn't wander off. I got her a nice pair of sturdy handcuffs. Please, Ian, this is too much. It's inhuman, he begged again. What did my grandmother ever do to deserve this? Ian shrugged. Come on. At least on paper, your grandma is the lone defaulter, so technically she's a criminal, right? This little shit keeps talking nonsense. Once you pay off the debt, I'll give you the key to those cuffs. So you'd better work super-duper hard from now on. Got it, our little debtor? She turned and waved lazily. I'm off. He collapsed, crying miserably, kneeling in front of his grandmother. I'm sorry, Grandma. You raised me all alone, and instead of making your life easier, I've made you suffer even more because of me. When that bitch Kang Ayan beat me and forced me to borrow money under your name, I should have endured it. I'm so sorry. Grandma. Grandma. His apologies dissolved into sobs. From a CCTV, Ayan watched the scene with her group, giggling. Dumbass. Back at headquarters, Chief Beck continued the briefing. Kang Ayan is the only daughter of the CEO of Dosu Marine Crankshaft Incorporated and the niece of the boss of the Busan Shaft Gang. She is Yoon Karma's next target. As for her personality, she's arrogant, enjoys violence, and despises being looked down on. Influenced by her uncle, a former Asian boxing champion, she joined the boxing club at Busan Dosu Middle School and competed in the national tournament during her second year. However, after a top contender mocked her height, she assaulted the opponent outside the ring and was disqualified. As a result, Kang Ayan was expelled from the Boxing Association. Following her father's advice, she transferred to Seoul for a change of environment. There, she enrolled in Seo Middle School, where Young Lady attended and where she naturally joined Cha Seo-hyun's clique, and quickly became a school bully. She has now returned to Busan and attends Busan Dosu Commercial High School. Backed by the notorious Shaft Gang, she's been involved in all kinds of illegal and violent activities. Karma interrupted. But Chief Appa, is the Shaft Gang really that big of a deal? Chief Beck paused. It's far more than a big deal. To understand the risk of this mission, you need to know their full power. He continued. The Shaft Gang is an organized criminal syndicate with over 30 years of history. Based in the Dosu district, it started as a small illegal labor agency. After the government's crackdown dismantled other major Busan gangs, they rapidly expanded by filling the power vacuum. During the IMF financial crisis, Kang Ayan's father, Kang Moo-han, ran a loan business. He targeted a company on the verge of bankruptcy and trapped it with private loans. That company eventually became Dosu Marine Craft Shaft Incorporated. By the time the crisis ended, Kang Moo-han had seized full control. Right after he took over, the Korean shipbuilding industry rebounded, and the company experienced explosive growth. Today, it has a market cap of 1.328 trillion won, annual sales of 789 billion won, and total assets of approximately 2.127 trillion won. Legally, it's classified as a mid-sized company, but it accounts for nearly 60% of Dosu District's GDP. Combined with Kang Moo-han real estate holdings and illegal capital, the Kang family operates at a chaebol-level influence. Lee Myung-jun interrupted. So you're saying they are basically the real power in Dosu District? That's right, he said, and continued. They control local industries, law enforcement, and even access routes. Dosu District is almost an island, connected to the outside by a single bridge to Haeundae. If they seal it off, escape by land becomes impossible. Living in Dosu while being targeted by the Shaft Gang is no different from being locked inside a massive prison. What's more, they have a monopoly over the local ports, so pretty much any kind of criminal activity happens there. In Dosu District, Kang Ayan's father and uncle are basically kings, and Kang Ayan herself is known as the princess of the kingdom. Therefore, for this closed-off kingdom, infiltrating it for the mission could be very dangerous. Karma smirked inwardly. So if I mess with her, I might end up sleeping with the fishes, huh? Lee Myung-jun asked Chief what his plan was for this problem. Chief Beck responded. First, we'll station undercover security personnel around Karma's residence. Second, we'll exploit the political situation in Busan. Last August, the Busan mayor died in a car accident. A by-election is scheduled for next April. Kang Ayan's uncle, Kang Tae-han, is backing the Busan police chief, his close associate, as the next mayor. The Shaft Gang's loan company, Shaft Capital, is publicly known as a youth startup investor. Under the guise of promoting youth entrepreneurship, they aim to launder their criminal image into legitimate business people. So we are gonna use this to our advantage. Lee Myung-jun nodded. So we strike while they're trying to keep their hands clean. Exactly, Chief Beck said. Lee Myung-jun ordered Chief to lead the security team and head to Busan with Karma. Her protection takes priority over my security. Karma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chief Beck sighed inwardly. Going to Busan with Yoon Karma, my head already hurts. Anyway, moving on, the most important point of today's briefing is about the atrocious things Kang Ayan did to the young lady. Before he could continue, Lee Myung-jun cut him off. That's enough for today. Good work on the briefing. He left. Karma leaned closer. I'm curious, could you tell me the rest later? Just between the two of us? Chief Beck glanced at her. Read the room, Karma. Lee Myung-jun was already sleeping, and suddenly dreamed about sitting in a car, with his daughter beside him. Lee Myung-jun called his daughter Hyena. How many times have I told you? He scolded. Don't listen to music with your earphones turned up so loud, and don't stare at your phone while lying down. That's exactly why you ended up with tinnitus and a slip disc in your neck. What kind of lifestyle have you been living for this to happen? His voice trembled with frustration and worry. How do you think I feel, letting you live on your own, only to see you suffering from illnesses like this at such a young age? It breaks my heart. Hyena remained silent. Only she knew what she was truly suffering from. Her chest felt tight, and tears welled up in her eyes. Should I tell him the truth? That I'm being bullied? Should I tell him? It was too hard. She couldn't take it anymore. I'll tell Dad everything. I will. She turned toward him, finally gathering the courage to speak. Dad. Before she could continue, Lee Myung-jun's phone rang. Yes, this is Lee Myung-jun of Hyundai Group. He answered sharply. Yes, Director Kim. His expression darkened. I was on my way back after checking on my sick daughter. You mean the approval for the production line expansion in Busan? Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? There was a pause. Excuse me? His voice suddenly rose. Are you seriously saying that right now? He shouted at the top of his lungs. Director Kim, what the hell are you talking about? At all times, how could you make a mistake like that? What are you planning to tell the legal team? His anger spilled uncontrollably. We're already stretched thin preparing for government audits. Do you have any idea what kind of reports, what kind of stories, the reporters will fabricate from this? You know it very well. Every single move we make is just food for those bastards. His breathing grew ragged. Inside the company, it's crawling with thieves. Outside, people are itching to throw my closest aides and me into prison. And here I am, doing everything I can to clean up this mess. He clenched his teeth. I haven't slept for 72 hours, desperately trying to fix everything. And you, Director Kim, go and make a stupid mistake like that. His voice cracked with fury. Is this what I get for sacrificing my entire life for this company? Is that it? He finally stopped, panting heavily as he struggled to regain control. Watching this, Hyena felt all hope drain from her. I can never tell him, she realized. Lee Myung-jun exhaled slowly and spoke again, his tone forced into calm. I apologize, Director Kim. I lost my temper for a moment. No, it was my lack of maturity. Please don't worry about it. He closed his eyes briefly. I'll speak with the legal team first. Please focus on damage control for now. Let's end the call here. He hung up. At that moment, Hyena noticed blood dripping from his nose. She gasped. Chief Beck hurried over. Sir, please sit down. Actually, it's been 84 hours since you last slept, not 72. At this rate, you'll collapse. Please get some rest. After wiping away the blood, Lee Myung-jun turned toward Hyena and gently placed his hands on her hand. I'm sorry, he said softly. Did I scare you when I shouted? He forced a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Hyena. Dad can overcome all of this. I will never go to prison and leave you behind. Never. But he didn't know what she was truly suffering from. And Hyena thought quietly to herself, this is the first time I've ever seen Dad yell at someone like that. He's reached his limit, too. That's right. Dad is carrying a heavier burden than I am. I can't give him anything else to worry about. I just have to hold on a little longer. I have to endure. But she couldn't endure anymore. She jumped from the top of the building. That was the moment Lee Myung-jun woke up from his nightmare, once again. He was breathing heavily, drenched in cold sweat. He staggered into the bathroom and splashed water onto his face. If I had just paid closer attention, I could have noticed, he muttered. Anger surged through him. He punched the mirror in front of him. Over something so trivial, whining in front of my daughter. He punched again. It's your fault. Because of you, Hyena couldn't tell anyone. Blood ran down his knuckles. My one and only daughter was dying right next to me, and her father was just, damn it. Die, you piece of shit. A hand grabbed his arm. Please stop, stepfather, Karma said calmly. Look at your hand. You're bleeding. Lee Myung-jun slowly came back to his senses. Karma, please, he said hoarsely. Do your best, at this new school too. Karma laughed softly in her own peculiar way. Just leave it to me, stepfather. 1 week later, Dosa Commercial High School. The students were mesmerized by the new transfer student, Yoon Karma. All right, everyone, attention, the homeroom teacher announced. We have a transfer student from Seoul joining us today. Murmurs filled the classroom. She came from far away, so be nice. Don't gang up on her. Treat her well. Got it? Among the students, the boy who had previously been bullied by Ian stared at Karma in awe. Even one of the mean-looking bullies seemed captivated. And Ian noticed it immediately. Her expression twisted with irritation. What the hell? She muttered. What's with that sly, fox-looking bitch? Meanwhile, Karma locked eyes with Ian. Her next target. One student whispered, Wow, she's really pretty. Another replied, Yeah. Is she a model or something? A female student murmured, Are also girls that pretty? Her friend nodded. We should try talking to her later. Even the mean-looking bully with tattoos clicked his tongue. Damn, her looks are insane. From the back of the classroom, Ian scowled. Hey Appa, she snapped. Why don't you control your eyes a little? Huh, he replied. What? I wasn't looking at the transfer student. Ian scoffed. Don't give me that crap. You weren't looking, you were watching a whole damn movie. Wow, look at the face you're making at another girl, right in front of your own girlfriend. Are you already imagining having grandkids with her? Grandsons or granddaughters? Go on, admit it, you bastard. Flustered, he waved his hands. Oh, come on. It's not like that. I just glanced at her. That's all. I just thought the new girl looked interesting. Ian clicked her tongue. I already can't stand this transfer student. The teacher clapped his hands. All right, I have to head to a staff meeting. There's an empty seat at the end of the room. Go ahead and sit there. Yes, teacher, Karma replied calmly. After the teacher left, she glanced around the classroom. A new school, a new life, she thought. As she walked toward her seat, Ian called out. Hey! Transfer girl. Karma turned. Are you talking to me? Who else would I be talking to? Ian sneered. Don't get all high and mighty just because you're from Seoul. This school is run by me, and this Appa here. Got it? If you want to survive, keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Karma nodded obediently. Yeah. I understand. I'll just be a good student. Ian smirked. Ha! That's what I like to hear. She clapped her hands once. All right, now that we've dealt with the transfer student, Park Yu-woo. The previously bullied boy flinched. Why yes, Ian? My shoulder's stiff, she said lazily. Probably because I played games all night. Come over here and give your Nuna a massage. He jumped up immediately and hurried over. Should I do it as hard as last time? No, she replied coldly. Harder. If it's not good enough today, I'll shave your grandma's head clean. Got it? I'll do my best. Please. Karma quietly observed, reading the room carefully. After a while, the elderly teacher continued lecturing. Now, looking at this problem, it asks for the maximum value. First, you need to determine the range of x. Suddenly. Oh fuck! The teacher froze and slowly turned around. It was Ian. You've got to be kidding me. I missed the jump and died in the second round. Forgot to reset. Wow. You really suck at this game. Her boyfriend snapped back. Oh please, it's because you bumped my arm earlier. Everything's my fault now? She scoffed. You elbowed me during the jump section. Just shut up. My turn. Hand over the console. You're really that desperate? Just take a drink break. The teacher cleared his throat. Could you all quiet down? He turned back to the board. Anyway, to find the vertex of this function, oh fuck. I messed up again. Her boyfriend burst out laughing. How did you die in 1 second? Ha! That doesn't count. Let's reset. Nope. Drinks and cigarettes are on you today. The teacher slammed his desk. What is going on over there? What are you doing? Ian leaned back arrogantly. Playing. Playing? The teacher shouted. This is math class, not game time. If you're going to mess around, at least do it quietly. And where is your school uniform? Do you think you can walk through the school gate dressed like that? He pointed at her posture. And what is that sitting position? Feet on the desk? Who taught you that? Put your feet down, right now. Ian clicked her tongue. The teacher stiffened. She tilted her head. What? Are you checking out my legs right now? What? No, he stammered. Her boyfriend stood up. Hey, teacher. Why are you staring at my girl's legs? The teacher finally realized the situation he had stepped into. Ian smiled coldly. This won't do. I'll have to report this to the Board of Education. Oh, Teacher Duckbay, say goodbye to your pension. You'll be picking trash for the rest of your life and die alone. The classroom fell silent. Shaking, the old teacher dropped to his knees. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Ian burst into manic laughter. Forgive you? Wow. Even righteous Teacher Duckbay is scared of losing his pension. If you're going to apologize, at least do it properly. She crossed her legs. You think you can talk down to me just because you're older? I'm sorry. I was careless. She sighed. That's no fun. Put some effort into it. What do you want me to do? Bow properly. Say, Ian Nona, please forgive me just this once. Then I'll consider letting it go. With no choice, the teacher bowed deeply. Ian Nona. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me just this once. The previously bullied boy stared in shock. Other students laughed. Someone even recorded it. Ian placed her foot on his head. You understand you were wrong, right? Interrupt my game again, and I'll send you straight to your funeral. Yes, understood, Ian Nona. She laughed and nudged him away. Get lost. The scene was too cruel to watch. One student whispered, Why did he have to mess with Kong Ian of all people? Another replied, He just transferred here this semester. He probably didn't know. Ian turned to her boyfriend, smiling sweetly. Appa, you were so cool just now. Of course, he said proudly. I can't let anyone mess with my girl. You're the best. Karma clenched her fist. Not yet, she thought. This isn't the right time. Watching that cringy-ass couple act made me puke. I need to see Kong Ian's face flushed, but it won't be that simple. She recalled Chief Beck's words. Karma, the plan to deal with Kong Ian requires time and money. The device you designed is already on its way to Busan Port. But we can't just waste waiting around, since Miss Hyena suffered for so long from bullying. Karma, you need to bully her at school, just like Hyena was bullied. But Chief Appa, Karma had asked, if I provoke her in her hometown, won't I end up sleeping with the fishes? Are you trying to take me out as a rival so you can have stepdad's love all to yourself? What are you talking about? Chief questioned. This is an order from the vice chairman, he replied. As long as you have a reason, they can't touch you easily. Pretend to be the victim. With your skills, you'll manage. If things get messy, we've got people undercover to look after you. So Karma, please, I'm counting on you. Back in the present, Karma exhaled. So they're dumping the dirty work on me again. Fine. Project Hedgehog, where the tormentor ends up suffering instead. I'll make it a huge success and win stepdad's heart for good. Now I have to become a bullying victim in front of everyone, but how do I provoke Kang Ayan? While thinking about it, she spotted Ayan's boyfriend nearby. That's it. She approached him. Jin Song Napa. Huh? What's up, transfer student? What are you doing? Waiting for Ayan to get back from the bathroom. But what's up with the way you talk? He asked her. She smiled and said, I don't think the teacher explained. Actually, I'm a North Korean defector. Since coming to South Korea, I WNET to school in Seoul, and now I've come to Busan. His eyes widened. Wait, seriously? You'll figure it out, little by little. She leaned closer. To be honest, I kind of like muscular guys. Strong ones. Arms like yours, that chest. You're exactly my type. He laughed proudly. I appreciate it, but I have Ayan. Karma tilted her head. Do you really? Honestly. Ayan's body is kind of boring. But look at me. Don't you feel something you could never get from her? Just then. Hey. Ayan returned. What the hell is going on? Karma smiled sweetly. I'm the transfer student. Ayan narrowed her eyes. What are you doing with my boyfriend? Without hesitation, Karma replied. Flirting. The surrounding students gasped. They all knew this was going to end badly. Students crowded around, blocking the scene from view. Everyone was tense, their nerves stretched thin. It was Ayan. She was punching Karma in the face relentlessly. Karma was taking all the punches effortlessly, and was smiling. Ayan swung with all her strength, but no matter how hard she hit, it didn't seem to relieve her frustration. Finally, she landed a powerful punch straight into Karma's stomach. Karma vomited. Ayan reminded her. Didn't I make myself clear? She snarled. Jin Song and I run this school, so stay the hell out of our way. Or did my words sound like dog shit to you? Karma wiped her mouth and smiled. You really think words like that can stop Karma's love? She said calmly. Isn't true love about being ready to face even death? But in this love triangle, where we're fighting over a guy, you're the one using violence like a coward, Ayan. She tilted her head. Does that mean you're afraid you can't beat me with just your charm? Ayan scoffed. What the hell are you talking about? She turned to her appa and said, You're the one giving mixed signals everywhere. He responded that didn't you see me shut her down completely? Yeah, right, shut her down. Don't make me laugh. You were drooling over her body the whole time. Must have been a struggle dating a girl with such a boring body, huh? Karma taunted her. You're like a coin with the exact same front and back, which made Ayan's face twist in rage. Shut your mouth. What the hell? Where the hell does such a nasty fox come from? I've beaten her up this much, and she doesn't even flinch? Karma smirked. Maybe it's because your punches are as soft as cotton. For all that posing like a boxer, your punches are seriously pathetic. Ayan snapped. You little shit. You just haven't been hit enough. She raised her fist. Hey! What's going on back there? A teacher pushed through the crowd. Why are you all gathered like this? Get back to your seats, now. But when he saw Ayan standing over Karma, even he froze. What are you doing to the transfer student? He asked. Ayan smiled innocently. Oh? The transfer student? She tripped and fell. We were just helping her up. The teacher hesitated. He remembered something her uncle had once said, Don't bully others openly, but Ayan cut him off before he could speak. She fell, sir. We were helping. The teacher noticed the blood on her gloves. Still, he swallowed his words. You were helping her up, right? He said quietly. Everyone, go back to your seats. And with that, he left. A student muttered. What a dumbass. Why act tough if you're just going to lose? Ayan glanced back at Karma. Hey, transfer student. Bet it felt good raising hell without knowing your place, huh? Get ready. Starting today, I'm turning your school life into a living hell. That was exactly what Karma wanted. The previously bullied boy watched nervously. If that psycho targets her, she's done for. But Karma was smiling. Everything's going according to plan. Later, in the staff office, the same teacher sat trembling, gripping a cup of coffee. Another teacher noticed. Teacher O, are you okay? Your hands are shaking. What else could it be? The old teacher muttered. Those kids. The other teacher sighed. There are lots of punks here. Once you get used to it, it's not that bad. That snapped something inside him. Not that bad? He shouted. Do you even know what happened to me today? He slammed his cup down. What's with that girl in the red tracksuit in your class? The other teacher's expression turned serious. Sir, did you have trouble with Kang Ayan? She threatened to report me to the education office. He said shakily. Said she'd ruin my life and leave me to die alone. Where does a brat learn language like that? The teacher leaned in. Stay as far away from Kang Ayan as possible. Why is there any reason? He asked. They didn't tell you? The teacher sighed. The other teachers are terrible. Sir, where did you work before this? Teacher O said Yung District. The other teacher continues, Sir, you can't treat Dosa District as a peaceful place like Yung District. This isn't the safe Busan, you know. He lowered his voice. It's a kingdom run by a gang called the Shaft Gang. The old teacher scoffed. That's ridiculous. Earlier this year, the teacher continued, 2 teachers stood up to Kang Ayan and disappeared. No trace. The old man went pale. This isn't the 80s, he whispered. There's CCTV everywhere. What about the police? The teacher shook his head. There are things you don't know. Here, look at the news article about the implementation of the project. That evening, Ayan dragged Karma to a secluded area. Didn't I warn you not to push your luck? Ayan sneered. Looks like getting beaten wasn't enough. She gestured around. See these boys? You know what's coming. I'll make you feel every bit of shame there is. She snapped her fingers. Strip her naked. The boys rushed forward. Ayan frowned with annoyance. What's wrong with you? What's so funny? Karma wiped her eyes as she calmed down a little and said, I was just wondering what you'd do to me. And the best you came up with is just this. You really are a dumb bitch. Ayan exploded. What did you say, you crazy bitch? Are you so scared you've lost it? Or are you just trying to act all tough and cocky? Karma sighed and said that was not what she meant. She pointed her finger at Ayan and said she will regret what she did just now. Karma dropped her bag and continued. Think about it. Why are you so pissed at me today? You're just jealous of my body, aren't you? Every word she said was provoking Ayan, and so Karma decided to notch it up even more. She glanced at the guy beside Ayan and said, If I show my skin, what do you think happens? Your starved boyfriend over there would fall for me instantly. Ayan followed her gaze, catching her boyfriend blushing like a puppy. She punched him and yelled, Appa, are you out of your fucking mind? The tattooed boyfriend looked at her with annoyance, and asked what was wrong with her to hit him like that. She was more frustrated at his ignorant behavior, and yelled again. Why else, you son of a bitch? Why are you flustered over that bitch? The boyfriend feigned ignorance to what she was accusing him of. He pointed his finger to his cheek saying that the blush was because of the sunset, and that she was imagining things. Karma interrupted their bickering saying, Oh, poor Jean So Napa. Imagine having a weirdo like that as your girlfriend. Anyway, blaming your red face on the sunset? That's poetic. She grabbed his hand into hers and said in a pleading voice, I'm starting to like this romantic side of you even more. If it's to make you mine, I can show you anything. She even promised to strip him down herself if she has to. Saying all these nasty things, she slowly turned her face to look at Ayan, who was flabbergasted. Ayan walked to them and slapped her hand away from her man and said, Cut it out. You crazy fox. How dare you put your hands on someone else's man? Karma laughed. What do you mean by someone else's man? He'll be mine soon anyway. Karma pretended that she was annoyed with everything and began unbuttoning her shirt. If you keep getting in my way, I'll just strip myself. Ayan was dead silent for a moment, and then threatened her followers to stop her. If she takes off her clothes, I'll skin you all alive. They obeyed her and grabbed. Before they got hold of her, Karma burst out laughing until it hurt her stomach. Karma by her arms. Karma, who already unbuttoned her shirt halfway, struggled with all these men. She clenched her teeth, demanding to let her go. She said he had all the right to get naked if she wanted. She looked at Ayan and screamed, demanding they settle this with a fair exposure match. All of these provocations caught up to Ayan, and she lost control over her mind. So she walked away towards a bin where a few wooden sticks were being burnt. She took one log with the fire on one end and said if she ruined Karma's face, she won't be able to show off. Karma flinched, realizing she went too far with her provocations. Getting burned would suck for the rest of her life. She tried to shake those bastards off of her using her ability hysterical strength. Her body transformed immediately under that pressure, and she managed to lift up everyone from the ground. But as Ayan warned them to hold her tight, they gained back the control. After all, she is only one person. Before Ayan did something horrible that they can't come back from, her boyfriend stepped in to stop her. But Ayan was even more angry at him and asked why he was defending her. He said it's not that, but their boss told them not to mess with anyone who doesn't owe them money. The only reason they were gonna take those naked pics today was to keep her quiet about that black eye. But if her face is burned, Ayan can't really take it back. Her boyfriend demanded Ayan to just let her go before her uncle gets pissed. But Ayan's anger was only fueling up and she charged ahead. Karma had a straight face as she realized that it was too late to dodge. As it came to this, she planned to kick her away when was near enough. Both of their plans were interrupted as Ayan got a call. She saw her uncle's number popped on the screen and discarded the wooden log, answering the phone. It seemed like her uncle got some information about her getting into trouble, and at the end of the call, he told her to come visit him along with her appa. She obeyed and hung up. When her boyfriend asked if it was the boss, she said yeah and told him that the homeroom teacher snitched on her. Hence the call from her uncle. She muttered that the homeroom teacher will face the consequences and turned to Karma. You got lucky today. Next time, I'll finish you. Saying that, she walked away with her appa, leaving her and the boys alone. Karma sighed and stared at the guys and asked if they could let her go now. Ayan and her boyfriend immediately visited her uncle. As she announced her arrival to him, her uncle turned back and noticed the tension between them. He asked if they both were fighting, and Ayan didn't think twice before blaming her boyfriend for eyeing another girl. His uncle got furious at once, which made the guy flustered, and he started babbling that it was all a lie. Ayan said something in return, and his uncle was no longer interested in lovers' quarrels. He told them to stop and said he called here because he had something to say. But Ayan cut him off as she banged her hand on the desk and said she wanted to speak first. She demanded her uncle to dump the new transfer student in the East Sea. Her uncle stared at her for a moment before speaking. And then he said, "Calm, Ayan. Are you not taking your uncle's words seriously?" Ayan was not having it and argued that it won't be a problem to dump another person into the sea when he already did it 5 times this year. So she asked why can't he do the same for her. Her uncle slammed his hand on the table. "How many times do I have to tell you? Things are different now. Until the election in a few months, do you think my words to lay low are some kind of joke?" Ayan clicked her tongue. "This is ridiculous. What does the election have to do with me causing trouble? If you cared that much about elections, you wouldn't have told us to do illegal debt collection in the first place. But you did. Why can't you make up your mind?" His uncle's anger flared. "Debt collection and you causing trouble are not the same," he snapped. "I built a system for debt collection so there wouldn't be problems. What I can't control is your reckless behavior in advance." He pointed a finger at her and continued, "Do you even know whose daughter that transfer student from Seoul might be?" His tone hardened. "Listen, from today on, aside from debt collection, I will not tolerate any violence. Calm, Ayan, no matter who you are. I won't let this one slide it. Understand?" He turned to Jinsung and gave a look indicating the same warning to him as well. Once Jinsung said he understood and will follow his words, his boss complimented him. "You've been doing well lately. Your performance in debt collection is impressive. If you were older, I'd trust you with business collections as well." Jinsung shouted his thank you to show his gratitude. His boss spoke again. "Don't worry about a thing, Jinsung. Ever since we overhauled the system, not a single person has gone to prison. And even if you end up in jail, I'll take full responsibility for your life. Remember Young Hyun, your senior who served time before? You saw how he's doing these days, right? Jin Sung replied in that same exaggerated tone. Yes. I saw it on SNS that he bought a new watch and a new car. That watch alone cost over 30 million. The boss said. Whatever people say about these changing times, and how we do all this with lawyers and whatnot, the essence of debt collection is still violence. It's not about making people pay back money they have, it's about making them cough up money they don't have. That's always been about violence, and it always will be. That's why I have high hopes for guys like you, Jin Sung. I only consider guys like you my family. So as part of my family, don't ever betray my trust. If you ever make Ian cry as a woman, I'll kill you with my own hands. Understood? Jin Sung swallowed. Yes, boss. I won't forget. Good. That's all, the uncle said by patting his shoulder. He looked at his niece and said that was why he called them here, and he warned her to not cause any trouble and to focus just on collecting. After they were dismissed, Ayan's smile grew bigger, and she drawled the word uncle with a cunning look. Her uncle was a bit annoyed at her arrogance and asked what she wanted now. She spoke as slowly as she could and said, So in the end, what you're saying is, as long as I stay within the system, I can do whatever I want, right? Her smile grew even bigger. Then I'll just have to get the transfer student into the system. That evening, Karma returned home. Chief Beck was unpacking a box in the living room when she arrived, and stared at her face. He already got the report from the surveillance team, but this is worse than he thought. Karma scoffed. What the hell, Chief Appa? Didn't you say you'd finish unpacking before I got home? And why isn't my bed set up yet? Your room was prepared in advance, he replied. Just like you asked? And that cramped plushie you wanted, we had it custom made. It's already there. Go check. Karma's eyes lit up. I knew I could count on you, Chief Appa. She hugged him tightly. Hey. He protested and pushed her back so hard, saying she can't be hugging a guy like it's nothing. She innocently asked if it was really that weird. Before he could answer, she thought about it herself. Honestly, I do know people say it's inappropriate, but I don't really understand why they overreact. I'm curious what being embarrassed even feels like. He cleared his throat. Just keep it down unless it's for the mission. We don't need unnecessary attention. Karma smiled. But for this mission, we changed identities completely. We're pretending to be North Korean defector siblings, right? Shouldn't you get used to some affectionate skinship for realism? His face went pale. What are you talking about? Siblings don't do that. That's creepy. This is strictly a work relationship. Keep your distance. Karma frowned slightly and said, Then I'll act professionally. She stood perfectly still. Chief Beck noticed it and asked why she was standing there like that. You said work relationship, so I'm standing here professionally. Chief Beck was stunned. Wait, wasn't one of you in Karma's traits something like emotional deprivation or attachment disorder? That's rare to see in psychopaths. But lately, she's been acting needy. Is this another calculated strategy? Living with Yoon Karma was more exhausting than he expected. You look tired, Karma said. Let me help you unpack. No, it's fine, he replied. You are the one who went through the most today, Karma. She blushed a little and said as Ked to help again as she doesn't have anything else to do. He hesitated. She may not feel much pain, but she probably hates scars on her face. The report replayed in his mind, the moment Kang Ayan nearly burned Karma with a torch. The agents hadn't intervened because Karma seemed capable, but it had been dangerous. This is worse than I thought. Isn't there some way to protect her better? As he considered talking to the vice chairman, Karma cut in sharply. You're not thinking of changing the plan just because of today, are you? Her eyes were cold. If that's what you're thinking, I'm disappointed. You think Karma can handle something this small? Don't look at me with that hypocritical concern. She stared at him harder. This time, I'm planning to rack up as many achievements as I can, so I can make my stepfather owe me a debt. So, don't get in my way with useless sympathy. Chief Beck exhaled. I'm sorry. She softened slightly. Maybe I spoke harshly because I wanted to get my point across. But that worried look you had, I didn't hate it much. He sighed and told her to wait there, and left for the pharmacy to get an ointment for her. Karma smiled to herself. Chief Beck, you're softer than I thought. At this rate, I might be able to seduce you faster than I planned. You're my insurance. just in case things go wrong in Busan. I'll break you until you worship only me. At the same time, elsewhere, Kang Ayan was making her own plan. She came from Seoul to this backwater place. She told her uncle. You know why? Probably because her dad got demoted or something. She smiled. So let's put her family on our private loan hook and turn her into a debt slave. The student who had been bullied countless times couldn't stop thinking about her. The first thing that came to mind was Yoon Karma herself. How pretty she was, how lively her expressions were, and how she looked like someone with a good personality. But more than anything else, what impressed him most was how she didn't cower when Kang Ayan bullied her. She stood her ground. That was incredible. Someone like him, a total loser, could never be that brave. But would the transfer student really be okay? No matter how bold she was, there was no way she could handle that lunatic Kang Ayan. That woman didn't bully people for money. She forced them into debt just to create new playthings she could torment. He had heard about her uncle, a famous loan shark. Probably people who weren't even worth much were handed over to Kang Ayan so she could play with them and collect a bit of pocket money. Shaft Capital. A truly terrifying place. On paper, their interest rates were completely legal. From the outside, they looked like a legitimate financial company. But in reality, they were a criminal loan sharking organization that extorted obscene profits. A loan contract from Shaft Capital, officially a secondary financial institution, complied with all legal standards. But that didn't matter. Using high-tech electronic bracelets, originally designed for sex offenders, they turned debtors and even their families into slaves overnight. Once someone became a slave, they were forced to pour all or part of their loan into gambling sites run by the Shaft Group. They're forced to dump every last cent in there without a choice. After that, the Shaft Group cashes out and launders all the money the debtor lost. Then, using that money they've extorted, they force the debtor to take out yet another separate loan. As a result, the debtor ends up not only owing a double debt on a single loan principal to Shaft Capital and its members, but also preyed upon by Shaft Group members disguised as random creditors. If the debtors failed to repay, the process was repeated, sucking them into a swamp of new loans and multiple debts at sky-high interest rates. In other words, they rake up insane amounts of illegal interest fees and disguised it as the principal of yet another loan. As a result, the debtor ended up with an annual interest rate exceeding 2,000%. Even with all this insanity, there was nothing the debtors could do about it, not with the AI bracelet monitoring every move. Their entire family would be dragged down with them. The boy thought about the transfer student again. She was in real danger. If she were targeted by that insane family, her life would be ruined forever. Someone had to help her. But who was he kidding? He couldn't even work up the courage to help himself. The girl who caught his interest, and he couldn't do a thing. Pathetic. With a sigh, he prepared for his evening shift and opened the door. Yunho, are you home? He froze. It was his grandmother. Grandma, did you snap back to yourself? Are you feeling better today? He asked carefully. She smiled weakly. You must be having such a hard time because of me, huh? Said the grandmother with a sad smile. Tears welled up in his eyes. No, don't say that, he said, kneeling in front of her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for being such a worthless grandson. She shook her head. No. I'm the one who should apologize. I couldn't leave anything behind for a boy who lost his parents, and then I got dementia on top of that. I've made your life hell. She smiled again. If I died soon, you'd finally be free. Don't say that, he cried. He reached for the handcuffs. I bought some pliers. I'll cut them off right now. No, she said sharply. That crazy Kang Ayan girl installed cameras. If you do that, we'll both be in trouble. Still crying, he said. I can't leave you like this. What kind of grandson would that make me? She raised her voice. It hurts me more to see you beaten like a dog because of me. After a pause, he asked softly, How much do you remember right now? Bits and pieces, she replied. Then she took his hand. Promise me. Never cut these cuffs. If you do, I'll tie myself up with a rope. He had no choice but to agree. She smiled gently. Even like this, Grandma is okay. She pulled him back from his thoughts, asking him to just sit with her for a bit. As long as her mind is still clear, hearing his voice is enough. After a moment, he spoke. A girl transferred here from Seoul today. A girl? She asked. Is she pretty? Yeah. She's not bad looking. She smiled knowingly. She caught your eye, didn't she? His face turned red. This old lady raised you, you know? Come on, Grandma. Then he added quietly. She got picked on by Lion on her first day. His grandmother sighed. I'm sorry I can't help you. But listen, when things get harder, helping each other becomes more important. She squeezed his hand. Do what you can. Look out for that girl. He smiled warmly and assured her. I will, Grandma. Moments later, her eyes clouded again. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Asked the old woman, making the boy's heart sink. It's okay, Grandma. He whispered. I'll work hard. I'll pay off our debts and make sure you live comfortably. I promise. Elsewhere, Kang Ayan complained angrily. Uncle's way too uptight these days. What's so scary about an election? He keeps saying we should wait and see before forcing the transfer kid into debt. He's turning into a total coward, I say. Back in the day, if I did a cutesy uncle, he'd do anything I asked. But now he's changed just because he's got political ambitions. Her boyfriend sighed. You can't talk like that. Oh, you know it's true. She snapped. Our family's whole thing is being local gangsters. What's the point of pretending otherwise? Her boyfriend tried to reason with her, but she snapped back. You're pissing me off today. If you hate taking my side so much, why don't you date the transfer student? She's been in a bad mood ever since that girl showed up, he thought. They arrived at a debtor's house. After threatening him to not make excuses this time again, she said she was here to inspect his house, before collecting the debt. She checked the bracelet. Fully charged. Good. Then she looked at him like she was about to devour him and asked, Why were you loitering near the police station? What's so special there? She leaned closer. Don't even think about pulling any shit. Every cop in Dosu is on my uncle's payroll. Got that? Seems like you're having some silly ideas, so let me make things crystal clear. Whether it's typing on a phone, or on keyboard, writing notes, sign language, 7 spelling out secret messages with a Ouija board, the moment any weird muscle signals show up, at the control center overseeing all CCTV cameras across Dosa district, the system is designed to activate an alert, you see? And every phone store and PC cafe in this area is run by our own people, so try reaching out for help if you want to see what happens. Also, if you even try blocking the bracelet's mic with your hand like last time, or stand longer than 10 seconds in a CCTV blind spot and set off my alerts, next time, a beating will be the least of your problems. Got it? She then inspected his phone, which was clean, and made sure her spy app was working properly. She returned the phone and pulled out a chair to sit down and discuss the payment. How much are you paying back this month? The man hesitantly said 800,000 won. She exploded. The man tried pleading with her, saying the business was not so great this month. Ayan grabbed a nearby bowl filled with rice and threw it at his head, splitting his forehead open. You fucking piece of shit, bug-eyed bastard, I was gonna take what you give me and treat myself to a nice designer bag today, and you say 800,000? That's barely enough to wipe my nose with. Hearing the noise, the man's daughter rushed out of her room asking if her dad was okay. His dad went pale. He yelled at her for not listening to what he said and not hiding until this bitch was gone. Ayan stared at her for a while and smiled. Your daughter's cute. Should I give you a discount on your interest for her pretty face? For every slap you give her, I'll knock off 100,000 won. The man broke. Stop it. Please. How can a father raise his hand to his own daughter? I could never do that. Ayan looked at his pathetic face and said, Ha! What a joke. Yet racking up 170 million won in interest with nothing to your name is fine? The man was in utter shock as he said he only borrowed 10 million won at first. Ayan was so annoyed at this point that everyone was talking back to her lately. And then to punish him, she just declared that he just earned another 100 million in interest. The man begged her not to do that. Ayan smiled and said, Can my ass. Since when was there anything fair about our interests? Anyway, your interest just went up by 100 million, so to get back to where you were, you'll have to slap your daughter 1,000 times. What's it gonna be, Boss Cho? Should I add another 100 million on top? Or end it with 1,000 across your daughter's face? The man couldn't take this torture anymore. He apologized to his daughter and started slapping. As she watched this heart-wrenching scene, all she thought about was karma. She wanted Karma to give the same expression this girl was giving upon being beaten. She doesn't care what her uncle says, she doesn't need permission. Just like she always did, any bitch who underestimated her will get crushed by her. She was just waiting for tomorrow, and how she can finally see Karma cry and beg at her feet. On the other hand, Karma slept peacefully on her newly made bed along with her customized plushie. Just one day remains before the bloodshed. Chief Beck jolted awake and checked the time. 7:55 a.m. He wondered if he overslept because he stayed up too late unpacking yesterday? Anyway, he needs to hurry and prepare breakfast for Karma. As he got out of his room and headed to the kitchen, he froze at the doorway. Karma stood there in her apron and a cap, looking like a personal chef. As she saw him enter, she looked pleased with her own surprise and showed him to the cooked meal on the table, which was arranged neatly. Chief Beak asked what was happening in his kitchen. Karma said that she wanted to celebrate their first morning here together, so she did a little show of skills. She hurried him to come and have a taste of the food as he was struck at the scary combination of Karma and kitchen together. But still, it looked delicious. He almost appreciated her efforts, but he turned to her and said, "Karma, I did oversleep today, but you don't need to make breakfast. You're the one who'll suffer most out in the field. I'll handle the cooking and housework." She stopped him from saying anything further, and said it's Karma's heart for her appa, so she pleaded with him to try it once. Chief Beck sat down reluctantly and thanked her for the meal. He took a bite and it almost seemed like it was delicious. But never mind, his whole body flared at the spiciness. He could no longer hold that on his tongue and spit it out. She tilted her head and asked if the food ran down the windpipe. And that's when her appa started screaming at the top of his lungs, saying how spicy it was. That's a lesson for today. Spicy is pain, not flavor. Therefore, Karma can't feel the spiciness. She just found his reaction weird, as it was good when she tasted it. He shouted, tears streaming. "What the hell did you put in this? It's fucking unbearable." She held up a bottle and said, "Capsaicin? When I added it, the color became prettier." "You thought that was food coloring?" he yelled. "Why would you put capsaicin in kimchi stew?" She shrugged. "I asked ChatGPT for a revolutionary kimchi stew recipe and followed it exactly." "You're insane." As he demanded water to calm his palate, Karma sighed. "Guess my charm attempt failed." She checked the time and said it was time for her to get going. She winked over her shoulders and said her goodbye, and leaving him to enjoy his breakfast. Chief Beck nearly collapsed before he reached the tap and ran water over his burning tongue. "Yoon, Karma. What the hell are you plotting since yesterday? What do you want from me?" he muttered between gulps of water. At school, Ayan encountered Karma and her day went downhill from right there. She was so pissed at Karma and said, "Hey, what the fuck is that? Are you Deadpool or something? Did all your bruises heal already?" Karma smiled and pulled out her compact powder. Hee hee. I watched a YouTube tutorial on covering surgery bruises and followed it perfectly. Ayan's eyes twitched. She didn't hesitate before throwing a punch to Karma's ribs. "Quit bullshitting, you fucking bitch." Ayan snarled as Karma collapsed to the floor. "Hey, Yoon, Karma. When I said hell starts today, you must have thought I wasn't serious? Brace yourself." She snapped her fingers and said, "Min Jae. Dong Ho. Tie that slut up." The two boys obeyed immediately. Ayan stood back, smiling as Karma was bound with a jump rope. "How does it feel?" she mocked. "Getting tied up the moment you arrive? Pretty fucking great, right?" She leaned closer. "There was a bitch named Lee Hina who acted just like you, always showing off. Tying them up works wonders." Karma said nothing. "You'll stay tied from first period to homeroom. As for the bathroom, just pee a little and let it dry or whatever." She smirked. "I'll let you eat lunch later. I even prepared a special meal for you. Look forward to it, Yoon, Karma." And the class started as usual. Would you believe that this non-lethal weapon used today against unlawful protesters originated in Nazi Germany? The teacher droned on. If you look closely at the sentence structure. She's really doing this, Yunho thought. That crazy bitch is out of her mind. She actually plans to keep me and Karma tied up even during class. She even moved Karma's seat so the teacher could see her clearly, bullying her right in front of everyone. Ayan was pleased with this look and wondered if Karma was finally feeling screwed now. This is the level of power she has around here. No matter how tough Karma acts, after this much, her psyche will start to shake. She smiled brighter as she thought it was too late for that bitch to regret, and then she heard it. Snoring. Karma fell asleep in her chair peacefully, now that there was no obligation for her to listen to the lessons. The whole class slowly turned towards her as she lifted her head back and snored soundly. Ayan's eye started twitching with frustration. What kind of dumb oaf is she? Ayan grabbed a book from the table and threw it at Karma. But she dodged it at the right moment, and the book hit the kid next to her. She slowly opened her eyes and asked innocently if something flew past her. That was it. Ayan completely lost control. Why the hell are you sleeping in class? Karma looked at her blankly. You play games in class yourself and have the nerve to yell at Karma for sleeping? That's pure hypocrisy. Ayan screamed and hurled the chair. Karma dodged it effortlessly again, and it again hit the kid beside her. Karma snapped and flew up from her chair. Cut it out already, don't you feel bad for my seatmate Wu Bin? Ayan argued that he got hit because she dodged. So you're saying I should have just taken the hit? Asked Karma furiously. Of course, fuck. I threw it to hit you. Yunho stared in awe. Even now, she isn't scared at all. She's incredible. It was during the 4th period, Karma needed to use the washroom. After tried to break free with brute force, but was not successful. Wen started crying again. What now? What is it this time? Karma stood up, not being able to control it any longer, and she didn't want to go this far, but she has no choice. She walked straight to Ayan and sat on her. The entire classroom gasped. What are you doing? Ayan shrieked. Karma answered calmly. You tied me up, so I couldn't use the bathroom until 4th period. Ayan asked the same thing again. So why are you sitting on me? Karma replied. Isn't it obvious? If I'm going to piss myself anyway, at least getting payback makes it worth it. Ayan went pale. She's serious, get off me! Ayan screamed. Her friends stood frozen. You crazy bitch! Get off me! Karma didn't budge. So Ayan agreed to untie her. Okay, I said I'll untie you. I'm untying you. But the bell already rang. Ding ding. Time's up, Karma said softly. She just pissed on Ayan. Ayan burst into tears. Inside the washroom, Ayan was throwing a tantrum while her boyfriend was washing her clothes. Yoon Karma, you fucking bitch! She screamed. That was my favorite outfit. It was a limited edition. She pointed furiously at the washing machine. Appa, wash it properly, got it? If the smell doesn't come out, you're dead. Yeah, I got it, he replied wearily. But seriously, what the hell is wrong with that Yoon Karma? How can someone be that insane? I tell you, there is something fundamentally missing in her as a human being, wouldn't you agree? He agreed reluctantly but added, after what the big boss said, I think we should stop messing with her here. Ayan snapped. What kind of bullshit is that? Appa, you just stood there doing nothing while she humiliated herself, and now you're taking her side? She glared at him. Do you like Yoon Karma or something? Is that it? That was his last straw. Damn it, cut it out already, he shouted. Ayan froze. Tears filled her eyes. How dare you yell at me? She cried. How dare you? He realized his mistake and apologized. She wiped her face angrily. If you talk back to me one more time, I'll snitch on you to Uncle immediately. Her eyes burned with hatred. Damn you, Yoon Karma. Let's see if you can still act tough after today's special lunch. She headed back to the class, and it was finally lunch time. Ayan poured out the noodles from the ramen bowl and said to the 2 tied-up students on the floor, Cuckoo, cuckoo, pigeons, come eat. Ayan clapped mockingly. Didn't I tell you I prepared something special for you today? It's way better than that tasteless cafeteria trash. Since you're tied up with jump ropes, you can't use a spoon. So try pecking at it like a pigeon. She smirked. Oh, and if you refuse, Jinseon will personally force-feed you. So you'd better eat on your own. Eating ramen off the floor. This is too much, Yunho thought. His eyes were already red, her nose stinging. How much capsaicin did she put in this? He can't handle it. He really can't. But then, Karma calmly leaned down and started eating. It's delicious. Ayan and her boyfriend stared in disbelief. Huh! Ayan snapped. What the hell are you? Karma chewed thoughtfully. Maybe because it is on the cold floor? She said. The noodles are surprisingly chewy. You're enjoying it? Ayan yelled. Are you insane? I'm a pigeon. You told me to eat. Karma replied calmly. So I did. Should I dance too? Which song would you like? It's annoyingly hard to please Ayan. That only made Ayan angrier. How can you act as if nothing happened without even flinching? We dumped a whole bottle of capsaicin in. Why are you fine? And why are you eating food off the ground like it's normal? Do you have no shame? Karma looked up slowly. Did you just say shame? Her voice was quiet, but firm. You kids in South Korea have lived in comfort your entire lives. You have no idea what terrifying hunger is. The classroom fell silent. Even now, in North Korea, there are lots of children who survive by filling their stomachs with mud noodles made from dirty water. Compared to starving to death, food on the floor is still food. She clenched her fist. Do you think I wanted to eat this? I'm eating because I don't want to be beaten anymore. When I think of my fellow people starving because they can't even have this, it's still something I could eat. She met Ayan's eyes. The one who should feel ashamed here isn't me. It's you, calm Ayan. The class stirred uneasily. That only enraged Ayan further. Mud noodles, you said? She sneered. Fine. I'll make you some. She grabbed the classroom mop and stirred it through the spilled ramen. Go on. Eat it. Doesn't it remind you of home? She shoved it closer. What's wrong? Don't want to eat this now. Suddenly, Karma shouted. Racist. The word echoed through the room. Calm Ayan, you are a racist, Karma said clearly. Assuming all North Koreans eat like this, if that's not discrimination, what is? Someone with a shitty personality like you deserves to be ruined. Ayan was stunned. Huh! You said it yourself. She shoved noodles toward Karma's face. Shut up. You were eating off the floor just fine earlier. Why are you refusing now? This is too much, Karma said. Humanly speaking, this is too much. That's why I'm telling you to eat it, you bitch. Ayan replied. Yunho looked at her in disbelief and thought, for the first time, the transfer student is cornered. It seems like even she can't fight back this time. Ayan smiled cruelly. It was only a matter of time before she got to break her and see the expression she longed for. But the crunch sound filled the silent room, as Karma suddenly bit down on Ayan's finger. Ayan went blank for a second and screamed. Let go! Let go! She panicked, striking Karma desperately, but Karma didn't release her grip. Human bite force when biting down with all their might is unimaginably terrifying. That force can be anywhere from 40 to 80 kilograms, which is 4 to 8 times stranger than Crab's claw grip. However, Yun Karma possesses hysterical strength which gives her a superhuman bite force of 272 kilograms. A pressure equal to being crushed beneath a grand piano. It may not break any Guinness records, but it's strong enough to shred bones thoroughly. Ayan sobbed in terror. Stop! Please stop! I can see it, my bone! But Karma didn't let go. There was a sharp snap. Ayan collapsed, clutching her hand. At the hospital. Wow, that was really close, the doctor said gravely. If it had gone any further, your thumb might have been completely severed. He looked at the injury again, puzzled. Are you sure this was caused by a human bite? Not a large dog or even a snapping turtle. Ayan's uncle was quiet, his expression was visibly dark with anger. While she was crying behind him from pain, she slowly lifted her head and asked, So does that mean I won't be able to use my thumb anymore? The doctor shook his head. No, you don't need to worry too much. Fortunately, the fracture is near the midshaft of the proximal phalanx. There's minimal nerve and ligament damage. Since you received surgery in time, with about 8 weeks in a cast, it should heal well without any major complications. Her uncle frowned. Doctor, my niece boxes on live streams. Will she still be able to box? The doctor paused for a moment before answering. From a medical standpoint, I wouldn't recommend it. I understand, the uncle said curtly. Thank you for your efforts. As they turned to leave, the doctor added, Chairman Kong, due to infection risks, we recommend keeping her under observation for at least 2 to 3 days. My sister-in-law runs a traditional medical clinic, the uncle replied. She can handle the aftercare. Her uncle accepted the offer. Once outside the examination room, Ayan broke down again. I told you, didn't I? She cried. That bitch was dangerous. Forget the election, just focus on business like before. Her uncle placed a hand on her shoulder. It's fine. I understand, he said coldly. The girl who did this to you. Your uncle will take care of her. Later, back at school, Ayan walked through the hallway alongside her uncle. Jin Song suddenly appeared in front of them. Before he could even greet them, the uncle struck him so hard that Jin Song slammed into the door and collapsed onto the floor. You were supposed to be Ayan's boyfriend, the uncle growled. What the hell were you doing while she ended up like this? I'm sorry, Jin Song stammered. It all happened so fast. The uncle interrupted and warned him. In front of others, call me president. Understood? Jin Song lowered his head and said, Yes. I'm sorry, President. They soon arrived at the staff room. Karma was seated inside, surrounded by teachers. She smiled calmly, even now. The uncle pulled out a chair and sat directly across from her. So, he said coldly, you're the girl who did this to our Ayan? Karma looked at him with amusement and said, My sir, you're speaking rather strangely. She replied lightly. Just because I defended myself, are you trying to turn the victim into the perpetrator? The uncle's expression darkened. Do you even know who you're talking to, running your mouth like that? Of course, Karma replied without hesitation. You're the head of the support committee for candidate Kim Sung-duk, the former chief of the Busan Police Agency. I've heard you've been so busy with the campaign that you've neglected your main job. She smiled faintly. Wasn't your real job being a loan shark? The uncle stiffened. Where did you hear such nonsense? Oh, just rumors around the neighborhood. How you're a gangster trying to dabble in politics. And, there was another rumor. Something about bodies dumped in the East Sea. She leaned forward slightly. Are you planning to throw me into the East Sea too? The uncle fell silent for a moment. If that's more than just a rumor, he said slowly, how exactly do you plan to handle it? Karma calmly took out her phone. Can you see this? The screen lit up. A video began playing. A video showing Ayan's school bullying. Ayan's eyes widened. What? How is that possible? I personally confiscated Yoon Karma's phone this morning. Plus, the school's been ordered by Uncle to confiscate all electronics from anyone not affiliated with the Shaft gang. She turned to her uncle. So how? When was this even recorded? Ayan demanded. Karma answered evenly. After you bullied me yesterday, I had a feeling something like this might happen. So I hid an old spare phone in the classroom early this morning, inside a chalkboard eraser. She glanced up. How about it, Chairman Kong, if your niece's bullying video spreads, won't that put you in a rather awkward position? The room fell silent. Kim Sung-duk, Karma continued, built his career as a police chief known for eradicating school violence. But now it turns out his closest ally's niece is a vicious bully? She swiped the screen. Plus, take a look at the subcam footage shot from a different angle. She's openly bullying during class, and the teacher just ignores it and continues teaching, right? What kind of terrifying power is behind all this that makes the school scared to intervene? Wouldn't a headline like this write itself? She looked at the staff now. Dosu Commercial High staff, afraid of the power of candidate Kim Sung-dyak and his closest associates, turns a blind eye to school violence. If that happens, then naturally, the stunt you guys pulled with media manipulation to barely silence the rumors 3 years ago about the Shaft family's connections to organized crime will most likely resurface, won't they? The uncle clenched his fists. You bastard! He couldn't understand how she had gathered all this information. Karma delivered the final blow calmly. If this video spreads, Chairman Kong, do you really think candidate Kim Sung-duk would keep you around? The room went deathly quiet. Hand it over. No, the uncle barked. Don't you dare touch me. Karma replied calmly as she pulled out her phone. Try laying even a single finger on me, or even one strand of Karma's hair, and this video will be sent to 12 major media outlets and external investigation agencies across Korea. She met his eyes without flinching. To be clear, I've already set up a scheduled email. Even if you throw Karma into the East Sea, the email will still be sent. Moreover, the account for this scheduled email, Karma continued, is shared with a third party who continuously monitors my safety. So don't even think about threatening or torturing Karma to cancel it. She leaned forward. Now do you understand who holds the power in this situation? For now, Karma undeniably had the upper hand. The uncle fell silent, his mind racing. Who is this girl? A high schooler doesn't orchestrate something like this on her own. Someone was backing her. That much was certain. A spy from the opposition? No. If that were the case, they wouldn't be negotiating. They would have released the video immediately. Is it Assemblyman Cha? Cha Seo-hyun? Are they trying to discard me to seize control of the covert crime network? No. That issue had already been settled. And pulling something like this during election season made no sense. Kim Soon-gyu was nothing more than a puppet candidate pretending to be independent, and it is what Cha Kang-yoon and Cha Seo-hyun who ordered me to ensure he'd get elected no matter what. So what is this? If the video got out, what could he even do? Bribe the media again, like 3 years ago? No, this situation is different. By-elections were all about speed. The mere fact that a new scandal could arise during this short campaign period is catastrophic. Even if HBS somehow manages to cover it up, by the time it's sorted out, the election will already be over. This is bad, and this Busan mayoral by-election was a test, an evaluation of whether the old network still worked. If Kim Soon-gyu lost because of this, he'll be killed. Not just him, his entire family would be wiped out. Karma's voice cut through his thoughts. Chairman Kang, she said lightly. You seem to have a lot on your mind. What do you want? He asked stiffly. Karma's safety guaranteed, she said. Let me attend school without being bullied. Honestly, Karma's family situation isn't great, so we can't afford to move elsewhere. So, please make sure Ayan never touches Karma again. She smiled faintly. If you do that, Karma will quietly cooperate with your many ongoing political endeavors. The uncle exhaled slowly. All right, he said at last. I understand. Since both sides are at fault, we'll let this end here. Uncle! Ayan shouted. You can't be serious! The uncle turned sharply. If you don't want to die, you better not cross the line again, he said coldly. I'll be watching you. With that, he left the staff room. Karma smiled to herself. Good. Now I have another leash on Kang Ayan's rampage. Starting tomorrow, making that brat my plaything will be even easier. Uncle! Uncle! Ayan chased after him down the hallway. You're really backing down because of that bluff? She can't even spread the video. Are you just going to let that bitch go? Enough, he snapped. I told you not to cross the line. You weren't exactly innocent either, so don't press it any further. Uncle, how could you do this to me? She almost destroyed my thumb, Ayan cried. Back in the day, this wouldn't have ended like this. It's all because of your political ambitions. She glared at him. You're risking your own niece for some ridiculous political fantasy. That was it. He couldn't tolerate her tantrums anymore. Ayan, that's enough, he roared. Even my patience has limits. She froze. You've changed, she said bitterly. I'm done running your errands. She turned and stormed off. The uncle watched her go, expression dark. Naive girl. She doesn't realize this is all for her safety. His thoughts shifted. I have to be cautious with Yoon Karma, not sure why, but she aimed at me from the very beginning. And now she's messing with Ayan too. She is a dangerous girl in many ways. I can't leave her alone. He took out his phone and dialed the number. Yes. Digital Undertaker. Han Seo-jun speaking. The uncle replied in a flat tone. President Han, this is Kang Jae-han. I assume you've been doing well. You must be really happy lately now that the young lady's drama is a big success. We're both busy, the hacker said coolly. Get to the point. I need access to an email account, Kang Jae-han said. I want it hacked. You want me to intercept a high school girl's email? The voice on the phone asked. Yes, that's right, Chairman Kang replied. The brat who broke Ayan's thumb at school threatened me. She said that if I kill her, a scheduled email will send out some very damaging material. He paused. To be honest, the method seems pretty sloppy. Strangely, it has a Cha Seo-hyun vibe to it. It feels crude. The man on the phone said. Honestly, can you really call this Seonhyun vibe or something? When you're in a position to exploit someone's weakness, you naturally have some safety measures. Still, a scheduled email? That's really crude. Chairman Kang laughed dryly. Exactly. Compared to your solutions, President Han, this is childish. Still, that childish trick is causing quite a headache. Since you're so capable, you should be able to hack into her phone and uncover everything about her background by today, right? There was a brief silence on the line. Chairman Kang. The hacker replied calmly. Hacking isn't a magic wand. If the high school girl's security is negligent, this could be solved within a day. But if her security is thorough, I can't guarantee success in a short time. Chairman Kong frowned. You're saying it's that hard to hack a high school girl? It could actually be harder because she's a high school student. The hacker explained. For working adults, we can investigate the company they're affiliated with and attempt spearphishing through corporate systems. But an unemployed person or a student has far fewer exploitable entry points. Chairman Kong remained silent, clearly confused. The hacker continued. Also, from what you've told me, this girl clearly has someone backing her. That means her security level may be far higher than that of an average student. This isn't something we can solve quickly with typical methods. He paused before adding. However, since you controlled Dosa Commercial High School, there is one method that could crack it by tomorrow. Chairman Kong leaned forward. What method? Well, it's a bit extreme. President Han admitted. We could update the school's official app. Using the excuse that the Ministry of Education requires nationwide compatibility updates, the school could send a mandatory update link to all students. They would update it without suspicion. However, only the target student would receive a modified update containing malware. Chairman Kong listened carefully. Once the malware installs, we can embed a remote access Trojan in the app. That would allow us to remotely control her phone within a few hours. In short, the hacker concluded, we would gain full access to the device. This method can be implemented as soon as tomorrow, as long as we have the school's cooperation and exploit some administrative loopholes. Chairman Kong smiled. I can make that happen. The principal of that school works for our organization. The hacker's tone became serious. However, I must warn you. This method is extremely difficult to clean up if discovered. Because it involves a public institution, the school, the social backlash would be enormous. He continued cautiously. Unless this is truly urgent, I wouldn't recommend it. Also, based on what you said, the girl has already done extensive research on you. If she has discovered your connection to the school's administration, or even to me, she may actually be trying to lure us into attacking through this route. Chairman Kong fell silent. Since we don't know her real security level or intentions, the hacker said, we should proceed cautiously. Still, if you insist, I will design an exit strategy and proceed tomorrow. Chairman Kong sighed. I understand what you're saying. But isn't there a safer alternative? There is another method, President Han replied. But from what I understand, this situation doesn't need to be resolved by tomorrow, correct? That's true, but the sooner the better, Chairman Kong said. Then give me until next Monday at the latest. To resolve this situation without any issues, I will send you a package. Have your subordinates handle the matter using that. What's in the package? Chairman Kong asked. Once you receive it, call me again. I'll explain everything then. Wait, Chairman Kong said quickly. President Han, at least tell me what the package is. But the line had already gone dead. Chairman Kong lowered his phone and muttered. These arrogant young punks, calling themselves president and hanging up like that. Still, he's reliable. I'll have to trust him. His eyes narrowed. Yoon Karma, once that scheduled email is neutralized and every copy of that video is erased, I'll crush you immediately. Meanwhile, Ah-hyun was preparing for a live stream. Her boyfriend looked worried. Are you sure about this? Your thumb is injured. Maybe you should skip today's stream. No way, Ah-hyun said. My subscribers are increasing right now. I have to seize the moment. If my thumb needs 8 weeks to heal, should I just stop streaming during that time? Then do something else, he suggested. Mukbang, maybe. She glared at him. Doing something different could reset the channel algorithm. Are you sure about that? He asked skeptically. I heard it somewhere, she insisted. And besides, viewers love dramatic stories. A boxer who continues streaming despite a fractured finger. That'll bring huge viewership. The pain is manageable with painkillers. Her boyfriend hesitated. This feels excessive. If your injury gets worse, the boss will kill me. I'll be careful, she said dismissively. Did it hurt when Uncle slapped you earlier? Let's not talk about that, replied her boyfriend. I'll just do shadowboxing for now, she continued. Help me film. Fine, he sighed. Should I start the stream? He agreed and the broadcast began. Hello everyone. It's your lovely girl boxer from Busan, Amy. Nice to see you all again. Viewers immediately asked about her injured hand. Oh, this? She said casually. On my way home from school, a crazy dog bit my finger. So I ended up with a fracture and had to wear a cast. Don't worry though. The doctor said it's nothing serious. My bond with my viewers is more important than a little pain. As she saw some negative comments saying she is faking it, she snapped. Ah shit. It's not fake, it's real. I'll post the doctor's notes soon in the community to prove it, okay? She continued. Since my thumb is fractured, I'll do shadowboxing missions instead of hitting the sandbag today. Any cool mission ideas? A donation popped up. Boxing Grandpa donated 10,000 won. Memorize and replicate the 3-minute highlight of Ryan Garcia within 10 tries. If you succeed, I'll donate 100,000 won. Thank you, Boxing Grandpa, she said excitedly. Let's watch the video first. Another donation appeared. Krantz owner donated 1,000 won. Is the sports bra you're wearing just for warmth? Her face stiffened. Ian ordered the moderator to ban the user who asked that. The chat exploded with laughter. For warmth? What kind of comment is that? She snapped. Stop laughing, or I'll start banning people. She tried to regain composure and began analyzing the boxing clip. I'll briefly recap before moving on. First, Ryan started by lightly probing with a jab, leading Haney to focus her guard more on straight attacks. At this point, after retracting his left hand, Ryan deliberately exaggerated his shoulder angle and movement, pretending to throw another jab before extending his lead hand, then unpredictably switched to a surprise left hook. Another donation popped up. Mightiest_crustacean_Krant donated 1,001. Amy, did you put makeup on your lower belly? If you wipe that area, something hidden would appear. Her smile twitched. What could possibly be hidden? Ian asked, a little flustered. The downer said, a tattoo maybe. A gang tattoo of some sort? A tattoo? Is that what you're suggesting? Yelled Ian and ordered the moderator to ban the donator. Everyone, she said quickly. I don't have a tattoo. The chat exploded with skepticism. She tried to cover it up by saying she just has a scar from appendix surgery. But no one seemed to believe her. Trying to ignore the comments, she continued analyzing the video, but another donation appeared. Krant_never_dies donated 1,001. You still want to stream after killing someone? Her eyes widened. The next message appeared. Gran Never Dies donated again. I'm exposing Amy. Her real name is Kang Ah-hyun. She's a former student of Seo Middle School and a school bully who drove her classmate to death. It's your fault that hyena died, murderer. The chat exploded. Wait, what? Did she really kill someone? School bully? Ah-hyun forced a smile. Everyone. I'm not feeling well, so I'll end the stream here. The broadcast abruptly ended. Her boyfriend rushed over. Are you okay? But Ah-hyun exploded with rage, punching the boxing bag repeatedly. Her injured thumb slammed into it again and again. Ah-hyun, your thumb! She froze. Then screamed. My hand, fuck! Why didn't you stop me? Her boyfriend hesitated, not knowing what to do. He said. How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly do that? He replied defensively. She trembled with fury. Why is everyone dying to shit on me these days? Calm down, he said. This isn't the first time someone has accused you online. We'll handle it like before, find their address, threaten them with defamation lawsuits, force them to retract the claim. He tried to reassure her. Actually, this might even be a good opportunity. Lean into the bully girl persona. Those viewers love dominant tough girls. She hurled a glove at his face. You want me to become some slutty Kim girl now? I'm going to rest in the office, so don't come in. She slammed the door and collapsed onto the sofa. Why is Lee Hyena's name suddenly coming up again? That incident happened over a year ago. Then a memory surfaced. Hey Hyena. Ah-hyun's voice echoed from the past. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Today you're my sparring partner. She smirked. Actually, you're more like a punching bag. Hey Hannah, Ah-hyun said with a mocking smile. You know my family is pretty close with the police, right? Recently, my uncle told me a really interesting story about interrogations. It made me want to try something on you. Hannah looked confused. What are you talking about? Ah-hyun continued casually. When detectives interrogate suspects, and the questioning isn't going well, They sometimes use more forceful methods to get a confession. One of those methods is called the Room of Truth. She leaned closer. And today, I'm going to try the Room of Truth on you. Hannah frowned. The Room of Truth? What kind of confession are you trying to get from me? Ah-hyun shrugged. I'm not really sure. Maybe all the gossip you talked about behind my back when I wasn't around. Things like how my dialect sounds tacky, or how I'm short. All the crap you said about me. Hannah shouted in disbelief. What are you talking about? I never said anything like that. Oh, sure you didn't. Ah-hyun replied sarcastically. Let's see if you still say that inside the Room of Truth. Hannah realized Ah-hyun was just making up excuses to bully her. But honestly, Ah-hyun added, I thought just copying what I heard wouldn't be fun. So I upgraded it a little. She held up a motorcycle helmet. Attached to the helmet were several shaman bells. You see, Ah-hyun explained proudly, my family has a long tradition of believing in shamanism. So I went to a spiritual supply store and got some shaman bells. So I took some of the pieces off of the bell and decorated this helmet. She grinned. How does it look? If I put this on your head and beat the crap out of you, the bells will ring right next to your ears. I heard somewhere that if loud noises ring close to someone's ears for about 30 minutes, they can go insane. She tilted her head. I wonder how long it will take for Hyena to go crazy. Don't do it! Hyena screamed. Please don't. But Ah-hyun ignored her. She forced the helmet onto Hina's head. Eun-jin, seal it. Ah-hyun ordered. Eun-jin wrapped tape tightly around the bottom of the helmet, sealing it so the sound would echo inside. The tape also made it difficult for Hyena to breathe. Ah-hyun put on her boxing gloves. Let's begin the Room of Truth. She started punching Hina's head as hard as she could. With every blow, Hina's head snapped violently from side to side. The bells rang loudly with each impact. The noise inside the helmet was overwhelming. She could barely breathe. Being tied to a chair while repeatedly struck in the head puts enormous strain on the neck muscles and vertebrae, and can cause dangerous concussions. But Ah-hyun only laughed. Ha ha! Isn't it a bit early for Jingle Bell season? She kept punching. Plus, the sound of the shaman bells was louder than anyone could imagine. A vigorously shaken bell can produce sound levels of around 80 to 90 decibels, but when the bell rings only 10 centimeters from the ear, the sound intensity can exceed 120 decibels, the same level as an exploding party popper. At that moment, Hina was experiencing the equivalent of 42 exploding poppers per second. It was hell. Hina screamed for her to stop, but blood began leaking from her ears. Ah-hyun didn't stop. She was enjoying it. Finally, after a while, she stopped punching. So? Ah-hyun asked casually. Ready to confess now? Hyena gasped desperately for air. Please, take the tape off, oh no, Ah-hyun said. You only get relief after you confess. Hyena broke down. All right. I confess. I said your dialect sounded tacky and that you were short. Ah-hyun smiled slowly. Oh, really? Damn. So you really did talk shit behind my back. Please take it off. Hina begged. Bullshit, Ah-hyun said. If you did something wrong, you deserve punishment, right, Eun-jin? She turned to her friend. Eun-jin, is it okay to do something wrong and not be punished? Eun-jin hesitated. Ah-hyun stood up again. To make sure you never talk behind my back again. I'll teach you a lesson. She punched Hina hard in the stomach. Hyena immediately vomited. Ha ha! Look at this pathetic bitch. Throwing up after just one hit. Gross, Eun-jin muttered. Ah-hyun suddenly had another idea. Hey Eun-jin. Pick up the chair she's sitting on and hold it upside down so the helmet faces the floor. That's too heavy, Eun-jin said nervously. You're not saying you can't do a simple favor for a friend, are you? Ah-hyun replied coldly. Eun-jin froze for a moment, then reluctantly obeyed. She lifted the chair and turned it upside down. Now Hina was hanging upside down, her neck twisted painfully. Ah-hyun smirked. So imagine this, she said. If I kick Hyena's stomach while she's upside down and she vomits, will she drown inside the helmet? Hyena screamed desperately. No! Please stop! But Ah-hyun kicked her stomach brutally. Hyena vomited again. The vomit filled the helmet. Ah-hyun kicked her stomach again, laughing cruelly. The scene was horrifying. Soon, Hyena stopped moving. Eun-jin panicked. Ah-hyun. I think she passed out. What should we do? Did she choke? Should we do CPR? CPR? Ah-hyun scoffed but told her to lay Hyun down. She unclasped the helmet and saw that she was unconscious. Ah-hyun tried to wake her up, but she didn't budge. Eun-jin on the other hand started panicking and asked if they should perform CPR on her. Ah-hyun annoyingly said that it was CPR and that there was no need for it. She smiled again and started punching her chest with brutal force, saying that Hyena was faking it all. Finally, after a particularly hard blow, Hina gasped suddenly. Ah-hyun laughed. See? I brought her back to life. She stretched her arms proudly. I killed her and brought her back. I'm practically a miracle worker. She picked up a mop from the corner and started rubbing it all over Hyena, saying that she needs to be cleaned after being covered in her own vomit. Hyena trembled in shock and burst into tears when she heard Ah-hyun saying that they will be continuing this again tomorrow. The Room of Truth was the name Ah-hyun gave to this cruel abuse. Hyena endured it 9 times while she was alive. Because of it, she developed severe conditions like noise-induced tinnitus, cervical disc damage, aspiration pneumonia from inhaling vomit, and repeated concussions leading to chronic brain fog. Back in the present, Ah-hyun scoffed angrily. Calling me a school bully? That's ridiculous. She laughed bitterly. What kind of bully puts a helmet on someone before beating them up? Even sparring partners don't get motorcycle helmets. She waved her hand dismissively. Real school bullying was what Cha Seo-hyun, Moon Yeji, and Bae Doe did. What Eun-jin and I did were just harsh pranks. She cursed under her breath. Those idiots are completely overreacting. Chairman Kong stepped outside for a smoke and checked his phone. He sent a message to his beloved niece. He tried to reason with her by saying, when she eventually takes over both his company and her father's, their organization will need to have some kind of influence all over Busan. There was no reply. He sent another message. Cheer up, Ah-hyun. Once this election is over, I'll handle the issue with Yoon Karma. I've already asked your cousin Meadows to hack the girl's account. When the time comes, we'll dump her into the East Sea. So stop worrying. Still nothing. He tried again. After the election is over, I'll buy you whatever you want as a keepsake. Anything at all. What do you say, Ah-hyun? Finally, a message appeared. Really, uncle? No backing out this time? Chairman Kong smiled. Of course. When has your uncle ever broken a promise? I'll get you anything you want, no matter how expensive. So cheer up. She replied, Thanks, uncle. Sorry for being grumpy today. I'm near Songdo District at a sushi restaurant with Jin Song Appa. If you're nearby, drop by and say hello. All right. He replied. Have a good time. He sighed with relief. That's one problem solved. At that moment, someone approached him. Chairman Kong, candidate Kim will be arriving soon. A short while later, inside the sushi restaurant in Songdo District, Chairman Kong welcomed candidate Kim warmly. You've been very busy with your campaign lately, haven't you? Candidate Kim nodded. Yes, thanks to your support. Chairman Kong chuckled. You've spent your entire life in law enforcement, and now you're shaking hands with voters until your energy is drained. Quite a change, isn't it? That's about right. Kim replied. Chairman Kong leaned forward. You mentioned you wanted to discuss something privately. Candidate Kim's expression turned serious. Over the years we've worked together, I've come to know your loyalty and initiative. But there are a few concerns I wanted to address in person. What concerns? Kong asked. You said you would gather around 1.2 billion won in campaign funds by the middle of this month. Kim said calmly. But so far, you've only managed about 700 million. Chairman Kong waved his hand dismissively. You mean that? You know how it works. Corporate donations require maneuvering because of the Political Funds Act. He sighed. We've been splitting the money into smaller amounts and sending it through proxy accounts. Mobilizing every contact we have, useful or not, just to scrape together 5 million won per person. That's not easy. He leaned back. Yes, it's later than promised, and I apologize. But the money is coming. There's just a small delay. Candidate Kim frowned. In elections, speed is everything. If you're already missing deadlines, of course, I'll be concerned. Come on now. Kong replied. Who do you think mobilized all the manpower at your campaign site? They're all employees from our capital company working for free. He smirked. Think of it as advancing a few billion won worth of labor costs. Candidate Kim's expression hardened. Wasn't the staffing supposed to be volunteer work? If money is being paid to them, that's illegal. He leaned forward. So what labor costs are you talking about? Don't act like you're doing me a favor. Just keep your word. Chairman Kang's smile faded slightly. We'll sort out the transfer route soon enough. Don't rush me. I even secured a network of about 100 people recently. Candidate Kim sighed. That's fine, but didn't I warn you before? During the campaign period, keep your people under control. Chairman Kang frowned. Wait. Did something happen? You really didn't hear? Kim asked. One of your debtors was loitering around the Dosa District Police Station, about 30 meters away. Doing strange signals or something. He continued coldly. And not just once. He did it for several days. Even on the day the Central Inspection Team visited. Chairman Kang's expression stiffened. We barely avoided a disaster by pure luck. Kim said. I told you clearly, during the campaign, avoid illegal collections and violence. And if you must do it, at least control it properly. Chairman Kang lowered his head slightly. You're right. I apologize. I'll give strict orders to my subordinates so nothing like that happens again. So please, let go of that anger. Candidate Kim nodded slowly. I'll trust you this time. At that moment, the door opened. Ah-hyun walked in. Chairman Kang smiled. Ah, there she is, our Ah-hyun. Uncle, I came as soon as you asked. Is this a good time? Chairman Kang gestured toward Candidate Kim. This is my niece, Ah-hyun. She happened to be nearby, so I asked her to stop by and greet you. Ah-hyun bowed politely. Hello? I'm Kang Ah-hyun, Chairman Kang's niece. Please take good care of my uncle. Chairman Kang laughed proudly. She already has a strong sense of responsibility. She even helps with some of my work. In the future, our Ah-hyun will assist your endeavors in small ways, Candidate Kim. Then he turned to her. Where are you headed now? I'm going home after finishing my stream with Jin Sung Appa, replied Ah-hyun. Good. There's an important event at home today. Don't stay out too late, said her uncle. Got it. I'll head back now. She bowed again. Have a nice evening. With a bright smile, she left the restaurant. Chairman Kang chuckled. My niece is charming, isn't she? Candidate Kim's face darkened. Chairman Kang, what was that? He leaned forward. We're discussing serious matters, not running a neighborhood shop. Yet you bring someone here without warning. He scoffed. And how exactly could she help with anything? Look at how she dresses, the tattoo on her stomach, her immature behavior. His voice hardened. Are you trying to advertise that my backing comes from thugs? The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Chairman Kang's eyes narrowed. You have a problem with my niece? Candidate Kim realized he had gone too far. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. Listen carefully, Candidate Kim. Kang interrupted coldly. You've been speaking in ways that offend me for a while now. He leaned forward slowly. We're on the same boat now, aren't we? What's wrong with introducing my niece to someone who is supposed to become family? He continued. And another thing, watch your tone. You're not funding us. We're funding you. He smirked. You didn't even receive a party endorsement. How do you expect to win without our support? He paused, then added quietly. Do you remember the advanced infrastructure project 3 years ago? I helped you pocket a very nice chunk from that project. And that money never appeared on record. I took the risk so you could fill your pockets. And now, just because the funds are arriving a little late, you're whining like a child? If you're going to butt heads with me, why don't you fund your campaign yourself? He took a deep breath. I didn't want to say this, but have you ever thought about how strange everything has been? Candidate Kim frowned. What do you mean? In Busan, Kang said slowly, the opposition party has always dominated. But suddenly, when the 3-term mayor had only 1 year left, the opposition candidate got hit with a massive scandal. He continued. Then the sitting mayor dies in a car accident. A by-election is announced. And suddenly the ruling party declares they won't field the candidate. And somehow, all of that creates the perfect situation for you, an independent candidate. He smiled faintly. You really think that's just a coincidence? When you get home tonight, think carefully about how such perfect coincidences could happen. Candidate Kim left the restaurant, irritated. If you're going to bluff, At least make it believable, he thought. Are they seriously suggesting they killed the Busan mayor? He scoffed. No matter how much these guys break people in Dosa district, what could they even pull off outside? Anyway, they've got no organization, and their deeds are so juvenile, no discipline at all. Grabbing trash like that in desperation was a mistake. Regretting that, he got into his car and continued his banter. Just wait and see, you gangster scum. Once I become mayor, you'll be the first ones I clean up. He ordered the driver to start moving. Instead of that, he said, Candidate Kim, suppose I could help you clean out those gangsters. What would you do? Kim froze. Wait, who the hell are you? What are you doing in my car? And where's my driver? Two more men opened the back doors and said that his driver went home, and climbed in on either side of him. What the hell? Who are you people? What do you think you're doing? Who sent you? Chairman Kong? The man beside him pressed the gun gently against his hip. Please remain still while I'm driving. The person in the driving seat said calmly. It could be dangerous otherwise. He started the car. Fasten your seatbelt. The man looked straight ahead. From now on, we'll be taking you to Seoul. And the person in the passenger seat is Karma. As they drove towards Seoul with Candidate Kim in the car, his mind raced. These bastards aren't even trying to hide their route while kidnapping me. I thought they would at least put a hood over my head. Does that mean they never intended to keep me alive? Damn it, who the hell are these people? He clenched his fists. Let's think. They clearly said we're heading to Seoul. If someone from Busan, like me, has connections in Seoul, it must be central politics. Is the ruling party trying something? Or the opposition? If it's the ruling party, could it be those bastards from the faction opposing Cha Kang-hyun? Are they planning to use the advanced infrastructure project budget I skimmed off as leverage against me? Or could that gangster's bluff actually be true? Did the opposition discover something about the Busan mayor's death? He shook his head. No. Both of those theories are too far-fetched. If that were the case, the prosecutor's office would have launched an investigation. They wouldn't kidnap me like this. So who are these guys? His thoughts darkened. This is dangerous. Whatever this is, they're not planning to handle it legally. I need to get out of here somehow. He glanced toward the gun resting at the man beside him. If it comes down to it, I'll grab that gun and escape. The man in the front seat spoke calmly. I wouldn't recommend staring at the gun. Candidate Kim froze. Chief Beck continued casually. Try not to be too anxious. Didn't I tell you earlier that I would help you deal with those gangsters? He glanced back briefly. We're simply taking you somewhere that will be beneficial for you, Candidate Kim. So why not close your eyes and get some rest? After some time, the car stopped in front of a massive mansion in Seoul. Candidate Kim stared in disbelief. A mansion of this size, in Seoul? Whose house is this? Chief Beck stepped out of the car. Let's go inside. The vice chairman is waiting. Inside the mansion, Lee Myung-jun was waiting. Thank you for enduring the long journey, Lee Myung-jun said calmly. Please, have a seat. Candidate Kim sat slowly. I apologize for not welcoming you more courteously, Lee continued. We could have arranged this meeting by phone or email, but considering the possibility that Chairman Kang might have hacked your devices, we chose a safer approach. Candidate Kim stared at him. Lee Myung-jun, of Hyundai Group. Why would someone like him want to meet me? Lee gestured toward the chair again. What are you waiting for? Please sit. Candidate Kim complied. Lee folded his hands. I understand that you've been facing many concerns lately regarding the Busan mayoral by-election, especially since running as an independent candidate is extremely difficult. He continued calmly. As a businessman, I have personally experienced the limitations of the two-party system. That is why I believe people like you are necessary in politics. Candidate Kim frowned. Let's skip the pleasantries. Why exactly did you bring me here? Lee nodded slightly. Candidate Kim, isn't it true that you are being manipulated because Chairman Kang holds leverage over you? Kim's eyes narrowed. Isn't it also because of the things you did together when you were chief of police? The campaign funds he promised you are delayed, and because of the evidence he holds against you, it's difficult for you to protest. He slid an envelope across the table. You don't need to waste your energy denying it. I've summarized your vulnerabilities in that envelope. Take a look. Candidate Kim scoffed internally. These bastards think they can threaten me? There can't be much in there. I've hidden my corruption carefully. At worst, they might know about the bribery. But when he opened the envelope, his face turned pale. His entire body trembled. Lee Myungjun watched him calmly. Well? Is there any discrepancy between our findings and the facts? Candidate Kim whispered. What the hell is this? The documents contained detailed records of embezzlement tied to the Advanced Security Infrastructure project. But that wasn't all. There were also records of hidden crimes committed using that infrastructure. Do they even know about Yell Island? Cold sweat ran down his back. If this leaks, the mayoral election won't matter. I'll spend the rest of my life in prison. Lee spoke again. Please don't misunderstand me, Candidate Kim. Despite appearances, I am a businessman. And I understand very well that dealing with people requires both the carrot and the stick. If you agree to my proposal, I will eliminate all evidence proving your crimes. Candidate Kim looked up slowly. Eliminate? In what way? Lee's voice turned cold. Physically. Candidate Kim's mind raced. Physically wiping out evidence. Candidate Kim looked at Lee and was baffled when he heard that. Is this man in his right mind? Wiping out the evidence physically means he'd also kill all the Shaft members. Seeing his hesitation, Lee continued. You doubt whether that's possible? But you know better than anyone how the system works, don't you? About what kind of a place DSU district is. For over a decade, the Shaft gang built a district-wide platform for hidden crimes. Because of the gaps they created in the security system, human trafficking and countless other crimes went unnoticed. He leaned forward slightly. Their disappearance will go unnoticed for the exact same reasons. Lee slid another envelope across the table. If you cooperate with us, I will eliminate all your weaknesses, provide the remaining campaign funds within legal limits, and introduce you to a political consultant who successfully won 6 constituencies in the last general election. Candidate Kim opened the second envelope. Inside was a carefully prepared political strategy plan. He realized something immediately. These people are nothing like the thugs from the Shaft gang. And judging by this plan, they aren't bluffing. He swallowed. I don't have many options. They already know too much to let me leave freely. Besides, I always intended to cut ties with the Shaft gang eventually. Also, since he proposed a joint criminal conspiracy outright, it's not just a deal where I'm unilaterally disadvantaged. If push comes to shove, I do hold a card that could destroy Lee Myungjun. He exhaled slowly. All right. If I'm jumping ships, I'll jump to someone stronger. He looked up. Very well, Vice Chairman. What do you need me to do? Lee Myungjun answered calmly. Nothing. Candidate Kim blinked. Just as you've been turning a blind eye to the Shaft gang's crimes until now, simply keep the police inactive, no matter what happens. Kim frowned slightly. Why does that sound like it has another meaning? Lee continued. Does the Dosa District Police still have a strong tradition of special treatment toward former officials? Yes, Kim replied. My influence there remains strong. Good, this is advantageous for us, Lee said. Then ensure that the Dosa District Police never intervene. He paused. But on the day of the cleanup, use public authority to block all escape routes. There is only one road leading out of Dosa District. Block it. If you do that, we will handle the rest. One more thing. Karma came forward. This child's name is Yoon Karma. If she ever ends up at a police station because of trouble with Chairman Kang's niece, make sure she is released immediately, without charges. Candidate Kim nodded slowly. I will give the necessary instructions. Lee stood up. Good. I look forward to working with you, Candidate Kim. Candidate Kim bowed slightly. After he left, Lee turned toward Karma. You've endured a lot lately. Are you all right? Karma smiled. Not a scratch, stepfather. Then her expression sharpened. But more importantly, I heard that Kang Ah-hyun's execution set will soon arrive in Dosa District. Lee nodded. Yes. Once this weekend passes, the ship carrying it will dock at Dosa Harbor. He looked at her. But I heard you have a project to carry out during that period. Karma nodded calmly. Indeed, stepfather. As soon as I return to Busan. Her eyes gleamed. I will begin Project Divine Punishment. Project Divine Punishment, Day 1, initiated. Ayan was standing outside a temple of sorts when Chairman Kang arrived. He smiled at her and asked if her parents are inside. She said they were here to talk to the shaman. Her uncle sighed and said, Seems like your dad's got a lot on his mind about the Busan mayoral election. To be talking with the shaman for so long right before the death anniversary ritual this month. Ayan listened to him carefully and then said, But uncle, I think all this is just nonsense. Her uncle reprimanded her. Ayan! How could you say such outrageous things? Ayan being herself, she wasn't scared to speak her thoughts out loud. Oh, come on, be honest now, what's the point of shamans in the 21st century? As for holding rituals every lunar full moon, I'm honestly dying from how expensive it is. Instead of wasting all that money, I'd rather get an increase in my allowance. She crossed her arms. It's already annoying enough doing ancestral rites during holidays. But doing rituals every single month? It's excessive. Kang's expression hardened. Ah-hyun, listen carefully. Our family used to be nothing more than a local thug group. The reason we've grown this far is because of the guidance of the shaman. He lowered his voice. And remember last year, when you used shaman beads while bullying Lee Hyena? Do you even realize how reckless that was? His tone grew serious. Tampering with sacred items invites divine punishment. Literal divine punishment. So stop doing such ominous things. Ayan snapped back. Why do you keep bringing up something from the past? I'm already annoyed to death today because of Lee Hyena. Kang frowned. What now? Did something happen again? Were you exposed on stream? She hesitated, then looked away saying, Iho knows. But she couldn't shake of those thoughts. Even after dying, that bitch Lee Hyena is still causing trouble. Why does everyone keep bringing up things that are already over? Uncle and Dad are so pathetic, believing in spirits. Do ghosts even exist in the first place? And even if they did, you think I'd be scared of something like that? Meanwhile, Chief Beck began the briefing. With candidate Kim now cooperating and en route back to Busan, we will begin the briefing for Project Divine Punishment. He continued calmly. As you may have noticed, even the helmet and shaman bells used during the bullying of Ms. Hyena were purchased from a spiritual supply store. The Kang family has a long-standing connection to shamanism. He adjusted the file. Kang Ayan's father, Kang Muhan, is deeply devoted to a shaman who specializes in curses and purification rituals. Every full moon, he even commissions curses against rival gang leaders. The Shaft group also performs ceremonies to cleanse the grudges of their victims. Furthermore, major business decisions are made based on the shaman's readings. Karma chuckled softly. Sounds like that fortune teller is pretty competent. I mean, they built an empire listening to her. Chief Beck shook his head. Not necessarily. Many businessmen consult shamans for psychological reassurance. And if that shaman were truly capable, she would have prevented them from making the mistake of provoking the vice chairman. He continued. Although Ah-hyun grew up in such an environment, she claims not to believe in shamanism as much as her parents do. However, when faced with phenomena beyond her understanding, she is more likely than others to interpret it through a supernatural lens. He looked at Karma. And we will use that tendency against her. Lee Myungju nodded with interest. You intend to weaponize her familiarity with superstition? Chief Beck replied calmly. We will create supernatural phenomena, terrifying enough to shake her to the core. Lee smiled faintly. Excellent. I may not believe in shamanism myself, but for someone guilty, there is nothing more than believing they are being hunted by the spirit of their victim. His eyes darkened. I look forward to seeing Ah-hyun tremble in fear. He turned slightly. Proceed with Project Divine Punishment. Back at school, Ah-hyun was irritated. Karma hadn't shown up again. That bitch, skipping school whenever she feels like it. Does she think this place revolves around her? Her boyfriend tried to calm her. Ah-hyun tried to stay positive. Isn't it better if she's not here? At least you don't have to deal with her. She snapped. That's exactly what pisses me off. Her fists clenched. She acts like she's special, like she's above everyone. Her voice trembled with anger. I've crushed everyone who ever looked down on me, every single one. That's how I live. If you mess with Kang Ah-hyun, you're finished. That's the rule. Her eyes darkened. Even someone like Lee Hyena couldn't escape it. But why? Why is Yoon Karma an exception? Some nobody with no background, acting like she owns the place? She bit her lip. Just wait. Once Uncle's election is over, I'll deal with her myself. Suddenly, a student rushed in. Ah-hyun! She's here! What do you mean? She's on her way to class now? Asked Ayan irritatedly. He said no. She's in class 1 right now. What? Ayan frowned. She's doing something weird with the girls from the next class. Inside the classroom, Karma was calmly performing a fortune reading. Ayan saw that and recognized it as the rice divination. Karma examined the grains. Jian, your fortune shows an odd number of rice grains forming a circle. That means you'll soon grow closer to the boy you like from the academy. Really? The girl gasped. Another student rushed forward. Karma, read mine too. Will I finally start dating this year? Ah-hyun barged in. What a bunch of idiots. She scoffed. I was wondering why you didn't show up until lunch. Turns out you were busy playing fortune teller here. She smirked. Why not just bring in a mat and get comfortable? Karma replied calmly. I wanted to, but didn't have a suitable one at home. Ah-hyun kicked the table violently. Don't talk back with sarcasm, you bitch. Karma's expression hardened. What do you think you're doing? Putting a fake shaman in her place. Then Karma spoke coldly. As expected from a loan shark family, always bullying the weak. We had a deal with your uncle. So why are you picking a fight again? Ah-hyun sneered. What are you going to do? Release that video over something this trivial? She leaned closer. Don't get it twisted. This isn't over. I'll make you pay for my fractured thumb. Karma tilted her head slightly. There are many things I can overlook. Her gaze sharpened. But there's one thing I absolutely cannot tolerate. Ah-hyun scoffed. And what's that? Karma spoke calmly. Calling me a fake shaman. The room fell silent. Believe it or not, back in North Korea, I was known as a young shaman, with true spiritual power. Even high-ranking officials secretly came to me for readings, despite it being illegal in North Korea. Her eyes locked onto Ah-hyun. Yet you dare insult my spiritual power. You must have no regard for your life. She leaned forward slightly. Aren't you afraid of the spirits I serve? Ah-hyun burst out laughing. Spiritual power? You! What a joke. Karma remained calm. Want me to prove it? Then she said quietly. You killed someone last year, didn't you? The room froze. From the moment I saw you, something felt off. She pointed behind Ah-hyun. Behind your shoulder, the spirit of a schoolgirl is clinging to you. Ah-hyun's expression flickered. She quickly turned. Nothing. She scoffed. Bullshit. You think I'll believe that? If you really have powers, then describe her. Her voice turned sharp. Tell me what she looks like. How she died. Go on, fraud. Karma spoke without hesitation. A red tie. A white blouse. A neat brown skirt. She has a mole under her eye, on the opposite side of mine. She's about 170 centimeters tall. Slender build. Her hair is tied back in a ponytail. The classroom fell completely silent. For some reason, she isn't wearing shoes. Only white socks. Karma's voice softened. And, judging by the blood flowing from her head, she fell from somewhere high and died. So, how is it? Karma said calmly. Is this enough to prove my spiritual ability? Ah-hyun's body trembled, and she flinched uncontrollably. Then, suddenly, she snapped back. What the hell is this? She shouted, grabbing Karma by the collar. You watched my broadcast, didn't you? Her voice grew sharper. You're pulling this crap because you watched it, right? My live stream! She glared at Karma. You think I wouldn't notice? You must have read the chat logs and pieced things together from the community. Isn't that what you're doing? Karma gave her a calm side glance. I'm not very familiar with this chat or community nonsense, she said quietly. Then she added, but there's something I didn't mention. Ah-hyun froze. Do you want to hear it? Karma leaned slightly closer. About the spirit on your shoulder, there's something very interesting. Her voice dropped. There are shaman bells floating around. That single sentence hit Ah-hyun like a final blow. Her grip loosened. Karma continued softly. I've never seen anything like it before. I can't even imagine what kind of suffering she went through in life to become like that. She paused. But I can tell you this. Every time that spirit speaks to you, those bells ring. Ah-hyun ran out of the room and her boyfriend tried to go behind her, but Karma grabbed his arm. Hey! Jin-seon! Can we talk for a moment? He hesitated but followed her. What is it? He asked with a caution. If Ahyun sees me talking to you alone, she'll go crazy, he said nervously. So just say it quickly. Karma looked at him calmly. Do you believe in ghosts? He blinked. I don't know. Maybe a little. Karma shook her head. How foolish. Did you see Ahyun's reaction just now? Ghosts aren't something you kind of believe in. Her eyes sharpened. They are 100% real. He stiffened. The spirit attached to Ahyun is not an ordinary one. To be honest, I haven't seen something like that since coming to South Korea. Her tone turned cold. If you leave it as it is, Ahyun will die within a month. Jin Song's eyes widened. What? Yes, Karma said calmly. And it won't be peaceful. It will be brutal. Judging from the energy around her, it seems she attempted some kind of amateur exorcism ritual. But that kind of ritual is nowhere near enough to remove that spirit. In fact, it likely made things worse. Jin Song's mind spun. This is insane. She even knows about the Shaft Group's spirit rituals. Even if people know the gang is tied to shamanism, only core members know about those exorcism practices. I only know because Ayan told me. But this girl, she figured everything out just by sensing energy? Then, she really is a shaman. Karma spoke again. I'm telling you this so you can prepare yourself. Your girlfriend is about to be devoured by that spirit. If you don't want to get caught up in it, keep your distance. Jin Song panicked. No, wait! Isn't there any way to fix this? Ahyun is important to me. He grabbed her hand desperately. I know she's not a good person, but I can't just watch her die. Please, tell me what to do. Karma sighed slightly. What a hassle. Honestly, I'd rather just let that girl die. But she looked at him again. Since you're my type, I'll give you a hint. Jin Song nodded desperately. Please. Karma continued. Well, it's a bit awkward to say this after showing off like I know everything. But even I can't handle a spirit like that. He froze. What do you mean? However, she said, I do know a very gifted shaman in Busan. A gifted shaman? He asked. Yes. When I defected and lived in Seoul, there was a shaman mentor who performed a special ritual for me, so I could live as an ordinary student. I heard that one of my mentor's disciples is currently in Busan. She looked at him. I'll give you the name and address. If I ask my mentor, you'll be able to meet them tomorrow, without a reservation. Jin Song's eyes lit up. Really? Karma nodded. But don't tell Ahyun that I sent you. He frowned. Why not? Karma smirked. You're slow. If Ahyun finds out I told you, she'll get paranoid and refuse to go. And no matter how many other shamans she visits, it won't work. A vengeful spirit can only be removed by the right person. She leaned closer. If she doesn't go to the correct shaman, it's over. Jin Song swallowed. What should I do? She asked him his social media handle and he gave it to her. She said she'll DM him the address and visit time soon. She also told him that his job is to persuade Ahyun. He nodded firmly. I understand. I'll convince her. Don't forget the deal. Karma added. I won't, he said before rushing off. Karma watched him leave and laughed softly. As if ghosts actually exist. She smiled. This kind of game is new to me. My heart is racing. She turned away. This weekend is going to be very interesting. Meanwhile, Ahyun was shaking with fear when her boyfriend found her. That bitch. Yoon Karma, she's just bluffing, right? She's just making things up based on rumors. There's no such thing as ghosts. But doubt crept in. Jin Song spoke carefully. Ahyun, from what I see, Yoon Karma is the real deal. Think about it. Among all the rumors online, was there anything about bells? She froze. To be honest, I have no idea what this bell story is about. You never told me anything like that either. But your reaction today. There's something, isn't there? Ahyun's teeth clattered against each other. Fuck! How the hell does she know? I can accept her knowing about the general bullying, but even Lee Hyena's family wouldn't know about the bell thing. So how does she know? Does that mean she really can see ghosts? Damn it! She snapped. Do you know how much money my dad spends every month on exorcism rituals? And those useless shamans couldn't even remove Lee Hyena. She trembled. No wonder everything's been going wrong lately. Why is that bitch clinging to me instead of Cha Seo-hyun? Jin Song spoke again. I just talked to Ju-young Sunbae from the Shaft group. He knows a really powerful shaman. He said this shaman removed a spirit even a master couldn't handle. He can get us an appointment tomorrow, even though it usually takes months. He looked at her seriously. Let's go. Ah-hyun hesitated, then nodded. Fine. Let's go tomorrow. Her eyes burned. I'll get rid of that thing once and for all. The next day, they arrived at the location. Ah-hyun frowned. What the hell, why is it so empty? If this place is really that good, shouldn't it be crowded? She looked around. I don't even see anyone. She snapped at Jin Song. Are you sure this place is legit? He nodded quickly. Yeah. Sunbae said they only accept VIP clients on Saturdays. Maybe that's why it's quiet. Ah-hyun exhaled. Fine. Let's go in. They opened the door. Hello? Is anyone here? Can we come in? There was a mysterious figure sitting in the shadows. His face is partially hidden. I specialize in exorcism, he said. My name is Shaman Baekdoryang. Ah-hyun was slightly surprised. A male shaman? I didn't expect that. But she quickly brushed it off. Whatever. Whether he's male or female doesn't matter. What matters is whether he's effective. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Let's hear what he has to say first. They sat facing each other. Ah-hyun sighed, then forced a bright, bubbly expression. Hello, she said sweetly. I've heard a lot about how powerful you are. She continued casually. So, I went to explore a haunted place, and I think some kind of stray ghost attached itself to me. She tilted her head. My condition isn't that serious, right? The shaman stared at her for a moment. Then his expression turned cold. A stray ghost? Did you just say a stray ghost? Ah-hyun nodded. And suddenly, he threw salt at her. What the hell? She shouted. That's so salty. What are you doing? Shouldn't you at least warn me before throwing things? But he didn't stop. He grabbed whatever was nearby, shaman bells, random objects, even a tissue roll, and hurled them at her. Are you insane? She yelled. You lunatic. Just because you're a shaman, you think you can do whatever the fuck you want? Before she could continue. Silence. His voice thundered. How dare you speak so rudely in a place like this, you insolent wretch? Ah-hyun froze. He stepped forward, furious. I was willing to overlook your attitude, but you dare act like the victim? He glared at her. You claim a stray ghost latched onto you while you were playing around in a haunted place? Do you even know what is clinging to your shoulder? That is a vengeful suicide spirit who died while holding a murderous grudge against you. She is chewing through your hair, strand by strand, waiting for the day you drop dead. Ah-hyun's face went pale. The shaman continued, his tone grim. Normally, such spirits remain bound to the place of their death. But from the ghostly stench I smell, it doesn't seem like this soul even belonged to this area originally. It resented you so much that it followed you, from somewhere far away. Ah-hyun trembled. Oh my God! He actually realized that Lee Hyena is from Seoul? He narrowed his eyes. And there's more. That spirit told me something just now. You used ritual tools for your own purposes, didn't you? Ah-hyun's heart dropped. So you've forgotten what fear is, huh? Even we shamans treat ritual tools carefully, yet you've earned not only the ghost's resentment, but also the wrath of the gods themselves. He turned away sharply. Leave at once. If I help someone like you, I'll bring disaster upon myself. Then he added coldly. As a shaman, I'll give you one final piece of advice. Say your goodbyes to everyone around you. Because in 15 days, you will no longer belong to this world. He gestured toward the door. Take her out. I won't even charge a fee. Just never come back. Jin Song panicked. Sir! Please! Don't do this! Just help her this once. But the shaman refused. Ah-hyun's thoughts raced. This is real. He knew everything. Even about the ritual tools. And unlike those greedy shamans, he's trying to send me away without taking money. That means he's genuine. If I'm really going to die in 15 days, I won't have time to find another shaman. This is my only chance. She suddenly dropped to her knees. Please, she begged. I'm sorry for being rude. Please save me. My family is wealthy, I can pay anything you want. The shaman snapped. Enough. I don't practice shamanism for money. I have no intention of helping you. Leave. Ahyun slammed her hands on the floor. Over my dead fucking body. If you don't save me, I'll stay here forever. She shouted toward Jinsong. If he tries to kick me out, call the guys from the Shaft group. We'll set up tents and protest right here. The shaman yelled so hard that the salt container on the floor was rattled and tripped. Fine. I'll help you. But stop making a scene. His eyes darkened. If you anger the spirits any further, even I won't be able to save you. He took a deep breath. Listen carefully. The spirit attached to you is a vengeful one. Such spirits are usually bound to a location. That means your current residence is already saturated with its vengeful energy. Therefore, all the exorcism rituals including the gut must be performed there. Ahyun asked. But Baekdoryang, when I started high school, I begged my parents until they let me live alone in an apartment. So which place counts as my residence? My apartment? Or my parents' residence? He snapped. Fool! Your residence is where you live your daily life. Your apartment. He continued. The ritual will be performed there. The man calmed down and spoke again. But before the gut, there is something important you must do. He placed 2 paper cups in front of her, and told her to fill those with sea water and place them in front of her bed. Seeing her confusion, he explained. Spiritual binding corresponds to the earth element. Your apartment is filled with that energy. However, according to the yin-yang 5 elements, water conquers earth. So if you counter it with water energy, which clashes with earth, you can cancel it out. And the sea is the place with the strongest water energy of all. It's an infinite water domain ruled by the Dragon King. If you leave the paper cups filled with seawater in your room, and go to the sea near Busan to offer prayers to the Dragon King will use that seawater in your room as a conduit and suppress the vengeful spirit with water energy. But in the 5 elements, water overcomes earth. The sea contains the strongest water energy. Camping by the beach and praying devotedly for 3 days would be best, but since it's the weekend, even staying 1 night and 2 days is fine. Just pray sincerely at the seaside. However, no one must enter your room during that time. Do you understand? Yes, she replied quickly. And one more thing, he added. Change your door lock password to the one I give you. Why? She asked. There is a reason. When the water energy gathers, other entities may be drawn in. To prevent that, you must change the password. Ayan protested, asking that it usually is done with talismans. So why the door lock? But he just yelled at her to have more impact and make her do what he says and said, Hey! A talisman is so obviously required too. Given your situation, you should be doing everything possible. How dare you doubt my secret methods? He calmed down again and said, Ahem. Well, I roughly get what it is you're worried about. But it's not like I know your home address anyway. All of this carries deep meaning from the perspective of yin-yang 5 elements and fortune principles. From today, your studio password is 2859. 2 symbolizes symmetry and the harmony between yin and yang. 8 represents the trigram mirror that wards off evil and misfortune. 5 is the center and balance within the 5 elements. And 9 is the greatest yang number in fortune theory. The absolute yang that repels the yin energy of ghosts. Ah-hyun, impressed by the theory, nodded and accepted that the number kinds feels good after hearing the meaning behind it. He assured her, saying that most shamans use the same number for their lock and that she can change it back after the ritual is done. And then he warned her one last time. Until we start the ritual in your studio, you must never spill the seawater in those paper cups. At the end of the day, this is nothing more than something that temporarily suppresses the vengeful spirit's energy. Until we can properly begin the exorcism ritual. If it is disrupted, the suppressed energy will erupt all at once. And when that happens, you will die instantly. He paused. The ritual fee is 800,000 won. Ah-hyun flinched, but left without question. Once they were out of ear's reach, Karma came out from her hiding spot and looked at the trembling Ayan and smiled. I almost burst out laughing, hiding behind the folding screen. She whispered. For a high school girl to throw around 800,000 won like that, does she get more allowance than me? Karma asked him to raise her pocket money as well. When she didn't get any response, she turned her head and caught him being so stiff. After a moment, his eyes turned red as he strainfully said, She called her a stray ghost. She called Miss Hyena a stray ghost. How dare she? Karma stepped in front of Beck and said in an annoying tone. Let's punish her. Let's scare her so badly, her soul nearly leaves her body. According to the plan, they reached Ayan's apartment. As she's been told, Ayan changed her pass key and made it easy for them to enter. Karma smiled. This house is mine now. They glanced around and Beck said that Ayan followed every instruction perfectly. By now, she should be at the beach, doing exactly what she's been told. That means this place will stay empty until tomorrow afternoon. During that time, they decided to turn this place into a haunted house. Ah-hyun and her boyfriend are walking by the seaside offering prayers to the Dragon King. After a while, Ah-hyun felt something. She said, I can feel it. The sacred energy of the Dragon King, flowing into me. She closed her eyes, as if embracing it. Meanwhile, her boyfriend only felt the cold sea breeze brushing against his skin. When he got distracted, she turned and scolded him. What are you doing? Aren't you going to pray properly, with sincerity? He sighed. All right. She continued, almost in awe. You know what? After Lee Hyena's ghost latched onto me, I realized something. He glanced at her. What? God exists. Her voice grew firm. I used to think all those rituals at home were complete nonsense. But it turns out, they're real. I mean, think about it. My dad used to be just a neighborhood thug. But then he met a gifted shaman, and now he's the president of a company worth over $1 trillion. And the reason our personal shaman couldn't get rid of Lee Hyena's spirit is probably because I had disrespectful thoughts toward the shaman. Her tone shifted. From now on, I'll pray sincerely at every ritual. Her boyfriend hesitated. But there's something else. If ghosts exist, then the afterlife must exist too, right? That means heaven and hell are real as well. He looked at her seriously. Shouldn't we start living more kindly? Ah-hyun turned sharply. Huh? Appa, are you serious? She scoffed. So what if heaven and hell exist? What's the big deal? You know our family's shaman, right? She constantly casts curses on rival company CEOs. By common sense, that should send her straight to hell. Yet she keeps doing it anyway. Her eyes narrowed. And that so-called goddess-like shaman? If heaven really mattered, why is she stuck like this, tormenting others instead of ascending? She smirked. In the end, this world and the next aren't that different. As long as you have a powerful backing, you have nothing to fear. As long as you stay on the side of the God you serve, you don't need to worry about hell. Her boyfriend slowly nodded. I see. She crossed her arms. So stop overthinking it and just pray properly. If you do, things will work out. He sighed. All right. I'll pray sincerely. And the two resumed their prayers. Meanwhile, back at Ah-hyun's apartment, Karma and Chief Beck were busy. They carefully dismantled parts of the interior, installing hidden mechanisms and devices. Thin wires. Hidden reels. Small concealed tools. Everything was being set up. Piece by piece, they were turning the apartment into a perfect haunted stage. While Ah-hyun prayed at the sea, preparations continued. By the time her prayers ended, so did the setup. Chief Beck stepped back and looked around. This should be convincing enough. When she returns, she won't notice anything unusual. Karma smiled faintly. I'm really looking forward to tonight. In Khan Ah-hyun's very own haunted apartment, the show is about to begin. On the way back, Ah-hyun complained. Ugh, camping by the sea for 2 days was disgusting. I feel gross. I'm going to die. We should stop by a sauna now. But Baek Doryang said I have to go back home directly after the prayer for it to work and pray one last time to the seawater. Her expression tightened. How am I supposed to sleep alone? That's scary. Her boyfriend suggested. Why don't you just watch something? Maybe Netflix? If you fall asleep while watching a show, it won't feel as scary. She thought for a moment. Maybe. They arrived at her apartment. She turned to him. Thanks for everything this weekend, Appa. Get home safely. You too, he replied before leaving. Ah-hyun entered her apartment alone. She unlocked the door and looked around carefully. Everything seemed normal. The paper cups filled with seawater were still in place. Good, nothing moved. She exhaled. If even one cup is disturbed, I'm screwed. She carefully moved around and went to freshen up. Then she turned on a show. There was some weird-ass show playing which she never came across. What the hell kind of drama is this? She sighed. I already finished the series I wanted to binge. I should just sleep. But fear crept in. What if something happens? She shook her head. Whatever. I prayed sincerely. Nothing's going to happen. She lay down. Then, the TV suddenly switched to HDMI 1. Static filled the screen. Ah-hyun froze. What the hell? I left it on OTT, so why is it like this? Her heart began to race. Is this a paranormal phenomenon? No, calm down. Ghost or not, I should turn it off first. She got up and walked toward the TV. One of the seawater cups tipped over. The water spilled. Ah-hyun panicked. Hey, what? The cup moved on its own. Elsewhere, Karma and Chief Beck watched through hidden surveillance. Karma leaned forward, clearly enjoying the moment. Earlier, during the setup, she had secretly pierced tiny holes in the bottom edges of the cups. Through them, she threaded ultrafine fluorocarbon lines, nearly invisible. Those lines were connected to a silent, modified, remote-controlled electric reel, hidden beneath the bed frame. At first glance, the apartment looked completely ordinary. But in reality it was filled with staged magic mechanisms and hidden devices. Chief Beck exhaled. Finally! The show begins. Karma smiled. The climax of Project Divine Punishment, she whispered with excitement. Haunted House. Begins. Ah-hyun froze in shock. What the hell just happened? She stared at the spilled cup. It moved by itself. Her voice trembled. What the fuck? There's no way a cup can spill on its own. This is bullshit. Her breathing quickened. What do I do? He said if the cup spills, I'm 100% dead. She grabbed her phone. No. I need to call him. She dialed Beck Dorian. He picked up, then immediately hung up. What? If you don't want to answer, fine, but why hang up? It's not even that late. Her frustration turned into panic. If you sell this kind of crap, shouldn't you at least provide after-sales support? You son of a bitch! She clenched her teeth. This won't work. I'll call Uncle Dot and ask him to pick me up. Beck alerted the transmission team to jam Ian's phone. As she held her phone up against her ear, it zapped. As she looked at it again, she saw that there were no signals. What? Even on mountaintops, you get signals these days, so why is my apartment suddenly out of service? Her eyes widened. And right after all this weird shit. Her voice shook. Lee Hyena. She's here. She started laughing like someone went mad. Damn it. I'm losing it. There's no such thing as ghosts. This is just a coincidence. The cup probably fell because I kicked it. And electronics glitch all the time. She forced herself to breathe. Yeah. It's just bad timing. Muffin Law, something like Muffin Law. It's supposed to be Murphy's Law, she shook her head. I don't believe in ghosts. I just got shaken up because of that bitch Yoon Karma. There's no such thing as ghosts. The curtains began to swing. Left to right. Right to left. Violently. Ah-hyun froze. What? The window isn't even open, then why are the curtains moving? The lights flickered. The room dimmed. And then, a shadow appeared. A faint silhouette. A figure, Lee Hina. Ah-hyun screamed. She ran to the door and tried to open it. It wouldn't budge. Why won't it open? Why now? She pounded on it. Help! Is anyone out there? Please! Someone open the door! Outside, two men stood silently stopping the door from opening. One handed a talisman to a third person, and he slipped it under the door. Inside, Ah-hyun stared. What? Why is there a talisman here? Did it slide in, or is someone outside? Then, the talisman ignited. It burst into flames. Ah-hyun stumbled back. What the hell? Why did it just catch fire on its own? Her voice broke. I'm really being haunted. She fell backward onto the floor. The TV suddenly turned on. A news broadcast appeared. But the anchor's face, for a moment, turned into Lee Hyena's. Then it flickered back to normal. Ah-hyun stared, frozen. The screen glitched again. The anchor began speaking. 4. 4. 4. 4. In Korea, the number 4 symbolizes death. The screen turned red. The voice distorted. Die, 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 die. Ah-hyun's body trembled uncontrollably. She looked around and saw the teddy bear. Blood was flowing from its eyes. Her breath stopped. The teddy bear's stomach tore open slowly, cotton from it started bursting out. Blood soaked everything. It splattered across the room, across her face. Ah-hyun screamed at the top of her lungs. Elsewhere, Karma and Chief Beck watched through the monitors. Karma smiled, satisfied. Chief Beck remained focused. With a single click, the next phase began. Ah-hyun heard something behind her. Jijing, jijing, jijing. She slowly turned, the wall behind her started bleeding out. The painting just below on the wall where it started bleeding, slowly flipped upside down. Then, the bells rang. Shaman bells. The same sound from a year ago. Ah-hyun froze. There were 49 bells installed throughout the apartment, the same number used during Lee Hyena's torture. Now, they rang relentlessly surrounding her. Closing in. Ah-hyun collapsed screaming. Hyena! I'm sorry! I was wrong! Please, spare me! Objects crashed around her, mirrors shattered, cosmetics fell. Everything spiraled into chaos. Chief Beck spoke calmly. For the final stage of Project Divine Punishment. He looked at Karma. Your role is the most important. You will play Lee Hyena. With Ah-hyun already mentally broken, she won't be able to distinguish reality from illusion. He continued, with the height-adjusting insoles, altered eye makeup, injury marks, and the wig. And with your face covered in blood. He paused. She won't know the difference. Fog began to fill the room. The final act began. And then, from the darkness, she appeared. Karma. As Lee Hyena. Standing beneath the dim light. Silent. Terrifying. Perfect. She had completely embodied the role. The performance was flawless. Ah-hyun was on the verge of a complete mental breakdown. Her body trembled. Her lips quivered. Words wouldn't come out properly. Meanwhile, Karma's team activated the final stage. Using AI, they recreated Lee Hyena's voice from past recordings, perfectly restoring how she sounded when she was alive. Karma simply lip-synced to it. From this point, she was Hina. Hyena. Step closer. Ah-hyun. Why did you do that to me? What did I ever do to deserve it? I suffered so much. Do you even have the slightest idea how it felt? The room trembled slightly, as if an earthquake were shaking the walls. Ah-hyun collapsed to her knees. Hina. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me, just this once. The time was 4:44 a.m. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Hyena tilted her head. Are you really sorry? Ah-hyun sobbed. I am. I really am. I'm so sorry, Hyena. Hyena's expression softened slightly. I see. I understand. Then her voice turned cold. Then die. She slowly tightened her grip around Ah-hyun's throat. Don't worry. I'll make it so you never have to feel sorry again. If I do something even worse to you, you won't need to apologize at all. She whispered. After I died, I found a wonderful place. Have you ever heard of hell? We'll play there together forever. Of course, down there, you'll be the toy. Don't resist. The moment that cup spilled, your fate was sealed. Soon, I'll kill you and take you to hell. A paradise for me, and a nightmare for you. Ah-hyun struggled desperately. She clawed at Hina's hands, gasping for air. But her strength faded. Her vision blurred. And finally, she lost consciousness. The moment she collapsed, Karma released her. Karma, the fairy of deep sleep. Today's sleep is complete. She giggled looking at her. Calm, Ah-hyun, you pathetic idiot. What an embarrassing way to faint. Foaming at the mouth like that, you look ridiculous. No, this won't do. I should take some photos. She quickly snapped several pictures. Beck ordered the medical team to check Ah-hyun's condition. After a brief examination, they tried telling Beck something in a sign language only doctors understand. So Beck asked them to tell it in words. She's stable. No immediate danger, said the doctor. Good, Beck replied. He told them to keep her sedated so that they can clean up the whole mess and bring it back to how it was without a speck of doubt. But Karma frowned slightly. Appa, wouldn't it be scarier if we left everything as it is? Chief Beck shook his head. Not necessarily. The more a person is exposed to something frightening, the more they adapt. If she sees everything clearly in daylight, she'll start noticing inconsistencies. And if there are physical traces left, her uncle will suspect a break-in, not a supernatural event. Especially with the upcoming operation, we can't afford unnecessary complications. Karma sighed. But we worked so hard on this. What if she just thinks it was a dream? Chief Beck replied calmly. You know that won't happen. The plan accounts for every possibility. Karma crossed her arms. I know. I'm just complaining. It just feels like dismantling an art piece. She smirked. But still, the plan went perfectly. I was worried it might fail. Karma said failing was not an option with Karma's plan. Chief Beck shook his head. It only worked because she froze in fear. If she had fought back seriously, things could have gotten messy. You might have subdued her, but she could have realized you weren't a ghost. Karma scoffed. As if she could beat me. I would have knocked her out before she even realized. Chief Beck replied. That's what you think. Don't forget, she used to be called a boxing prodigy. If it's purely boxing, she's above you. That triggered Karma instantly. What would you know? I'm your martial arts coach, idiot. If I ever fight her properly, I would totally fuck her up, even in boxing. Chief Beck sighed. Where do you even learn to talk like that? Anyway, don't even think about it. If it comes to a real fight, it means the plan has failed. Don't get any ideas. Karma smirked. Fine. But admit I'm better, and I'll consider it. Sure, he said flatly. Let's just see what happens tomorrow. The next morning, Ah-hyun slowly opened her eyes. Tears streamed down her face. I'm alive? She looked around. Everything was normal. The room was clean. The teddy bear Jin-sung gave her was untouched. The spilled cup, back in place. She stared blankly. Was it all a dream? She tried to rationalize. Up until the cup spilled, that part was real. Everything after that must have been a nightmare. There's no way all that actually happened. She let out a shaky laugh. Yeah, it was just stress. That's all. She stood up. I should wash my face. She turned on the bathroom light and froze. Her reflection stared back at her. Her neck, covered in finger marks. What? Her voice shook. Why, are there bruises? It was a dream, right? It was a dream. It was a dream. It was a dream. She repeated it over and over, faster. Louder. It was a dream. It was a dream. It was a dream. Then a voice echoed in her mind. As she remembered the events of last night more vividly, the last fragment of her sanity shattered. She collapsed, screaming. Elsewhere, Lee Myungjun spoke calmly. Chief Beck, have you heard this saying? The cruelest punishment for a death row inmate isn't the execution. It's the terror of waiting for their execution. He continued. What Karma gave Kang Ah-hyun was a supernatural death sentence. She now believes her death is inevitable. And all she can do is wait. That fear is the worst torment imaginable. Meanwhile, Chairman Kang was furious. More than furious. What the hell happened to Ah-hyun? She didn't show up to school. You went to her apartment and found her like that? Marks on her neck, completely broken? He shouted into the phone. Baek Doryong? Water cups? What nonsense are you talking about? Jin-sung, you bastard. I trusted you with her. If anything happens to Ah-hyun, I'll bury you alive myself. Do you hear me? He ended the call violently. Then turned to his subordinates. You said you found something on Yoon Karma? One of them handed over a file. Yes, Chairman. We investigated everything. Her school in Seoul, her connections, her relationships, even her family background. Kang flipped through the file. Interesting. Then he smirked slightly. On the other hand, the container carrying Ah-hyun's execution set has docked at Dosa Port. Huh? I don't know why I've been this gullible all my life. Just trust me this once, okay? This place, the acupuncture here, is seriously amazing. I'm telling you, last time I was skateboarding with Ji-young from the P department, I messed up my muscles really badly after a fall. Then I came here, got acupuncture, and I was completely fine in just one day. This place is hella famous. It's been on TV a bunch of times, too. Every weekend, it turns into a medical tourism hotspot. People come from all over. Anyway, just trust me. From acupuncture to therapy, this place is the real deal. His friend looked around skeptically. Is it really that good? For a clinic in a backwater place like Dosa District, it does look pretty fancy. But doesn't acupuncture hurt? I've never tried it before. The guy who brought him laughed. Wow, you wimp. Go serve in the military again. See those nurses over there? Their beauty alone is a painkiller, seriously. Once you hear their sweet voices, you'll forget all about the pain. So relax. The other guy's eyes widened. Wow, do they only hire pretty nurses here? No wonder this place is so popular. The first guy smirked. But you know what's even more amazing? Wanna guess who the prettiest one here is? Who? The clinic director, obviously. The director? What the hell, dude? Are you into older women now? I knew it ever since you tried flirting with that cult lady. Hey! I wasn't flirting. I was just asking for a discount. That's only because you haven't seen the director. Look at that promo poster over there. That's her. No way. I thought that was a model or some celebrity. See? I told you. There's a reason I said she's the prettiest one here. They say the director only personally treats FIPS. Man, if only I had that kind of money. So jealous. Nearby, someone listening to their conversation scoffed internally. Jealous? Don't be ridiculous. Do you even know what it takes for a businessman to become a VVIP here? Just then, Kim Young-han-nim, a nurse called out. You're here for treatment from the director regarding your online gambling addiction, correct? Yes. He was escorted to the director's office. Hurry up and go in. He stepped inside. Inside, two muscular men stood there, dressed in nurse uniforms. And beside them, sat the director. Take a seat. Don't bother trying anything funny. Sit down, or our staff will make you. He quietly obeyed. The director leaned back, smoking casually. So, President Kim, how's your gambling addiction these days? Getting any better? She smiled faintly. Though honestly, if it did get better, that would be a problem for us, wouldn't it? I've noticed the money you've been spending on our site has dropped lately. I wonder why. Your business is doing well these days, isn't it? So what is it? Being cheap? Or are you trying to avoid paying interest on your debts? Scheming something else? He stammered. As scheming? What would I even? She cut him off. I didn't call you here just because your payments dropped. Tell me, are you trying to go to jail? His expression froze. What do you mean? I'm talking about your fake expenses. Why did you instruct your accounting team to fabricate so many bogus costs? Even if you run a mid-sized company, you should know where to draw the line. If you make fake expenses that blatantly, you're basically inviting a tax investigation. He panicked. No, that's not I. Why would you do that? Do you think going to prison for tax evasion is easier than dealing with us? Or are you trying to make your company look suspicious so the authorities investigate us too? You want auditors to uncover how we collect illegal interest through fake payrolls? So instead of calling the cops directly, you're trying something clever? Her eyes turned cold. You're really starting to piss me off. I get that you want to screw us over. But is it worth destroying the company you built your entire life? You barely revived that 60 billion won business with our money. Shouldn't you be focusing on running it? Why kill your own golden goose? He snapped. Golden goose? Who the hell is it laying eggs for? I'm the CEO. And yet every cent I earn gets funneled into your gambling site. 20% of my payroll goes to fake employees, your gang members. I can't even afford a proper meal for my family anymore. I make billions, and my kids eat convenience store rice. This isn't just loan sharking anymore, you assholes. You're sucking people dry like vampires. You might as well just take my company. Running it is a pain anyway, right? You just leech off me. Fine. Screw it. Kill me then. I'd rather drag you all to prison with me than live like this. The director chuckled. Well. Looks like our CEO finally hit puberty. Honestly, that should have happened a long time ago. His eyes widened. What are you doing? She gestured. Oh, that? That's the cure for puberty. Wait, no. Please. Before he could finish, his mouth was stuffed with cloth. One of the nurses grabbed his foot and ripped off his toenail in one brutal motion. It flew across the room. His body convulsed in agony. But no sound escaped. The director pulled out a sharp needle from the back of her cigarette holder and directly poked it into the exposed nail bed. His entire body shook violently. Losing a toenail isn't much. But when it's down to the bone. She smirked. Seems I haven't lost my touch. She then held the pointed needle at his neck and said, President Kim. Don't throw around words like "got me." She leaned in, sitting on his lap. That's actually our line of work. Her voice dropped. If you ever try to rebel again, your son, who is studying at home for his college entrance exam, will be dragged into our basement operating room. No anesthesia. We'll open him up and harvest his organs. She tilted her head. And your daughter? She'll be sent to some remote island and live a life so miserable. She'll envy her brother. She smiled sweetly. So, to make sure none of that happens, you'll cooperate, right? He didn't answer. He didn't need to. He was dragged out. The director turned to her staff. Oh, right. Nurse Yoon, cancel all my appointments today. The nurse blinked. Director? Do you have something scheduled? Yes. She pulled on her jacket. I need to make up for neglecting my duties as a mother. At the school? The teacher glared at Karma. It's only your second day after transferring, and you're already spying on your classmates? And now you show up during lunch without handing in your phone? Karma didn't even look at him as he spoke, ignoring him. Hey, don't do that. Everyone follows the rules here. Karma sighed. Fine. I'll hand it in. The teacher snapped. You're actually handing it over? This is the burner phone you used before, isn't it? You think I'm an idiot? Karma sighed again. Close, but no cigar. I don't know how things were in Seoul, the teacher said sharply. But at Busan High, submitting your phone is mandatory. Even the student rights committee agrees, it's not a violation. Everyone else complies. So hand it over properly. Karma handed over a phone. Here you go. You're on my watch list now, Yoon Karma. I'll be keeping a close eye on you. There's more we need to talk about, so sit tight and wait. But Karma only smiled. Just as planned, she thought. He's totally convinced that phone's my real one. Dear homeroom teacher, I already know you're a collaborator of the Shaft gang. Chairman Kong probably ordered you to steal my phone. But that phone? It's a trap. It's filled with fake data to mislead you. Everything about our identity, our backing, is all fake. You're chasing ghosts. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-hyun's execution is already underway. And the real phone you're so desperate to find is safely in my vest pocket. Let's see how long you enjoyed being played. Just then, a woman's voice cut through the room. Oh my. Look at this. Karma turned around. The woman smiled. How many phones are you carrying around exactly? Karma was taken aback. I couldn't even sense her presence. She reached into my vest pocket without me noticing. And just before I stepped away, I smelled it. That disgusting mix of blood and chemicals. That woman. She's the same kind of person as my real father. The teacher immediately stood up. Madam, said the teacher. The woman smiled lightly. My homeroom teacher. I'm sure you know who I am. I'm the PTA president. Yes, of course. The teacher replied nervously. What brings you to the office? What brings me here? She said calmly. Isn't it obvious? I heard there's a troublemaker in this class, causing problems for my Ah-hyun. So as both the PTA president and her mother, I thought I should at least take a look at her face. She turned her gaze toward Karma. I heard you secretly recorded your classmates. What a rotten little girl. Karma narrowed her eyes. How did you know my phone was in my vest pocket? The woman shrugged. You look suspicious. You started grinning after handing in your phone. So I checked. Karma scoffed. For such a flimsy reason, you just slipped your hand into a young girl's pocket without warning? You perverted Ajama. Ah-hyun's mother smirked. As if you're any better. You pissed yourself on my daughter's lap. Karma's expression stiffened. Anyway, the woman continued casually. As PTA president, I'll be confiscating this phone permanently. And I hope you're ready to be punished for bullying Ah-hyun. She turned and walked away. Karma clenched her fist. Should I take it back now? No. My instincts are screaming at me. That woman. Unless I'm ready to kill her. I can't overpower her. She's not someone I can deal with using half measures. Damn it. I shouldn't have let my guard down. If I try to take it back by force, I'll just look like a student attacking a parent. That would ruin everything. Our entire revenge plan, gone. And the Shaft gang would retaliate immediately. With only 1 day left until Ah-hyun's execution. That's the worst case scenario. Still, there's one saving grace. That phone isn't ordinary. Chief Appa got me a high-security phone, just in case I ever lost my phone. It's a high-security device, FIPS 140-3 Level 4. The kind used by U.S. diplomats. If anyone attempts unauthorized access, it instantly wipes all encryption keys. Everything inside becomes useless. And I've already backed up everything important. Even if they try, they won't get anything in 1 or 2 days. For now, I just have to trust it. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Ah-hyun sat with her uncle. Are you feeling a bit better now? He asked. Don't worry too much. I checked with a shaman. She said there's no ghost attached to you. That Baekdorian guy is definitely a fraud. Back in the old days, there were plenty like him. Fake shamans who tricked people with staged hauntings. He continued. He probably put something in those paper cups. Some kind of dissolvable drug. Ah-hyun hesitated. Now that you mention it. After coming back from the beach, he told me to take a sip of the seawater from the cup. So I did. Exactly, her uncle said. That explains everything. The marks on your neck? You probably did that yourself under the influence. We've seen it before, people hurting themselves while hallucinating on drugs. Even if today's test was negative, some substances show up later. So let's wait. But don't worry, 1 dose usually doesn't cause addiction. And the hospital said you're physically fine. Ah-hyun frowned. But what if the drug wasn't in the cup? What if someone broke in and injected me while I was asleep? These marks, they feel like someone strangled me. Her uncle shook his head. An intruder? Unlikely. I checked all the building's security cameras. Every single person who entered that day was a resident. Even while you were camping, no outsiders entered. He continued. Check the outside cameras too. Other than some interior workers moving in next door, nothing strange at all. It's that the hallway and rooftop cameras were down for a week, though. But still, if there was an intruder, it would have to be another tenant. But let's be realistic. The residents are just makeup artist twin sisters next door, the 2 internet installers who've lived here for 6 months, and some wannabe magician. The answer is obvious. It was the drug. He leaned forward. That fake shaman operates outside our district. We can't touch him directly. But if we charge him with drug possession, we can involve the police. Once he's arrested, we'll transfer the case to our district and interrogate him ourselves. He added. According to Jin Song, Yoon Karma was the one who recommended him. So they're connected. Instead of going after Karma, protected by that scheduled email, we will go after Baekdorian. Ah-hyun looked up. Uncle, you said the investigators found out who's backing Karma? Who is it? He answered. Cha Se-hyun. Ah-hyun froze. Cha Se-hyun? Her uncle nodded. According to the investigation, Karma, as a North Korean defector, has only one family member, her older brother. And his life after defecting is strange. He worked in politics. Switched parties suddenly. Became an errand boy for lawmakers of Cha Kwan-hyun's faction. When things were just going well, he suddenly quit everything and came down here to Dosa district. And of all times, right after attending a Ministry of Culture-led sports promotion event, where Cha Seo-hyun was the main figure. What's even stranger is the investigation into Yoon Karma's social circle. At school, she was known as a famous liar and attention seeker. Apparently her big claim was that she was personally close with world-class star Cha Seo-hyun. They thought she was just lonely. But from the investigations aside, knowing her brother's background, they wondered if there was something to her claims. So they scoured the internet, and found this. He showed a photo. Ah-hyun's eyes widened. That's Karma with Cha Seo-hyun. It's just a paparazzi photo, people didn't take it seriously. But it's real. So the conclusion is, both siblings are connected to Cha Se-hyun. If she sent Karma, It's to sabotage us during the election. If we fail, we lose control of Wild Island. That dopamine-addled bitch has always been obsessed with it. Even though she already owns JJ Island in Incheon, she still wants to swallow up Wild Land here in Busan too. Just owning JJ Island alone probably gets her at least 5 billion won worth of coins into her crypto wallet every month. Well, you've got to admit, that crazy bitch's greed is something else. Anyway, Cha Kong-hyun's side genuinely wants Kim Sung-gyak to become mayor of Busan. I can guarantee that. I've talked to them directly. But with Cha Seo-hyun, I'm not so sure. Ah-hyun was baffled. I got it. Now all the pieces fit together. That crazy bitch was trying to make us lose the election. She sent Yoon Karma to shake me and you up, uncle. To make it look like she had nothing to do with it. She even used Lee Hyena, who has nothing to do with the election, as a smokescreen. Cha Seo-jian, you fucking bitch AAGH. She's always been like that vile woman. Her uncle sighed and said, well, for now, that's the conclusion based on the investigation team's info. But honestly, I think it's all bullshit. Then who do you think it is? She asked. He answered calmly. Lee Myung-jun. The truth is usually simple. Don't you think this roundabout way is too much just to mess with an election? Think about what's the core of everything that's happened so far? Everything revolves around you, not the election. And around Lee Hyena. This is revenge. For his daughter. He figured out I'm a regular client to that PI agency, and bribed them to leak false info, and planned to pin his revenge on Cha Seo-hyun. That's what my gut says. Ian snapped. Arg, what are you even saying, uncle? You're an idiot. That's exactly what she wants you to think. If it was him, would he drag Hina into this blatantly? And don't you remember? On the very day Lee Hyena offed herself, Cha Se-hyun broke into Hina's apartment and burned her diary. The only remaining diary was the one Hyena wrote in English, claiming she was studying English. That English diary was accepted as evidence, and that's why we went to trial. But because she didn't write in it every day like the Korean diary, she might not have mentioned the shaman bells. So there's no way outsiders or Lee Myung-jun could have known. The reason why I was punished based on that diary was because I locked Hyena in a drum and beat her senseless with a bat, and hung her from the ceiling with a jump rope and used her like a punching bag. And the only people who knew about the bells were Song Eun-jin and Cha Seo-hyun. Her uncle countered. What if he got the information from Song Eun-jin? I already called her. She knows nothing. She's living her life just fine. Ah-hyun yelled. Don't you get it, uncle? This is all Cha Seo-hyun, that scheming bitch, trying to frame it as Lee Myung-jin's revenge. While we chase the wrong target. She makes her move. Alright, enough. Ah-hyun's mother stepped in. Why don't we stop guessing? And just check the answer? She held up a phone. This is Yoon Karma's phone? Ah-hyun rushed forward and hugged her. Mom, you've been through a lot, haven't you? Don't worry. Our people will handle everything. You trust us, right? Yeah. Good. But I need to speak with your uncle alone. Go rest. Ah-hyun nodded and left. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere changed. She's better than I expected, her mother said. Thank goodness. Yes, sister-in-law. Chairman Kong replied. Then, they suddenly embraced. Kissed. And she licks him. What an unexpected fucking thing. Thank you for playing the parent role for Ian when we're both always so busy. You don't have to thank me, sister-in-law. You never had time to act like a mother. He replied quietly. Just then, his phone rang. That bastard. Look at his timing. It was the hacker. He answered. Hey there, President Han, we got the girl's phone, just like you said. Both of them sat on the sofa embracing each other as he spoke. So we just tear it apart once your package arrives, right? President Han replied calmly. Yes, Chairman Kong. The package has almost arrived. Let's take a look at it together first, then we'll talk. Chairman Kong nodded. All right. You don't know where I am right now, do you? I'm at Handan High, in the principal's office. I'll give you the address, just wait a second. No need for that, said the hacker. The doors banged against the wall as someone barged in. The package should have arrived by now. Chairman Kong frowned. What the hell? Han Seo-jun? That creepy bastard. How does he already know where we are? President Han replied casually. It turns out one of your subordinates guided them here. I hope there's no misunderstanding. Chairman Kong chuckled. So that's how it is. I was wondering. He looked at the two men who entered. But judging by how well dressed they are, they're not just delivery guys, are they? President Han shook his head. They're not delivery personnel. The package is them. Now enough talk. Hand over the phone. Chairman Kong said fine, and handed it over to one of the men. President Han, I've received the device. Yes. What model is it? It's the second-generation Stellar Alpha series, developed by Sunclear Lab. President Han let out a low whistle. I see, then you were right, Chairman Kong. That girl definitely has powerful backing. Chairman Kong frowned. What's so special about it? President Han explained. This is a security phone used by ministers and top-level business leaders in developed countries. And it's the latest model released this year. Forget the fact that it costs over 40 million won per unit. You can't even obtain one without the right status. He continued. So whoever is backing that high school girl has both wealth and influence. Chairman Kong muttered. So, Lee Myungjin really is behind her. Then he asked, if it's that secure, does that mean hacking is impossible? President Han smirked. You should consider yourself lucky. Right now, there are only 3 teams in the world capable of cracking this. And we're one of them. Normally, even we couldn't break into it. But thanks to our connections with foreign industrial spies. Because of their line of work, they're desperate to set aside untouchable slush funds in case things go wrong, and they have to defect. Our job is laundering their slush funds through crypto, and in return, we get access to some of the industrial secrets they steal. Especially for smartphone design secrets, we've been collecting everything through the industrial spies embedded in each brand. After we reverse-engineered those design secrets, the result is this. Chairman Kong stared at the equipment. What is this? I thought hacking meant typing on a laptop or something. President Han chuckled. You're making something insanely difficult sound so easy. Cracking the password and hacking the phone is basically just some sci-fi fantasy. Even agencies like the FBI or NSA don't hack like that. They use dedicated consoles for lock bypassing. But in our case, since our tools are a direct result of reverse engineering industrial secrets, they're probably even more effective than what counterintelligence agencies use. Chairman Kong crossed his arms. So what does it actually do? Han explained. To put it simply, it's like this. Let's say we're trying to break into some house with a digital door lock. The best way would be to somehow learn the password, and just enter it to open the door. But it's not like some idiot who supposes their password is going to conveniently show up every time, right? So, the remaining options are obvious. Either dismantle the entire lock, or fry it with electricity. You get it? The junk those two just brought in are devices that make all that possible. Even against delicate cutting-edge equipment. Chairman Kong frowned. You're saying the world's most secure phone can be cracked like this? Han shook his head. I simplified it for you. In reality, we're operating at the semiconductor level. Watch carefully. First, we disable the tamper sensors using a UV laser. Otherwise, opening the phone would wipe all data instantly. We'll need to worry about the battery exploding or frying important circuits. Based on the schematic we secured, we'll short only the tamper sensors with precision. And since we're scorching it with a UV laser, we can also disrupt the heat detection sensor that's mandatory in phones rated FIBS 140 to 3 level 4, so you can relax. Once all that's done, we'll open the case, remove the battery, and block the light sensor hidden under the chipset package from activating too. We'll cover it again with insulation tape when rebooting, so it doesn't matter. For decapping, to prevent a short in the security module during reboot, we don't scorch it with a laser like before, but grind it with a CNC milling machine. Once the circuits are exposed, we attach nanoprobes, put them under an optical microscope, and connect the circuit to the pulse injector and power supply we brought. Chairman Kong watched, impressed. So this is hacking. It's just about having the right tools. Not sure what you were expecting, but once hacking goes past a certain level, it's always about money, resources, and equipment. But if you simple cock this all up to gear, I'd take that personally, Chairman Kong. I guess you're right, all that equipment together is just a bit over 300 million won, standard industrial stuff, who cares? My point is, even if you handed all that to a random mutt, it would just become a 300 million won dog bull. What matters isn't what you smash the phone with, but where you smash it. And making the person who knows that, spill the beans, is my specialty. Han continued calmly. My real specialty isn't hardware, but digging up people's secrets. Affairs. Crimes. Scandals. That's how I control people, and that's why they're working for me for free. I bet they'd be respected semiconductor engineers anywhere else. But a taste for twisted stuff on the dark web got them working for me. Anyway, I hope you're not disappointed, Chairman Kong. Next time, I'll entertain you properly with my real specialty. Chairman Kong was kinds panicking but tried to hide it under his laugh, but Ayan's mom had no control over her facial expressions behind him. Chairman Kong said, Ha ha ha, I already knew you were capable, President Han. I just joked about the gear, because the equipment looked so cool. Anyway, putting that aside, is the hacking done? President Han replied in surprise. What are you talking about? The hacking starts now. Replied in surprise. What are you talking about? The hacking starts now. The previous steps were just preparation. We'll now reboot the device. And during the encryption verification phase, we'll bypass the password check. At that exact moment, we drop the voltage to 0. He explained. It's like tricking an arcade machine into thinking you inserted a coin. But the timing must be perfect. Not even a fraction of a second's error can be made. Even though I master the timing, I can't give you a 100% success rate. The room fell silent. The process began. Everyone held their breath. Then, the voltage dropped. Success. Han smiled. Let's see what secrets this phone holds. They examined the data. Han frowned slightly. Not much. Even for a high school student. She's extremely careful. No social media. No stored contacts. No traceable communication. Even her call logs are probably burner phones. There's a chance this won't meet your expectations. Khan shook his head. No, we found something. She broke into Ahyun's apartment. And the tenants were involved. Han smirked. That's interesting. Let me tell you something more interesting. I've already hacked her email account. And guess what? There's no sign she set up scheduled emails on any account other than that email. So you don't need to worry about it anymore. Kong frowned. But she said she shared access with a third party as insurance. Han replied, all IP logs are routed through VPNs. I can't confirm anything yet. But logically, it's probably her brother. Retrieving and destroying all copies of the video is realistically impossible, because her brother who shares the email surely already forwarded the video to the real person behind all this. Chairman Kong asked. Then what's the solution? Han answered coldly. Mutually assured destruction. Find something even worse on them. Something that forces them to stay silent. The key isn't her phone, it's her brother's. So, we crack his phone, and extract as much info and leverage as possible about the person behind them. You get what I'm saying by now, right? Now that the scheduled mail just got neutralized, it's the only chance you'll get to interrogate the siblings, and kill them both. With your control over the district, you can cover it up as an accident. And since they are North Korean defectors with no local ties, even from their backers' perspective, they're a disposable card, it doesn't matter if they die or not. So, kill the siblings, use the leverage you gain, and cut a deal with their backer. That's your only way out. Chairman Kong nodded slowly. You're right. Today, we'll take care of those tenant bastards, and interrogate the Yoon siblings. Meanwhile, a lookout reported. Team leader, this is Watchtower 2. Shaft gang members in large numbers are moving toward Ah-hyun's residence. Abort tomorrow's mission of transporting Kong Ah-hyun to the execution site. Get out of Dosu district immediately. Chairman Kong sent those photos from Karma's phone to Ah-hyun. So it's true. That bitch Yoon Karma really broke into my apartment. Her uncle said. Can't you tell from those photos, you and I've both been played? Ah-hyun held her head in her hands and said. Fuck. They must have thought of me as a complete joke all this time. Uncle, please let me get revenge. Let me kill Yoon Karma with my own hands. Her uncle replied. Yeah, Ah-hyun, your uncle's got your back. Do whatever you want. And is Oh Jinseong listening? He said he was. I'm seriously giving you one last chance. Go with Ah-hyun and destroy Yoon Karma together. Ah-hyun smirked coldly. When they both met again, Ah-hyun's mood was so light as she had free rein to do whatever with Karma now. Hey Yoon Karma. Did you enjoy that little Halloween show in my apartment? Well, guess what? We hacked your email and phone. It looks like yesterday might have been the last Halloween of your life. Before you die, open your eyes and watch carefully how your brother, that fake-ass shaman, gets beaten by our Shaft gang uncles until bone dust runs through his veins. Someone entered Chief Beck's apartment. And Chief Beck looked at them calmly. You fuckers, I just finished cleaning, and you walking with your shoes on? One of them who barged into the apartment was recording Chief Beck. Or maybe he was on a video call which was being telecasted to Ian. What's this fucking retard yapping about? You really think barging in here with our shoes on is what matters right now? Listening to your nonsense, it's clear you've lost your mind, ha ha. What the hell are you wearing? Are you a cleaning fairy now? Hey, I bet you knew this was gonna happen eventually, right? We're setting things up for interrogation before boss gets here. If you cooperate, we might go easy on you, less painful torture, you know? So why don't you just let us tie you up with ease? On the other hand, Ian showed the video to Karma. Hey, how does it feel? Pretty soon, your precious Dorian Appa will be meeting his ancestors. As you can see, once 6 Shaft members break through the front door, it's basically like meeting the Grim Reaper. While you watch your Appa get tortured to death, you'll start trembling in fear. Ian expected Karma to tremble in fear, but she just smiled. Then, burst into maniacal laughter. Hey Karma, do you think this crazy act of yours still works? Cut the bullshit and start screaming in despair. Karma shook her head. No, that's not it. It's just, this is too funny. She tried to calm down to ask. Did you just say 6 people? Only 6? In an instant, everything flipped. Chief Beck threw the mop in his hand at the gang's head. Are you fucking kidding me? Screamed the man. Chief Beck then kicked the table with all the force and it hit the guy's shins and he yelped in pain. The other members charged at Chief Beck with a baseball bat, but he dodged effortlessly. With a towel in hand, he wrapped it around the attacker's neck and choked him unconscious before kicking his limp body into another man. Grabbing the steel bat, he swung it, thud, knocking another attacker clean off his feet. In mere seconds, it was over. One after another, all 6 men were taken down with terrifying precision. Karma smirked. Listen carefully. My Yahello is a damn good fighter, as he served in the North Korean Special Forces. Of course, that was just one of Karma's usual lies. His real name was Baek Sungkan. Age 32. Personal Chief of Security to Vice Chairman Lee Myung-yoon of Hyundai Group. Chief clicked his tongue. Idiots. Instead of attacking together, you just stood there and watched your men get taken out one by one. But then again, I arranged the furniture so group attacks wouldn't work. It was all prepared for situations like this. He looked down at them coldly. Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves gangsters? Freezing in fear like that, after acting tough earlier. Don't you feel pathetic? One of the men on the floor suddenly hurled a TV at him. Chief caught it, effortlessly, and tossed it aside. Another charged in with a steel bar. Chief Beck blocked it with the baseball bat in his hands, and in the next moment, Chief grabbed him and threw him straight out the window. The remaining men rushed him at once, swinging wildly, but Chief dodged smoothly, then countered with a brutal kick, sending another man flying out the window. Only one remained, the one still on the call. The Chief glanced at him. Isn't it about time you put the phone down? Your boss kept fighting even after both his shins were shattered, but you just stood there filming. Because you had a camera, you thought I'd go easy on you? The man panicked, grabbing a kitchen knife. You think you're tough? Now I've got a knife. Do you still think you can take me? You bastard! I've cut down so many people, I could fill 2.5 rice sacks with them. Got it? So stay the fuck back if you don't want to die. The Chief found it pathetic. Just a small-time thug trying to act big. He kicked a table toward him, but the man pushed it aside. For a split second, Chief vanished, only to appear from behind. A clean strike with the steel bat knocked the man out cold. The blonde-haired thug desperately reached for his knife again, but Chief stomped on his hand, pinning it down. As the Chief moved to close the door, the man begged. Wait! I'll leave! I won't do anything, I swear! I was just filming, please, please! But mercy didn't come. His screams echoed as he was beaten without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Ian waited anxiously, until suddenly, Chief appeared on the screen and cut the call. Ian froze in shock. Karma spoke calmly. Hey, calm down, Ian. I know you probably can't understand how I can stay this calm. She paused, her smile deepening. But shouldn't you be a little suspicious? If my brother really was in the North Korean Special Forces. Her eyes sharpened. Then what if I'm something worse? What if I'm a bioweapon created in the North? Ah-hyun didn't understand what Karma was saying. A bioweapon made in North Korea? Just because the mood got intense, you're spouting nonsense now. Enough of this. Her expression hardened. At this point, we've got no choice but to take that bitch hostage and lure her brother in. Uncle will deal with those perverted stalkers hiding in my studio apartment. We'll take Yoon Karma with us and wait for him. Go, my little minions, subdue her and tie her up tight. It was almost like a Pokemon battle. But no one moved. Ah-hyun frowned. What's going on? Did I suddenly start speaking ancient Hebrew or something? Why is no one doing anything? Why are you all acting like you don't understand a word I'm saying? Her boyfriend turned to her slowly. Ah-hyun, that might actually be true. What might? She snapped. That thing about Yoon Karma, about her being a bioweapon. What kind of bullshit is that? She shot back. He continued. You remember when we tried to strip her last time, right? She almost shook off 5 or 6 of us by herself. Back then, I thought it was just adrenaline, but after watching that video call, I think something's really off. Let's wait until boss gets here. Ah-hyun drove a punch into his ribs. He lifted off the ground and crashed down. Wow. You idiots don't even deserve to call yourselves human, just a bunch of worthless dumb bastards. Do you even hear yourselves? Does any of that make sense physically? She pointed at Karma. Look at her body. What is she, 50 kilos? Even a tiger of her size couldn't shake off 6 people. So shut up and do what I said. And if anyone lets her escape, I'll rat you to my uncle you covered her trial expenses. Now go, charge! This time, they rushed forward. Karma readied herself. Freeze! Everyone turned. What the hell are you all doing? A voice cut in. A bunch of guys cornering a girl at a deserted construction site? Ah-hyun scoffed. Ah, fuck, seriously? Hey, mister. Mister? He frowned. I'm still in my 20s. 20s, my ass? Don't you see the tattoo on that guy's neck? You're trying to mess with the Shaft Group's business? He froze. Shaft, the Shaft Group? Oh, so you kids are trainee candidates, he said quickly. Sorry, I haven't been stationed here long. We got a report, so I had to come. A report? Ah-hyun's eyes narrowed. Which bastard dared? Anyway, I'll just leave. Go ahead and finish what you were doing. Moron, she muttered. As he turned away, the other officers whispered. They're Shaft Group trainees. We shouldn't interfere. Let's just go, Sunbae. Wait, the senior officer said and knocked his herd so hard. That girl, she's the one HQ warned us about. If we ignore this just because of the Shaft Group, we're screwed. Really? Then what do we do? What do you mean, you moron? We have to take all these delinquent punks in. But Sunbae, what if the Shaft Group gets upset? If we're screwed either way, we pick the option where we're less screwed. If the Shaft Group complains, we say we followed orders from above. Simple. But if that girl over there gets beaten to death, and the higher-ups blame us, do you think you can handle that? Then he turned. Miss Kam Ah-hyun, you're coming with us. Ah-hyun scoffed. What? Have you given up on promotions? I get the rookie being clueless, but you should know better. I was ordered by Chairman Kong to keep an eye on you during the election, he replied calmly. This was authorized. Call him right now if you don't believe me. We'll call at the station. Come along. As they escorted her away, she kicked the car's side mirror, causing a scene. You punks better remember this. Today's the day you lose your uniforms. I'll personally strip every one of you of your badges. Today's gonna be a full-on strip show at your station, you bastards. Karma frowned slightly. Damn, what a buzzkill. Did the chief tip them off? No, police response takes time. The timing doesn't match. Then who reported it? At the station, Ah-hyun's eyes locked onto someone. Yun-woo, was it you? She stormed forward. Park Yu-woo, have you lost your mind? You helped an outsider and reported us. You've got guts. Yun-woo's heart dropped. I'm screwed. How did they find out? He recalled everything. He saw them drag Karma to the construction site after school. He panicked and not knowing how to save her, he stopped the nearby passers-by. He somehow managed to stop them, and without using any sign language, speech, or writing, he just pleaded with eyes and gestures like a wild animal begging for help. And after one of them miraculously made the report, I just bolted without looking back. He did nothing that would trigger his ankle monitor. And yet, he was ragged into the police station as a witness. Ah-hyun smirked. Wondering how we figured it out? If our system was that sloppy, do you think we'd still be running things? Even if you didn't say a word, the police keyword got picked up by voice recognition. Any report against us triggers a location trace. And guess what? The closest device was yours. She leaned in. So what the hell were you thinking? Do you like the transfer student that much? Or are you just pissed off that I've been spending more time with you and Karma lately? Her voice turned cold. Either way, get ready. From today onward, all the pain your grandmother feels, dementia will be the least of it. Yunhwa's face crumpled. Grandma. I'm sorry. I just wanted to help, but I couldn't even do that right. Now you're the one who'll suffer. Tears streamed down his face. Behind him, Karma and Chief arrived. Ah-hyun turned with a smirk. Well, what do we have here? A sibling crime duo? The sister's a home invader and spy cam pervert, and the brother's a scammer and felon for aggravated assault. You really did come to T police station at the perfect time. A pair of vicious criminals with rotten personalities. Anyone who messes with order in Dosa district should be fed nothing but prison food for life. Shut the fuck up, you little runt. Chief snapped. Ah-hyun froze. What? Did you just call me a runt? Chief scoffed. Seriously, why the fuck is some preschool brat running wild in a police station? Where the hell did your parents wander off to after abandoning their brat? You fucking dickhead, want to die for real? She exploded, causing another scene. Jinseon came in time to stop her from doing something reckless and said, You'll lose if you react. I don't give a shit. Ah-hyun snapped back. He's just trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. She glared. Karma turned softly. Appa, did you come to rescue Karma? No. I got caught too. Technically, I turned myself in. I'm being investigated for aggravated assault, said the chief plainly. Karma turned away in guilt and said, I'm sorry. Everything went wrong because of me. I shouldn't have let them get my phone. It's okay, he said gently. It was my responsibility to supervise you. I'm partly to blame. And I came here on purpose. With them targeting us, the station is safer than home. Since at least a bit of Kim Sung-byok's influence reaches here. As long as the Shaft group controls the surveillance in Dusu district, we can't hide. If we try to escape like Ah-hyun's kidnapping team, all our plans fall apart. So our only option is to face them head-on, from the safest place available. Face them, head-on? Asked Karma doubtfully. Chief Beck replied. We negotiate directly with Kang Tae-han. I already contacted Kim Sung-byok, but he was in the middle of campaigning in Sansang district. So no matter how fast he comes, he'll arrive later than Kang Tae-han. And judging by the delicate power balance between Kim Sung-byok and Kang Tae-han, even if he gets here in time, I'm not sure he'll be able to handle this situation smoothly. No matter how you look at it, inside Dosugu, the Shaft group still holds the advantage. So we resolve this ourselves. Karma frowned at him and asked, And how exactly are we supposed to resolve it? Chief Beck explained. First, we make them suspect someone else is backing us. The bait phone you used already exposed the Cha Seo-hyun angle as a misdirection. Now they're likely suspecting the vice chairman. We have to do something about that first. He lowered his voice. More importantly, we need to make sure they can't touch us, at least until tomorrow. By morning, the setup for Kang Ah-hyun's execution will be complete. As long as we can kidnap her on schedule, everything changes. And tomorrow night, the Dusu cleanup crew will also arrive. That's when we start the all-out war. Karma swallowed. Then do you have a plan to stay alive till tomorrow? No, but we'll have to figure something out. Fast. He paused, then asked Karma, Do you remember the first thing you were taught after being adopted by the vice chairman? She blinked. Let me recollect. Etiquette, socialization classes, acting lessons. The chief stopped her there. Right. The psychiatry team believed acting would help you. A psychopath understands emotions deeply, and from what I've seen, your acting is almost on Bae Doa's level. Karma gave him a stare and asked, What are you getting at? He leaned closer and whispered in her ear. Her eyes sharpened. I see, so you want me to act with that kind of feeling. Just as they finished plotting their survival, the door flew open as if someone was trying to rip it off, and Chairman Kong stepped in. His gaze locked onto Chief. The air froze. It was a direct face-off. Earlier, the chief explained karma. Kong Taehan, back when his own older brother, Kong Muhan, was still the boss of the gang, Taehan became a detective to help the gang control the police from within. With his background as an Asian boxing champion, he apparently passed the police martial arts special recruitment exam with ease. Given his physical abilities, one would expect him to excel at chasing suspects in the field. But surprisingly, his true strength lay in interrogations. Fellow detectives often said he could read criminals' expressions like a ghost, instantly telling whether they were lying. From those testimonies, it's clear that Kong Taehan possesses animal-like instincts and razor-sharp observational skills. And that is exactly what we are going to use against him. If Kong Taehan interrogates us, Chief said calmly, he'll focus more on me, since I have more to reveal. But in reality, the true target of his observation will be you, Yoon Karma. Karma frowned. Why? Because I'm a minor, and he thinks I'd be worse at hiding my emotions? That could be part of it, he replied, but it's not the main reason. When a detective focuses heavily on one suspect, the other subconsciously feels like they're no longer being observed. But in truth, detectives use that second suspect as a kind of lie detector. The moment they relax under that false assumption, they're far more likely to expose their real reactions. He paused, then added, but if you already understand this technique, you can turn the tables. You can trap the investigator instead. And with your acting skills, combined with your unique physical characteristics, deceiving Kong Taehan will be even easier. Karma nodded slowly. I see. I think I understand what kind of act you want me to put on. Like you directed, Appa? I'll make up for my mistake with an incredible performance. Moments later, Kong Taehan entered. The air instantly grew tense. It was a direct face-off between him, Chairman Kong, and Chief Beck. Ah-hyun watched with excitement barely containing her expression. Chairman Kong spoke first. Ah-hyun, your uncle needs to focus now. Stop messing around and behave. She looked baffled but shut her mouth and watched. A chair was pulled up for him, and he sat down calmly. Then his gaze shifted. Yoon Jae-hyuk, he said. I saw the video. You were moving like an acrobat, weren't you? No normal person moves like that. So what group are you affiliated with? The chief answered evenly. My family in the north. Chairman Kang's eyes narrowed. Do I look like I'm here to play word games with you? Chief smirked slightly. Is answering honestly considered wordplay in South Korea? Enough, Chairman Kong said coldly. Let's get to the point. Your backer is Lee Myung-yoon, correct? At that moment, Karma smiled, just for an instant. Chairman Kong caught it. When their eyes met, she immediately suppressed it. The chief continued. Well, looks like the Shaft Gang's internal network is more impressive than I thought. That's right, we were sent by Lee Myung-yoon of the Hyundai Group. We're taking revenge on Kong Ah-hyun for driving his daughter, Lee Hyena, to her death. Ah-hyun snapped. What the hell did I do? That bitch jumped on her own. Enough! Chairman Kong barked. Ah-hyun, I told you to shut the hell up, . The chief went on, unfazed. But honestly, Chairman Kong, we siblings don't care about loyalty or duty. We're just jackhals born in this puppet regime. So let me ask you something. Don't you think a Korean chaebol is a bit stingy with money? If the Shaft Gang compensates us well, I'm willing to betray Lee Myung-yoon and work for you. Chairman Kong fell silent. He focused on karma. Micro-expressions, fleeting facial reactions which no matter how well a person tried to hide their feelings, it surely is visible for the first 0.04 and 0.2 seconds. Their true feelings inevitably show on their faces. No matter how well someone tries to hide their emotions, the amygdala reacts faster than the prefrontal cortex which tries to control them. It is impossible to suppress them completely. Professionals like airport security are trained to spot them and use this to detect threats. And Kong Taehan, former detective, champion boxer, was someone who had mastered this instinctively. However, even people like him cannot read micro-expressions in two cases. When someone has undergone intense internalization training like intelligence agents, or when the person is a psychopath or sociopath who doesn't produce micro-expressions at all. And Yoon Karma was something even worse. With her cat-like motor control, she could fabricate micro-expressions at will. That's her acting speciality, as well as her fourth physical ability. Subliminal acting. The sharper the observer, the easier it was for them to be deceived by her. Chairman Kong was certain of what he saw. When Lee Myung-young's name was mentioned, she smiled. Just for a fraction of a second. And when their eyes were about to meet, she hurriedly tried to hide it. He thought, no ordinary person can perform such natural acting in such a tiny fraction of a second unless they are a top-class actor with a prepared script. And according to his sister-in-law, she had shown similar expressions before. She wasn't good at hiding her emotions. So that smile had to be real. Even though her backer's cover got blown, she's smiling? And this bastard over here is the same. He is shameless to an unnatural degree. If he were really the type to betray people for money, he already had plenty of chances to side with me long ago. Most of all, what bothers me the most is that, just like his sister, he actually seemed to relax after Lee Myung-jun's name came up. What's this disgusting, unsettling feeling? Why does it feel like they actually want me to suspect Lee Myung-jun? Could it be that this is all some kind of trap too? The chief thought to himself. How do you like that, Kong Tae-han? What I just did is a classic double bluff. When someone openly confirms what you already suspect, your mind begins to doubt it instead. It's a risky technique. And unless you have incredible courage or acting skills, it usually shows. But the opponent you're dealing with is a freak who can control her facial muscles down to the millisecond. Not to mention she has no sense of fear either. Think it through, Kong Tae-han. From the beginning, the question of who our backer is was never a simple choice between Cha Seo-hyun or the vice chairman. Think further. Out of all the possible people to be our backer, the one who stands to gain the most, the more fucked you get, is... Chairman Kang's eyes widened slightly. Your backer is the opposition party, isn't it? Both Chief and Karma reacted instantly. Shock, tension, and even sweat appeared. And no, that's not... Chief stammered. Chairman Kang smirked. Cut the act. You're sweating. I've never seen worse liars. He leaned back. Now I understand. The opposition sent you to sabotage our election in Dusu district. The bullying video was just a test, to gauge our reaction. And once you confirmed it, you planned to use it as leverage. He clicked his tongue. Those bastards are vicious. Even if Lee Myung-jun is famously the only one in the Hyundai group who doesn't do what they say, but to try and put it on him by making you two pull that whole circus? The opposition is scary. Well, whatever. I get it. Now I understand exactly who you are and where you came from. So tell me this, why should we let you two live? Behind them, the whole gang gathered up. Chief and Karma looked at that with panic. Ayan was more than satisfied with the outcome here. And then the chief slowly spoke up. Why should you let us live? Because if you touch us, you're finished. Chairman Kong laughed. What, another scheduled email trick? You think such a cheap trick will work again? It's not scheduled, Chief said calmly. It's already been sent. He continued. You wouldn't have known, but there's a hidden home cam in a flower pot in our living room and one of your men was recorded. And a certain outside helper confirmed for me that the same guy's face was in one of Kim Sung-deok's campaign footage. He smiled faintly. Honestly, your niece's bullying video was a bit weak for a political attack, but now, thanks to you, we caught a real big fish. A member of Kim Sung-deok's campaign team turns out to be a thug who invaded a civilian home and swung weapons around. That's way more explosive than some school bullying, right? Isn't that reason enough to keep us alive? Chairman Kong frowned. No. I understand even less now. If you've already sent that video, we've already lost the election anyway. Wouldn't it make more sense to torture you for information, and stage your deaths as an accident? Chief shook his head. I never said I sent it to the opposition. I sent it to Father Jean Francisco. Since you claim to know that our backer is opposition candidate Jang Jae-woo, you should also know that he is a devout Catholic. Known for helping North Korean defectors. He helped us when we escaped. He's like a father to us. The chief continued. We sent him the video. Instead of exposing it, he agreed to hold on to it, for our safety. But if anything happens to us, he'll release it. He smiled slightly. Right now, the opposition is satisfied with Ah-hyun's scandal. But if we die, that video becomes the final nail in your coffin. The chief hoped for it to work. For Chairman Kong to take the bait. The home cam was real. Everything else, was a lie. Chairman Kong hesitated. You couldn't possibly. Someone cut him off. Hey! You bastards! A voice roared from outside. How dare you gather like this in front of a police station? You think this district belongs to you? Move your asses right now, you damn punks! The doors burst open. Police officers straightened instantly. At your service. Chairman Kong turned. Candidate Kim? What brings you here? Weren't you campaigning in Sasang district today? Candidate Kim stepped forward coldly. Chairman Kong, would you mind explaining why you've stationed a platoon of gangsters outside a police station? His voice sharpened. Did my warning sound like a joke? How many times have I told you, keep your thugs under control during election season? Anyway, I've already heard the situation. Let's end this peacefully. He turned to the station chief. Release the civilians. Call it self-defense. Drop the investigation. Yes, sir. Chairman Kong frowned. Candidate Kim, what are you? Hey, Chairman Kong. Kim interrupted, voice low. I'm holding back a lot right now. I'm trying my best to keep this from blowing up, so cooperate. Then he glanced at Chief and Karma. You two understand how things work here, right? If you want to keep living, stay quiet. Chief exhaled slowly. This is enough. Even if he doesn't fully believe the bluff, he won't act recklessly now. Everything seemed to be falling into place, but then, Chairman Kong spoke again. Candidate Kim, you'll have to come with us to the harbor. The tension snapped back instantly. Candidate Kim froze. What did you just say? Chairman Kong smiled faintly. Let's go to the harbor, Candidate Kim. Kim's thoughts turned sharp. That bastard, the harbor is where the Shaft King dumps bodies. Chairman Kong chuckled. Come on, don't look so scared. Do you really think I'd drown someone tied to me by faith like you? There's just something I want to show you. So come along quietly. Hearing that, Chief Beck's mind raced. Show him something? Don't tell me he's figured out something about the execution setup. No, that's impossible. The custom device was completed long ago and installed far from the harbor. There's nothing suspicious about it from the outside. The only unusual thing is how it'll be used for Kang Ah-hyun's execution. So what exactly does he want to show? Meanwhile, Candidate Kim clenched his jaw. He looked at the chief and thought, You bastard. I came here to clean up the mess after Lee Myung-young's incident, and this is how you repay me? If I make a scene now, it'll only hurt me more. For now, I'll go along with it. He followed. As he walked out, Chairman Kong turned back casually. Hey, you North Korean kids, go home, wash up, and get some sleep. And watch out for dark alleys on your way back. The chief frowned slightly. So, are we actually supposed to go home? First, I should get the lookout near the harbor to monitor what's happening. Security there is tight, you can't even get close to certain areas. But even a partial view is better than nothing. If there's even a hint that Kim Se-young's side plans to betray us. Karma cut into his thoughts. You're not actually thinking of going to sleep, are you? She said lightly. Karma hates cold drafts and boring nights. Why not take this chance to enjoy a luxurious overnight stay together? Chief let out a quiet sigh. There just happens to be a safe place nearby, perfect for that. He entered a small, secure room, sanctuary. The chief locked the door behind them. Then, calmly, he said to a policeman nearby, Excuse me, I'd like to order one bowl of jjajangmyeon. Ah-hyun stood stunned. What the hell is going on? Why did Uncle leave them and head to the harbor? Karma simply smiled. Then, she raised her middle finger. Ah-hyun exploded. You fucking bitch! She shouted, hurling curses nonstop. At Dusu District, 1st Police Precinct Chief, Park Jongchil was on the verge losing his mind. Already suffering from stress-induced hair loss, he just wanted everyone gone. At the harbor, a man hung upside down, his body battered and bruised. Candidate Kim frowned. Who the hell is that? Chairman Kong replied calmly. Our accountant. He was caught stealing a few $100 million while laundering money. So now, he's being punished. He continued, almost casually. Did you know, Candidate Kim? Depending on how you drown someone, you can keep them alive long enough for their body to swell, just like a real drowned corpse. We call it the drowned rat. Sounds cliché, but it's quite fitting for traitors gnawing at our organization. Kim scoffed internally. Cheap scare tactics. Out loud, he snapped. Why do you dress up your refusal to listen to anything I say with so many fancy words? I told you to lie low during the election, but you're acting more reckless than ever. What the hell is wrong with you? His voice sharpened. If things go south, you'll go down with me. So why are you doing this? Are you trying to ruin our campaign? Chairman Kong shook his head. Of course not. If this election fails, I lose everything too. Why would I want that? Then what is it? Nothing. I just changed my mind. He looked out toward the water. Lately, all kinds of pests have been crawling out of the shadows. At first, I tried to play it safe, just like you said. But things keep going sideways. So I figured maybe it's better to go back to what we do best. His eyes hardened. No more holding back. He paused, then asked, Candidate Kim, can I ask you something? What? For over 40 years, I've trusted my instincts. My brother used his brain to rise in the world, but I survived by following mine. And they've never failed me, until now. Kim frowned. What are you talking about? For the first time in my life, Chairman Kong said slowly, I have two opposite instincts clashing with each other, both insisting they're right. Just say it clearly. Chairman Kong turned to him. Those kids at the station, they're opposition spies. Kim almost scoffed. That's your big conclusion? But earlier, Kong continued, you were desperately trying to protect them. That doesn't add up. If they really are opposition spies, then tell me, who's backing them? Kim snapped. Protect them? Why would I do that? Is that really what you got from my actions? And how the hell would I know who's backing them? There could be dozens of people trying to sabotage us, not just the opposition. True, Chairman Kong said slowly. It could be someone else. He paused. For example, Lee Myung-yoon. Kim froze. What the hell? How does he know that name? Is he guessing? Why bring up Lee Myung-yoon all of a sudden? Kim demanded. What does he have to do with this? Where are you even getting this information? Chairman Kong tilted his head. This is the first time we've mentioned that name, right? Yes. So? Then how did you know which Lee Myung-yoon I meant? Silence. That's strange, isn't it? Kong continued. It's a common name. Normally, you'd ask for clarification, which Lee Myung-yoon? But instead, your first instinct was to deny it immediately. His gaze sharpened. So tell me, which Lee Myung-yoon were you thinking of? Kim swallowed. Lee Myung-yoon of the Hyundai Group. And why him? Kim snapped. What kind of stupid question is that? He's the most famous Lee Myung-yoon in the country. Who else of that status would come to mind in our conversation like this? You've been picking pointless fights since earlier. What's your problem? Chairman Kang's expression turned cold. Of that status, huh? Sounds like you've forgotten your place, Candidate Kim. He gestured to his men to bring out something. A large drum was carried in and placed in front of them. Chairman Kong said quietly, Open it. What I wanted to show you. Isn't that man over there? It's this. The lid was lifted. Kim's eyes widened. His breath caught, and he fell back with disgust. What the hell? Chairman Kong smiled faintly. And I suppose you've never met them before. Candidate Kim? He gestured inside. Say hello? Hospital Director Moon Peter, once a close confidant of Assemblyman Cha. He paused. And this is his widow. Im Myung-yoon. Chairman Kong spoke coldly. I'll say this just in case. Don't even think about nagging me over this. This isn't some villainous act we're doing on a whim. We're simply following direct orders from the Cha family. You and I both made it this far thanks to Assemblyman Cha's backing, right? So naturally, their orders come first. Candidate Kim's thoughts spiraled. Orders from the Cha family. Just who is that woman for her to be treated like this? Hey, Chairman Kong said, gesturing. Take the tape off her mouth. The moment it was removed, she began screaming. Chairman Kong, please! Please save me! I'm begging you. We know each other. We've met so many times at Assemblyman Cha's dinner parties. Why are you doing this? Please! Chairman Kong sighed lightly. Yeah. Mrs. Im Myung-yoon. I've grown attached to you over the years, too. I don't want to do this either. But when Assemblyman Cha and the chairman ordered us to get rid of you, what am I supposed to do? She broke down. What did I ever do wrong? I don't know anything. I swear. If there are things you shouldn't know, Chairman Kong replied calmly, then that means you already know too much. She pleaded. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Either way, what's decided is decided, he said. Let me explain what happens next. Her breathing grew uneven. Officially, it'll be ruled as suicide. Your only daughter died in a tragic accident. Days later, your husband jumped off a building. And you, driven by grief, quietly threw yourself into the sea in Dusu district. Her eyes widened. What? Don't worry about your remaining family trying to prove otherwise, he continued. There's no better place than here to disappear without causing trouble. The CCTV along the Dusu walkway will make for a convincing suicide video. He smiled faintly. Don't think of it too negatively. You'll be reunited with your daughter, Yijin. Doesn't that bring you some comfort? She trembled violently. And compared to that guy over there, he added, glancing at the hanging man, we'll make sure your end is less painful. Then he barked. All right, pour it in. She looked frantically and begged. Wait. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? What are you pouring? Her voice cut off as the truth hit her. Cement. They poured cement into the drum she was trapped in. Chairman Kong turned casually. You always hear rumors about how the Shaft gang disposes of people, but seeing it firsthand is something else, right? Candidate Kim was breathing heavily, his face pale. That woman, for what reason? He asked. Chairman Kong replied. Ah, right. That's the main point. The woman you just saw was the widow of Director Moon Peter, the man Assemblyman Cha cut loose during the land corruption scandal. At the time, Moon Peter insisted his wife knew nothing. He even jumped off a building, begging them to spare her. But do you know what the Cha family said? Kim stayed silent. How can you trust someone who claims to know nothing? Chairman Kong said. That was their logic. Letting her go based on his word felt risky. But interrogating her was pointless too, because in the process, you'd end up exposing things she must never know. He shrugged. And it's not like she had any real value. A socialite like her wouldn't be able to keep secrets anyway. So she's more trouble to keep alive than dead. His tone turned colder. And since she was already in a situation where suicide wouldn't seem suspicious, they simply took advantage of it. Candidate Kim clenched his fists and screamed at the top of his lungs. You're really going to kill someone over something that flimsy? There's no proof she knew anything. Just suspicion, because she was his wife? Exactly, Chairman Kong said. That's the point. The people we serve are the kind who would kill over even that much. Kim fell silent. You think Assemblyman Cha is your benefactor? Kong continued. That he's helping you rise in politics. But you're wrong. You're just a pawn, one that'll be used and discarded. His eyes darkened. Do you know why he wants you to become mayor? Kim hesitated. The real goal is to turn all of Busan into another Dusu district. 3 years ago, the Advanced Public Safety Infrastructure Project was tested only in Dusu. Assemblyman Cha Kang-hyun wanted to turn all of Busan into a hidden crime platform, but back then, an opposition candidate got re-elected as mayor of Busan, so they couldn't secure extra funding to expand the budget into other districts. But now, the mayor who kept blocking that project suddenly dropped dead. So, what do you think will happen next? They install someone easy to control, like you. They secure the budget to expand the infrastructure across Busan. Imagine it. Every CCTV in Hondi is controlled by an AI network managed by us, the Shaft Gang. That means every girl on the beaches of Hondi becomes a product, something that can be shipped directly to Weil Island. This system uses generative AI under the pretense of improving image quality. But the same technology enables deepfakes. Footage of crimes can be altered or erased. The only real evidence, dash cams, can be tracked and destroyed, and staged as drone accidents. He continued. Combine that with real-time traffic data, and we can map out the safest human trafficking routes instantly, like areas with fewer people, fewer cameras. To put it simply, people can disappear without a trace. In a small district, people notice. But across an entire city like Busan? It becomes invisible. He smirked. Do you know how expensive it is to bring someone like Mrs. M all the way from Seoul? The cost isn't the problem, the risk is. But if anyone who steps into Busan can be taken, that problem disappears. And that's not all. Think about the global conferences held here. Political and economic elites gather all the time, Imagine abducting them silently from their hotels, stripping them of everything, and using Wild Island to break them. Fill it with women. Force them into submission. Create weaknesses. Turn powerful men into obedient puppets of the Cha family. You understand now, don't you? He said. You're not becoming mayor for yourself, but for the VIPs of Wild Island and for the Cha family. That's insane! Kim shouted. Assemblyman Cha never told me any of this. Why are you telling me now? Because he told me not to. Chairman Kong replied calmly. If you knew beforehand and lost the election, you'd just become another loose end to clean up. Then why tell me now? Because, Kong said quietly, you've started getting dangerous ideas. He stepped closer. You think I see you as a puppet? That's not a feeling, that's reality. If you're a puppet, act like one. If this election collapses, the Cha family will erase all of us. Cha Kong-hyun will take control, wipe out the Shaft gang, and run everything himself. He pointed toward the drum. And now that you know all this, if you betray me, you'll end up just like her. He paused. I trust you understand. Then his tone sharpened. This is your last chance. Have your police deal with Lee Myung-young's men. The Shaft gang can't get further involved. Use the police, investigate, dig up dirt, do whatever it takes. He leaned in. If you betray me, we all go down together. Candidate Kim's mind spiraled. What am I supposed to do? This isn't something I can fix just by eliminating the Shaft gang. There's a limit to how much a shrimp can take in a whale's fight. Do I side with Lee Myung-young or Cha Kong-hyun? If I betray Myung-jun's goons, his thoughts blurred. If there are any kids, please look away. Ah-hyun's mother spent a long time in the shower, as if she were trying to wash away the scent of another man. With a strangely calm expression, she said softly, Honey, it's time for your acupuncture. I'll give you hive cheek treatment along your spine. It's good for your back. The man in front of her simply turned around. Calm. Unshaken. The head of the Shaft gang. Kang Muhan. They locked eyes for a few tense seconds. Then he spoke calmly. Go ahead. Do it. He lay down, and she sat beside him, carefully inserting the acupuncture needles. How is it? She asked softly. It feels good, right? When the pressure points are stimulated properly, it calms your autonomic nervous system. You've been busy lately. Take this chance to relax. Kang Muhan glanced at her. What took you so long just to wash up? She smiled faintly. Did you wait long? I've always had a bit of a complex about body odor. I only feel at ease if I wash twice as long as other people. Body odor, huh? Kang Muhan said coldly. Sounds like you're trying to hide some kind of smell. She stiffened for a moment, then laughed it off. Oh, come on, honey. What kind of naughty joke is that? I just want to smell nice for you. Or would you prefer something more stimulating? Cut the bullshit. He snapped. Just keep doing the acupuncture. Did you find out who's bullying Ayan? She hesitated slightly. There's no solid evidence yet, but Taehan suspects Lee Myung-young. There's also a chance the opposition party is involved. Either way, Lee Myung-young is probably connected. Kang Muhan suddenly burst into laughter. Lee Myung-young? Seriously? Kang Taehan never changes. She frowned. Why? From what I heard, it sounded like a reasonable guess. Reasonable? Kang Muhan scoffed. That pampered bookworm who was too scared to defy his father even once, even after everything that happened with his wife. Don't make me laugh. Someone like him would never dare to do something like this. People don't change that easily. Then who do you think it is? Isn't it obvious? Cha Kong-hyun. He continued. You're all too focused on Lee Myung-young because of the recent deaths, thinking it's some kind of revenge. But you're missing the bigger picture. Want to know who else died recently? She stayed silent. Assemblyman Jong Yantaek, from the ruling party. He was tied to the same land scandal as Moon Peter, but wasn't arrested. He supposedly got stung to death by hornets at his father's grave. Then there's Seo Shin, who used to run errands for Wild Island alongside Song Jin-taek. He slipped and died at a fishing spot in Incheon, conveniently in a location perfectly captured by AI CCTV. He looked at her sharply. Now tell me, were any of those people parents of the kids who bullied Lee Myung-young's daughter? No, right? This country's old, time-honored tradition is starting up again. Just like in history, How the Min-in-laws did all the dirty work to put Taejong Bangwon on the throne, only to be purged once he became king because they were inconvenient. Cha Kong-yoon is doing the same thing. With the election coming up, he's getting rid of everyone who did his dirty work. She frowned. I don't know. I grew up under the Yakuza as a Zainichi. I don't know much about Korean history. That won't do. Kang Moo-hun replied. You're living here now. You should at least understand this much. He narrowed his eyes. Erica? Didn't you feel it? This isn't about punishing school bullies, it's about eliminating their parents. And with Mrs. M dying today, it's obvious the order came directly from Assemblyman Cha. He clicked his tongue. I've warned them again and again. At this rate, we'll all be discarded once we're no longer useful. But that idiot Kang Tae-han doesn't see it. He's wagging his tail like a fucking dog. She responded calmly. Or maybe that's just smart survival. When your opponent is that dangerous, sometimes you have to bow your head. Besides, there must be times in history where loyalty paid off, right? She paused. Anyway, about the Busan mayor election and working with Assemblyman Cha, didn't you already discuss everything with Tae-han and the shaman last night? Why bring it up again? Kang Moo-hun's expression darkened. Because it's happening soon. I got information from a mole I planted inside Cha Kang-hyun's circle. They've identified 11 possible locations for the vault where he hid the compromat. He continued. The original materials from Weil Island, VIP records, financial ledgers, even DNA samples. Everything is buried underground for security. I've already had contractors run non-destructive inspections. Something artificial is definitely buried at those coordinates. They entered using fake identities and scanned from CCTV blind spots. He exhaled slowly. Now I just need an engineer who can disarm the bomb traps protecting the vault, disguised as gas pipeline accidents. I've already contacted some through Yakuza connections. If things go well, I might even recruit a former US military base engineer from Japan. His voice turned firm. If we get those materials, we can put a leash around Cha Kang-hyun's neck. She stared at him in shock. You've been doing all this behind the scenes. You're planning to betray him? Stop this right now, she snapped. You're putting the entire organization at risk. We're already at risk. Kang Moo-hun shouted. This is the only way we survive. He glared at her. You and Kang Tae-han are the ones refusing to face reality. If we can't stand against the Cha family, we're dead. She shook her head. Don't make me laugh. This isn't about survival, it's your ambition. You can't stand having anyone above you. Her voice softened slightly. Everyone has a peak in their life. There's a point where you just can't go any higher no matter what. Going from Shaft's low-level member to boss, going from a lone shark to the head of the Shaft group. That alone is something I can already respect and be proud of as your wife. True, your ambition and drive kept my heart racing all those years. She placed her hand gently on his back. We're not young anymore. It's time to settle down, to live a stable life. Why can't you just be content? Why not focus on your family for once? Kang Moo-hun looked slightly over his shoulder for a second and was still. Then, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air. Family? He growled. You dare talk about family? His eyes burned with fury. A woman who sleeps with her husband's younger brother talks about family? Her breath caught. He knows. I'm doing all this to protect our family, he shouted. Do you think Moon Yejin's death was Lee Myung-jun's revenge? Doesn't it occur to you that Cha Seo-hyun might be getting rid of the bitches who know her past? I'm not doing this to satisfy some greedy ambition. I'm trying to protect our daughter from that psycho bitch Cha Seo-hyun. She almost lost consciousness before he threw her away from the bed. After a moment, she spoke quietly. Fine. I admit it. I had an affair with Tae-han. But if you're as smart as you think you are, you should know why. I'm scared. Her voice trembled. I'm scared Tae-han will kill you. Most of the Shaft gang already supports Cha Kang-hyun. And there are barely any anti-Cha Kang-hyun people like you left now. Even Ah-hyun sees Tae-han more as a father than you. She clenched her fists. What happens if Tae-han works together with Cha Kang-hyun and decides to eliminate you? I had to stay close to him, keep him under control, so I could stop him if that ever happened. You know you're the only one I have. That's why you trusted me with your back again today. You know that with these needles, I could kill you anytime while you're defenseless. And even then, you still trusted me with your back. Kang Muhan stared at her in silence. Then he spoke coldly. Erica, of all the excuses for cheating I've heard in my life, this is the most absurd and disgusting one. He pulled out the needles and threw them aside. I pitied you because you were raised as a prostitute and assassin by the Yakuza. That's why I saved you. His voice hardened as he walked away. But I should never have made someone like you my wife. Don't come looking for me again. Where are you going? She cried. None of your business. As he stopped to dress, he spoke again. I don't care who you sleep with anymore. But don't interfere with what I'm about to do. His voice dropped. No. You should be praying that tomorrow goes well. We've already gone too far to turn back. If my plan fails, we both will end up dead. She collapsed, crying. Elsewhere, Ah-hyun was in a completely different mood. She smiled brightly as her uncle handed her a designer bag. Do you like it? Chairman Kong asked. Her eyes lit up. Of course. This is amazing. I've wanted this ever since I heard it was a limited edition. What's the occasion? It's not even my birthday. Who says you need a reason? He said gently. You've been through a lot lately. I haven't been able to look after you properly because of the election. So this is just something to cheer you up. She grinned. Ah, Uncle, I am touched. You really are all I have. Chairman Kong smiled. Yeah, Ian, it's only me. You've only got your uncle. She snapped a selfie and uploaded it. Moments later. That image, Chief Beck said, staring at the screen. That's Kong Ah-hyun's latest post. It's a limited edition bag. He continued. Only 20 units were released in Korea. I can see that. Myung-jun replied. What about it? Chief Beck's eyes sharpened. If we play this right, we can use that bag to kidnap her. He continued. Her original kidnapping team has already been exposed and had to leave Dusu district. Security around Ian is probably tighter now. The only place where they'll lower their guard is school. He looked at Karma, who dozed off, and said, That means there's no choice but for Karma to kidnap her personally. Hey, Chief said, nudging her. If you sleep like that, your mouth will go crooked. Get up. Karma groaned. What do you want? Are you out of jail already or something? Out of jail is for prisoners, idiot. Come on, we're leaving. She blinked. What? Aren't we staying here tonight? I changed the plan, he said. Depending on what happens at the harbor, this place might not be safe. The lookout says the gangsters have dispersed. We'll observe from home instead. He turned to the boy. Your name's Park Yumu, right? Yes, I heard what you did for Karma, Chief said. That's some admirable courage. He smiled slightly. We might be able to help you. Yumu blinked. Help me? We'll free you from Kang Ah-hyun, Chief said. But tomorrow, you'll do us a small favor. And it's finally time. Kang Ah-hyun's execution day. Candidate Kim was home and had a lot to think. That was something I didn't need to overthink. I had it wrong from the start. This was never about choosing between Lee Myung-young and Cha Kang-hyun. I never had to pick a side. That thug bastard had already given me the answer. There was only one way out of this situation. He picked up his phone and made a call. Yes, go ahead, Candidate Kim, said the voice from the other end of the line. I was told you're the contact, so I'm calling you, Kim said. I have a few demands. The scene shifted to Chief Beck. What? You're saying you couldn't see anything at the port? He asked. I'm sorry, Chief, the caller replied. I tried to get deeper inside, but with over 100 people surrounding the area and barely any CCTV blind spots, it was impossible. Chief Beck sighed. Yeah, that's fine. I expected as much anyway. So, nothing unusual? Well, if I had to mention something, the caller said. When Kim Sung-byuk left the building, he looked half out of his mind. I don't know exactly what happened, but something clearly changed. Oh, and regarding the report from Team Leader Young. The conversation continued for a while. Finally, Chief Beck said, All right. That's enough. We proceed as planned. His eyes hardened. Karma will kidnap Kang Ah-hyun at school tomorrow and take her straight to the execution site. We'll use Yunwa's help. Karma sat nearby, a thin line of blood trickling from her nose, her eyes gleaming with excitement as Yunwoo helped cleaning it. The next day, Yunwoo sat in class, lost in thought. Yesterday was something else. Karma even flirted with me, and her brother said he'd free me and Grandma. I still don't know if they're good people or not. But it was the first real conversation I had in a long time. And I enjoyed it. Even the way Chief helped clean up after his grandmother's accident, despite avoiding the surveillance camera, makes me think he isn't a bad person. Still, what was that reaction Karma had when she saw Grandma? Judging by how even Karm's brother looked flustered, it definitely wasn't a normal situation. I don't know what it was about, but was it PTSD or something? I tried to make sense of it, but every thought felt like wild speculation. So I gave up. But there's one thing I'm sure of. People who said they'd pull me out of this hell have finally appeared. Grandma always said fortune favors those who seize the chance. Even if this lifeline was rotten, this might be his only chance. He glanced at Karma. Yeah. I'll pull this off so perfectly that even Karma will be speechless. The one mission her brother entrusted to him. Meanwhile, Ah-hyun proudly showed off her bag. Wow, I can tell it's expensive just from the picture. Someone said. That's slick as hell. How much did it cost? Ah-hyun smirked. Would you even believe me if I told you this bag alone costs as much as a car? The room fell silent. Only 20 were released in the entire country. If you go by the resale price, it easily goes for 30 to 40 million. Once you rise to core leader or elite member in the Shaft gang, you'll enjoy this kind of luxury too. So work hard, trainees. Someone asked. But if it's that valuable, why didn't you bring it to school? She scoffed. Obviously I wanted to. But I was worried some dirt poor bitch from up north might try to lay her hands on it. She sneered. Even if Dusu is a dump, do we really have to accept trashy little criminals will mooch off others and scam people because they're broke? Like a disgusting little parasite leeching off the scraps of gutter trash. Karma's expression darkened. But she said nothing and quietly stood, picked up her bag, and walked out of the classroom. Everyone stared in surprise. What? She actually got upset? That's unexpected. She eats food off the ground just fine. Ah-hyun laughed. You know what? People always get triggered by the truth. She just proved what a hopeless bum she is. Karma outside the room was smiling as the plan worked. This was Yunwa's clue to execute his plan. Ah-hyun was surrounded by her group as she was walking the corridor. Seriously, do you guys have to crowd me like this? Her boyfriend replied. Your uncle told us to be extra careful. We're supposed to act as shields and never let you out of our sight. Now that we know your apartment was filled with kidnappers, wouldn't the boss be on edge too? Official Shaft members are guarding your home, and we trainees are protecting you at school. And don't ever get out of our sight, got it? If your uncle finds out we lost you, we're dead. Ah-hyun clicked her tongue. He's making a big deal out of nothing. The guy in front of her stopped suddenly. Someone asked why did he pause like that. He said someone puked their lunch all over the floor in front of him. Ah-hyun had enough of it, and she snapped. Ah, come on. This is suffocating, you meatheads. And your sweat stinks so bad I feel like I'm gonna suffocate. And can I at least have a little space to see? Have you idiots never heard of line of sight? Her boyfriend said. Ah-hyun, even if it feels a little cramped, just endure it. This is for your safety. There might still be guys in school who snuck in to kidnap you, you know. Ah-hyun punched the air. I don't care. If kidnappers show up, I'll smash their jaws. My cast barely hurts anymore, it's basically a weapon now. She smirked. Let them come. I'll use them as stress relief. Then her patience snapped. For fuck's sake, move a little, I'm reaching my limits now. I need to go to the bathroom. The group hesitated. Come on. I'm still a girl, damn it. Do I really have to spell it out for you idiots? Fine. Her boyfriend said. Go. We'll wait outside. She stormed off toward the restroom. Yunwoo saw everything. Good. Kang Ah-hyun is alone now. He recalled Chief Beck's instructions. Listen carefully, Park Yunwoo. I'll give you a button. One of our lookouts got it from a nearby barbecue place. The moment Kang Ah-hyun is alone, press it. I know you're worried about your ankle monitor. But if you step on it with your foot instead, you can trigger it without suspicion. To make it safer, I'll hide the button inside your pencil case lining. Yunwoo deliberately dropped his pencil case. Ah, my new pencil case. He bent down and stepped on it. Even he wondered if the acting was awkward. No, even if it looked weird, they won't figure it out. More importantly, did it work? At that moment, Karma received the signal. She smiled faintly. Looks like you pressed it. Her eyes sharpened. Operation Kidnap Kang Ah-hyun is officially underway. Ayan, who was inside the toilet, suddenly got a text from head_butler_Grant. Is this Ayan's phone? The stranger asked. Ayan looked at it suspiciously. What the hell is this? Why is the nickname so damn familiar? I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling about this. After a short pause, she suspected that this might be the same stalker from the live the other day. Her phone chimed again. What's this? Don't you know who I am? It's me, damn it! And the sender sent her a picture. It was Karma. Ayan's eyes widened. Yoon Karma! How the hell does this creepy bitch have my phone number? She shot some texts in anger. Hey, where did you get my phone number from? Get lost! I'm blocking your number. Karma replied instantly. It's not fun if you just block me. I've got a hostage. Karma sent a picture of her with the bag which Ayan was bragging about. Ayan stood right up from where she was sitting on the toilet at the sight of her bag. How did she get my bag? Did she stop by my house and secretly steal it? No way. That's impossible. My apartment is guarded by shaft guys in shifts. After a moment, she calmed herself down and thought rationally. She smiled as she came to the conclusion that this pic was simply AI generated. And so she replied, Haha, what bullshit. That's so obviously AI. If you're trying to scam me, at least do it properly. So Karma sent another picture as a reply. Now, she had a mask on her face like a thief and posed in front of the drawer where Ayan put her actual bag in her home. Answer this for me, oh great AI detection expert, was it also AI that told me about the bag in the bottom drawer of your room? Ayan exploded. That really is my dresser drawer. And the stuff inside is just like how it's arranged. Shit, don't tell me. This crazy bitch really did. That's right. Yoon Karma really did steal Kang Ayan's bag, even though Kang Ayan's apartment was guarded tightly by 2 Shaft members. And it wasn't just those 2, other members of Shaft were always on standby in the other residents' apartments as well. They were even monitoring for intruders through nearby CCTV and hallway cameras. But what they didn't know was that Karma is a genius when it comes to rock climbing. With her superhuman strength that let her lift several times her own body weight and a complete lack of fear of heights due to damage to her amygdala, which plays a vital role in processing fear, threat, and fight or flight responses, climbing is one of the few sports where Yoon Karma outperforms even martial arts. For Karma, who had once climbed a 4-story crammed school building with her bare hands, climbing up Ayan's apartment was a piece of cake. And with the added benefit of training in window opening techniques that she got from the kidnapping team leader, a former world-class magician, she successfully got Kang Ayan's bag. You fucking whore. Ayan clenched her teeth. Karma placed her phone to get a better angle of what she was trying to record. She stood there and started posing like a Gucci model with a new product. Ayan's fury was out of control. What the fuck are you doing, you bitch? Karma replied that she was currently doing NTR to Ayan's bag. She didn't get what NTR meant and asked. Karma replied again with an image of licking Ayan's bag. Ayan's scream startled everyone in the restroom. Karma texted her again. There's something I want to talk about with you alone. If you want your bag back, come up to the roof alone. If you don't show up within 10 minutes or bring someone else. She sent another picture of holding the bag over the railing. I'll test whether yours has a flying feature. Kang Ayan was almost fuming as she got out of the bathroom stall. She looked out and spotted her guards. They were the hurdle in her way now. She thought of a plan to escape them and smiled. She looked at the girls in the washroom. Hey, all of you, listen up! From now on, move according to my instructions. A girl bolted out of the washroom screaming that there was a wasp. The boys were alert for a moment, and then complained about them making such a racket over a wasp. The other guy wondered where the wasp was and if he was the only one who couldn't see it. Then her boyfriend noticed that Ayan was missing. Ayan managed to make it to the terrace and yelled at the top of her lungs. Yoon Karma, you bitch! That's a limited edition bag, so there's no way to get another one anywhere else. If you so much as scratch it, I'll stab you right to your bones. Karma stood there with a smile. She held the bag in her hands along with a lighter and a bug repellent. Ayan paused. What are you doing? She asked in utter shock. Without any response, Karma swung the bag into the air and lit it up in flames. Ayan looked with a dead expression on her face as the bag fell down with a burnt exterior. Karma chuckled at that. Enjoy Karma's dragon breath with the X-Killer brand flamethrower. Now Ayan's bag is perfectly cooked. Ayan's eyes were teary as she bolted toward Karma in rage. Karma extended her arm to punch her in the face, but Ayan dodged just in time. Calm down a little. I went through all this trouble to prepare a sparring venue for us after so long. If you pass out just because you got too worked up, then all my effort goes to waste, right? Said Karma with amusement. Ayan was unexpectedly cool as she said, Oh, sparring? You should have said so from the start. Actually, I've been wanting to spar with you too. Once she prepped herself, she gave Karma a death glare. I'm going to kill you, bitch. On the other hand, Chief Beck and his team member kept an eye on the two girls and recorded everything. Chief Beck called the vice chairman and asked if he was watching the live feed. The vice chairman replied that he was, adding that he expected it to be at least somewhat entertaining until he arrived at the execution venue. Karma tossed aside the empty flamethrower can in her hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, Ayan. I just forgot to let go of it earlier. I have no intention of using an empty spray can as a weapon, so rest easy. Ayan smiled back. You should have kept it in your hand if you wanted to live even a few seconds longer. With that, she lunged at Karma. As the fight began, the vice chairman remarked that Ayan seemed like an easy opponent for Karma. For someone with reflexes like a cat, a striker should be a simple matchup. He asked Chief Beck if his assessment was correct. Beck paused briefly before replying that it wasn't entirely true. Ayan unleashed a barrage of punches at Karma, who did her best to dodge but couldn't keep up. Beck then explained why Ayan was called a prodigy. The first reason was her world-class hand speed. The speed of a human punch varies widely depending on genetics and training. An untrained person averages around 25 km per hour, while a seasoned professional boxer can reach speeds of 35 to 45 km per hour. A select few can reach between 45 and 65 km per hour, and in rare cases, even exceed 70. The Guinness World Record stands at 72 km per hour. Among them, Ayan, who began boxing training under an Asian champion at the age of 6, could punch at 55 km per hour. That might sound slow in general terms, but when measured by the time it takes for a punch to land, it's comparable to a handgun round fired from 16 meters away. Because of this, boxers don't actually see punches coming and react in real time. Instead, they study patterns, watch subtle movements in the hips and shoulders, and predict incoming strikes. But Karma wasn't used to predicting attacks. She had likely never needed to. The vice chairman then asked whether Karma's superhuman abilities had made her overconfident. Given her extraordinary eyesight and reflexes, such confidence was natural. Even now, her reaction speed was undoubtedly superior. The problem, however, was that there wasn't enough time for those reactions to translate into perfect dodges. Ayan grinned as her punches repeatedly connected. This must be fun for you, getting the daylight beaten out of you. Karma managed to throw a punch, but it wasn't fast enough to reach Ayan. Just because I've let you do all that to me, you think I'm a fucking joke? Ayan snarled, throwing another punch. This time, Karma narrowly dodged and countered. Her punch didn't land, but it was enough to startle Ayan. The vice chairman remained unconvinced. With Karma's level of eyesight and reflexes, predicting attacks through Ayan's hips or footwork shouldn't have been difficult. He asked Chief Beck, if she observes calmly and uses her inability to feel pain to her advantage, wouldn't she eventually adapt to Ayan's movements? That led to the second reason Ayan was called a prodigy. Her sensory-level fighting skill, combined with unorthodox punch trajectories. Ayan stood at 155 centimeters tall. Her short stature meant shorter reach, but she compensated with relentless in-fighter footwork, constantly shifting angles and altering the trajectory of her punches. When this technique combined with her exceptional speed, she could unleash combinations from angles other boxers wouldn't even attempt. That was precisely why even the championship favorite in the junior division, someone who had once provoked her, was completely overwhelmed. Punches that fast and flexible couldn't be achieved through training alone. Without the right genetics, it was impossible. After hearing this, the vice chairman frowned. Then I don't understand. No matter how we look at it, Karma is a terrible matchup for her. So why assign this mission to Ayan? Even the teammate recording the fight shared the same doubt. He admitted he would have gone undercover himself to deal with Karma. Beck scoffed. Not with that face of yours. Then he answered calmly. There's no need to worry. I may have said all that, but by now, the one who's probably flustered is Ayan. At that exact moment, Ayan came to a realization. Given the number of punches she had landed, Karma's face should have been unrecognizable. Yet there wasn't even a single scratch. The painkillers had dulled her awareness, delaying the realization, but something else felt wrong. The sensation when her punches landed. It felt like striking an impossibly heavy cotton blanket. She remembered that feeling, from her early days as a boxing rookie. It happened when an opponent turned their head just enough for the punch to lose impact, preventing a clean hit. But this was different. There was no way Karma's body should recoil like that from the force of her punches. Ayan's eyes widened. Karma had been reacting to every single one of her punches all along. Right on cue, Karma smiled brightly. "What's wrong, Ayan? Does it feel like you're fighting a ghost wrapped in cloth?" Ayan froze for a moment, speechless, before scoffing. "A ghost? Don't be ridiculous. You're obsessed with ghosts, you cult bitch. What, did your parents turn into ghosts mining coal and algae or something?" Karma stared at her blankly for a second, then smirked. "You're cute, Ayan. Like a kid pretending not to be scared of ghosts. That night, you cried your eyes out after seeing one, didn't you?" Ayan's composure shattered. "Shut up! You fucking bitch!" She charged again, rage overtaking reason. But before her punch could land, something snapped. Without hesitation, Karma delivered a kick so powerful it shattered Ayan's thigh bone. Ayan collapsed instantly. For a moment, she didn't even look at her leg, twisted at an unnatural angle. Then the pain hit. She screamed, and screamed, and screamed. Karma watched calmly, almost admiringly. She remarked that Chief Beck had been right. She couldn't defeat Ayan using boxing alone. Clutching her broken leg, Ayan cried out, "You cowardly bitch! You switched to kicking in the middle of a boxing match!" Karma leaned down, her expression cold. "I'm not some saint who fights fair." Grabbing Ayan by the neck, she forced her into a choke hold on the ground. "This isn't a boxing spar," she said flatly. "This is MMA." After struggling briefly under Karma's grip, Ayan lost consciousness. Karma hoisted her limp body over her shoulder and gave a playful wink. "Fox hunt successful." She vaulted over the fencing, remarking that it was time to prepare fox meat, and disappeared into the distance. By the time Ayan regained consciousness, she was already at the execution altar, tightly bound to a chair. If you liked this recap, make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more awesome manhwa stories.